Lin Yuan could not afford to lose such phase that could produce pure elemental energy. The martial arts hall was large enough to hold several phase undergoing world cleansings simultaneously. It went without saying that there was enough space. It was perfect for Lin Yuan to evolve the perfect touch wisteria here. The perfect touch wisteria's increase in power and size was definitely a good thing. The perfect touch wisteria mainly used its body during combat. The stronger and larger its body was, the more combat power would come from it. Lin Yuan did not rush to take out another batch of spirit chi crystals. Rather, he told Begin Lady, help me watch over this space. If you discover anyone spying nearby, eliminate them immediately. Both the spirit chi crystals and the perfect touch wisteria were Lin Yuan's secret weapons and secrets. There was no way he would allow them to be discovered by anyone. When Begin Lady heard what he said, it appeared next to him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lin Yuan. I won't let your trust down. I'll definitely help you to keep this secret." With Begin Lady's assurance, Lin Yuan summoned all of the spirit chi crystals out of the spirit lock spatial zone. The 1000 spirit chi crystals allowed the perfect touch wisteria to evolve from silver grade to diamond X and finally to fantasy 3. The perfect touch wisteria was a true fantasy breed fae at that moment. Each of its vines was 40 meters long and had a diameter of 1 meter. When it had been bronze grade, the perfect touch wisteria could have been considered a potted plant. But now, it had fully transformed into a ferocious beast. Because of forbidden growth, the perfect touch wisteria could automatically comprehend a willpower rune after absorbing enough energy. There was no need for Lin Yuan to provide it with a willpower rune. When phase automatically comprehended willpower runes, the willpower runes were always compatible with their bodies. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the perfect touch wisteria and saw that its new exclusive skill was called Broken Vine Replacement. It would allow the perfect touch wisteria to transfer the damage suffered by one vine onto another vine so that the first vine could be preserved. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this exclusive skill. It was not a rare exclusive skill as many vine species plant type phase had similar exclusive skills. Broken Vine Replacement was criticized by many spirit chi professionals who possessed plant-type fantasy breed phase. Moreover, fantasy breed phase did not have multiple options for exclusive skills like bronze grade phase did. But while this exclusive skill was useless to other vine species plant-type phase, it was a reward in this case. The perfect touch wisteria currently had 3 vines that had absorbed entities using Swallow Same Source. One had absorbed the dark gold snake scale, the other had absorbed the forever frozen frost iron, and the third had absorbed Begin Lady's intermediate fairy bloodline. Lin Yuan had decided to let the perfect touch wisteria absorb the sovereign metal spiritual ingredient forever frozen frost iron because he wanted to create an elemental reaction with the vine that had absorbed the dark gold snake scale and produce higher level damage. If the perfect touch wisteria's vines were destroyed, they could be regrown. However, after the special entities that had been absorbed were destroyed, the regrown vine would be no different from a regular vine. It could be said that Lin Yuan had been terrified that the vines that had absorbed special entities would be damaged. The sting would not be as painful if the vine that had absorbed the forever frozen frost iron and Begin Lady's bloodline were destroyed. It would not be difficult to obtain more of Begin Lady's bloodline. Thus, even if the vine that had absorbed it was destroyed, it could easily be made up for. Although Lin Yuan no longer had any of the forever frozen frost iron, he did have other sovereign metal spiritual ingredients. But if there were any issues with the vine that had absorbed the dark gold snake scale, Lin Yuan had no idea where he would go to find another one that the regrown vine could absorb. Once the perfect touch wisteria's vine absorbed a certain object, it could no longer absorb anything else. But now, with the new exclusive skill Broken Vine Replacement, Lin Yuan no longer had to worry about this. Unless the perfect touch wisteria's other 7 vines were destroyed as well, the vine that had absorbed the dark gold snake scale would always be preserved. Broken Vine Replacement increased the perfect touch wisteria's margin for error during combat. From a certain angle, it could be said that the perfect touch wisteria's defensive abilities had also been raised. Lin Yuan was not disappointed by the perfect touch wisteria's new exclusive skill. Although the Diamond X/Fantasy 3 Perfect Touch Wisteria was a plant-type fae, it already had a certain level of intelligence. Although Lin Yuan could not communicate simply with the perfect touch wisteria through spiritual energy, he could guess what the perfect touch wisteria was thinking. The perfect touch wisteria badly yearned to evolve once again. Lin Yuan smiled when he sensed what the perfect touch wisteria was thinking. He took out 2 diamond Fey storage boxes filled with the soldier ration radishes and dumped them all out. Next, he took out half the spirit chi crystals from the pile and crushed them using the hand of sand that the source sand had created. This slam crushed at least 14,000 spirit chi crystals. When the gust of spirit chi appeared, the perfect touch wisteria wasted no time repeating what it had done before and started to absorb the pure spirit chi and soldier ration radish sap at the same time. With such a boisterous injection of resources, the perfect touch wisteria's power skyrocketed. Suddenly, when the perfect touch wisteria's aura reached a certain threshold, an obsidian hole appeared in the sky. When Lin Yuan saw the obsidian hole, he knew that the perfect touch wisteria had used the ability forbidden growth to evolve the myth breed. The perfect touch wisteria was not Lin Yuan's first myth breed Fey. Lin Yuan's first myth breed Fey was Merciful Soul that he had obtained through special means. However, the perfect touch wisteria was the first Fey Lin Yuan contracted, who he had personally nurtured to myth breed. The perfect touch wisteria had evolved using concentrated spirit chi that not even Class 6 creation masters could produce. Since its appearance did not change much when it reached fantasy breed, it would transform wholly when it reached myth breed. Lin Yuan was greatly looking forward to this transformation. With the 3 treasures that the perfect touch wisteria's vines had already absorbed and the top-tier nurturing it received, it should be able to take on the world cleansing on its own. With this thought, Lin Yuan summoned Shadow. But he did not instruct it to help the perfect touch wisteria with its world cleansing like it did for the white-clothed followers phase. When Fays experienced the world cleansing, they mostly evoked flames, ice, and lightning. This was a rule that creation masters had discovered while they were nurturing Fays. The black hole above the perfect touch wisteria was brewing a snowstorm. Gray wind blew out from the black hole and was soon accompanied by clusters of frost. Because of the icy snow in the black hole, the temperature around the martial arts hall dropped. Lin Yuan looked at the swaying perfect touch wisteria and said seriously, "Perfect touch wisteria, try to handle the world cleansing on your own. If you can't handle it, hit the ground with the vine that absorbed Begin Lady's bloodline, and I'll immediately send Shadow over to help you." The perfect touch wisteria could not communicate with Lin Yuan but could sense the meaning behind Lin Yuan's words. In all the time that it had been nurtured by Lin Yuan, the perfect touch wisteria had never experienced combat. The perfect touch wisteria wanted to try its hand at combat so it could prove itself. At the instant that the white snow descended, the perfect touch wisteria swung its vine that had absorbed the dark gold snake scale at the snow. This was because the perfect touch wisteria's only method of attacking and defending was to use the vines. Secondly, the perfect touch wisteria had sensed the threat that the world cleansing posed. Eventually, a scene that Lin Yuan had not predicted appeared before his eyes. When the perfect touch wisteria attacked, solid vitality spurred the perfect touch wisteria's vines to extend. The vine that had a dark gold snake scale already had the form of a snake. As the perfect touch wisteria's power grew, the image of the snake became clearer. The snake scales on the snake-shaped vine were roused into action as dark gold flames shot into the sky and evaporated the white snow. None of the snow managed to touch the perfect touch wisteria's vines. When this scene unfolded, Lin Yuan had no idea if the world cleansing was testing the perfect touch wisteria or if it was the other way around. There was no chance for Shadow to step in at all. This scene shocked even Begin Lady. Begin Lady was a fairy who had experienced the heavens trial. It understood how tough the tests from nature were for Fays. Moreover, Begin Lady had absorbed Su Jian and Bai Dong's souls. As such, it was afraid of the tribulations Fays had to face when they evolved from fantasy breed to myth breed. Su Jian and Bai Dong had also thought about sending their Fays to experience the world cleansings and prove their Fays' powers. As long as one was a direct descendant from a veteran family, there would be stiff competition amongst those who were close in age. Bai Dong and Su Jian had been so anxious to prove themselves that their Fays had almost died at the hands of the world cleansings. Begin Lady sighed. What kind of Fey had Lin Yuan nurtured? After passing the world cleansing so easily, the perfect touch wisteria raised its 8 vines and intertwined them, forming 4 hearts for Lin Yuan in the sky. The perfect touch wisteria occasionally spent time in the spirit-lock spatial zone. When it saw Gray, Chimey, and the wind-speed rapid antelope playing together and molding the clouds into hearts, the perfect touch wisteria picked up the trick too. After the world cleansing came the world grace. While the perfect touch wisteria was forming hearts in the sky, the world grace descended. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Perfect touch wisteria, your chance to transform has come. Focus on absorbing the world grace. This is the turning point of your life." Lin Yuan not only looked forward to the perfect touch wisteria's transformation but also hoped that its power could increase rapidly. Plant-type phase did not have high intelligence when they were fantasy breed. Once they reached myth breed, their intelligence would shoot upwards. Although plant-type phase only changed into human form when they reached myth 3, they would have comparable intelligence to animal-type phase once they reached myth breed. The sound of Morbius chuckling appeared in Lin Yuan's head. "Partner, rather than hoping for the perfect touch wisteria to gain intelligence, you should be looking forward to what it'll look like when it changes into human form. You have so many spirit chi crystals, and you've already used at least 14,000 of them. The perfect touch wisteria will easily be able to evolve to myth 3. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard what Morbius said, but it did not take long for his lips to stretch into a wry smile. He had indeed been getting ahead of himself. Morbius checked on the perfect touch wisteria's condition before it said, "Partner, a fae like the perfect touch wisteria with a tough exterior and long vines doesn't have a gender. When it changes into human form, it will pick a gender according to its subconscious and personal wishes. I wonder what the perfect touch wisteria will end up choosing. Do you want to pick on its behalf?" Lin Yuan shook his head gently. When it came to evolving his phase and increasing his power, Lin Yuan always did everything he could to provide his phase with the best so they could have an easier time on their journeys. This was Lin Yuan's way of being responsible to his phase but also to himself. But when it came to matters such as picking genders, Lin Yuan was willing to leave the freedom of choice to his phase. He would not interfere with this aspect of his phase growth. Even if Lin Yuan truly had a choice that he was leaning toward, he would not enforce his proclivities on the perfect touch wisteria. When it heard what Lin Yuan said, the perfect touch wisteria started to focus on absorbing the world grace. Because of the world grace, the perfect touch wisteria started to expand wildly. In the blink of an eye, each one of the perfect touch wisteria's vines reached a length of 800 meters. It was considered a giant plant-type fae. However, the perfect touch wisteria was a vine species plant-type fae. If the perfect touch wisteria slammed any of its vines down on the ground, it would leave a deep crater and produce powerful quakes. The change in its size was only the beginning of the perfect touch wisteria's transformation. A large bundle of plants appeared at the center of the 8 vines. As the vines continuously absorbed the spirit chi and soldier ration radish sap, it started to grow rapidly. The appearance of the bundle of plants appeared to be covered by a thick wooden textured skin. The bundle seemed to be an added base for the perfect touch wisteria. As a vine species plant-type fae, the perfect touch wisteria's roots were not long. But with the appearance of this bundle of plants, the perfect touch wisteria could remain securely nailed to the ground. Numerous long wispy roots sprouted from the bundle of plants and pierced the ground. Several bitter gourd-shaped fruits appeared around where the wispy roots sprouted. The fruits were where the perfect touch wisteria stored its energy. It could absorb the fruits through the wispy roots to last longer during combat. This change fully made up for the perfect touch wisteria's weakness during terrestrial combat. The perfect touch wisteria's 8 vines were also covered with a tough wooden exterior. There were pleats on the surface of the vine that were unique to the exterior of vine species plants. These pleats were all lethal weapons during combat. Although the pleats did not appear large, one touch would be enough to realize that they were half a meter thick. While the perfect touch wisteria's vines were moving about, the pleats were no different from sturdy cleavers. When Lin Yuan thought that the perfect touch wisteria's transformation was complete and prepared to test out its new exclusive skill, a soft and coiled stem grew out from the strange bundle of plants. The stem was only around 2 to 3 meters tall and was fully eclipsed by the 8 vines. If Lin Yuan was not the perfect touch Wisteria's contractor, he would not be able to tell anything special from its appearance. After the stem grew out, the perfect touch Wisteria's transformation was complete. When he heard the perfect touch Wisteria communicating with him using spiritual energy, Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "Perfect touch Wisteria. Continue absorbing the rest of the spirit chi. I will provide you with more of the soldier ration radishes. Once you reach Myth 3, you'll be able to change into human form and communicate with me using your natural ornaments." After a few squeals of joy from the perfect touch Wisteria, it went back to absorbing the spirit chi. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan examined the new exclusive skill that the perfect touch Wisteria gained when it evolved to Myth Breed. The exclusive skill by the name of Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn caused Lin Yuan to purse his lips. But his pursed lips were also slightly upturned, an indication of his uncontrollable delight. The exclusive skill Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn would allow the energy within the perfect touch Wisteria's vines to gather at a certain spot in the vines. An illusionary spike consisting of energy would grow out from the spot where the energy was gathered. This exclusive skill gave the perfect touch Wisteria a technique to explosively use its energy. There was no question that the perfect touch Wisteria's nurturing direction involved allowing it to absorb the best entities through swallow same source. With such a method of nurturing, it was only natural that the perfect touch Wisteria would be able to roll grades to fight. But the perfect touch Wisteria could already roll grades to fight. But with Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn, it had gained an even stronger combat technique. Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn broke the perfect touch Wisteria's obstacle of only being able to use normal abilities. Lin Yuan found it difficult to imagine how powerful the perfect touch Wisteria would become when it used the vine that had absorbed the dark gold snake scale to shoot out the illusionary spikes. The advantages of Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn did not only come from it being able to release energy explosively but more so that the spikes were undetectable and could escape sensing. This meant that they would be difficult to dodge. In a battle between phase, energy exploding techniques had their drawbacks. After all, the amount of energy within a phase body was limited. The biggest fear that phase had when using exploding energy techniques was that they would miss their target. Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn had a high possibility of hitting its mark. While Lin Yuan was in the throes of happiness, the perfect touch Wisteria went through 2 more world cleansings and absorbed 2 more world graces. After absorbing 2 of the world graces, the perfect touch Wisteria expanded again. However, the stem that grew at the center of the perfect touch Wisteria did not change visibly even after absorbing 2 world graces. Lin Yuan thought, it looks like this stem will only grow again once the perfect touch Wisteria evolves to creation breed. There were very few flowering vine species plants. However, the flowers of flowering vine species phase were always the core of that vine species plant type phase. The perfect touch Wisteria was about to undergo the Myth 3 world cleansing. The perfect touch Wisteria continued to use the vine that had absorbed the dark gold snake scale to defend against the snow falling from the sky. After the perfect touch Wisteria absorbed the last world grace, its enormous body shimmered and turned illusionary. The burgeoning vitality sounded like rushing water. When the dark green wood elemental energy transpired, the bitter scent of vine species phase permeated the entire martial arts hall. Finally, the massive perfect touch Wisteria turned into a girl who was around 1.75 meters tall and wearing a dark green dress. The human who the perfect touch Wisteria transformed into was not considered beautiful amongst the phase in human form who Lin Yuan had encountered in the past. Still, she had a charming and languid aura hanging off of her. With its aura, the perfect touch Wisteria had a certain elegance in human form. The perfect touch Wisteria gently lifted its hand, dipped its slender green nail polish-tipped fingers into the illusionary figure, and pulled out a long dark green whip. The perfect touch Wisteria gently twisted the long whip around its waist. With the long whip pulling at its dress, the perfect touch Wisteria appeared even more charming than before. It could be said that the perfect touch Wisteria's human form was that of a beautiful and charming mature lady. Its features were not overly dainty, and its aura raised its beauty even higher. The perfect touch wisteria was not done absorbing all of the spirit chi in the surroundings. Since the perfect touch wisteria still needed to absorb the spirit chi, the losses would be incalculable if the spirit chi dissipated. Lin Yuan was able to obtain a large amount of spirit chi crystals when he nurtured the white-clothed followers. However, spirit chi crystals were still very precious, and it would not do to waste any of them. Hence, even after changing into human form, the perfect touch wisteria could only wave at Lin Yuan from a distance. Lin Yuan once again heard the perfect touch wisteria's excited voice. "Yuan, am I pretty?" Lin Yuan could not help but slap his forehead when he heard this. Oh God! The perfect touch wisteria's image and voice are worlds apart. The creature in front of him appeared to be a charming lady, but the way it spoke did not match its exterior in the slightest. If the perfect touch wisteria said such a thing to the enemy during combat, the jarring juxtaposition could end up distracting the enemy. If an expert even blinked during combat, they could end up having the tables turned on them. Lin Yuan came to understand this during the fight between the Goddess of Mercy and Fifth Page Truth. If Fifth Page Truth had used the Divine Order Evil Fetus from the beginning, the Goddess of Mercy and Begin Lady's joint attacks would not have crushed him to such a degree. Under the barrage of attacks from the Goddess of Mercy, Fifth Page Truth had absolutely no opportunity to use the Divine Order Evil Fetus. If Fifth Page Truth could have found a way to distract the Goddess of Mercy, the ending could have been different. The perfect touch wisteria continued to absorb spirit chi as it extended a tentacle out from beneath its dress to drain the soldier ration radish's sap as well. It could be said that Lin Yuan had raised the perfect touch wisteria. It could receive as many resources as it wanted from him. All it needed to do was concentrate on absorbing them all. As a result, the perfect touch wisteria was now very reliant on him. At that moment, the perfect touch wisteria was dying for Lin Yuan's response. Lin Yuan looked into the perfect touch wisteria's expectant eyes and said with a smile, "You look good, but the most important thing for you to do is to concentrate on absorbing spirit chi. I will provide you with more spirit chi crystals. As for how far you'll make it, that is all on you." Lin Yuan set aside around 2,000 spirit chi crystals before crushing the rest. He could not use all of the spirit chi crystals on the perfect touch wisteria. He had to keep some of them for emergencies. Given that they were to be the gunpowder for Universe's combat system, it went without saying that there could not be a lack of spirit chi crystals. A thought entered the perfect touch wisteria's mind when it sensed the sea of pure spirit chi. Yuan is much too nice to me. While the perfect touch wisteria absorbed pure spirit chi and prepared to make a bid for creation breed, Lin Yuan sensed a pang of urgency from the sacred sword-wielding queen. Ever since Lin Yuan instructed Begin Lady to capture the pinnacle 10 stars law staff, the sacred sword-wielding queen had been yearning to absorb the energy within the law staff. Lin Yuan had been unconscious for 15 days. The sacred sword-wielding queen had long felt starved. The sacred sword-wielding queen had the biggest appetite out of all of Lin Yuan's phase, source-type lifeforms, and sacred source lifeforms. After days of being tempted by the law staff and being unable to get its hands on it, the sacred sword-wielding queen was miserable. Now, not even immortal bodies appealed to it. Lin Yuan hurriedly started to soothe the sacred sword-wielding queen. "Once the perfect touch wisteria's evolution is complete, it'll be your turn. There's no need to rush." The sacred sword-wielding queen muttered, "I'm not really in a rush. It's just that by increasing my stars, I'll be able to absorb world crystals and immortal bodies quicker. Previously, I did not dare to try to absorb the eternal heart because I was afraid that I would not be done with it even after half a year had passed. Once I reach 6 stars, I can start trying to absorb the eternal heart. Master, do you know how powerful the sword skills can be once they've been boosted by the illusionary immortal bodies in my storage?" Lin Yuan could not help but smile crookedly. That brat was afraid that he was not on the ball and tried to use its abilities to tempt him. Ever since the sacred sword-wielding queen evolved to 4 stars, the queen and sacred sword forms both gained new abilities. Lin Yuan had not used any of the sacred sword-wielding queen's new abilities during his clash against the Freedom Federation envoy group. This was because there had been no illusionary immortal bodies in the sacred sword-wielding queen's storage at the time, and he would definitely have attracted attention from the Freedom Federation's royalty if he had used them. If he still had other means of defeating his enemies, Lin Yuan did not want to raise suspicion about Morbius because he had exposed how special the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen was. If he had used the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen's new abilities, he would not have had to use as much effort to defeat Qian Yu or Luo. Enough. The perfect touch Wisteria's evolution will be complete in another 3 hours. At that time, I'll return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone immediately so you can begin absorbing the Law Staff's energy. While Lin Yuan was speaking with the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen in his mind, the trial of world creation had started to form. Lin Yuan had personally witnessed how helpless Endless Summer had been in the face of the trial of world creation. When it came to plant-type phase, Endless Summer's talent and foundation were definitely not considered weak. Even the uncontracted phase in the wild knew to huddle together or seek help from stronger phase in order to overcome the trial of world creation. Lin Yuan once heard the Moon Empress remark that only 1/10 of the Myth 3 phase in the world could survive the trial of world creation. The number was only this high when human help was taken into consideration. Since Lin Yuan had gotten a head start in life, he always viewed this world with a survivorship bias. The real world of spirit chi professionals could absolutely be described as bloody and merciless. Amongst the 1/10 who were lucky enough to survive the trial of world creation, only 1 out of 10,000 managed the feat on its own. A fae like that could easily reach Immortal. Presently, Lin Yuan did not require the perfect touch Wisteria to prove itself by overcoming the trial of world creation. This was because the perfect touch Wisteria would need some time to recover if it ended up injured. Furthermore, the perfect touch Wisteria was different from regular phase as it only needed pure spirit chi and vitality. Lin Yuan did not even need to provide it with world crystals and law crystals. Hence, technically, as long as Lin Yuan was willing to nurture the perfect touch Wisteria, he could increase its power to indefinite levels. With the ability Forbidden Growth, there was no concern of it being blocked by a limit. Lin Yuan said, "Shadow, go and help the perfect touch Wisteria take on the trial of world creation, so it can absorb the creation world ley lines without worries." Shadow made a noise of agreement before transforming into a black shadow attached to the perfect touch Wisteria. With Shadow's help, everything would go smoothly. Soon, the perfect touch Wisteria evolved from myth breed to creation breed. The vine-shaped law rune that was overflowing with vitality that had previously been in the perfect touch Wisteria's body transformed into a law world. The creation world ley line fell into the world of laws next to the perfect touch Wisteria. As a result of this, the perfect touch Wisteria's law world slowly became more solid and complete. 5 creation world ley lines entered the world next to the perfect touch Wisteria. The perfect touch Wisteria had absorbed all of the pure spirit chi. While the perfect touch Wisteria was increasing its power, the dried soldier ration radishes eventually piled up to 3 50-meter-tall mounds. When the perfect touch Wisteria was done absorbing the spirit chi, Lin Yuan used true data to check on it. Fae name: Perfect Touch Wisteria, Fae species. Strong Armor Wisteria species / Long Wisteria species. Fae grade: Sovereign, 2 out of 10. Fae type: Wood. Fae quality: Creation V. Abilities: Forbidden Growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it would be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Exclusive skill: Swallow Same Source. Every vine will have the same grade and quality, but they can be separated to act as individual entities. Every vine can consume something and take control of its attributes. The swallowed entity cannot be spat out, but an even higher level item can replace it. Once it gains attributes, the vine cannot be separated again. Broken vine replacement. When a vine is destroyed during combat, another vine can be picked to take on the damage instead to save the first vine. Energy gather illusionary thorn. The energy within the vines can be gathered at a certain spot. An illusionary thorn composed of energy will sprout from this spot. The illusionary thorn will be undetectable. Tactile vine wood world. All of the wood-type energy and vitality stored within the vines will be released. The wood-type energy and vitality will transform into a large number of vines. The vines will intertwine and form a world of vines. The main body will fuse with this world to attack targets. Before the wooden world is broken, all the damage sustained by the main body will be reduced and shouldered by the wooden world. Lin Yuan saw that the perfect touch wisteria had gained a new exclusive skill named Tactile Vine Wood World when it evolved to Creation Breed. Tactile Vine Wood World would cause the perfect touch wisteria to use up all of the wood-type energy in its body to create a world of vines. Furthermore, the perfect touch wisteria could even fuse itself with the vine world and attack the target as it pleased. Since it could move as it pleased and attack however it wanted, it would be even more difficult to sense the attacks of energy gather illusionary thorn. More importantly, the vine world could reduce the damage the perfect touch wisteria sustained. If the perfect touch wisteria was sustaining too much damage, the vine world shouldered the damage. Before the wooden world broke, the perfect touch wisteria would not have to worry about suffering a deadly attack. Tactile Vine Wood World increased the perfect touch wisteria's defensive abilities. The perfect touch wisteria would be Lin Yuan's strongest soldier. Whether it was attack or defense, the perfect touch wisteria was outstanding. As he looked at the perfect touch wisteria grinning at him, Lin Yuan thought, if the perfect touch wisteria's elite ability peak sturdiness did not use up so much spirit chi and vitality, it might even be able to reach Immortal. However, Lin Yuan cared more about the perfect touch wisteria's real power rather than its grade. Thus, Lin Yuan felt that using up all that spirit chi and vitality was worth it. Lin Yuan looked at the perfect touch wisteria and said, I'm going to call you Green Vine from now on. You only just transformed into human form and have yet to leave the spirit lock spatial zone. Let me introduce you to a few friends and get a taste of human delicacies. Lin Yuan remembered how complimentary Endless Summer had been about Lu Jie's food. When Endless Summer was in human form, it ate daintily but had just as big of an appetite as the mother of Bloodbath. When Greenvine heard what Lin Yuan said, it patted its back and said happily, Wow! I can finally leave that place. I want to stay with you from now on. Don't worry. I'll adapt to the human world very soon. Lin Yuan looked at the innocent expression on Greenvine's elegant face and thought darkly, the human world is very complicated. You better not become infected and start to rot. It was fine to have a greedy monster like the mother of Bloodbath. If Greenvine turned itself into a Christmas tree like Endless Summer had done, Lin Yuan would not be able to keep it by his side at all times, no matter how kind he was. Not only would Lin Yuan be unable to keep Greenvine by his side, but he would also be unwilling to let it out of the spirit lock spatial zone too often. After all, Lin Yuan could not be too outlandish when he did most of his tasks. If Greenvine dressed itself to the nines and ended up looking like a Christmas tree, it would immediately attract eyes no matter where it went. At first, Lin Yuan had more to say to Greenvine, but he heard the sacred sword-wielding queen rushing him, and he knew that it could not wait any longer. If he made it wait any longer, the sacred sword-wielding queen would start to throw a tantrum like an unruly child. Not many people were in the martial arts hall, and Jin Qianxuan had forbidden anyone from entering. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to return to the spirit lock spatial zone from the martial arts hall to increase the sacred sword-wielding queen stars. Begin Lady gazed at Greenvine for some time. Greenvine was not a plant-type fae with the sacred wood bloodline, but it had absorbed Begin Lady's bloodline power. Thus, Begin Lady felt a certain closeness to Greenvine. Lin Yuan, Greenvine's future is boundless. If you need more spirit chi crystals, it will be easy for Greenvine to awaken its birth horoscope and start walking down heaven's path. Greenvine's direction involves continuously accumulating energy. This direction can be carried out anywhere. In its words, Begin Lady's feelings for Greenvine leaked out. Begin Lady had only managed to pass the heavens trial with Lin Yuan's help. But in the hundreds to thousands of years before that, Begin Lady only had itself to rely on. It had created Little Peach to communicate with the outside world. If it had met someone as gentle as Lin Yuan from the beginning, its path would not have been as difficult as it had been. After Begin Lady was done lamenting, it remembered what Lin Yuan had asked it to do. Its eyes glinted. Lin Yuan, two people tried to use special means to spy on the martial arts hall from the outside. I crushed their heads using my spiritual energy. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he thought, luckily, I told Begin Lady to keep watch. Otherwise, outsiders would have discovered the existence of Green Vine and the Spirit Chi crystals. For there to still be spies even after his warning to Jin Qianxuan, there could only be two possibilities. The first possibility was that Jin Qianxuan's scheming side had gotten the better of him. There was no way that Jin Qianxuan would betray Lin Yuan because of their contract. But Lin Yuan did not like his subordinates to be overly scheming. The second possibility was that Jin Qianxuan had not taken full control of the imperial court and that those under him were extremely curious about Lin Yuan. Regardless of the reason, Lin Yuan intended to get an explanation from Jin Qianxuan after he was done, increasing the sacred sword-wielding Queen Stars. This martial arts hall was inside the Great Lush Federation's imperial court. After spotting the two crushed heads and putting the pieces together, Jin Qianxuan had to be beside himself with anxiousness. Lin Yuan's guess was right. After receiving the report that two Imperial Guards' heads had been crushed for some unknown reason, Jin Qianxuan jumped up from the throne and erupted with panic. There were a total of 30 King-class experts and 5 Emperor-class experts standing guard outside the martial arts hall. The heads that were crushed belonged to 2 Emperor-class experts. Currently, the Great Lush Federation's imperial court was lacking in strong defensive power. Lin Yuan was the only person who could have killed the 2 Emperor-class experts without so much as rustling a leaf. For him to have attacked, it meant that the 2 Emperor-class experts had tried to spy on what was happening within the martial arts hall. Jin Qianxuan had instructed with emphasis before he left that these people were only to guard the area and not try to peek into what was happening within the martial arts hall. Jin Qianxuan had been trying to strengthen his connection to Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan's attitude toward him was not overly warm. Compared to Jin Qianxuan, Lin Yuan was more invested in the development of the entire Great Lush Federation. Jin Qianxuan did not know what he would do if Lin Yuan became displeased with him over this matter. With that thought, a bead of cold sweat dripped down Jin Qianxuan's brow and slid down his chin. His fear and panic soon morphed into fury. He slammed his hand down on the table and bellowed at the servant who had reported the situation to him. "Go and investigate. Find out which aristocratic families those 2 imperial guards came from. Just how ignorant and evil do they have to be? How dare they play such dishonest tricks after swearing their loyalties to me? If that's the case, let me show you how fearsome I can be." Jin Qianxuan had essentially been cheated by the people who had sworn their loyalties to him. There was no way he could take such an affront lying down. Although the leaders of the secret aristocratic families had sworn their loyalties to him under duress, they had been procrastinating severely in all the tasks he had assigned. That, in itself, had already displeased Jin Qianxuan greatly. Everything that had happened was like a sparked piece of kindle that set off the flames of Jin Qianxuan's anger. All of the servants in the imperial court had been chosen from amongst the Jin family's direct descendants. Jin Qianxuan subscribed to nepotism. After all, it would always be easier to make use of and interact with one's own family members. The servant who had reported the situation could be considered Jin Qianxuan's nephew. This servant had always seen Jin Qianxuan as kind and mild-mannered. He had never seen Jin Qianxuan get this angry. This servant immediately realized the severity of the matter and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I'll go and investigate immediately. Once I'm done, I'll tell the heads of their factions to come and see you." Jin Qianxuan sniffed angrily. "Scatter lighted coals all over the imperial court steps and make the 2 of them walk over it. Remember to use silver bamboo charcoal." Jin Che sucked in a cold breath. There were a total of 365 stairs to reach the imperial court. Even if one was an emperor class, one would definitely end up seriously injured by the time one got to the main palace unless spirit chi was employed for protection. Moreover, it would not be regular charcoal that would be scattered on the stairs but the silver bamboo charcoal. The aristocrats used silver bamboo charcoal to obtain warmth during winter. Many districts in the Great Lush Federation were close to the sea. The marine cities were not any warmer than the Iron Hammer Federation during winter. Silver bamboo charcoal was the pick of the aristocrats because it did not produce smoke when it burned and could also be burned for a long time. Additionally, it could reach extremely high temperatures. Even a Thearch-class expert would end up with all the flesh below their knees burnt to a wreck by the time they reached the main palace. When Jin Qianxuan saw that the servant did not immediately leave to do what he had commanded, he roared, "Jin Che, do you not want to work anymore?" Jin Che was instantly startled back to his senses. He hastily apologized and scurried off to do what Jin Qianxuan had ordered. Jin Qianxuan was being this strict because he wanted to establish his might as well as express his loyalty to Lin Yuan. Since he had not done well in the task that Lin Yuan had given him, he needed to put on the right attitude at the very least. Just as the servant was about to walk out of the main palace, a bright and pleasant female voice said, "Wait, Uncle Jin, if you're just trying to explain to Lord Lin Yuan, you're right to do this. But if you want to establish your might, you're lacking in strength a little. Currently, more than 80% of the secret aristocratic families are unwilling to submit to you. Why don't you have the two family leaders bring everyone in their families besides their servants to the main palace so they can all receive your punishment? Once these two aristocratic families are punished, I'm sure the others will learn their place." Bai Qinghuan's words shocked everyone within the palace. The servants did not know Bai Qinghuan well, but they knew that Jin Qianxuan was very amicable toward her. To a certain extent, she had the power to influence his decisions. After a few days of interacting with her, Jin Qianxuan and Wang Baochuan realized that she had a very good eye for strategy and spoke with feminine slyness that often rendered one speechless. However, neither of them had expected her to be so cruel in her actions. Bai Qinghuan's heartlessness had exceeded both Wang Baochuan and Jin Qianxuan's expectations. It would be a struggle for even Thearch-class experts to make it up the stairs covered by the silver bamboo charcoal. Even a Thearch-class expert would be reduced to a pile of ashes before he reached the main palace. However, Wang Baochuan and Jin Qianxuan thought about it from a different angle. It was true that one needed to be made of stone in order to express one's might. The best way to secure control of the Great Lush Federation would be to be merciless at times like this. Jin Qianxuan said to Jin Che in a low voice, "Go and send 50 imperial servants to carry this out. Don't forget that all of them have to come from different aristocratic families." Jin Che's body trembled as he left to carry out Jin Qianxuan's order. Bai Qinghuan's smile had not left her face at all. In fact, her smile became broader after she made her suggestion. Jin Qianxuan had not been the only one who was holding back these past few days. Bai Qinghuan had also been stewing in anger. The Great Lush Federation appeared to be calm, and Jin Qianxuan's claim to the throne was secure. However, the members of the secret aristocratic families always procrastinated when it came to doing the tasks that Jin Qianxuan had given them. Although Lin Yuan had acknowledged Bai Qinghuan, she still had not made any significant contributions. But now her chance was finally here. After Lin Yuan returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Green Vine immediately started to look around the area as though it was a tourist at an attraction. It did not take long for it to start playing with Universe, the Windspeed Rapid Antelope, Gray, and Chimey. Green Vine had been growing in the Spirit Lock spatial zone previously and was well acquainted with Universe, Chimey, Gray, the Windspeed Rapid Antelope, Genius, and Purple Afterglow. Previously, Chimey and the Windspeed Rapid Antelope had avoided Green Vine because it was unable to retract its dark gold flames. Now that Green Vine was in human form, it could retract its aura and would not affect anyone around it. At that moment, Morbius' figure appeared next to Lin Yuan. Besides Lin Yuan, not even Begin Lady could see Morbius. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned for a moment before he shook his head gently. "So far, the only healing type Fae I've contracted is the Jasmine Lily. When it comes to attack, defense, healing, and control, the one I lack the most is healing. Thus, even if I were to make a choice now, I would still go with the Jasmine Lily and not Green Vine. As long as Green Vine's grade can be raised, it can make up for its lack of abilities by gaining more exclusive skills. Previously, I assumed that the stem would start to grow quickly once Green Vine reached Creation Breed. Yet, the stem still looks the same as when Green Vine was Myth Breed. Flowers will only grow from the stem when Green Vine reaches Immortal." Morbius nodded in agreement. Once Green Vine produced flowers, it would truly become the cream of the crop of vine species phase. After Begin Lady entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, it picked up the 10 Stars Law Staff again. The law staff had always been under Begin Lady's care. Although the law staff was almost no different from dead now that fifth page Truth had died, it would not be easy for the 4 stars sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb the energy within it. Begin Lady needed to keep the law staff fully restrained and puncture a hole at the core of its energy. This would make it convenient for the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb the energy within it. The sacred sword-wielding queen looked exactly like a homeless vagrant who had been starving for 7 to 8 days. Meanwhile, Begin Lady was a chef who took its own sweet time. The sacred sword-wielding queen was already drooling within Lin Yuan's soul. He hurriedly summoned it out for fear of his soul ending up drenched in the sacred sword-wielding queen's saliva. After the sacred sword-wielding queen evolved to 4 stars, its appearance had changed completely. There were 2 main reasons for the change. The first reason was that the sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed Shark On's immortal body. Shark On had been a pinnacle immortal fae that was both water and blood type. Thus, it greatly impacted the sacred sword-wielding queen's type. Previously, the sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed more water-type law and world crystals. Hence, its main type was water. There was an immeasurable amount of willpowers, laws, and energy within an immortal body. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen had not absorbed many blood-type law and world crystals, the second most dominant type in the sacred sword-wielding queen's body was blood type. There was an ocean on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. But instead of being blue, it was a stretch of blood instead. When the sacred sword-wielding queen's blood-colored skirt billowed in the wind, the figures of various ferocious sea beasts could be seen within the ocean of blood. There was a giant whale swimming about in the ocean of blood that occasionally spurted out a pillar of blood from the surface of the ocean. It added a terrifying and wild aura to the ocean of blood. If one took a closer look at the ocean of blood, one would see the eerie outline of a shark below the whale. The whale was only about the size of this shark's fin. The shark seemed to be releasing unending malice and terror. There was a light green snow pine on the shore of the ocean. It was as though it had shrunk and was very short after being exposed to water. A black crow was resting on the boughs of the snow pine as it dispersed fear throughout the other lifeforms. The giant rainbow-colored python had long given up on taking on the black crow and had been chased to the grassland in the distance. A giant silver turtle that resembled a small mountain was resting on the shore. This giant silver turtle had no earthly desires and had become a playground for many of the lifeforms. A giant Pegasus in the sky was flapping its wings repeatedly. The image of a warrior goddess could occasionally be seen on the Pegasus' back. When one took a closer look, one would notice that the warrior goddess image changed into 13 different forms. There was a large bat with 9 thorns behind the Pegasus. The bat was hunting the Pegasus down. The 9 spikes on its tail created gusts of wind that boosted its speed. There was a smaller bat with an aura of death and dreams behind the large bat. It stuck close to the large bat as though it was an obedient puppy. A yellow land dragon was slamming its tail on the ground. It had the opposite temperament to the giant turtle. No lifeforms dared to get close to the violent dragon. It could be said that from all angles, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt appeared to be a detailed and intricate painting of mystery. Besides the changes to the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, a glass display case also appeared behind the sacred sword-wielding queen's body. The display case was crafted to perfection. The same patterns on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt appeared on the display case. A figurine lined up on the display case seemed to be in an illusionary state. The figurine did not have a human form. Rather, it had the form of an immortal fae that had activated its immortal bodies. Lin Yuan knew that the only figurine in the display case came from Shark On's immortal body after the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed it. The sacred sword-wielding queen spent most of its time consuming Shark On's immortal body. During the time that Lin Yuan was unconscious, the sacred sword-wielding queen was finally done with absorbing Shark On's immortal body. Lin Yuan took a look at the sacred sword-wielding queen's true data. Sacred source name: Sacred sword-wielding queen, sacred source species. Source genus/sacred source species, sacred source star grade, 6 stars. Sacred source type: water, main/mixed. Abilities: queen form: 1. Queen's Skirt Hem. Able to absorb the willpower runes from the bodies of dead phase or source-type items. The willpower runes or law runes from myth breed phase law crystals will be carved on the Queen's skirt. The law crystals which have their laws absorbed will become law crystals that possess pure law power. 2. Queen's Treasure Vault. The energy core of life forms, such as immortal bodies and eternal hearts, will become the energy will be stored in the Queen's Treasure Vault. The Treasure Vault will distill the energy within the energy cores into illusionary immortal bodies that contain the phase abilities when it was still alive and unclean materials. The illusionary immortal bodies can become sword spirits that can be applied to sword skills. Illusionary immortal body, Emperor Spike Demon Shark, an illusionary body of both blood and water type. It is affiliated with blood and water type sword skills. When it is applied to a sword skill as a sword spirit, inverse blood effects will be produced. Sacred Sword Form: 1. Blade of Sacred Sword. When the spirit chi in the body is depleted, the blade will pierce the skirt hem to unleash all the laws and willpower stored within. Sword Skill: Dark Death World Night Crow Wither Attack. Sword Skill: Vast Water World Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale. 2. Sacred Sword's Hilt. When the sword hilt is knocked against the crown, spirit chi can be used up to choose a sword skill. The other sword skills, willpowers, and laws can be sacrificed to fuse with the chosen sword skill. After the fusion, the sacrificed sword skills, willpowers, and laws will be gone. The sacred sword-wielding queen had transformed from the child stage to the adolescent stage. The Grace Queen had gained the ability called Queen's Treasure Vault. Apparently, the illusionary immortal bodies were the collectibles that were to be stored within the Queen's Treasure Vault. The ability to clean the immortal bodies was similar to that of purifying the law and world crystals. They could be given to immortal breed phase to help them break through their power. The Queen's Treasure Vault allowed Lin Yuan to understand the fundamentals of the sacred sword-wielding Queen's Queen form. The Grace Queen was a production-type sacred source life form, and its abilities had been perfectly preserved. Before the sacred sword-wielding queen had evolved from 3 stars to 4 stars, the sacred sword-wielding queen could not absorb law crystals, world crystals, law source crystals, and world source crystals while it was absorbing an immortal body. But the sacred sword-wielding queen could use more than just its skirt to absorb the immortal bodies and eternal hearts. The Queen's Treasure Vault and sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt were both unique entities. Both of them could commence absorption simultaneously. This had fundamentally increased the sacred sword-wielding queen's production quantity. Furthermore, the illusionary immortal bodies could turn into sword spirits that boosted sword skills. In order to use the illusionary immortal bodies to boost sword skills, they both had to share the same type. Otherwise, there could be negative impacts instead. The illusionary immortal bodies were the energy cores of immortal phase. When Lin Yuan activated or boosted the sword skills, he could even pose a threat to creation breed phase. This was enough to push Lin Yuan up and out of the league of the younger generation. He was now at a level that the younger generation could only aspire to reach. However, using an illusionary immortal body came with a price as well. Each time Lin Yuan used one, he would have to use up all of the energy within it. It would take the illusionary immortal body at least 3 months to recover. In the past, Lin Yuan would have been disappointed if he saw this ability that needed such a long recovery time after every use. After all, Lin Yuan had gained multiple immortal bodies on this trip to the Startling Lines continent. He had even gained a few of the eternal hearts. Lin Yuan intended to store all of the immortal bodies and eternal hearts in the Queen's Treasure Vault, where the sacred sword-wielding queen could slowly absorb them. Once a sizable number of the illusionary immortal bodies and eternal heart figurines had been accumulated, it would be easier for Lin Yuan to use the sword spirits to boost the sword skills. There was less that he would have to worry about. Many of Lin Yuan's friends in his previous life had the hobby of collecting figurines. Lin Yuan had envied those friends. But now he had a display case for his own collectibles. However, it was not plastic models that would be lined up in the display case but items that came from the energy cores of top life forms. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the sacred sword-wielding Queen's form's ability. However, the sword form's ability caused Lin Yuan to grimace. After the ability Blade of Sacred Sword, another skill named Sacred Sword's Hilt had appeared. The ability Sacred Sword's Hilt would allow Lin Yuan to pick a sword skill and sacrifice other sword skills, willpowers, and laws in order to boost the chosen sword skill. This would essentially combine 2 or more sword skills. The sword spirits could also boost the combined sword skills. This further raised Lin Yuan's combat capabilities. However, the price of this combat technique was much too heavy. The sword skills, willpowers, and laws would all become the currency that was paid in order to activate the ability. Lin Yuan had never imagined that such an overpowering ability could exist in this world. The ability was now the final safety net that Lin Yuan put in place for himself. There was no way he would make use of T unless he was in real danger of dying. If he truly ended up on the precipice of death, any cost would be worth it in order to save his life. Every sword skill had its own unique ability. After many sword skills were combined, a stacked effect would be produced. The choice of world crystals and immortal bodies that Lin Yuan had the sacred sword-wielding queen absorb was random. But from now on, he was going to change this. Even if Lin Yuan did not use the sword form's second skill Sacred Sword's Hilt, he needed to consider matching the sword skills with the sword spirits. For example, Lin Yuan had obtained Shark On's illusionary immortal body. Shark On's illusionary immortal body was both water and blood type. When Lin Yuan combined water and blood type laws, the sword spirit from Shark On's illusionary immortal body would definitely be able to make a big splash. From now on, Lin Yuan intended to properly match the sword skills with illusionary immortal bodies to prepare for any situation that called for them. Lin Yuan had just finished checking on the sacred sword-wielding queen's data and was lamenting how difficult it was to raise when Begin Lady said in a stern voice, "I have already used the power of the spirit fire to completely shackle the law staff. The law staff is currently struggling with all its might. The shackles will only be able to last 15 minutes at the most. After that, the already weak law staff will be burned to death by the spirit fire. Try your best to have your sacred source life form absorb the law staff's source power before that happens." Begin Lady pointed at the upper part of the staff that was half skeletonized. The center of the bone shattered. The 10 Stars law staff immediately started to retaliate violently against the attack. However, all of its struggles were futile. The sacred sword-wielding queen had been craving the law staff for a long time. Since Begin Lady was guaranteeing its safety, and that it only had 15 minutes to absorb the law staff's energy, the sacred sword-wielding queen bent over and attached its mouth over the center of the law staff before it started to drink with delight. When Lin Yuan saw what the sacred sword-wielding queen did, the word zombie popped into his head. As happy as the sacred sword-wielding queen was, the law staff was in ruins. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the sacred sword-wielding queen's aura was slowly becoming stronger. A short 5 minutes later, the sacred sword-wielding queen evolved from 4 stars to 5 stars. God knew how much effort Lin Yuan had put into nurturing the 4 stars sacred source life form. The past few months of selfless contributions did not help the sacred sword-wielding queen as much as sucking the law staff's energy for 5 minutes did. But this was just the beginning. The 5 stars sacred sword-wielding queen's aura started to climb again. 7 minutes later, the sacred sword-wielding queen skyrocketed to 6 stars. Lin Yuan clenched his fists tightly. If the sacred sword-wielding queen had not absorbed all of the law staff's energy, it would be lucky to reach 5 stars or even 6 stars by the time the major Federation meeting rolled around. But now, Lin Yuan only needed to put in a little more effort, and the sacred sword-wielding queen would definitely be able to reach 7 stars within the next 2 years and gain a new ability as well. This would allow Lin Yuan to have more secret weapons at hand at the major Federation meeting. Although there were still 3 minutes left before the law staff was killed by the spirit fire, the sacred sword-wielding queen was done draining all of the law staff's vitality after only another minute. As such, the law staff was reduced to a dead body. The sacred sword-wielding queen had a dissatisfied expression as it put down the law staff's body and said happily, "Master, I can now gobble down treats much quicker than in the past." While the sacred sword-wielding queen spoke, it did some careful calculations. A moment later, it reached out its hand and held up 4 fingers to Lin Yuan, saying, "I'm at least 40% faster now." Lin Yuan thought, "It looks like the sacred sword-wielding queen is able to absorb law crystals, world crystals, law source crystals, world source crystals, immortal bodies, eternal hearts, and the like 20% faster each time it gains a star." This speed had clearly exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. He was more than satisfied. Now that Lin Yuan was done evolving the sacred sword-wielding queen, he did some thinking. He took out Eternal Aurora Broken Knight Fox's eternal heart that he had obtained from killing the Truth Association's envoy. The Aurora Broken Knight Fox was one of the rare healing-type eternal breed phase that had both light and dark type. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the sacred Cure White Deer's world crystal, it gained the sword skill attack of the forest-turned deer that was both light and wood type. Although the light type was much weaker than the wood type, it could be boosted by the sword spirit from the Aurora Broken Knight Fox's eternal heart. Lin Yuan had unlocked the Jasmine Lily's abilities but was still comparatively weak when it came to healing. Presently, Lin Yuan wanted to gain a secret weapon that could boost healing abilities. When Begin Lady saw the Aurora Broken Knight Fox's eternal heart, it said, "Lin Yuan, do you remember the Blood Claw Charging Wolf that I took control of? You wanted the Blood Claw Charging Wolf to become the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's puppet. I think that it would be a better choice to extract the Blood Claw Charging Wolf's immortal body. The Blood Claw Charging Wolf is one of the rare phase with 4 types. Dark, blood, gold, and wind are all types with extremely strong combat connotations. It is much more precious than the immortal bodies of other phase. Begin Lady was not a creation master but had set its spirit fire alight. Thus, it could still sense the sacred sword-wielding queen's abilities to a certain extent. Since Lin Yuan had brought Begin Lady into the spirit lock spatial zone, it meant that he had no intention of hiding anything from it apart from Morbius. Begin Lady's words caused Lin Yuan's eyes to light up. It was true that the Blood Claw Charging Wolf was an outstanding choice. Firstly, the Blood Claw Charging Wolf was Sovereign X/Immortal 8. At this level, its immortal body could provide almost as much of a boost as an Immortal 9 Fey. Moreover, out of the sword skills that Lin Yuan currently had, there were 3 that could match up with the Blood Claw Charging Wolf's types. Thus, Lin Yuan would have many choices of sword skills to pick from to use the Blood Claw Charging Wolf sword spirit on. The more sword skills were combined, the stronger the effect would be. Previously, when Lin Yuan instructed the source-type power to evolve the law power, there was even the chance to transform the law power into law worlds. Lin Yuan was not going to do this in the future because it would not be difficult to obtain world crystals. There was no need for Lin Yuan to use up the source-type power. But now, Lin Yuan could use source-type power to further evolve the level of the Blood Claw Charging Wolf's immortal body. Since he meant for it to be his secret weapon, he could accept spending a little more. Lin Yuan said, "Begin Lady, you mentioned that the Blood Claw Charging Wolf was feral, and that it has been making so much noise in its prison of water that you haven't been able to rest properly. Why don't we put an end to its misery now?" After Lin Yuan placed the Blood Claw Charging Wolf's immortal body inside the Queen's treasure vault, he had reached a checkpoint with the evolving of his phase powers. Lin Yuan's power had already transformed completely in the short span of a few tens of minutes. Begin Lady picked up the law staff's body with the intention of turning it into a precious instrument once Purple Love brought over the spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan returned to the martial arts hall on his own. After leaving the spirit lock spatial zone, he was surrounded by green vines. The perfect touch Wisteria liked the name Green Vine. When it was in the spirit lock spatial zone, it had mentioned its name to Chimey, Gray, the Windspeed Rapid Antelope, and Universe more than once. The Windspeed Rapid Antelope had not thought much of it, but Universe had been floored and insisted that Lin Yuan name it as well. After ruminating for a moment, Lin Yuan decided to give another name to Universe, Sky Sea. Universe was born to live in both the sky and sea. In his previous life, Lin Yuan heard the legend of the Kraken, which was unimaginably gigantic. Lin Yuan hoped that when Universe took to the sky and started to increase its power, a rumor in the main world would spread about how astonishingly colossal it was. Even when Green Vine was not speaking, its aura was concentrated to the point that it was almost tangible. Lin Yuan prepared to take Green Vine out of the martial arts hall. Meanwhile, Jin Qianxuan was waiting by the martial arts hall door alongside two men whose calves were burnt to smithereens. These two men were dressed lavishly but were in such a sorry state. They were curled up on the ground but dared not even let out a whimper of pain. Bai Qinghuan and Wang Baochuan were standing next to Jin Qianxuan. Both of them had witnessed what had happened. They were looking at the two men who were prone on the ground with scorn. Wang Baochuan felt that given the wrecked state of these two direct descendants, it would be better for them to take their own lives rather than continue suffering humiliation at the hands of Jin Qianxuan. Although Bai Qinghuan and Wang Baochuan were both looking at the two men with derision, completely different thoughts were running through their minds. As Bai Qinghuan gazed at the two pathetic family leaders, all she could think about was how stupid and blind they were. They were incapable of even keeping their own family members in order. The matter had been handled by 50 imperial guards who came from various secret aristocratic families. It was likely that the news had already spread amongst the secret aristocratic families. It was unlikely that there would be no more instances of ignorant and blatant disobedience of Jin Qianxuan's orders. This meant that the construction of the harbor could be sped up. Bai Qinghuan beamed internally when she thought about how her suggestion had been of help to Lin Yuan. She had been raised in Sacred Forest City by the Bai family to be the wife of the Bai family's young leader. She had seen way too many families being destroyed over a slip of the tongue. Although the occurrence was uncommon, she had seen her fair share. Thus, Bai Qinghuan did not find the actions to be cruel at all. Rather, if the Great Lush Federation could seize this chance to speed up its operations, it would be beneficial for all the citizens of the Great Lush Federation. Sometimes, progress could be made by eliminating some of the bad seeds. There was no question that this trade was worth it. If Jin Qianxuan was not trying to prove to Lin Yuan that the spying in the martial arts hall had nothing to do with him, he would have kicked the two men on the ground to death. Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan were the leaders of the secret aristocratic families, the Fang family and Du family, respectively. Although these two families did not have as high of a position as the Jin family, they were still considered above average. The previous leaders of the Fang family and Du family had been Fang Weijie's father and Du Yaoshan's oldest brother. Both of them had been well aware of their duties. But when the yoke was handed over to Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan, both families started on a downward trajectory. Jin Qianxuan had noticed the hatred in Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan's eyes long ago, but every time he caught their glares, his heart twitched. He did not know what he was going to say to Lin Yuan. He had been dragged down by these two fools on the ground. If Lin Yuan did not want to hear what he had to say and continued to be upset with him, Jin Qianxuan did not know what he would do. While Jin Qianxuan was shaking with terror, the doors of the martial arts hall opened, and Lin Yuan strode out. Green Vine swaggered behind Lin Yuan. Although its appearance and voice did not match its personality at all, it was still timid in front of unfamiliar people. Thus, there was no way it would make the first move to speak to someone it did not know. Green Vine stared curiously at Jin Qianxuan, Bai Qinghuan, Wang Baochuan, and the two men on the ground. It did not have much experience and had only just changed into human form. Thus, every person and thing attracted Green Vine's interest. Jin Qianxuan immediately walked up to Lin Yuan. He first bowed to Lin Yuan before he bowed to Green Vine. Jin Qianxuan had never seen Green Vine, but he knew that he needed to try and gain favor with everyone who managed to appear by Lin Yuan's side. Given Green Vine's appearance, Jin Qianxuan could easily tell that it was a fae in human form rather than a true human. Jin Qianxuan had an idea of how old Lin Yuan was. Thus, he never bothered to think that the women next to Lin Yuan could be his fays. Lord, there were two imperial guards who took it upon themselves to investigate what was happening within the martial arts hall. They came from the Fan family and Du family. These two are the heads of those two families. I have brought them here to apologize to you. From the moment that Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan saw Lin Yuan, their bodies started to quiver uncontrollably. Both of them had seen Lin Yuan before. It was Lin Yuan who had placed Jin Qianxuan on the throne of the Great Lush Federation and used shocking methods to kill all those who dared to oppose and force the leaders of the secret aristocratic families to swear their loyalty to Jin Qianxuan. Previously, Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan had some grudges against Jin Qianxuan. Although they knew that the imperial guards from their families had erred, they saw it as Jin Qianxuan putting them in a spot because of their past grudges. But now it seemed that this was not the case. It turned out that the imperial guards who came from their families had offended this lord. Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan would never dare to make a move on Lin Yuan. Given their statuses as the leaders of aristocratic families, it went without saying that power was an invincible force that no one could deny. At that moment, Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan understood that it was not Jin Qianxuan who wanted to make things difficult for them, but that they had been ruined by those two imperial guards they had personally chosen. Jin Qianxuan hated Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan as much as Du Yaoshan and Fang Weijie currently resented those two dead imperial guards. Lin Yuan looked deeply into Jin Qianxuan's eyes. Jin Qianxuan's demeanor and expression told him that Jin Qianxuan was indeed uninvolved with the matter. If unsavory ideas had entered his mind, Bai Qinghuan would have informed Lin Yuan long ago. "Oh, you said that they're here to apologize to me. What is the error that they need to apologize for?" Jin Qianxuan hurriedly explained the entire situation to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was silently shocked. He had not expected Bai Qinghuan to come up with such a callous idea. Jin Qianxuan had even managed to carry out such a callous idea. This event showed that Jin Qianxuan and Bai Qinghuan could cooperate with each other. He had arrived at the martial arts hall suddenly, and not even Jin Qianxuan was aware of it. Thus, it went without saying that the aristocratic family's leaders were also unaware. This meant that the two imperial guards had acted on their own accord. The leader of the Du family and Fang family were innocent parties who had been dragged into this. With this, Jin Qianxuan had established the necessary might and formidable authority. Currently, the Great Lush Federation was lacking in top combat power. Lin Yuan felt that it would be better to let Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan live. If the Fang family and Du family's members were all reduced to ashes, the two of them would no longer be able to continue as the leaders of the Du family and Fang family. Lin Yuan decided that he would have them make up for the two empty imperial guard spots. There were times when it would be better to keep the sinners alive rather than kill them in order to make an example out of them. With every additional day that Du Yaoshan and Fang Weijie lived, the other secret aristocratic families would continue to remember what Jin Qianxuan had done. Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan had sworn their loyalty to Jin Qianxuan. Hence, no matter how much they hated him, they could only swallow their loathing. When Lin Yuan did not respond, Jin Qianxuan immediately started to panic, as he assumed that Lin Yuan was begrudging him. This caused the hatred that Jin Qianxuan felt for Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan to reach a peak. "Lord, why don't you kill the two of them now? Since the imperial guards who committed the crime came from their families, they have to be involved." Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan were begging for mercy from Lin Yuan now because this was their only chance to save their lives, and because they knew that Jin Qianxuan would not use the contract to torture them while Lin Yuan was here. Ever since they overcame the silver bamboo charcoal on the 365 stairs to arrive at the main palace, Jin Qianxuan had already used the contract to torture them countless times. As such, both of them detested Jin Qianxuan. They could never forgive him for exterminating their families. However, both of their lives were in Jin Qianxuan's hands, so they would never have the chance to get their revenge. It would be better for them to continue living rather than die like this. They were in the prime of their lives and could have more progeny. But if they died, their bloodline would die with them. The Fang family and Du family would end with them. When he heard Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan say that they were wronged, Jin Qianxuan's jaw clenched tightly. If they were wronged, what about him? At that moment, Jin Qianxuan, Fang Weijie, and Du Yaoshan heard Lin Yuan say calmly, "Since you know that the imperial guards who came from your families have made a mistake, I'll give you the chance to make amends. Go and fill up the two empty imperial guard spots tomorrow morning." After Lin Yuan spoke, Jin Qianxuan dared not add anything after. It was clear that Fang Weijie and Du Yaoshan were elated. Both of them had made their pleas as a final desperate attempt. Neither of them thought that it would truly work. But how were they going to become imperial guards in their current state? If they became wheelchair-bound imperial guards, they would never be able to keep up. Jin Qianxuan would then use the excuse to get rid of them. Despite being lost in their thoughts, Neither of them forgot to thank Lin Yuan profusely. Bai Qinghuan grinned in amazement to herself. Lin Yuan's action had not only preserved the Great Lush Federation's top combat power but had also left Jin Qianxuan's authority intact. Bai Qinghuan had not thought of that method. The way that Wang Baochuan looked at Lin Yuan had clearly changed. In Wang Baochuan's heart, Lin Yuan was a faction leader who had managed to kill fifth-page truth. He was someone incomprehensible and all-powerful. Yet, it turned out that Lin Yuan also had a merciful side of him. This trait only elevated Lin Yuan's character. Because of his action, Wang Baochuan felt that he would be able to grow. At that moment, Wang Baochuan understood why his grandfather had told him to stay by Lin Yuan's side to train. Now that Lin Yuan was done with what he needed to do, he wanted to head to the Iron Hammer Federation to take a look at the Snow Celestial Mountain. Lin Yuan had already explored all the contents of the Annal of Monster information that he had access to. For the Snow Celestial Mountain to be written in the book, there had to be something extraordinary about it. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and 2 green beams of light landed on Feng Weijie and Du Yaoshan. Feng Weijie and Du Yaoshan, who were in agony, suddenly felt all of their pain disappear. This was followed by a numb feeling in their legs. From their angle, they could not see the changes that were happening to them, but Jin Qianxuan, Bai Qinghuan, and Wang Baochuan watched as new bones, muscles, and skin grew on Feng Weijie and Du Yaoshan's decimated legs. Jin Qianxuan's oldest brother, Jin Qianding, had been a healing-type spirit qi professional. People from other secret aristocratic families always came to seek treatment from Jin Qianding. However, Jin Qianding had never been able to regrow bones and flesh like Lin Yuan was able to do. Lin Yuan's actions had exceeded the comprehension of Jin Qianxuan, Bai Qinghuan, and the rest. Lin Yuan ignored their reactions. After treating Feng Weijie and Du Yaoshan, he left and returned to his room. He intended to send word to Lu Jie and Su Yiren and leave for the Iron Hammer Federation in 2 days. Within another 2 days, Lin Yuan would be able to settle all the matters in the Great Lush Federation. Now, the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation were all at peace, and the biggest issues related to their development had all been resolved. It would only be a matter of time before the 3 federations started thriving. With Lin Yuan continuously supplying plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline, this timeline could be shortened with no limit. 2 years later, with 2 Class 5 creation masters, the Startling Lines continent or maybe even each federation would be able to send 5 envoys each to participate in the major federation meeting. With the plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline and Class 5 creation master resources, all of this was possible. Lu Jie and Su Yiren had been accompanying Lin Yuan all this time. Lu Jie was Lin Yuan's retainer knight and was in charge of his safety. Su Yiren had been in charge of contacting Jin Qianxuan and relaying all information about the Great Lush Federation's development to Lin Yuan. Su Yiren and Luolan were on good terms. Their similar past experiences led Su Yiren to see herself in Luolan. Moreover, Su Yiren had helped Luolan significantly. Thus, the 2 of them were already as close as sisters. Luolan had been bred to be the first princess. As such, her capabilities were definitely nothing to scoff at. But there were a million things to do in the Iron Hammer Federation, and Luolan could not handle all of them on her own. Luolan rose early and slept late. In fact, she slept less than 3 hours each day. As a result, she had lost a significant amount of hair. Nonetheless, Luolan was not worried about her physical appearance being affected by her loss of hair. Even if she went bald, she could still put on a wig that the crown could sit on. Luolan was more worried about not being able to finish all that needed to be done, even after losing so much sleep. As the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation, Luolan could now show a hint of weakness. As a result, Luolan covered herself with a hard exterior in order to hide her vulnerability. She only poured out all her troubles in front of Su Yiren. Su Yiren had offered more than once to help Luolan. Su Yiren wanted to help out Luolan once she arrived at the Iron Hammer Federation with Lin Yuan. This was because of her kinship with Luolan and because she hoped Lin Yuan would help Luolan while helping her to recover the 7 states of darkness. For the Iron Hammer Federation to prosper and rebuild the 7 states of darkness, a large amount of metal spiritual ingredients was necessary. Su Iran knew that by the time she started to recover the 7 states of darkness, the construction of the harbor in the Great Lush Federation would be completed, and the 20 island whales would have conducted numerous trades. Because of Lin Yuan, the startling line's continent's 3 federations could be seen as one entity. At that time, she could obtain the metal spiritual ingredients from Luolan through the 20 island whales. Su Iran felt that she still had some sway when it came to Jin Qianxuan. Jin Qianxuan arranged for the island whales to do long-distance sea trades in order to obtain more finances. The Dark Continent was rich in unique products, especially dark and poison-type phase. Dark and poison-type phase could usually fetch higher prices. Jin Qianxuan would not be at a disadvantage if he helped her. Thus, when she heard that Lin Yuan was preparing to head to the Iron Hammer Federation 2 days later, Su Iran was overjoyed. In the 15 days that Lin Yuan had been in a coma, the scheduled astronomical parliamentary meetings had not taken place. Thankfully, with the Thoughts letter paper, the other members of the astronomical parliament did not have to drive themselves insane with curiosity and anxiousness. With the 2 days that he had, Lin Yuan went into the marsh world and fetched Wen Yu out so they could hold the astronomical parliamentary meeting. During this meeting, Lin Yuan realized that every member had grown substantially. Bei Su's faction now had over 200 members. After countless brushes with death, every member had been honed into an elite. Many of them had formed contracts with source-type items that they found in dimensional rifts on expeditions led by Bei Su. Bei Su had encountered a large human camp of more than 5,000 people. A corrupt faction was controlling them. Besides a few people who were free agents, most of them were just tools that the faction was taking advantage of to make money. Bei Su had managed to use his powers to kill the corrupt oppressors and save the people in the camp who had cursed imprints on them. Next, he took control of the camp. From this, he caught a whiff of a lead and slowly gained an understanding of what the Grotto continent truly was. Lin Yuan felt that Bei Su had a quality and significant improvement. Lin had been focused on evolving the King Sea demon who she had contracted, as well as strengthening her bond with her phase through using various spiritual ingredients and refining her beast patterns. While she was increasing her power, she used the large amount of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that she obtained from Lin Yuan to build up her faction. The rare coral species phase that Lin nurtured in her territory were already sold throughout the capital of the Azure Federation, Azure Water City. She was still continuing to expand the reach of her business to the other large cities. Lin used her status, background, and the riches she had accumulated to increase the power of a batch of her chosen subordinates. On Bupo's end, nothing much had changed. However, his attitude had changed completely. All of his fright and terror had been tamped down. He was able to become one of the Spirit Mother's reserved disciples because of his talent. The more he made his talent shine, the better it would be for him. Bupo did all he could to demonstrate his Class 3 Creation Master talent and made sure his actions were as high-profile as possible. He had received hate from many other of the Spirit Mother's reserved disciples. Additionally, he had also gained the opportunity to be taught by the Spirit Mother daily, albeit from behind a curtain. Previously, he only received such lessons on the weekends. There were 3 people, including Bupo, who received such treatment. Bupo slowly started to focus his attention on these 2 other people. The special treatment from the Spirit Mother was a signal to Bupo that he had distinguished himself from the other reserved disciples and that these 2 people were his true rivals. In reality, Su Iran, Ta Lei, and Luolan had all seen Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had witnessed all of their growth personally. Waluan communicated with Lin Yuan often because of the Great Lush Federation's construction of the harbor. Recently, Waluan had been trying to recruit people to join him. He even sold some collectibles that he knew were beloved by the elite and used the money to try and attract more help. This was in spite of his own adoration for those collectibles. Recently, Waluan had been wanting to go on a long sea journey. His destination would be the Great Lush Federation's harbor. Waluan came to this decision after a discussion with Lin Yuan. As a sailor who liked to go on adventures, Waluan did not like to stay in one place. He could only find happiness and bliss when he was out exploring. The adrenaline that coursed through his veins when he was one instant away from dying made him feel even more alive than in any underground bar. Waluan yearned to go on a cross-ocean adventure. Lin Yuan needed to build up confidence for Jin Chenchuan and the entire Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan could sense from his conversation with Jin Chenchuan that Jin Chenchuan was delighted by his offering of the 20 island whales. But he did not have much confidence when it came to cross-ocean trading. Lin Yuan found this understandable. After all, the entire Great Lush Federation did not have much experience with cross-ocean trading. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to find a batch of people with experience to help them. The entire Great Lush Federation would see from Waluan and his trading how much money there was to be made in cross-ocean trading. Lin Yuan also had to bear costs when he invested in the Great Lush Federation. He requested that Jin Chenchuan produce 2 baby island whales every year. In 10 years, the Great Lush Federation's fleet of island whales would grow to 40 strong. Jin Chenchuan dared not oppose Lin Yuan's request. All he could do was grit his teeth and agree. Lin Yuan could sense that Jin Chenchuan had been strained to agree. After he put an end to the Great Lush Federation's Chamber of Commerce role, it would be easy to free up the Great Lush Federation's resources to nurture the island whales. Without Class 5 creation masters, it would take almost 1/5 of the Imperial Court's revenue to nurture 2 island whales and breed 2 baby island whales. Jin Chenchuan would never be naive enough to believe that he had the authority to order Elder Wang around. Lin Yuan never liked to force others. Jin Chenchuan would understand once he saw the appeal of cross-ocean trading. It would be difficult to hatch 5 baby island whales each year, much less 2. Lin Yuan truly believed that the Great Lush Federation would be able to obtain more than enough resources from cross-ocean trading. It was likely that Jin Chenchuan would be willing to take out more money to breed even more island whales. When Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu were included, there were a total of 11 members of the Astronomical Parliament. Out of all of them, the one who had changed the most in the shortest amount of time was Peace. Peace had settled into Green Continent City and was living the life of a celestial being. The Tide Rain Mantis allowed Green Continent City to achieve freedom of reign. The Tide Rain Mantis ability came from itself and used a very small amount of spiritual power. Ever since Peace started living in Green Continent City's City Lord's residence, there was constant light rain in a 1-kilometer radius around the City Lord's residence. In a place like the broiling rock continent, where finding even a mouthful of water during the drought season was a bona fide miracle, everyone in Green Continent City now had deep respect for Peace. This was because power was not the truth in the broiling rock continent. Water was. After Lin Yuan learned about the broiling rock continent and Green Continent City's situations from Peace, he came up with a custom nurturing plan for her. The broiling rock continent was full of peril. It was especially dangerous during the drought and monsoon seasons. Thus, Peace was not suited to travel too far and take the risk of setting up her own private faction to increase her power. It would be a better choice to develop Green Continent City from within Green Continent City. Peace had already gained stable footing in Green Continent City. But if she wanted to gain more faith and respect, she needed to strengthen her ability to create water. There was someone next to Peace named Pang Luo, and he was the City Lord of Green Continent City. Pang Luo was very friendly and enthusiastic. He was focused on developing Green Continent City and turning it into a megacity. But no matter how big Pang Luo's dreams were, a megacity would need even more water in order to sustain it. Given Peace's current ability, she could not achieve it. Thus, Lin Yuan's direction for Peace would be to help her produce as much water as possible. There were many Fays that could produce water. However, very few of them were insect species Fays which Peace was affiliated with. The last time Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation and met the Moon Empress, he sent Master Hongshen to represent him on a visit to the cage of Brahma insects. The cage of Brahma insects' specialty was nurturing insect species Fays. It could be said that no place nurtured more insect species Fays than the cage of Brahma insects. Moreover, in large-scale production of insect species Fays, there was a high chance of producing mutated Fays. There were many mutation variations. All of them were stronger than the original in some way. If Master Hongshen personally visited the cage of Brahma insects, he would definitely receive decent treatment. After all, he was a quality class 4 creation master. However, there was no way that Master Hongshen would get to meet the cage of Brahma insects' main members. In a top faction like the cage of Brahma insects, Class 4 creation masters did not have much of a presence unless they wanted to join. However, Master Hongshin represented Lin Yuan in his visit to the Cage of Brahma insects. The leaders of the Cage of Brahma insects, Fan Jianyi and Fan Hansheng, and the other direct descendants and main members of the Cage of Brahma insects all turned up to greet Master Hongshin warmly. The return from faraway mansion and the Cage of Brahma insects had been working together for some time. In the past, Lin Yuan had sought a fair amount of help from the Cage of Brahma insects. The golden lotus brocade pearls allowed the Cage of Brahma insects production to fundamentally increase. If not for Lin Yuan, the Cage of Brahma insects would never have received help and support from the Moon Empress. Everyone in the Cage of Brahma insects was exceptionally grateful to Lin Yuan. After learning of Lin Yuan's request from Master Hongshin, the Cage of Brahma insects picked their best and did not hold anything back. They provided Lin Yuan with 2 insect species phase skilled at producing water. Master Hongshin gave the 2 phase to Lin Yuan when he returned. Both of these phase were extremely rare and had never even appeared on Star Web before. The first phase was called the spring mouth drill pupa. It was an insect species phase that would never emerge from its pupa and was adept at both attack and defense. When the spring mouth drill pupa started to spin and drill, it could easily cause damage to phase of the same grade. However, the spring mouth drill pupa's method of creating water was to search out water sources and drill a well there. Rather than producing water, a more accurate saying was that it sought out water. No matter how dry the broiling rock continent was, the rainwater from the monsoon season would still end up seeping into the underground rivers. There might be very few spring mouths, but they did exist. If the broiling rock continent had a fey like the spring mouth drill pupa, it would not be in the state that it was in. It could be said that the spring mouth drill pupa would definitely be a blessing to the broiling rock continent. However, Lin Yuan did not intend to give Peace the spring mouth drill pupa. Peace had had a difficult life and thus had a stronger will than her peers. Nonetheless, the will of one's character was different from experience in society. Peace had not interacted with many people. Thus, she lacked societal experience. If the spring mouth drill pupa was given to Peace, she might not be able to utilize it well. Once Peace used the spring mouth drill pupa to produce a few reliable sources of water, the tide rain mantis ability to create water would pale in comparison. As a result of this, Peace's importance in Green Continent City would diminish. If Peace lost her position in Green Continent City and could not build a faction, Lin Yuan was the one who would suffer the loss. The second insect species Fey was very suitable for Fey as well as the broiling rock continent's current situation. The water-drawing heat roly-poly had mutated from the acid-dissolving roly-poly. There was only one in the entire Cage of Brahma insects. This mutation was a coincidence, and no one could be certain if it would happen again. The water-drawing heat roly-poly could draw in heat from the surroundings and turn it into clean water in its body. In some areas, the roly-poly was known as the tide insect. Fan Hansheng had called Lin Yuan especially to emphasize the water-drawing heat roly-poly's ability to create water. In a place like the royal capital that had a temperate climate, the water-drawing heat roly-poly's ability to create water did not stand out. When it was placed in a water tank, it could only produce enough water to fill the tank in about half an hour. The average interior temperatures would fall by about 3 to 4 degrees because of the heat that the water-drawing heat roly-poly had absorbed. But when the people from the Cage of Brahma insects experimented on the water-drawing heat roly-poly in Bronze Furnace City, they noticed that it was like a mobile spring in the over 50-degree environment of Bronze Furnace City. The water-drawing heat roly-poly was currently only bronze grade. When he heard what Fan Hansheng said, Lin Yuan knew that Peace's position as the goddess of the Green Continent would only become more secure. Lin Yuan had personally visited the lava zone in Bronze Furnace City in the past. Thus, he was well acquainted with the environment there. From Peace's description, the weather of the broiling rock continent was even more severe than that of Bronze Furnace City. Thus, the water-drawing heat roly-poly could definitely produce even better effects than when it was in Bronze Furnace City. After Peace obtained the water-drawing heat roly-poly and evolved it to platinum grade using the spirit fluids that Lin Yuan delivered to her, she would easily be able to fix the water scarcity problems of a large federation. The water-drawing heat roly-poly was like a man-made lake in the broiling rock continent. Most importantly, the water-drawing heat roly-poly could even lower temperature. There was no way that ice-type phase could survive in an environment like the broiling rock continent. The broiling rock continent not only lacked water, but the heat was deadly as well. Even during the monsoon season, the temperatures were as high as during the drought season. The rain that fell was around 40 to 50 degrees. It could be said that no one in the broiling rock continent knew what it felt like to be refreshed. Given that the water-drawing heat roly-poly absorbed heat to turn it into water, it could act like an air conditioner in a home. It could also lower the temperature of Green Continent City. It went without saying that the area around the water-drawing heat roly-poly was the coolest. Peace had not comprehended any willpower runes yet. However, there was no need for a fae like the water-drawing heat roly-poly that did not have much combat power to evolve to fantasy breed while it was only bronze grade. As long as Peace eventually comprehended a willpower rune suitable for the water-drawing heat roly-poly, it would eventually be able to evolve to fantasy breed and myth breed. The more heat the water-drawing heat roly-poly absorbed, the more water it would produce. The water-drawing heat roly-poly could transform a small portion of the heat it absorbed into its own power. As a result, Lin Yuan did not need to worry much about Peace's nurturing of the water-drawing heat roly-poly in the future. Lin Yuan had sent the water-drawing heat roly-poly to Peace long ago. After Peace formed a contract with the water-drawing heat roly-poly, she immediately updated Pang Luo. She asked Pang Luo to set aside a large area of land outside the city lord's residence and to dig a hole for a lake there. She stated that the lake had to be wide and deep. Pang Luo respected Peace and, after their days of interaction, now felt a special kinship toward her. Thus, Pang Luo trusted Peace wholeheartedly. However, Pang Luo did not understand why Peace wanted him to dig a large man-made lake outside of the city lord's residence. A man-made lake could only be called so when it was filled with water. Without water, it would just be a giant hole. Peace could indeed summon rain, but it was far from enough from being able to fill the lake. Due to the weather and temperature, the water in the lake would evaporate quickly. Some of the water would even seep into the ground. Thus, Pang Luo intended on asking Peace for the reason. Peace did not say much. All she did was reveal a small smile to indicate that she would be able to fill up the lake with water. Pang Luo was shocked but soon started to beam broadly. Given Pang Luo's understanding of Peace, she was not the type to boast without having the means to back it up. A person who was full of hot air would never consider the fact that Green Continent City's current water supply was insufficient to hold up a large city. Pang Luo immediately instructed his subordinates to begin digging the hole. In just 13 days, a giant hole meant to be a lake was dug. In order to prevent too much water from seeping underground, Pang Luo instructed his subordinates to cover the bottom of the lake with many rocks. He also asked Spirit Chi professionals with Earth-type phase to ensure that the rocks were packed tightly together. If Peace could fill the man-made lake immediately, Green Continent City would truly gain freedom of water. The citizens in Green Continent City could not only drink as much water as they wanted but could even start enjoying luxuries such as bathing with water. Whether it was because she was after a certain image or status, or if she just wanted to gain the faith of the citizens of Green Continent City. Pang Luo called all of the citizens of Green Continent City to come to the lake after Peace gave her repeated assurance that she would be able to fill the man-made lake. This way, all the citizens would be able to witness this noble act. Peace liked some of the ways that Pang Luo did things. She also knew that he would be able to help her to meet her goals. Peace was wearing a watery blue dress. In the broiling rock continent, only those who were truly respected were deserving to wear blue. This was because blue was the color of water. Those who were verified rain masters added blue elements to their clothing and accessories. However, none of the rain masters dared to wear all blue. Pang Luo was the one who had given this set of clothes to Peace. Peace had put it on without hesitation. The people in the city were very accepting of Peace's attire. All of them had been blessed by her to some extent. However, the other rain masters in Green Continent City all had some private words for Peace. Once a person decidedly saw another as a rival, it was easy for feelings of hostility to bubble up. Ever since Peace entered Green Continent City, the other rain masters had received decreasing respect as all of the respect had been transferred onto Peace. If not for the support from Pang Luo and the fact that they could not compete with her ability to create water, some of the Rain Masters would have publicly expressed their displeasure. Peace had been staying in the city lord's residence but had also selected a few girls with similar power and started to nurture them. Peace knew that she needed more than individual combat power to build a faction. She also needed to have a group of people to act as her eyes and hands. Thus, Peace had a good grasp of the happenings within Green Continent City. Peace decided to take the chance to shut the mouths of all the Rain Masters in Green Continent City, who were indignant about her. Green Continent City would not lack water as long as she was around. As long as the Rain Masters were intelligent, they would not gossip and spit acid about her in private. Otherwise, Pang Luo would kick them out immediately. These Rain Masters could not leave Green Continent City either. There were too many instances of Rain Masters who died after leaving Green Continent City. In the future, Green Continent City was going to be developed into a megacity. All of the Rain Masters knew how beneficial it would be to live in a megacity. When they received the call from Pang Luo, all of the residents of Green Continent City gathered at the man-made lake and looked at Peace with hope. Even the Rain Masters, who felt hostile toward Peace, hoped that she would be able to fill up the lake with water. In the broiling rock continent, as long as one had the ability to create water, one could receive the title of Rain Master. But there were many Rain Masters who did not even produce enough water in a day to meet their family's needs and still needed to buy water from external vendors. If Peace improved the water issue of the entire Green Continent City, the less powerful Rain Masters would also benefit significantly. The Rain Masters who had contracted the duck-mouthed lungfish produced water with a thick and foul taste. It was even more difficult to ingest than some of the byproducts produced by humans. Peace sensed the hopeful looks all around her, but all she could think about was Lin Yuan and the large family that was Sky City. She softly said a word of thanks to Lin Yuan before she raised her hand and summoned the water-drawing heat roly-poly. After the water-drawing heat roly-poly evolved to platinum grade, its body had grown to 4 meters wide. It was even larger than the cars from Lin Yuan's previous life. But in the face of this giant man-made lake, the water-drawing heat roly-poly looked tiny. Peace could feel its delight and uncontrollable emotions when she summoned the water-drawing heat roly-poly. The water-drawing heat roly-poly loved this environment and temperature. Peace did not immediately instruct the water-drawing heat roly-poly to begin absorbing the heat and creating water. Rather, she brought it to the center of the man-made lake. The water-drawing heat roly-poly crawled extremely slowly. By the time the water-drawing heat roly-poly made it to the center of the man-made lake, it had captured the gazes of every person present. However, the water-drawing heat roly-poly did not sense any of these gazes. Or rather, it ignored all of them. The water-drawing heat roly-poly only had one thought, which was to get to the center of the man-made lake as quickly as possible. This was because Peace would only allow it to start absorbing as much heat as it wanted when it reached the center of the man-made lake. When the water-drawing heat roly-poly reached the center of the man-made lake, Peace said with soft determination, "From now on, no one in Green Continent City will need to worry about the lack of water." When Peace spoke, even those who had confidence in her could not help but purse their lips. Her words were just too unbelievable. Not having to worry about access to drinking water and not worrying about the lack of water were completely different issues. Green Continent City already technically did not have to worry about access to water. Ever since Peace arrived, no one in the city had to die of thirst again. But not having to worry about access to water included water for cleaning, cooking, and even watering plants. This was an unimaginable amount of water. However, what the water-drawing heat roly-poly did next dispelled all of the distrust of the crowd. After Peace was done speaking, she immediately instructed the water-drawing heat roly-poly to begin absorbing heat. The water-drawing heat roly-poly was now like a surging spring mouth. With it at the center, a pillar of water that was more than 16 square meters wide and 7 to 8 meters tall shot out. Since the bottom of the man-made lake had been fortified, the amount of water that seeped underground decreased significantly. The lake started filling up at a visible rate. The people of Green Continent City felt that if gods truly existed, Peace and the pillar of water would be the evidence. The water level continued to rise. In just half an hour, The enormous lake was already 20% filled. Although Peace was the water-drawing heat roly-poly's contractor, she was also silently shocked by its abilities. Before she instructed the water-drawing heat roly-poly to begin unleashing its power, she never expected it to have such capabilities. Peace immediately said to Pang Luo, who was standing next to her, "Pang Luo, the man-made lake will be filled in another 2 hours. Get people to dig canals out from the man-made lake so the residents of Green Continent City will have an easier time obtaining water. Next, pick some districts that are suitable and dig 7 more man-made lakes of a similar size. I think I'll be able to keep all 8 lakes filled." The water-drawing heat roly-poly could increase its power by absorbing heat. From the amount of water that the water-drawing heat roly-poly produced in 3 hours, it seemed that it would not be difficult to keep 8 man-made lakes filled. Peace wanted to take the chance to elevate her status even more so that she would have an irreplaceably high position in the hearts of every person in Green Continent City. Peace added a last remark to Pang Luo. "Remember to keep all 8 man-made lakes sufficiently far apart from each other." Peace had a reason for saying this. After water-drawing heat roly-poly had absorbed all the heat from an area, the area would need some time to replenish its heat. The man-made lakes needed to be sufficiently far apart from each other to ensure that there was enough heat for the water-drawing heat roly-poly to absorb. This would also ensure that the water-drawing heat roly-poly's water production rate did not drop. Pang Luo was about to nod excitedly when he suddenly felt an indescribably pleasant refreshingness. He was not the only one who felt this. Every resident of Green Continent City, including Peace, felt the same. When these people who were used to having high temperatures as an old friend felt this rush of refreshingness, they felt as though they had died and gone to heaven. If a person never had a certain item of feeling, they would never yearn for it because they did not know what it could do for them. Although many rain masters in the broiling rock continent could not even keep themselves afloat, there were still experts who emerged from the broiling rock continent. Green Continent City had received aid from an expert 30 years ago. He had ascertained the positions of all the rain masters within Green Continent City and told them to gather together to address the water scarcity issue. By forbidding people outside of the city walls from entering, it ensured that the water that the city did have could be used to preserve the lives of the city's residents. This would give the people outside the city hope and the goal of working toward becoming a rain master so they could eventually live within the city. Furthermore, Green Continent City was also a checkpoint in the broiling rock continent that linked multiple cities. It was a hub for many citizens of the broiling rock continent to gather. Once a large city disappeared, it could cause a break in the link. This was a situation that regular people could not understand but that experts took into consideration. 30 years ago, the Rainmaster expert had used a certain technique to help Green Continent City to overcome the drought season. After that expert left, a group of people who had experienced what he had done seemed spellbound. From then on, they often found themselves still marveling and thinking back to that feeling. In the broiling rock continent, people were considered elderly once they reached 20 years old and above. A person would be considered extremely lucky if they made it to 30 years old. After all, the yearly switches between the drought and monsoon seasons caused resources to dry up extremely quickly. The people who had lived through what that Rainmaster had done had long left this world, and that mystical feeling had faded into a legend. It could be said that this refreshingness and comfort resulted in shivers that emanated from their soul outwards. Many of them finally realized why their predecessors never forgot that feeling even after decades had passed. While bathing in such refreshment, even their outlook on life had changed. Although the sunlight was as scorching as ever, the lowered temperature caused the burning rays to seem more like a crimson veil. It no longer felt like roasting torture. Would they be able to handle it if they never got to experience this feeling ever again? Amidst the refreshment, Peace was dazed momentarily before she placed her hand on her chest and mumbled, "Mr. Leo." Next, she patted the shoulder of Pang Luo, who was standing next to her, and said, "Snap out of your daze. If you don't send people to dig the man-made lakes soon, all the water will go to waste. Hurry up and send all of them into action. Once the 8 man-made lakes have been dug out, we can begin expanding Green Continent City." Peace spoke loudly and with confidence. Pang Luo was extremely respectful toward Rainmasters. He was even gentle and kind toward the rain masters, who had only contracted the duck-mouthed lungfishes. But even the most powerful rain master felt at least a hint of fear toward Pang Luo. But in front of peace, Pang Luo did not care at all that she had robbed him of his speaking authority as the city lord. This was because she had created a miracle. Previously, Peace had intended to position her as the goddess of Green Continent City and capture the residents' hearts through her ability to summon rain. But now, he had scrapped that plan because she could already live up to that title without his help. But expanding Green Continent City was not a simple task. With 8 reservoirs, Green Continent City would become the most unique city in the entire broiling rock continent. It could even become a kingdom with more than billions of citizens. Moreover, Pang Luo felt an increasingly uncontrollable warmth as he looked at the confident Peace, who was walking through the rain while wearing blue. Pang Luo took a deep breath and immediately started giving out orders. He mobilized every citizen of Green Continent City. Even children who were only 7 or 8 years old were tasked with collecting stones from the side of the man-made lake. Pang Luo even sent out 200 of his personal guards. The guards' job was not to build the man-made lake, but to fetch the homeless who were sheltered under rocks in the wilderness. At first, Green Continent City had forbidden these homeless people from entering the city because they had no means of helping them. If too many homeless entered Green Continent City, the water scarcity would worsen, and even the original residents of the city would end up dying of dehydration. This would definitely throw a wrench into the lives of Green Continent City's residents. But now that the water scarcity issue had been resolved and there was more than enough water to go around, Green Continent City had the means of gathering all the homeless in a 50-kilometer radius of the city. After solving the water scarcity issue, more people meant more labor. The current number of citizens was insufficient to expand the city and turn Green Continent City into a megacity. More people needed to come to live in the city to help with the building process. Peace stood by the edge of the lake like a goddess while the water-drawing heat roly-poly gobbled up as much power as it wanted while spreading that refreshing feeling in all directions. This event was unprecedented in Green Continent City, where it was hot all year round. Before the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting began, 3 man-made lakes had been filled. Lin Yuan sat on the Leo throne and marveled at Peace's achievements over the past 2 weeks. Although Peace could not match up to Lin's background, nor did she have the attention of the Spirit Mother like Bupa did and was a reserved disciple, she also had her own advantage by remaining in Green Continent City, which was that she had the authority for the final say. Right before the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ended, Lin Yuan fell silent. He realized that the plans he had laid out had benefited Ta Lei and Su Iren. With his advice, they had managed to increase their power. But Lin, Waluan, and Bei Su focused more on expanding their factions than increasing their own power. This would be beneficial for the Astronomical Parliament's long-term development. Everyone, pay attention. You must guarantee that you are still increasing your own power before you move on to expanding your factions. If you aren't strong enough, developing your factions won't be any point. Lin Yuan had contemplated deeply before saying that. Lin Yuan was the city lord of Sky City, but his power was not considered strong among its members. However, this strength did not take into account his secret weapons. Lin Yuan's current limitation was his Spirit Chi professional rank. But this was not his fault. If others heard of the speed that Lin Yuan increased his Spirit Chi professional power, their jaws would drop. In just a year, his Spirit Chi professional rank had jumped by 2 ranks. He had achieved what would have taken others 10 years to do. But despite all that, Lin Yuan felt it was not enough. Lin Yuan's combat power could only reach a new level when he was promoted to A-rank Spirit Chi professional. Others first raised their Spirit Chi professional rank before they nurtured their phase. But Lin Yuan did the opposite now. He was the one who was standing in the way of his phase evolution. Chimey nagged every day about wanting to meet with its fans. But Lin Yuan's Spirit Chi professional rank had not reached A rank. Thus, it did not matter no matter how hard Chimey worked. No matter how busy Lin Yuan was, he still squeezed out 10 hours each day to evolve phase. Moreover, all of the phase that Lin Yuan nurtured were pinnacle silver phase that Listen had specially gathered. Lin Yuan worked this hard because he was well aware of the importance of a faction leader's individual power. But when the members of the Astronomical Parliament heard what Lin Yuan said, Lu Jie, Su Yiren, and Ta Lei, who spent a lot of time by Lin Yuan's side, quickly understood his intentions. After thinking for a moment, Yin Lin also understood why Lin Yuan said this. After some deep contemplation, Bei Su and Waluan realized that they had done things in an upside-down manner. Lin Yuan's reminder came at a good time. It was not too late to change directions. Before the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ended, Luo Lan and Lin Yuan reconfirmed their plans to meet in the Iron Hammer Federation. When Lin Yuan saw how anxious Luo Lan was, he knew that she was in great need of resources. Luo Lan had managed to win the hearts of the people with just her might. But when it came to a period of stable development, the tribes could still be respectful of her but would not work for her as diligently for her as they did before. Lin Yuan intended to send numerous plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline to the Iron Hammer Federation to help with its development. Although Lin Yuan was sincere in his treatment of Luo Lan, she was still technically his puppet. If his puppet could not maintain 100% of the speaking authority, investing resources into her would be a waste. Lin Yuan never liked to do things that ended in waste. Lin Yuan had boosted Jin Qianxuan all the way to the throne of the Great Lush Federation and had used astonishing means to cement Jin Qianxuan's might. Lin Yuan was heading to the Iron Hammer Federation to investigate the Snow Celestial Mountain. He did not want to spend too much time in the Iron Hammer Federation. Thus, for Lin Yuan to put an end to the matter quickly, he had to employ astonishing methods again. This status was tied to the Imperial Court's throne and absolute authority. Lin Yuan was the one who supplied the soldier ration radishes that saved the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members. Lin Yuan hoped that the people he saved were not the ungrateful type. If there were truly such people, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to reclaim the lives he had saved. Lin Yuan knew that Luo Lan's heart was fully focused on the Iron Hammer Federation's development. Luo Lan transformed what was meant as the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe's welfare into the path she was going to go down from now on. Thus, after Luo Lan seized absolute authority, Lin Yuan did not need to worry that Luo Lan would stray without any restrictions in place. Currently, the Iron Hammer Federation's foundation was shaky. But with more investment of resources, there was the possibility of the Iron Hammer Federation making a comeback and suppressing the Great Lush Federation and Divine Wood Federation. This was because Lin Yuan had noticed a difference in the faith and character of the people from the Iron Hammer Federation when compared to the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ended, Lin Yuan headed to the Freezing Hammer tribe as quickly as he could. Luo Lan had already lost count of the last time that she had proper rest. After such a prolonged period of exhaustion, Luo Lan's head ached just looking at words on a page. Luo Lan's female attendants were direct descendants of black gold tribes who had distinguished themselves. They were both capable and sensible and could be called truly talented elites. There had to be less than 30 such talented elites in the entire Iron Hammer Federation. They were capable and had the background to back it up. It went without saying that they were arrogant. Although they had close contact with Luo Lan and were well aware of Luo Lan's status and how she had saved the tribes, they did not see much difference between her and them. But in the past 2 weeks, the 6 chosen direct descendants of black gold tribes had fully submitted to her. All of them were now trying to show off their own talents and help bear Luo Lan's burdens. When they saw Luo Lan massaging her temples again, a short-haired girl could not help but say, "Your Majesty, go and rest. There are so many things to do. The list is endless. You don't have to burn the midnight oil every day to solve every issue. The black gold tribes are all on your side. But the battles between the platinum tribes is becoming more and more serious. A lot of platinum tribes have lost control because of their battles. There is new information coming in daily. If you continue to go without sleep, your body won't be able to handle it." Luo Lan waved her hand dismissively. The issue was not whether or not her body would be able to handle it. When a spirit chi professional washed his body with spirit chi, they would not feel the same exhaustion that regular people did. Nor would their spirits be damaged by prolonged sleep loss. All they needed was some spiritual ingredients that could nourish their spirits, and they would be replenished. Luolan had already contracted the vitality sloth and only needed to sleep 2 to 3 hours each day. She had already done all she could to solve the issues, but to no avail. Luolan did not know if the issue lay in her lack of ability or if it was an aftereffect of the Platinum tribes having eaten their fill. Shockingly, conflict of such scale could arise during the winter season. Luolan waved her hand, and a short girl with dark blue hair and bare feet who had upturned her collar said with a pained voice, "Your Majesty, Sha is right. It will be difficult to fix the issue of the fighting between the Platinum tribes with just an order. Every tribe in the Iron Hammer Federation, even the Black Gold tribes, has lost a large portion of its members. It only goes without saying that the Platinum tribes and smaller tribes have suffered significant losses. The Yellow Gold and White Silver tribes wanted to seek protection from the Platinum tribes. After absorbing the manpower from the White Silver and Yellow tribes, it's only natural that the Platinum tribes have become more ambitious. But there is a limit to the resources, so conflict is inevitable. Sometimes I think it might not be a good thing to be too stuffed during the winter season." Luolan clenched her fist tightly. During the summer season, many tribes wanted to accumulate resources to tide themselves over the winter season. Previously, every tribe was silent during winter. The tribe members went into a state akin to hibernation and did all they could to reduce their energy loss. The current situation was largely related to the soldier ration radishes that had been distributed. But Luolan did not agree with what her female attendant Anishing said. No matter how intense the fighting became, stomachs still had to be filled. If stomachs could not even be filled, the Iron Hammer Federation could not hope to develop. Frankly, Luolan knew that the issue with the Platinum tribes was not the only one. The Black Iron, Light Bronze, White Silver, and Yellow Gold tribes were all also butting heads constantly. It was only that the fighting between the lower-ranked tribes was not as intense and, therefore, eye-catching as that of the Platinum tribes. If the Black Gold tribes had not already divided up the territory, none of them would have backed down in a clash of profits. All of them wanted to be able to boast that they came out as the winner of the conflict. Luolan's tightly clenched fist relaxed, and she went back to massaging her forehead. But this time, it was not because she was dizzy from a lack of rest, but because she did not want to spend any more time addressing the fights between the Platinum tribes. Since she knew that she would not be able to solve the issue, she decided to leave it in the hands of someone who could. Currently, the people of the Iron Hammer Federation were filled with happiness, but none of the tribes were focused on development. Rather, all they could see were potential profits. Since this was the case, it was time for a painful wake-up call for all the factions. Luolan stood up and unfurrowed her brow as she said, "I'm going to get some sleep. I'll sleep until I naturally wake. There's no need for you to wake me up. The 6 of you, send the message down that 6 days later. I will be holding an imperial meeting with tribes that are Platinum and above." Luolan left immediately after she was done speaking. When she left, her 6 female attendants were left looking at each other. They did not understand the reason behind Luolan saying such a thing. Currently, the Platinum tribes were in the thick of fighting. It was clear that they had gained momentum. The tribe leaders would never stop what they were doing and travel thousands of miles to come to attend an imperial meeting. When the previous king was still alive, he never held an imperial meeting during the winter season, no matter what happened. Although they could not figure out a reason, the 6 of them immediately went to carry out Luolan's order. While Luolan was lying on the bed, she took out a piece of light gold paper and looked through the conversations she had with Lin Yuan on the thoughts letter paper. "Lin Yuan, I'll have to depend on you again." At that moment, Lin Yuan had no idea what Luolan was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely feel glad. There were times when dignity did not come from stubbornness. Rather, there were times when problems could be better solved by relying on each other. This meant that Luolan trusted him. Each piece of snow on the rivers of the Iron Hammer Federation was around the size of half a palm. The snow that fell added heavy weight to the people they fell on. The icy wind was like knives that slashed through the flesh of life forms. Even the beasts that were made to live in such a climate were unwilling to leave their homes in such weather, even at the risk of starvation. In such weather, even the streets of the freezing Hammer tribe were quiet. The only sounds were during mealtimes when the food vendors would call out to attract customers. But in the midst of the snow and wind, it was difficult to hear their voices beyond 2 meters. In such terrible weather, the fights between the tribes were in full swing, and every bloody clash ended in blood and death. During these fights, many snow beasts decided to break their fast. Even the bear species phase that hated to be awoken decided to halt their hibernation. While on Blackie's back, Lin Yuan witnessed many of these fights but did not stop any of them. When Su Iren saw the expression on Lin Yuan's face, she immediately knew that Lin Yuan might start an even larger operation for the Great Lush Federation once he met up with Luolan. After being by Lin Yuan's side for so long, Su Iren could clearly sense his bias toward the Iron Hammer Federation. But as an observer, Su Iren knew that fights had broken out amongst the Platinum tribes because they wanted to develop themselves. Now that they were warm and fed, their ambitions would flare up rapidly. If the fights were allowed to go on, the winning Platinum tribe would not be able to catch up with the Black Gold tribes even after 10 years of development. Young Master Luolan must be out of ideas now. You said that you wanted to investigate Snow Celestial Mountain. During that time, I'll stay to help Luolan. I want to push back the recovery of the Dark Continent. It can begin after everything is settled in the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan immediately understood what Su Iren meant. It could be said that Su Iren's greatest wish was to recover the Dark Continent and bring light back into the 7 states of darkness. Ever since Lin Yuan promised her that he would fulfill her wish, Su Iren's wishes only became more evident. For Su Iren to be willing to push back on achieving her dream in order to help Luolan, it meant that she and Luolan shared a deep kinship. Su Iren would need help from Luolan when she was trying to recover the 7 states of darkness. Lin Yuan was not in disagreement with this. The astronomical parliament was a large family, but each member was an individual. If any 2 members became close enough that they were even willing to help each other out, it proved that the members of the astronomical parliament were close. I only need Big Brother Lu with me when I head to Snow Celestial Mountain. With you helping Luolan, she'll have a much easier time. Luolan is soft-hearted. With you around, she'll be able to make firmer decisions. Su Iren nodded gently when she heard what Lin Yuan said, but given Su Iren's understanding of Luolan, the latter had to have undergone a transformation for her to decide to eliminate all of her relatives from the Freezing Hammer tribe. Now that Luolan had experienced giving out a death sentence, she would not be overly soft-hearted. A quick decision was the best solution in a complex situation. What the Iron Hammer Federation needed now was that quick decision to fix its complex situation. Luolan had urgently invited Lin Yuan to the Iron Hammer Federation because she was aware of this. She wanted to borrow his strength to cut off the Iron Hammer Federation's rotting parts. Lu Jie listened to the wind whistling in his ear as he silently stood by Lin Yuan's side. In the past few days, Lu Jie had turned 2 insect species carcinoma phase in succession into fairies. As such, his combat power was completely different from what it used to be. As he looked at the endless snowy landscape in front of him, Lu Jie raised his hand, and the chubby dimensional light moth appeared next to him. Lu Jie immediately ordered the dimensional light moth, Fat Dimension, call Ice Bite out. The dimensional light moth's fairy form appeared dazed and vapid. It was also the fattest fairy that Lin Yuan had ever seen. But in spite of the dimensional light moth's short arms and legs, its face was still exceptionally beautiful. The silver glow of the spatial energy was like a spotlight on the dimensional light moth's face. Lu Jie, call me Dimension. Don't call me Fat Dimension. I am a girl after all. While it huffed its response out, the dimensional light moth placed its arms over its stomach. After a violent spatial fluctuation, a fairy with 2 pairs of wings, white hair and eyes, and a half-elementalized body appeared next to the dimensional light moth. The half of the fairy that was not elementalized had slender arms. The dimensional light moth pouted sulkily. Lu Jie scooped the dimensional light moth into his arms and said soothingly, Fat Dimension, you're getting increasingly temperamental. At first, the dimensional light moth had a delighted expression. But when it heard what Lu Jie said, its expression crumpled again. The dimensional light moth's dazed and vapid expression caused Su Irin to see stars. Su Irin had contracted the absolute love poppy, which had the natural ability of seduction. As such, she conducted herself in a promiscuous and sometimes unprincipled manner. She liked to use the absolute love poppy to settle troublesome issues. But after spending some time with Su Irin, Lin Yuan noticed that she could never resist the temptation of cute things. Su Irin loved adorable life forms. However, fairies were arrogant and did not like interacting with people besides their contractors. Thus, Su Irin had been brushed off numerous times in her attempts to reach out to Lu Jie's fairies. Su Irin knew that this seemingly innocuous and vapid fairy was hiding thousands of troops within its abdomen. If the insect queen was the producer of insect species phase and was in charge of sending out Lu Jie's troops, the dimensional light moth was the door to disasters. Although they were both fairies controlled by Lu Jie through the insect queen, and they had both been evolved through insect species carcinoma phase, the dimensional light moth was clearly timid or even fearful of the four-winged ice bite. Evidently, ice bite's fairy bloodline was superior to the dimensional light moth. The dimensional light moth had been combined with the firefly demon fetus and transformed into a fairy earlier. But ever since ice bite transformed into a fairy, its bloodline was advanced 4 wings. The concentration of a phase bloodline could demonstrate its potential. Due to the limited quantity of firefly demon fetuses, Lu Jie was very careful when he picked his insect species carcinoma phase, even though he had already decided to center his development around the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. Ice Bite's original form was the polar region jade silkworm. Lu Jie had decided to transform the polar region jade silkworm into a fairy because he had no powerful weapons to handle the polar region. Insects usually preferred to live in warmer climates. The combat of an army of insects fell precipitously in a polar region. Lu Jie had specially nurtured Ice Bite in consideration of his limitation. Given the concentration of the polar region jade silkworm's bloodline when it transformed, it proved that Lu Jie had made the right decision. Ice Bite flapped its 4 wings and had a cold expression. But in fact, it was extremely timid and flew up Lu Jie's sleeve soon after appearing without so much as peeking its head out. Lu Jie said in frustration, "Ice Bite, use frost and snow to create your team." Lu Jie used to only have one contracted fae, the insect queen. Now that he had numerous insect species carcinoma faes that had transformed into fairies, Lu Jie finally understood the joys of having numerous faes and communicating with them. Ice Bite was shy and timid, but when it received a task from Lu Jie, it was never careless. Ice Bite flapped its wings and entered the wind and snow. All of the fairies were under the insect queen's control. After being boosted by the emperor core of all insects, the insect queen's spiritual energy exceeded that of other spiritual type faes of the same grade. Thus, Lu Jie's spirit chi professional rank did not limit the fairies. Night Leaning Moon had given Lu Jie a treasure that would help him comprehend willpower runes. Ice Bite had worn this treasure for a few days. Coincidentally, Ice Bite comprehended a willpower rune and evolved to myth breed when Lin Yuan was unconscious. Although it was in fairy form, it was still a myth breed insect species carcinoma fae. Aside from instances where some groups and individuals did all they could to nurture themselves, there were no cases of carcinoma faes in the wild that had evolved to myth breed on their own. When a fae evolved to fantasy breed and then myth breed, it underwent 2 transformations. Ice Bite had just finished undergoing the 2nd transformation. Lin Yuan had been shocked by the powers that Ice Bite had demonstrated. He looked at the rushing white snow beneath his feet. The movement of the snow was akin to an avalanche. But when Lin Yuan used true data to carefully check on Ice Bite, he saw that it was not white snow beneath his feet but minuscule child polar region jade silkworms. After the polar region jade silkworms hatched, they consumed the snow continuously to nourish themselves. They also used the snow to increase and complete their powers. At the moment, Lin Yuan found it difficult to do the calculations. When Ice Bite received the order to create its own team, it produced thousands of child insects at once. But now, the number of child insects had crossed the millions. If Ice Bite was given sufficient time, it could produce enough child insects to cover the Iron Hammer Federation's ground in white. After evolving to myth breed, Ice Bite was now demonstrating its might as a carcinoma fae to the world. Lu Jie had been feeling that he was weak. But after his first insect species Carcinoma Fei evolved to myth breed, Lu Jie stopped belittling himself. Lin Yuan, snow won't benefit the Iron Hammer Federation in any way. Without all that white snow, mining could still be carried out during the winter season. The three federations would then be able to transfer resources to each other rather than just having the Divine Wood Federation deliver food aid to the Iron Hammer Federation. The Iron Hammer Federation also needs to contribute. The Divine Wood Federation is most lacking in metal resources. If the Iron Hammer Federation stops supplying spiritual ingredients during winter, I'm sure Yi Huailong will eventually become bothered. After spending time with Bai Qinghuan, Lu Jie not only improved in terms of his military leadership abilities but also started to think more deeply when it came to matters of human nature. He thought so deeply that he was even willing to waste time trying to figure out a person's thought process through his character and experiences. Yi Huailong was the family leader of a veteran elite family who had been promoted to the ruler of a federation. But when it came to foresight and thought processing, they were still at the level of the leader of a veteran elite family. Yi Huailong could listen to everything that Lin Yuan said and unconditionally provide all that was asked of him. But Luolan and the Iron Hammer Federation were his rivals. There was no way that Yi Huailong could be generous with them. Lu Jie summoned Icebite now because he wanted to bring the Iron Hammer Federation out of its winter season with the help of Icebite's power. This method would also bring the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation closer together and prevent any feelings of discord from rising within Yi Huailong. But the most important factor was Lin Yuan's interest in the Snow Celestial Mountain. It snowed all year in the Snow Celestial Mountain. The weather was still acceptable at the bottom of the mountain. But once one reached the middle of the mountain, the snow became more than 3 meters deep, and even ice formed at some parts, making the terrain utterly unscalable by regular means. Lu Jie felt that it would be a good idea to allow Icebite to consume all of the snow on Snow Celestial Mountain. This way, the white snow could hide nothing on the mountain. Lu Jie told Lin Yuan about his idea, to which Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Even if Lu Jie did not bring it up, Lin Yuan would ask Lu Jie to do so. The Iron Hammer Federation did not have any Class 5 creation masters. It had absolutely no means of fighting back against the Truth Association. There was a legend that there was a being on Snow Celestial Mountain that often received offerings from the Iron Hammer Federation. The legend also stated that the being had made an appearance in the past. Offerings would lead to faith power. The life form on Snow Celestial Mountain had to have a great thirst for faith power. Lin Yuan felt that it was likely that Snow Celestial Mountain was mentioned in the Annal of Monster Information because of faith power. After interacting with Begin Lady, Lin Yuan learned that faith power was not only useful to dimensional life forms. Begin Lady had also absorbed faith power before it set its spirit fire alight. In fact, the faith power produced better effects for Begin Lady than pure spirit chi did. This was one of the main reasons Begin Lady had infected so many plant-type fays with its bloodline back when it resided in the sacred wood mystic realm. Thus, faith power could not only be linked to the dimensional worlds. Even if he did not manage to find out the secret of the Snow Celestial Mountain on this trip, he definitely needed to find the life form that needed faith power. In the past, Lin Yuan would have been extremely cautious. But now that he had Begin Lady, he could be more daring in his actions. If Lin Yuan wanted to gather faith power from the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members, he would clash with the goal of this creature on Snow Celestial Mountain. Even if Lin Yuan did not want to make an enemy of the life form on Snow Celestial Mountain, the life form would definitely cause trouble for Luolan once it stopped receiving offerings and faith power. Since that was the case, he would be better to strike first and with a heavy hand. With Icebite around, it was time to change Snow Celestial Mountain's name. Blackie flew at breakneck speed, but the child insects that Icebite produced were almost able to catch up with Blackie's flying speed. If someone was following Blackie at that moment, they would notice that surging river of white left bare rocks in its wake. Lin Yuan traveled from a warm climate to a cold climate. As the snow thickened, the temperature dropped further. The child insects that Icebite produced could keep up with Blackie's flying speed, because after they consumed sufficient snow and matured, the matured insects would be able to lay around 20 to 45 eggs. During the birthing process, the polar region jade silkworm would excrete a special organ and mutate, thus evolving into the polar region frost pupa. Once this happened, the polar region frost pupa would no longer consume snow. Rather, it would burn up the energy within its body that it had obtained from the snow and attack with its body. The polar region jade silkworm had appeared in the polar region before. The gold polar region jade silkworm led 100,000 of the polar region frost pupas and caused a blizzard that leveled 20 to 30 northern provinces. It went without saying that a building 50 to 60 meters tall stood no chance and was quickly ground into granules. Even before they reached freezing hammer tribe, Ice Bite's troops would be complete. Lu Jie gave Ice Bite the order to restrain any tribes it came across that were fighting. Lu Jie knew how much effort Lin Yuan had put into the startling Lines continent. He had not helped much with the previous establishments of the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation. Thus, Lu Jie wanted to take it upon himself to handle everything in the Iron Hammer Federation. Although the polar region jade silkworms were individual, it was coded into their genes to do their best to carry out Ice Bite's orders. Luo Lan's appearance in the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers had been nothing short of a miracle. Now, the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members were about to witness another miracle. Luo Lan could not obtain the most updated information because Lin Yuan was still riding Blackie on his way to the Freezing Hammer tribe. After all, under Ice Bite's control, any action could be seen by Ice Bite as a hostile act and lead to slaughter. Luo Lan slept soundly. After she laid down all her burdens and decided to leave it all to Lin Yuan, her sleep was deep and restful. After she woke up, she found that all of her exhaustion had melted away. Ai Xing and Sha Sha were heads of Luo Lan's 6 female attendants and so stood by the door of her bedroom the entire night. Both of them were aware of Luo Lan's temper and disposition. When Luo Lan walked out of her bedroom, they handed her a thick stack of information and said, "Your Majesty, this is the current state of the wounded in the fights between the tribes. According to the most recent reports, 4 of the Platinum tribes have almost been completely slaughtered." Luo Lan took a breath when she heard what Sha Sha and Ai Xing said. She pushed the stack of information back to Sha Sha and Ai Xing. "I slept for almost an entire day. It must have been hard for you to put together such comprehensive reports. I won't be looking through the information, and you don't have to collect any more from now on. All you need to do is sit tight and be prepared to hold an imperial meeting at any time." When Luo Lan finished speaking, she grasped Sha Sha and Ai Xing's hands and said, "There isn't much to do, and there's no rush to set up the imperial meeting. Why don't you accompany me for a walk around the garden?" At that point, Luo Lan paused and was silent for a moment before she said nostalgically, "Frankly, I haven't been to the absolute cold garden behind the palace in 2.5 years, even though it's only a 10-minute walk away. I do miss it." Sha Sha and Ai Xing both looked shocked when they heard what Luo Lan said. They did not know if Luo Lan was reminiscing about the previous court or missing her father. Nonetheless, they could sense that something was off with Luo Lan. Really wrong. Could she have given up on taking control of the situation? But this was not like her. But if she had come up with a plan, they could not tell what it was despite spending every day by her side. When they saw the relaxed expression on her face, neither of them could say anything. All they could do was allow themselves to be dragged to the absolute cold garden. The Iron Hammer Federation's terrain was uneven. The area at the border of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation was unkempt and barren. Only a few weeds were growing in the cracks of rocks and tiny patches of grass. This was partly due to the geographical position but also because of the Divine Wood Federation. Plants in the Iron Hammer Federation had to be rare in order for the imports from the Divine Wood Federation to fetch higher prices there. It went without saying that the same went for metal resources in the Divine Wood Federation. As a result, it was difficult for there to exist a garden in the Iron Hammer Federation that thrived all year round, much less in the Freezing Hammer tribe, which was at the foot of Snow Celestial Mountain. The Absolute Cold Garden was the most beautiful place in the Freezing Hammer tribe and where Luo Lan played during her childhood. A garden like this that even the disciples of veteran elite families had no access to was a mystical existence in the minds of the Iron Hammer Federation's people. This was akin to how people from the north felt bothered by the snow, but people from the south were fascinated by it. The absolute cold garden could provide a conducive environment for plants to grow because there was a top-grade strange flame, the spring-bedding dawn fire, there. Amongst all of the top-grade strange flames, the spring-bedding dawn fire was one of the rare ones that could facilitate the growth of plants and had healing abilities. The absolute cold garden's construction began from the moment the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court obtained the spring-bedding dawn fire. Since then, more than 170 years had passed. Normally, the Iron Hammer Federation was very short on resources. Any ruler with burdens and a sense of responsibility would not try to build a place of enjoyment when resources were in such short supply. There was a more important significance behind the absolute cold garden's existence, which was to use the spring-bedding dawn fire to nurture a large amount of plant-type phase. There was nothing rarer in the Iron Hammer Federation than plants. The main reason was that plants could not survive in such a cold climate. But if the plant-type phase were contracted by spirit chi professionals, they would live in the spirit chi professionals' spiritual spatial zone. This would solve most of their problems for survival. There was no better breeder in nature than plants. When plant-type phase had sufficient nutrients, they would reproduce after set periods of time. After many years of hard work, the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court support of spirit chi professionals who were affiliated with plant-type phase finally paid off. Alas, such a payoff was insignificant in consideration of the entire Iron Hammer Federation. Moreover, Luo Kai's series of despicable actions had damaged the Iron Hammer Federation's fundamental profits. During the long winter, his actions had caused many spirit chi professionals affiliated with plant-type phase to die. After all, the spirit chi professionals who were in charge of food production were the first to use up their spiritual power. If the entire group was healthy, the spirit chi professionals' lost spiritual power could be replenished. But if the entire group was already at the end of their wicks, these spirit chi professionals would have no chance to recover and would become the weak links of the entire group. Luo Lan had not felt much when she had been the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation. But in the 2 weeks that she had occupied the throne, Luo Lan had come to fully understand the meaning of a million things to do. If the entire Iron Hammer Federation could run like a well-oiled machine and all the tribes to be united in the same goal, Luo Lan was confident that prosperity would arise from millions of things to do. But that said, there was also the condition of the Iron Hammer Federation being able to smoothly trade resources with the Divine Wood Federation. But Luo Lan had forgotten that after solving the issue of hunger, the issues of corruption and greed would rear their ugly heads. Luo Lan had always been soft-hearted and rarely did things that could be called cruel. Ever since she gave the order to kill her relatives from the Freezing Hammer tribe, Luo Lan had been carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders. The discomfort only started to subside a few days ago. But now, in order to wipe out the poverty and destitution that ran rampant on the streets of the Iron Hammer Federation, Luo Lan decided to personally hand out the knives. After making this decision, Luo Lan found peace and could start planning for further in the future. She started thinking about how the development would carry on after the Iron Hammer Federation was cleansed. Xia Xia and Inauthentic were well aware of the urgent situation in the Iron Hammer Federation. Xia Xia and Inauthentic used to be elites from Black Gold tribes and had learned all the tribes' scheming ways. But ever since they became Luo Lan's attendants, their angle changed from that of the tribes to the entire Federation. Now, both of them felt a deep sense of responsibility. It was this sense of responsibility that led Luo Lan to pick them. Xia Xia and Inauthentic shared a look before they turned to watch Luo Lan leisurely stroll through the absolute cold garden. Inauthentic, who always acted decisively, spoke resolutely. "Your Majesty, you are the only one who can find a way to help the Iron Hammer Federation out of its crisis. You had a discussion with the 6 of us. No Black Gold tribe would have a legitimate reason for stepping in. The Platinum tribes that have become arrogant after all the fighting are showing clear signs of wanting to break free from the Black Gold tribe's control. You?" Before Inauthentic could finish speaking, Luo Lan waved her hands and said, "I already said that the issue will be solved without a hitch in the next few days. For the past 2 weeks, I've asked you to keep watch of the changes to Snow Celestial Mountain and record them all down. Bring these records to me now." Inauthentic bit her lip at Luo Lan's change of topic. A moment later, She bowed to Luolan and left to fetch the information on Snow Celestial Mountain. Sha was not as brave as Inauthentic, but she was more introspective. She could sense a deeper meaning behind Luolan's words. The most prominent site in the Freezing Hammer tribe was Snow Celestial Mountain. In fact, the main palace faced the Snow Celestial Mountain, and the snow-capped mountain could be faintly seen from the entrance of the palace. Sha had never heard of someone paying attention to the changes that happened on Snow Celestial Mountain. Could be understandable if Luolan just asked someone to note the changes once a day. But Luolan had asked them to record the changes hourly. This is very unusual. Suddenly, a thought struck Sha's mind. After Luolan became ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation, she asked every tribe to worship a statue of that mystical young man. If some tribes voiced that they wanted to worship her, Luolan would state that the statue of her had to be smaller and positioned below the one of the young man. In the past, only the statue of the celestial being on Snow Celestial Mountain was permitted to be positioned above the statue of the ruler of the imperial court. But both had to be the same size. But under Luolan's rule, the statue of the young man not only sat above the one above that of the celestial being but was even larger. This meant that Luolan wanted to change the object of the Iron Hammer Federation's faith. Since the young man had rescued all of them, the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members were very accepting of this change. Luolan's order was carried out smoothly. Sha took time every day to pray to the statue of the young man. At first, she had not thought much of it. But now, taking into consideration what was happening in the Iron Hammer Federation, they were essentially committing blasphemy against the celestial being on Snow Celestial Mountain. There was no way that Luolan was paying attention to the changes to Snow Celestial Mountain to plead for help from the celestial being. A more likely reason was that she feared punishment coming from the celestial being. Luolan was not the type to lose heart in the face of challenges. The change in her demeanor was likely due to her decision to let the young man who the entire Iron Hammer Federation was worshipping now step in and handle the situation. With that thought, Sha relaxed slightly. She did not know Lin Yuan well, but she knew he possessed a lot of power. Power was the only way to quell chaos. Soon, Inauthentic returned to the Absolute Cold Garden with a thick booklet in her hands. Luolan had asked for detailed reports on the situation in Snow Celestial Mountain and said that the more thorough the information was, the better. As a result, the attendants in charge of the recording had paid extra attention. One reason for this was that the attendants wanted to leave a good impression on this new ruler of the imperial court. If Luolan found them to be incompetent, their chances of being promoted in the future would be dashed. Luolan would definitely follow up on a task she had given out personally. Another reason was that the attendants believed that the change in the Iron Hammer Federation's object of faith would draw out a reaction from Snow Celestial Mountain. After all, the attendants had heard Snow Celestial Mountain's legends ever since they were children. Inauthentic handed the thick booklet to Luolan and said, "The attendants who did the recording are much too detailed. They recorded the hourly wind direction, the size of snowflakes, and the direction that the snow peak was leaning in. A single day's records take up a full 30 sheets of paper. For your convenience, I made some markings of the important content." When Inauthentic handed the booklet to Luolan, she noticed that Sha's looked more relaxed than she previously did. Inauthentic was shocked by this. She did not know what had transpired in the short 20 minutes that she had been absent. But out of respect, Inauthentic could not ask Sha about it now when they were right in front of Luolan and her imposing authority. Luolan received the booklet from Inauthentic and sat down on a stone bench before she started to flip through the records. Previously, Luolan had been focused on the Iron Hammer Federation's development and management. Thus, this was the first time that she was reading the records. All she had done was tell Inauthentic to report to her if there were any unusual occurrences. Since she had not received any reports from Inauthentic about Snow Celestial Mountain, Luolan had not expected anything from the booklet to catch her eye. Luolan knew that Lin Yuan was about to arrive at any moment. Lin Yuan had a clear interest in Snow Celestial Mountain and was only coming to the Iron Hammer Federation because of Snow Celestial Mountain. Thus, Luolan decided to familiarize herself with Snow Celestial Mountain's situation before Lin Yuan arrived, so she could answer whatever questions he had. As such, Luolan started to read through the entire report rather than just the parts that Inauthentic had marked out. When they saw Luolan immersing herself in the booklet, Inauthentic and Sha stood next to her silently for fear of disturbing her. When she reached the middle of the booklet, Luolan's brows slowly knitted into a frown. There was a sea of information about Snow Celestial Mountain recorded in the booklet, but the parts that Inauthentic had marked out were trivial pieces, such as the wind speed and size of snowflakes. She had completely ignored the recording attendants' notes that they could clearly feel themselves getting increasingly colder. Most of the Iron Hammer Federation was blanketed in snow, even during summer. Thus, there was no habit of recording one's own temperature. All of the attendants were in the pink of health and wearing the same clothes throughout. Yet, they could clearly feel themselves getting colder. This meant that the temperature around Snow Celestial Mountain was dropping. Although very few people paid attention to Snow Celestial Mountain in the past, no experts had ever reported temperatures dropping while they were hunting for resources nearby Snow Celestial Mountain. The more of the booklet Luolan read, the deeper her frown became. The two attendants today observing Snow Celestial Mountain and recording the changes stated that their hands and feet had suffered different degrees of frostbite. Both of these attendants were Pinnacle King-class experts, and temperatures had to be sub 60 degrees to result in them suffering frostbite. Given the abrupt drop in temperatures around Snow Celestial Mountain, Luolan could be certain that the celestial being on Snow Celestial Mountain had flown into a rage. In the past, Luolan had revered and put her faith in the celestial being on Snow Celestial Mountain. As the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, she had stuck close to the tradition of worshipping Snow Celestial Mountain's celestial being. But as strong as her faith had been, she became just as disappointed and angry when her father died, and the Iron Hammer Federation fell to ruin. All of her disappointment and rage soon morphed into hatred and disrespect. Furthermore, when her previous faith had plummeted to the lowest depths, she found a new belief in the astronomical parliament. Thus, the Luolan of today was no longer afraid of angering Snow Celestial Mountain's celestial being. Rather, she hoped that Lin Yuan could get rid of the legend once and for all. As a member of the Iron Hammer Federation's royal family, Luolan only placed her faith in and respected whatever could protect her and the entire Iron Hammer Federation. Not a celestial being that basked in being worshipped but did not lift a single finger when it was needed. Luolan closed the booklet and handed it back to Inauthentic as she said, "Inauthentic, I was willing to leave the task in your hands because I trust you. I hope you understand this. No matter the reason, you should do your best after receiving an order from me. I hope you won't disappoint me again next time." Inauthentic froze, and her body slumped. Through their interactions, Inauthentic knew what kind of person Luolan was and what character she had. Once Luolan felt that she was incompetent and lacked effort when performing her assignments, she would soon be eliminated as one of Luolan's close aides. She had been picked to be one of Luolan's close aides because of Sha and Qi. Qi had been negligent when carrying out an order from Luolan. As a result, she had not only failed to become one of Luolan's close aides, but had been kicked out of the six-person group completely. Inauthentic was terrified that she would end up with the same fate. However, she did not think that she had done anything wrong or been negligent in any way. Could it be that Luolan had gleaned something from the information in the booklet? While Inauthentic was thinking, Luolan said, "Go to the treasure vault and take out 2 high-grade strange flames that are stored within the spirit crystal gold. The observers will need them to keep warm." Luolan stood up from the stone bench and elegantly brushed her skirt off before walking off in the direction of her bedroom. She was going to inform Lin Yuan of the temperature abnormality surrounding Snow Celestial Mountain. After Luolan left, Inauthentic could not help but place a hand over her heart. All she could hear was the rapid beating of that organ hidden deep in her chest. Her heart rate had to have reached 140 beats per minute at least. Luolan had only given her instructions but said nothing else. This meant that Luolan had no intention of punishing her for this failure. But if such a thing happened again, she could not say for sure what the consequence would be. While Inauthentic was studying the booklet, Sha leaned her head over. Inauthentic could not help but sigh. These people who recorded the information are horrible. They write over 1,000 words of content for each hour so that it turns more into a report. How am I supposed to wade through all this to grasp the key points? The fights between the Platinum tribes have captured all of my attention of late. While Sha was reading the booklet, she managed to pick up what the issue was. She sighed deeply. The issue that Inauthentic had missed was by no means small. Inauthentic, you should be glad that you've been focused on the reports coming in from the Platinum tribes. Otherwise, Her Majesty would never have forgiven you so easily for such a huge mistake. Quickly, go and fetch the two strange flames. We have redirected our faith. The fight that is about to ensue might lead to a new legend for this era of the Iron Hammer Federation. You, me, and the rest of the citizens of the Iron Hammer Federation will be witnesses to the creation of this new legend. Inauthentic was from an elite family and had received the best education. Thus, she had always been proud. But at the same time, she always knew that Sha had better foresight and was more capable of looking at the larger picture. This was why Inauthentic was willing to listen to her despite her prideful disposition. A thought suddenly came to Inauthentic's mind, and her breath hitched. Next, she asked the question that she most wanted to know the answer to. Sister Sha, when I returned, I saw that you were much more relieved. Has Her Majesty come up with a solution? Sha had no immediate reply to Inauthentic's question because Luolan had not outlined a clear solution. All that Sha had now were guesses. Hence, she could only reply hesitantly to Inauthentic. Do you remember the person who stood next to Her Majesty during that period of starvation? The one who killed the sinner with one casual attack. Sha felt that with Inauthentic's comprehension skill, she would be able to read between the lines of what she was saying. Inauthentic's expression changed drastically when she heard what Sha said. Eventually, her expression morphed into a mixture of 1/5 delight, 1/5 hope, and 3/5 surprise. This was such a radiant expression that Sha could not help but avert her gaze. Inauthentic remembered Luolan's order and rushed off from the absolute cold garden. Sha thought back to the changes to Inauthentic's expression as well as that flash of crimson. She instantly realized what was running through Inauthentic's mind. The young man who stood next to Luolan had been outstanding and a beacon of hope. He had saved them all and provided them with new life while they were wilting away from despair and starvation. All of the girls in the Iron Hammer Federation who were of age felt at least slightly the same way that Inauthentic did. Even Sha could not say that she was the exception. But Sha felt that she was better than Inauthentic at controlling her emotions. By the time Lin Yuan received the news from Luolan, he was only an hour away from the Freezing Hammer tribe. In his previous life, he had lived in the north when he was a child, but his parents had relocated to Hangzhou before he was even 10 years old. He had an impression of what a landscape of ice and snow looked like, but the image was not vivid. In this life, he had been born in the Xia region's Redbud City, which was in a warm climate close to the sea. Not a single snowflake fell in Redbud City the entire year. Thus, Lin Yuan still felt fascinated when he saw snow, bringing him back to the early childhood days of his previous life. Lin Yuan felt a burst of sentiment. On the thoughts letter paper, he wrote back to Luolan with his estimated time of arrival. Lin Yuan turned to look behind Blackie, at the stones bare of snow, and could not help but gasp. Big Brother Lu, your ice bite should be able to handle thousands of troops in a battle on snowy terrain with ease. Lu Jie smiled and replied humbly, in order for Ice Bite to unleash its full power, it needs some time to get its engine running. Otherwise, it won't be able to reach the scale you're seeing now. Su Yiren's lips twitched. Back when she was in the 7 states of darkness, she never thought that there could be so many members of the younger generation who could match up to her. Her grandmother had been a Class 5 creation master, and with her background, she had free use of the Dark Continent's resources. But ever since she joined Lin Yuan, she noticed that the talent and power she had always been proud of did not count for much. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had surpassed her. Even when Yu, with her talent for governance and the strategic significance of her elemental paper, was standing at the peak that most geniuses could never hope to reach. Su Yiren felt that all geniuses should be proud and arrogant. But Lu Jie and Lin Yuan could not be more down to earth. As long as there is snow and ice, it will take less than 5 seconds for Ice Bite's engine to warm up. As long as some snow and ice is preserved, There is no way even thousands of troops will stand a chance. Plus, Icebite is just one of your many insect species carcinomaphase that have transformed into fairies. The rest of them aren't shabby either. Su Irin remembered the Capture the Flag games that were trendy in the Dark Continent. This version of Capture the Flag needed at least 8 participants. There was no maximum number of players. One of the players could draw the boss card, while the rest only had player cards. Lu Jie was currently progressing like how the boss player would. Before witnessing this for herself, Su Irin had never imagined such progression. Lu Jie smiled gently and said, "Irin, you don't have to belittle yourself. If I get close to you, I will immediately fall under the spell of your absolute love poppy and become your puppet. I won't have any chance of unleashing my power." While Lu Jie was speaking, he had no idea what was going through Su Irin's mind. If he did know, he would immediately correct her way of thinking. If anyone had drawn the boss card, it would be Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not like to show off, so not even Lu Jie knew the full extent of his phase abilities. But only those who were trying to chase after Lin Yuan knew how impossible it was just trying to catch up with him. After receiving Lin Yuan's reply, Luo Lan immediately changed her clothes and went through the special tunnel to fetch Lin Yuan and his group. Frankly, Luo Lan wanted to hold a parade and sound all the sirens to welcome Lin Yuan. This was not only Luo Lan's selfish desires, but Lin Yuan made it clear in his message on the Thoughts letter paper that he wanted to keep a low profile and cause as little of a stir as possible. The icy wind was bracing, and the cold from Snow Celestial Mountain caused many people from the Freezing Hammer tribe to unknowingly wear more layers than usual. Many families who were more affluent started searching for tailors to add down feathers, wool, and animal skin to their clothes. Some of them even made new cold weather clothes. As a result, many tailors ended up overwhelmed with work. The people from the Freezing Hammer tribe did not think much of these changes. Lin Yuan could already see signs of the Freezing Hammer tribe in the distance, as well as the towering Snow Celestial Mountain that stood behind the Freezing Hammer tribe. Lin Yuan thought this should be the spot to do what Luo Lan mentioned in the Thoughts letter paper about killing the rotting elites who are holding the tribe's growth back. If the Astronomical Parliament was a traditional cultivation game, Lin Yuan would have already successfully brought up and transformed the previously fallen Princess Luo Lan into a legitimate queen. Luo Lan had stated a location in the message on the Thoughts letter paper, and Blackie flew to that exact spot. When Lin Yuan, Su Irin, and Lu Jie's feet hit the ground, they saw Luo Lan, who had passed through the tunnel. Su Irin frowned slightly when she saw that. "Luo Lan, you might have become the ruler of the imperial court, but your throne would still be shaking if you didn't have Lin Yuan's help. What you should do now is to pay attention to your safety. What if someone found out that you came alone and tried to assassinate you?" Luo Lan was shocked when she heard what Su Irin said. It was true that she had been overjoyed with the knowledge of Lin Yuan's arrival, but she also had her own frustration of not having any experts by her side who she could trust wholeheartedly. All of the leaders of Black Gold tribes supported her, but there was no way she could place her full trust in them. The crisis had come about from her father trusting Luo Kai too easily. Her past experience caused Luo Lan to be on guard. When Lin Yuan saw the bitter smile on Luo Lan's face, he could guess the reason behind it. Red Thorn had grown a new tongue of relinquish that Lin Yuan had already used to take control of one of the Truth Association's experts. This expert had reached eternal power, and his main Fae was a defense-type Fae that had reached advanced eternal. This expert had been killed by the Goddess of Mercy. All of the Truth Association's experts who the Goddess of Mercy had killed had utterly broken bodies. This expert was the only one with a relatively more complete corpse that the Tongue of Relinquish could release scars into and take control of. Di Wanmi was a creation master, and Lin Yuan had not given her a number. But Lin Yuan intended on giving numbers to the combat line of experts Red Thorn had taken control of. This expert from the Truth Association would be Eternal Weapon 1. Since Lin Yuan had begun Lady, Eternal Weapon 1 would not have great importance to Lin Yuan. As the Red Thorn's Tongue of Relinquish regrew, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th places could make up for the potential loss of Eternal Weapon 1. Lin Yuan decided to place Eternal Weapon 1 by Luo Lan's side to protect her. By protecting her, the foundation of the entire Iron Hammer Federation and one of the pillars of the Startling Lines continent would be safeguarded. Just as Lin Yuan made his decision, Luo Lan felt exceptionally bitter. Compared to Jin Qianxuan and Yi Huailong, she had spent the longest time with Lin Yuan. She was even a member of the Astronomical Parliament, meaning that she had an advantage over Yi Huailong and Jin Qianxuan. She also had more of Lin Yuan's trust than they did. But compared to both of them, she had a shortcoming that could not be overlooked. This shortcoming was that she lacked the strong power that Jin Qianxuan and Yi Huailong had. Lin Yuan was one of the reasons for Jin Qianxuan and Yi Huailong being able to sit securely on the thrones of their respective federations. Another reason was that both of them had the power to back it up. But the only thing she could rely on was Lin Yuan's help. Once she was apart from him, she would not even have the confidence to protect herself. This was a source of anxiousness for Luo Lan. With Luo Lan's pride, there was no way she could make the first move to ask Lin Yuan to give her an expert who could remain in the Iron Hammer Federation to protect her. At that moment, Lin Yuan gently waved his hand, and a thin figure dressed in white robes with gold patterns and blue clouds appeared. This figure was wearing a large hood that covered almost his entire face. There was the rune of a sharp sword drawn on the hood. Luo Lan felt that there was an aura of magnificence coming from this attire. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Luo Lan, I didn't consider every angle. From now on, Eternal Weapon 1 will stay here to protect you. If you need any martial force, you can let Eternal Weapon 1 know. He will do all that he can to the best of his abilities." When Luo Lan heard Lin Yuan say that this figure who he had suddenly summoned was going to stay here to protect her, she felt a burst of delight that soon morphed into shock. Eternal Weapon 1? As the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, her father had mentioned to her before that there was a level above Immortal. However, not even he knew the name of that level. When Luo Kai was hunting her, in order to make her lose hope and sink into despair, he had revealed to her that the name for the level above Immortal was Eternal. When she joined Lin Yuan, Luo Lan came to fully understand what power beyond Immortal was like. She finally had a clear idea of what eternal power meant. There was no doubt that Lin Yuan's subordinate had eternal power. Lin Yuan said that he would be leaving Eternal Weapon 1 with her. Was Lin Yuan really going to assign an eternal expert to guard her? More importantly, she could even order the eternal expert around while he was protecting her. If Lin Yuan had placed such a powerful figure by her side earlier on, she would not have been so troubled by the Iron Hammer Federation's current circumstances. Previously, Lin Yuan had sent a figure cloaked in black to receive her. Luo Lan clearly remembered that the black-cloaked figure had been called a Thearch-class weapon and indeed had possessed Thearch-class power. Luo Lan was slightly speechless. After all, Lin Yuan had given her a gift immediately after they met. It would clearly be too shallow just to say thanks. Given how generous Lin Yuan was to Luo Lan, it was likely that he would do the same for Su Iran once she started recovering the Dark Continent. Lin Yuan's actions showed how much he cared for the members of the Astronomical Parliament. This treatment was comparable to Yi Huailong and Jin Qianxuan's benefits. The Insect Queen's voice appeared in Lu Jie's mind. "Master, because of the limited snow, Ice Bite has reached the maximum population number. Cannot grow its army anymore. Please give the order to use up some of the mature polar region frost pupas." Lu Jie immediately said, "Lin Yuan, the best way to settle the fighting platinum tribes is to use Ice Bite's army of insects to stop them. On our way here, we have taken control of a total of 31 tribes. But this is just one aspect. If the other aspects aren't controlled soon, some problems might arise." When Lu Jie was in the Divine Wood Federation, he heard that the tribes had united during the Iron Hammer Federation's time of crisis. But the truth was that the tribes were just as bloodthirsty and merciless when they fought with each other over profits. Lu Jie knew that the Iron Hammer Federation was on the weak side. When two platinum tribes fought, it always ended in one of the tribes being exterminated. Given the situation, every minute in advance that the fighting could be stopped could save thousands of lives. Lin Yuan did not react immediately after hearing what Lu Jie said. Rather, he cast his gaze at Luo Lan. Luo Lan was the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation, and this could be considered the Iron Hammer Federation's personal matter. This was not part of the deal between Lin Yuan and Luo Lan. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to seek her opinion on what to do. This was also Lin Yuan's way of respecting her. When Luo Lan saw Lin Yuan looking at her, she said with sincerity, "Young master, for now, I have no means of handling the situation in the Iron Hammer Federation. Since I'm so helpless, I could only wait for you to step in and help me. Big Brother Lu, please help to stop the fighting between the tribes and preserve the Iron Hammer Federation's experts." Lu Jie gently lifted his hand toward Luo Lan and gave an order to ice bite through the insect queen. The weather was freezing, yet Luo Lan could feel the snow around her halting. A wave of white was rushing over from a distance. Soon, the wave of white split off into numerous streams of white that traveled in different directions. They were almost like a disciplined army that a general had organized. After some movement from the streams of white, the stone beneath was uncovered. All Luo Lan did was blink, and she noticed that the sea of white actually consisted of translucent insects. After living in the freezing hammer tribe for so many years, regardless of the winter or summer season, this was the first time that Luo Lan saw the bare ground. Lu Jie's action went beyond Luo Lan's understanding. It also gave her more assurance. From the speed at which the white streams of insects flowed, Luo Lan estimated that all of the fightings in the Iron Hammer Federation would be eliminated within 3 days. Luo Lan had always been passionate. She thought that as long as she was diligent and did her best, she would be able to achieve most things. But now, she finally knew that power was the stepping stone to reaching all goals. Luo Lan bowed to Lu Jie in gratitude before she hurriedly said, "Young master, Big Brother Lu, and Irin, it must have been difficult rushing all this way. Why don't you come with me to take a rest in the Imperial Court? Although resources are tight in the Iron Hammer Federation during winter, we have our fair share of delicacies. The dairy products from the Iron Hammer Federation have always stood above those from the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation. The veteran elite families from the Divine Wood Federation and secret aristocratic families from the Great Lush Federation always go crazy for our dairy products. The really outstanding dairy products come from the ice-stepping snow alpaca's milk. It is frozen under thick ice for many years in order to produce that fragrant taste. I know that you might have eaten dairy products exported from the Iron Hammer Federation in the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation. But the dairy products made from the ice-stepping snow alpaca's milk have never been exported." Luo Lan's tone was friendly and earnest. The Iron Hammer Federation had already passed through a trial and cut off all of its rotting parts. It could be said that the dairy products from the ice-stepping snow alpaca were the most precious food items produced in the Iron Hammer Federation. During winter, the Iron Hammer Federation did not have thriving resources like the Great Lush Federation and Divine Wood Federation did. As such, they had to be very careful when it came to food. But when receiving guests like Lin Yuan, what mattered was not what was being eaten but the intentions behind the sentiment. What she wanted was for Lin Yuan to see her sincerity. Su Irin's heart ached when she heard what Luo Lan said. "Sister Luo Lan, Listen has already planned out the new routes for the Chambers of Commerce. Young Master has adjusted the Great Lush Federation's trade roll. In the future, the movement of resources between the 3 federations will be managed by Listen. During winter next year, the Iron Hammer Federation will have just as much and whatever that the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation has." Lin Yuan had made a promise to Luo Lan long ago. But Luo Lan never expected Lin Yuan to fulfill his promise so quickly. This speed was astonishing. In less than a year, all of the trading routes within the Startling Lines continent would be smoothened, and all of the resources would be reorganized. Luo Lan had not spent much time with Listen previously. But the fact that he could achieve so much during the past year was proof that he was a talented individual worth investing in. It would not be long before Lin Yuan and Lu Jie settled the situation in the Iron Hammer Federation. From now on, the Iron Hammer Federation's biggest issue of lacking resources would be solved. Without Luo Lan doing anything, the Iron Hammer Federation would start to develop rapidly. As they walked through the tunnel and headed toward the Imperial Court, Luo Lan was filled with gladness but also had not forgotten to report everything that she needed to report to Lin Yuan. "Young Master, I have instructed people to observe Snow Celestial Mountain. It seems as though nothing special is happening, but the temperature has been dropping. I'm sure whatever is on the mountain has not been idle. Why don't you stay in the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court for some time, so you can be prepared when that being makes itself known? He did not want to waste time in the Iron Hammer Federation. If Snow Celestial Mountain was not recorded in the Annal of Monster Information, Lin Yuan would not have traveled across half of the Startling Lines continent to see Luolan. He had already spent almost 4 months in the Startling Lines continent. The Radiance Envoy selection and major Federation meeting were about to begin. During this time, Lin Yuan not only had to build Sky City atop universe but also had to make a name for himself in the Marsh world. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to settle the issues in front of him quickly. If he did not rush to the Marsh East Circle in the Marsh world within a week, he would not make it in time for the major Federation meeting. If Lin Yuan was lacking in power, the best thing to do would be to hide in the shadows to address the issue. But now that Luolan had sufficient power, he could squash the problem instantly. This was the dominance that one needed to have when dealing with problems. After Lu Jie takes control of the fighting tribes, all of the ice on Snow Celestial Mountain will be eaten. The being on Snow Celestial Mountain won't be able to hide. I won't be staying in the Iron Hammer Federation for long. At most, I'll only be here for a week. Luolan felt herself deflate when she heard Lin Yuan say this. But before her disappointment surfaced in her expression, Lin Yuan said, "During this week, I'll provide you with more beneficial resources that you can use to develop the Iron Hammer Federation. As the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation, you are its core. You have to build a network of power with yourself at the center. This network has to reach every corner of the Iron Hammer Federation. This way, you'll truly be able to transform into the Iron Hammer Federation's will." Luolan listened seriously to what Lin Yuan said and carefully contemplated his words. Soon, she realized he was saying she needed to take real control of the Iron Hammer Federation. Although she had Eternal Weapon 1 protecting her, she could not leave all problems to him. Otherwise, she would be no different from Luo Kai. She needed to nurture some people from her federation into experts who were fully loyal to her. This was the only way she would be able to truly improve the Iron Hammer Federation's overall combat power. The culture of the Iron Hammer Federation had always been each individual only caring about themselves and not getting involved with others. The Black Gold tribes had been providing the Freezing Hammer tribe with less and less in recent years. Due to the instability in the Freezing Hammer tribe, they did not even have a single Class 4 Creation Master. Knowing this, Luolan had never thought about this aspect. But now, Lin Yuan, the Good Samaritan, was carrying things through to the end. He not only helped her to take back the throne of the Iron Hammer Federation but was even helping her to settle the conflict in the Iron Hammer Federation. He not only provided her with martial force that she could depend on but was also sincere in his efforts to help her nurture her people. There was actually no need for Lin Yuan to do all this. According to the agreement, everything, including the Iron Hammer Federation, would belong to Lin Yuan once he helped her take the throne of the Iron Hammer Federation and set up all of the Iron Hammer Federation's trading routes. Luolan was extremely grateful to Lin Yuan and decided to heartily welcome him in the Absolute Cold Garden. Luolan felt that the Absolute Cold Garden was the only place in the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court that was presentable. Luolan did not intend to keep Lin Yuan from Sha Sha, and Aishing and the other 4. She also did not plan on hiding him from the other servants of the imperial court. Every tribe member of the Iron Hammer Federation knew that she was under Lin Yuan's protection. Lin Yuan had also become the new object of the Iron Hammer Federation's faith. There was nothing strange about him appearing in the imperial court. All of the attendants in the Iron Hammer Federation, including Enai Xing, Sha Sha, and the rest, had been picked from the Black Gold and Platinum tribes. These people could spread the news of Lin Yuan's arrival. Before the 8 major Black Gold tribes boosted her bid for the throne, they always supported her. But before Lin Yuan gave his help, Luolan had gone to seek help from them. All of them had used various reasons to reject them in the most courteous way possible. The 8 major Black Gold tribes knew that Luolan was lacking resources and that she had solved the hunger issue. Yet, the provisions they supplied were much lesser than in previous years. This indicated that all of them had their own ploys in mind. They might not aim to rob her of her position. Rather, they did not want her to possess too much power so it would be easier for them to control her. Luolan was well aware of this. But as the ruler of the imperial court, if she could not control all the factions in the Federation stringently and was weaker than them, she would not be able to achieve anything significant. Young master, it is just as you said. I will do my best to become the will of the Iron Hammer Federation and serve you. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had never requested any achievement from her. As long as the Iron Hammer Federation could progress steadily alongside the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation, the entire Startling Lines continent would become increasingly stronger, and this would be the biggest help to Lin Yuan. When he arrived at the imperial court, Lin Yuan saw 6 uniform-wearing attendants standing at the entrance of the imperial court. It was clear that they were here to greet him and his group. From the moment that Enai Sha, and the rest saw Lin Yuan, they found it impossible to drag their gaze away from Lin Yuan. This was the second time that the 6 of them were seeing this godlike young man. He had a calm expression, and a small smile was playing on his lips, giving him a natural and friendly demeanor. He did not feel distant at all. Luolan gave out instructions. Go and set up a banquet in the Absolute Cold Garden, and bring out all of the remaining dairy products made of the ice-stepping snow alpaca's milk. Sha, Enai and the rest hurriedly pulled their gazes away from Lin Yuan and headed to the Absolute Cold Garden to begin preparations. When Su Iran heard Luolan mention the dairy products made of the ice-stepping snow alpaca's milk, she could not help but ask curiously, Luolan, back when I was in the Dark Continent, I heard that the ice-stepping snow alpaca's milk is the most valuable produce to come from the Iron Hammer Federation. I heard that the royal family has all of the creation breed ice-stepping snow alpacas. You must have as much of the ice-stepping snow alpaca's milk as you want, right? Luolan smiled bitterly before saying in a slightly deadpan voice, It is true that the Luo family owns all of the ice-stepping snow alpacas. My great-grandfather discovered it on Snow Celestial Mountain. It is precious because it contains water, ice, and wind elemental energy. It has to live in a harsh climate like Snow Celestial Mountain when it's young. Thus, the fluids from the female ice-stepping snow alpaca contain a large amount of these 3 types of elemental energy. The 3 types of elemental energy is the main reason for the flavor of the dairy products. Luo Kai offered the ice-stepping snow alpacas to the Truth Association's envoy when he became their lapdog. The Truth Association's envoy roasted the ice-stepping snow alpacas. As a result, there are only 4 child ice-stepping snow alpacas left. It will take at least 20 years before they grow up and become able to produce milk. So after this meal, it will be more than 20 years before more dairy products will be produced from the ice-stepping snow alpaca's milk. At first, Luolan had not intended to reveal this, saying this sounded too self-sacrificial. But since Su Iran had asked her, Luolan did not mind explaining. As he walked to the Absolute Cold Garden, Lin Yuan immediately sensed a warm energy that could stimulate the growth of plants. Lin Yuan looked around and was immediately attracted by the spring bedding dawn fire above the garden. The spring bedding dawn fire could not match up to the top-grade red plum falling fire that Zhongzhe had specially nurtured in terms of combat. But when it came to appearance and price, the spring bedding dawn fire was above the red plum falling fire. Only an outstanding item like this could create a flowering garden in such a frigid environment. But as rare of an existence as the Absolute Cold Garden was, the plant-type phase growing in it were not overly valuable. This was similar to how there were not many overly valuable metal spiritual ingredients in the Divine Wood Federation. The Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation had always held back when they traded plant-type phase. Most of the plant-type phase in Absolute Cold Garden were obtained from the Iron Hammer Federation's official robber groups. It would take some time for the banquet to be set up. But Lin Yuan had a large number of precious plant-type phase in both the Spatial Ring and the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan already had a large store of phase, even more so now that he had obtained all of 5th Page Truth's possessions. At first, Luolan wanted to give Lin Yuan a tour of the Absolute Cold Garden. After all, Luolan's impression was that the Absolute Cold Garden was one of the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court's most important assets. But before Luolan could say anything, she heard Lin Yuan's pleasant voice say, There is still some time before the meal begins. Why don't you call some more people over and give the absolute cold garden a makeover? The spring bedding dawn fire is a top-grade strange flame, and its effects can easily reach over 50,000 square meters. Although the effects will be weaker at the borders of this area, the plants that are more resistant to the cold will still be able to grow healthily if they are evolved to platinum grade. Luo Lan could not help but gulp when she heard what Lin Yuan said. The Luo family had possessed the spring bedding dawn fire for a very long time. As such, they had long tested the extent of the spring bedding dawn fire's abilities. More than once, Luo Lan's father had expressed the wish to expand the current 5,000 square meter absolute cold garden. But this was not an easy feat due to the lack of precious plant type phase. In order to keep up the aesthetic, there was no way that the mundane plant type phase could be planted in the absolute cold garden. But ever since the absolute cold garden was constructed, the Luo family's predecessors had considered the possibility that the absolute cold garden could be expanded. Hence, they had left 50,000 square meters of space around the absolute cold garden free. But even after so many years had passed, the size of the absolute cold garden had not changed at all. Ever since Luo Lan took the throne of the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court, she had been engulfed in worries and troubles. She had not thought about expanding the absolute cold garden at all. But now that Lin Yuan was mentioning it, could it mean that, before she could form any thoughts, Lin Yuan started taking out precious flowering plant type phase from the spatial ring one after another? At that moment, Luo Lan felt like a garden had exploded before her. She had never seen such a parade of flowers. Some of the plant type phase that Lin Yuan took out came from the Divine Wood Federation, while others came from Condensed Fairy Orchard. These flowers not only captured Luo Lan's gaze, but the eyes of Anai Xing, Sha Sha, and the rest who were setting up the banquet widened as well. Lin Yuan did not stop what he was doing because of their reactions. Soon, the flowers that he produced took up all the available space. He smiled at the stupefied Luo Lan and waved his hand gently in front of her. Don't just stand there. The issue that has been troubling you is going to be solved by Big Brother Lu. Since you have nothing to do for now, why don't you expand the absolute cold garden? It'll also help you find peace and give you time to think about what to do from now on. The current absolute cold garden is too small. The size is preventing me from providing even more plant type phase even if I want to. Luo Lan did not try to be excessively courteous to Lin Yuan. Instead, she said to Anai Xing, Sha Sha, and the rest, "Go and gather all of the spirit craftsmen in the imperial court. Designate a space outside the absolute cold garden to build a greenhouse." Sha Sha and Anai Xing look at each other. They could not be more aware of what was troubling Luo Lan. From what Lin Yuan said, they finally understood why Luo Lan had become relaxed. It turned out that Lin Yuan and the rest were stepping in to help the Iron Hammer Federation. Sha Sha and Anai Xing could not be more relieved. As Luo Lan's close aides, both of them had some sway in the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court. They almost had as much authority as the heads of their families. Thus, both of them definitely wanted the absolute cold garden to expand and improve. Once the absolute cold garden was expanded, more spirit chi professionals would be affiliated with plant type phase in the Iron Hammer Federation. This would be nothing but beneficial for the Iron Hammer Federation, which lacked such spirit chi professionals. After Anai Xing, Sha Sha, and the other four relayed the order, a large group of spirit craftsmen soon gathered around the absolute cold garden. It was known that the best material to build a greenhouse was the metal spiritual ingredient transparent annealed crystal iron. The transparent annealed crystal iron was one of the rare metal spiritual ingredients that was transparent and could reflect 100% of the light that hit it. Additionally, the transparent annealed crystal iron was even tougher than many platinum metal spiritual ingredients. But this was a much easier feat in the Iron Hammer Federation. The Iron Hammer Federation had started mining in 4 mountains that produced the transparent annealed crystal iron. Although the transparent annealed crystal iron was not commonly used, they had been stored up. Now, the chance to use them had finally come. The transparent annealed crystal iron had been cut into thin 2-meter-long boards for convenient storage. They could be immediately used in their current state. All that was needed was some special phase that the spirit craftsmen had contracted to join the boards together. There were not many fays that were suitable to be contracted by spirit craftsmen and could join metal spiritual ingredients together. Expanding the absolute cold garden seemed to be monumental but was not difficult in the slightest. Luolan started to give out orders to the servants to move all of the plant-type fays that were currently in the absolute cold garden outside of the garden. Next, she told the servants to plant the precious plant-type fays that Lin Yuan had taken out within the 5,000 square meters of the current absolute cold garden. After the absolute cold garden's expansion was completed, these beautiful flowers would become the core of the absolute cold garden. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "These flowers aren't very rare. They can be moved outside too. You must use the absolute cold garden's main space well. In the future, I will give you many plant-type fays with the sacred wood bloodline. There will be a lot of them. This 5,000 square meter garden won't be enough. I think that you will need to reserve at least 15,000 square meters of space for these plant-type fays with the sacred wood bloodline." Luolan widened his eyes, and her breathing also became more ragged. At that moment, she felt dizzy. Her heart pounded so vigorously that it almost leaped out from its cavity. She knew the significance of the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. One's rivals always understood one better than one's companions did. In the decades that the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation had been fighting, the Iron Hammer Federation had suffered significantly because of the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. 15,000 square meters of space. Just how many plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline could be planted in such an enormous space? If she had the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline, it would be much easier for her to nurture her subordinates. When dealing with the tribes, the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline could be the best leverage. While Lin Yuan was speaking, a loud noise suddenly exploded in the air. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the ground trembling violently. The gold-transparent annealed crystal iron was very effective at absorbing shocks. The tremors became increasingly violent, and the booming noises never stopped. Lu Jie lifted his head to look at Lin Yuan and thought, "It looks like the being on Snow Celestial Mountain can't hold back anymore after sensing that the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes have redirected their faith. Only the being on Snow Celestial Mountain could produce such large-scale tremors." Sounds of panic could be heard inside and outside the imperial court. Lin Yuan stood up, and 4 pairs of wings appeared on his back. He injected spirit chi into the wings, and they turned from black to white. He flapped his wings to leave the imperial court and check on Snow Celestial Mountain. 6 of the lonely night hurricane moths emerged from the dimensional light moth's abdomen. Although these lonely night hurricane moths were very small, they could produce a shocking amount of wind elemental energy when they flapped their wings. The wind elemental energy lifted Lu Jie and carried him off in the same direction Lin Yuan had flown in. Although Lu Jie had instructed Icebite to send out a large number of the polar region frost pupas to settle the fights between the tribes, there was still a significant portion of the polar region frost pupas remaining. Furthermore, Icebite was still producing more of the young polar region jade silkworms. Since all of the snow around the freezing hammer tribe had been eaten, Lu Jie instructed the polar region jade silkworms to target the snow on Snow Celestial Mountain. The changes to Snow Celestial Mountain might be largely related to Icebite. Otherwise, there was no reason for such an abrupt change after all the gradual changes that Luolan had mentioned. While Lu Jie was flying toward the imperial court, he realized that the towering snow-covered mountain in front of him had started to shake. It resembled a giant that had just awoken and was shaking off the thick blanket of snow that was covering its body. Lu Jie had witnessed his fair share of monumental events, but the sight of the shaking peaks that jutted thousands of meters up into the air still filled him with a strange sense of shocked marvel. This also caused Lu Jie to begin quivering, not out of fear but amazement. No matter how powerful Lu Jie's past opponents had been, they were all either humans, fays, or dimensional life forms. But now, this enemy was a part of nature itself. Lu Jie could not conjure up the image of a life form that could cause Snow Celestial Mountain to begin shaking and trigger such a violent snowstorm. If this life form had Earth-type abilities, it would be capable of activating not just Snow Celestial Mountain. Although Lu Jie did not understand what was happening, this did not stop him from ordering Icebite to maneuver the polar region jade silkworms toward the avalanche. The freezing hammer tribe was in an uproar. Only the king-class experts who could fly would be able to survive this avalanche. Even if the spirit chi professionals with gold avian-type phase sat on their backs and took to the sky, it would be difficult for the gold phase to stand up to the force of the wind currents as well as the extremely low temperature. But to the child polar region jade silkworms, this was nothing more than a luxurious feast. The insects swarmed the snow at the bottom of the mountain. The polar region frost pupas led the group to take on some of the impact for the polar region jade silkworms. Once the polar region jade silkworms entered the snow, they began to guzzle down the snow. As long as there was sufficient ice and snow, the polar region jade silkworms would be able to grow rapidly and transform into the polar region frost pupas. The polar region jade silkworms had rushed to the front in order to shoulder the impact for the polar region frost pupas. As the cycle of action continued, the army of polar region jade silkworms not only prevented the terrifyingly powerful avalanche from reaching the freezing hammer tribe but had even pushed it back, uncovering the glimmering stone slabs at the foot of the mountain. Cracks started to spread all over the mountain. Thousands of polar region jade silkworms were crushed each time the cracks closed up. The polar region frost pupas that had only reached myth breed stood no chance against Snow Celestial Mountain's counterattack. This sight caused Lu Jie to furrow his brow deeply as he became even more suspicious of what was behind this strange phenomenon. Lin Yuan did not share Lu Jie's curiosity. The change to Snow Celestial Mountain caused a faint smile to appear on Lin Yuan's face. He already had a guess of what the celestial being on Snow Celestial Mountain's true form was, but he needed to ask Begin Lady in order to confirm his guess. Begin Lady, what do you think are the chances of the celestial being on Snow Celestial Mountain being a fairy? When the 8 white wings appeared on Lin Yuan's back, and he took off for the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court, Begin Lady started to keep its eye on Snow Celestial Mountain. Begin Lady smiled and replied, 100%. But Snow Celestial Mountain still has a decently long way to go before it can turn into a fairy. You have yet to see my true form. The sacred wood mystic realm was just the remnant of my body after it was refined. I used to be an underground river. I was almost 6 million kilometers long and spanned across countless lands. Thus, my natural potential is far greater than this mountain. When I transformed into a fairy, my starting point was that of an intermediate fairy. Using this as a gauge, Snow Celestial Mountain will only be able to start off as a lower fairy at best after it passes Heaven's trial. Frankly, Snow Celestial Mountain has also been gifted with an opportunity. Just like how I changed from just being water type to both water and earth type, its environment has also changed Snow Celestial Mountain to both ice and earth type. While I am skilled at support, it will be more skilled at combat. Lin Yuan cast his fiery gaze onto Snow Celestial Mountain. A fairy was indeed deserving of being recorded in the Annal of Monster Information. Lin Yuan had already verified the contents of the Annal of Monster Information more than once. Not counting the parts that he was unfamiliar with and could not verify, none of the content that Lin Yuan had managed to verify had been inaccurate. Lin Yuan could even go along with the Annal of Monster Information content to a T. Begin Lady, if Snow Celestial Mountain successfully overcomes Heaven's trial and becomes a lower fairy, what will be the extent of its power? Begin Lady was silent for a moment before it responded. Intermediate fairies can gain their spirit fires immediately after passing Heaven's trial, but I am not confident of saying the same for lower fairies. I think, at worst, it will only have awakened its birth horoscope. Every fairy's bloodline has unique strengths. My bloodline can be used to produce plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. I cannot visibly see what Snow Celestial Mountain's bloodline abilities will be, but there is a high chance that you will be very pleasantly surprised. Lin Yuan's eyes became even brighter when he heard what Begin Lady said. Begin Lady kept mentioning the benefits that Snow Celestial Mountain could bring as a lower fairy. This meant that it really wanted him to help Snow Celestial Mountain to overcome its Heaven's trial. Begin Lady already exhibited strong empathy even before it consumed Su Jian and Bai Dong's souls. This empathy only became stronger after it consumed the 2 men's souls. It was likely that Begin Lady could see itself and the struggles it had faced back in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm in Snow Celestial Mountain. Presently, Snow Celestial Mountain hated him and the entire Iron Hammer Federation. It was not hard for Lin Yuan to understand why. The Snow Celestial Mountain had been happily enjoying the offerings from the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes without a hitch. It basked in the power of faith and padded its foundation in preparation for its heaven's trial. It was much more difficult for natural landscapes to transform into fairies than it was for fays to undergo their own transformations. Besides Begin Lady, there had never been a successful case in the main world. Even Begin Lady's success came from the help of Lin Yuan's secret weapons. If Lin Yuan had lacked even one of his secret weapons, there was no way that Begin Lady would have been able to successfully overcome its heaven's trial to transform into an intermediate fairy. Lin Yuan wanted to gather faith power. For this, he had redirected the entire Iron Hammer Federation's faith. He had essentially cut off the road to the Snow Celestial Mountain's future. It was no wonder that the Snow Celestial Mountain would use up so much of the energy it had been saving in retaliation. However, it would not be impossible to ameliorate the relationship between him and the Snow Celestial Mountain. Before a natural landscape transformed into a fairy, its mind was extremely pure. All Lin Yuan needed to do was promise the Snow Celestial Mountain that he would help it to overcome heaven's trial and transform into a fairy. And the Snow Celestial Mountain would no longer mind that the Iron Hammer Federation's faith had been redirected. It would even begin to feel gratitude towards him. When Lin Yuan had not responded, Begin Lady said with uncertainty, "Lin Yuan, do you remember the dark gold snake scale that descended when I passed my heaven's trial? It's highly likely that something similar will descend after the Snow Celestial Mountain's heaven's trial." Lin Yuan's mind immediately went to the mysterious snake scale. The perfect touch wisteria was a fae that was not limited by the spirit chi professional rank of its contractor, so its power could grow endlessly. It did not possess the natural ability to roll grades to do battle. It was both Greenvine's exclusive skill swallow same source and the dark gold snake scale that turned Greenvine into a legend. Lin Yuan would be beside himself with elation if something similar could descend from the Snow Celestial Mountain's heaven's trial. The dark black scale was clearly not from the main world. Lin Yuan needed to find more of such items to get a peek at the other worlds. Previously, Lin Yuan had used Frigid and its cold season poisonous fish to boost the Fish World Sea Trump card, produce the strongest attack he could with his Mermaid Emperor bloodline power, and fend off the last attack from the Heaven's Trial. Next, he used Morbius root power to capture the dark gold snake scale. Because of this, Morbius had used up 1/5 of its root power. If he could obtain more items like the dark gold scale, using up another 1/5 of Morbius root power would be worth it. After all, Morbius root power could be recovered. As Morbius grade continued to rise, it would be able to recover its root power even quicker. It only took Morbius about 2 months to recover 1/5 of its root power. But if he missed out on something like the dark gold snake scale, he might never be able to come across it again. Even if no such item descended after the Snow Celestial Mountain passed its heaven's trial, Lin Tuan would still gain a lower fairy and a powerful companion. The Mermaid Emperor power that Lin Yuan used up in order to defend the last attack from the heaven's trial for Begin Lady had not yet recovered. Before Lin Yuan fully recovered all of that Mermaid Emperor bloodline, he would not be able to produce another attack like that. Begin Lady would provide martial force while Lin Yuan just needed to provide all of the resources that the Snow Celestial Mountain needed. Lin Yuan had accumulated a large amount of spirit chi crystals after he helped the white-clothed followers increase their phase powers. Although a large portion of it had gone to increase Greenvine's power, a small portion was still left. The number of remaining spirit chi crystals was still more than the amount that Lin Yuan had when he was helping Begin Lady. Thus, it would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to provide resources. While Lin Yuan was communicating with Begin Lady, Lu Jie walked over to Lin Yuan. Lu Jie had been instructing Ice Bite to fight the Snow Celestial Mountain. Although each healed crack in the mountain resulted in the deaths of thousands of polar region jade silkworms, it was easy for a myth-breed carcinoma fae to make up for such a loss. After Ice Bite transformed into a fairy, it became intelligent to almost a fault. Under Lu Jie's orders, the polar region jade silkworms that were initially gathered together split up. This greatly increased the cost that the Snow Celestial Mountain had to bear when it attacked the polar region jade silkworms. In the clash against the Snow Celestial Mountain, Lu Jie seemed to have the upper hand. There was even a group of the polar region frost pupas that led the polar region jade silkworms and conquered the halfway point of the snow celestial mountain. After the constant fighting, Lu Jie realized that he might not be fighting a fae hidden in Snow Celestial Mountain but Snow Celestial Mountain itself. The Snow Celestial Mountain that Lu Jie had pinned down was fully manic. Lin Yuan turned and said, "Big brother Lu, stop for now. Call Ice Bite back." Next, Lin Yuan said, "Begin lady. Go and have a talk with the Snow Celestial Mountain. In the state that it's in, there's no way it will listen to what I have to say." Begin lady appeared next to Lin Yuan. After shooting a look of amazement at Lu Jie, it turned into a pink and gold stream and flew towards the Snow Celestial Mountain. From the knowledge of Su Jian and by Dong's souls, Begin lady knew how terrifying a carcinoma fae was when unleashed. Many disasters in the Divine Wood Federation had been due to the carcinoma phase. Previously, Begin lady had not paid much attention when Lu Jie used Ice Bite to consume the snow. But now, Lu Jie had managed to stop a serious avalanche using Ice Bite. This was a completely different case. Regardless of whether Ice Bite had transformed into a fairy, it still had suzerain/mythi power. The avalanche triggered by the Snow Celestial Mountain could have caused the same damage as a creation breed fae. In fact, the scale would be much greater than that of a creation breed phase attack. Yet, Ice Bite had easily subjugated such a large-scale attack and even had the upper hand. Before a natural landscape transformed into a fairy, it had limited means of attacking and defending itself. If Lu Jie was not willing to go easy to the Snow Celestial Mountain, Ice Bite could kill the Snow Celestial Mountain or, at the very least, cause it to suffer greatly. The Snow Celestial Mountain could end up losing its ice type because all of the snow on and around it had been consumed, leaving it as only an Earth-type fairy. Begin lady went over to the Snow Celestial Mountain. Begin lady had been holding its aura back, so the Snow Celestial Mountain had not noticed its presence. Begin lady gently shook its head as it sensed the hidden despair amidst the mad franticness. It released its intermediate fairy aura. When Begin lady released its intermediate fairy aura, Lin Yuan could visibly see the entire Snow Celestial Mountain freeze. The mad frantic aura melted as though it was part of the snow and ice. Begin lady reached out its hand and gently touched the mountain as it said, "Silly child, the person you're hating isn't an enemy. He will lead you to your transformation and provide you with opportunities." The Snow Celestial Mountain started to tremble slightly, and a cold but clear voice with a hint of bitterness rang out by Begin lady's ear. "If he can help me to transform and gain new opportunities, I am willing to do anything to thank him." When Begin lady heard this, it immediately knew that the Snow Celestial Mountain was the same as it had been. It did not believe that it could succeed at Heaven's trial with just the preparation it had made so far. If the Snow Celestial Mountain believed that it was capable of overcoming its Heaven's trial on its own, it would never give up on its hatred for Lin Yuan so easily. This allowed Begin lady to see even more similarities between itself and the Snow Celestial Mountain. It once again thought back to the terrible struggle and torturous experience of fighting against the heavens. Begin lady turned and looked at Lin Yuan. It now felt even more strongly that meeting Lin Yuan was a blessing. Begin lady patted the Snow Celestial Mountain. "Although you haven't created a spatial boundary, judging from the store of energy in your body, you shouldn't be far off from your Heaven's trial." The Snow Celestial Mountain did not hesitate to reply, "I have reached the point where I'll be able to trigger my Heaven's trial at any time. Even if I forcefully hold on, my Heaven's trial will undoubtedly be activated within 10 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reacted so violently over the energy offerings." Begin lady immediately said, "Since you can trigger Heaven's trial at any time, bring up the spatial boundary now. Otherwise, the outside world will discover when you trigger your Heaven's trial. The life forms in over a 1,000-meter radius around your mountain will also end up hurt. After a natural landscape gained the opportunity to transform into a fairy, it would gain the ability to create a spatial boundary. The sacred wood mystic realm was the spatial boundary that Begin lady had created. When the Snow Celestial Mountain heard Begin lady's suggestion, its body expanded and cracked. The rocks covered with snow rolling down the mountain triggered the spatial energy of the surroundings. As the spatial energy exploded all around, the snow celestial mountain was eventually shrouded. It was as though the snow celestial mountain did not belong to this world. Luolan led Inauthentic, Sha, and the rest to the absolute cold garden so they could watch the snow celestial mountain. This was when they noticed that the snow celestial mountain had disappeared. Luolan rubbed her eyes in disbelief but still could not find any trace of the snow celestial mountain. This filled her with shock and doubt, but she soon suppressed these feelings. Ever since she joined the astronomical parliament, she had her horizons broadened more than once. With Lin Yuan here, everything that seemed extraordinary and impossible became mundane. Luolan calmed down quickly, but Inauthentic, Sha, and the rest did not have the same experiences and strong stomach that Luolan had. Given the states that Inauthentic, Sha, and the rest were in, the members of the Freezing Hammer tribe did not have to be mentioned. After the members of the Freezing Hammer tribe quelled the violent emotions that had arisen within them, they cast their gaze at Lin Yuan. With the right giant wings behind him, Lin Yuan was drenched in a sacred brilliance. All of the people of the Iron Hammer Federation had been rescued by Lin Yuan, including the members of the Freezing Hammer tribe. In order to express his loyalty to the Truth Association, Luo Kai had not even allowed the elderly and weak members of the Freezing Hammer tribe to remain at home. All of them had been dispatched. Thus, the members of the Freezing Hammer tribe felt even more loyal to Lin Yuan than the members of the other tribes did. After Luolan decided to create the statue of Lin Yuan, no one from the Freezing Hammer tribe voiced any opposition despite being so near to the Snow Celestial Mountain. The Snow Celestial Mountain had just caused a disaster that could have been akin to an apocalypse. If the avalanche had been allowed to continue, the entire Freezing Hammer tribe would have been buried. Once again, this young man had stepped in to halt the disaster. He had even used unknown means to cause the entire Snow Celestial Mountain to disappear. At that moment, with his 8 wings, Lin Yuan appeared even more like a god than when he first appeared on the sand statue. The magnificence of gods did not come from how distant and untouchable they were, but from their protection of mortals. While Lin Yuan was observing the Snow Celestial Mountain, he waited for Begin Lady to return with the news after speaking with the Snow Celestial Mountain. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that the water spewing from the fountain of faith in his divine kingdom had increased significantly. The glowing dots of faith within the fountain were also much brighter and purer than in the past. More than 20 days had passed since Lin Yuan allowed the only Holy Spirit in the divine kingdom to use faith power to begin the derivation of the environment comfort level. But the derivation of the environment comfort level had yet to be completed. Lin Yuan had peeked into the divine kingdom more than once during this time. Lin Yuan's divine kingdom had already undergone enormous change. After spending a large amount of faith power, Lin Yuan's divine kingdom had turned into a world filled with water. The only land was around the altar. The land was just as barren as it had been in the beginning. But deep in the sea, there were numerous hotbeds for bacteria to be cultivated. Many parts of the seabed had become underwater volcanoes, adding to the variety of the underwater environments. The divine kingdom, which was only a few tens of square kilometers, was around the same size as Redbud City's marine harbor. Yet, there were already 4 different directions of currents in this territory of water. All of these were the basic conditions for the derivation of life. Lin Yuan had left a few drops of blood in the divine kingdom. As the master of the divine kingdom, the fresh blood would become the seeds of new life. After the environment comfort level of the divine kingdom reached a certain extent, derivation would be triggered. After the Snow Celestial Mountain used its energy to create its own spatial boundary, it said to Begin Lady, "Frankly, I was planning on building the spatial boundary right before my heavens trial descended so I wouldn't be disturbed and so other life forms wouldn't get hurt. I didn't intend to harm any humans or tribes with the avalanche. All I wanted was to give them a scare. The only way I'll be able to stand a fighting chance is if the humans continue to worship me." Begin Lady did not interrupt the Snow Celestial Mountain, nor did it doubt anything that the Snow Celestial Mountain said. Begin Lady did not express its attitude because the Snow Celestial Mountain had not tried to gain its favor. Furthermore, a natural landscape's thoughts were very pure before transforming into a fairy and absorbing other life forms' souls. Thus, it would not try to hide its real thoughts. More importantly, Begin Lady was more powerful than the snow celestial mountain. Since it had already set its spirit fire alight, it was easy for Begin Lady to see through a person's feelings. If the snow celestial mountain was lying to it, there would definitely be some fluctuations in its emotions that would immediately become obvious to Begin Lady. Frankly, I am envious of you. This baseless statement from Begin Lady immediately stunned the snow celestial mountain. Begin Lady smiled at the snow celestial mountain's silence and speechlessness and said, I was only saved by Lin Yuan and gained his help after I had resigned myself. You are 10 years ahead of me. The most difficult thing would be to see your hopes being slowly dashed. That's why I said that I envy you. I need to go back to tell the news to Lin Yuan. While it spoke, Begin Lady turned back into a pink and gold stream and flew back to Lin Yuan's side. Begin Lady smiled gently at Lin Yuan. The snow celestial mountain can activate its heaven's trial anytime. I have ascertained its condition. Since it is only a lower fairy, it won't need as many resources as I did. Lin Yuan nodded gently. Time was more valuable to Lin Yuan than resources were. If Lin Yuan needed resources, he could get as much as he wanted from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. If he needed Spirit Chi crystals, he could use the resources from the Spirit Lock spatial zone to nurture the white-clothed followers. Lin Yuan would be troubled if the snow celestial mountain still needed 5 or more years before it could activate its heaven's trial. No matter how one looked at it, using resources to trade for an expert that had awakened its birth horoscope as one's companion was very worth it. Begin Lady had already communicated with the snow celestial mountain. As long as the snow celestial mountain was not stupid, it would not feel any unhappiness or resentment for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said to Begin Lady, Take me to see the snow celestial mountain. Why don't we help it to complete its transformation within these 3 days? Lu Jie did not insist on staying with Lin Yuan. He knew that Lin Yuan was rushing for time. If he insisted on going with Lin Yuan, he would have to leave some matters undone for now. This would waste up to a day or two. Although Lu Jie did not know how strong Begin Lady was, he could feel that it was hundreds of times stronger than him. With Begin Lady by Lin Yuan's side, there was nothing for Lu Jie to be worried about. Lu Jie nodded and said, Don't worry, Lin Yuan. If you need 3 days, most of the matters regarding the tribes will be resolved by the time you return. At that time, all you'll need to do is make a decision. Lu Jie instructed the lonely night hurricane moths to carry him off in the direction of the imperial court. Before he joined the astronomical parliament, Lu Jie had been very curious about how Lin Yuan had come to know Su Iran, Talei, Luolan, and the rest. But after joining, many of his areas of confusion had been cleared up. Since he was seated on one of the 12 golden thrones and was thus one of the main decision-makers of the astronomical parliament, Lu Jie knew that it was his duty to share the burden of helping the astronomical parliament's members with Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. If he disappeared with Lin Yuan, the unaware Luolan would lack any sense of security. Due to the change to the snow celestial mountain, the lunch that had been prepared in the absolute cold garden did not carry on. When he saw Luolan, Lu Jie said, The situation has been settled. You don't need to worry. Just tell the spirit craftsman to continue building the absolute cold garden. I have already gotten more than 40 of the platinum tribes under control and did my best to keep the injuries and deaths to a minimum. However, it is impossible to avoid all bloodshed in battle. You have to be prepared for this. Of course, only a very small portion of this will be those who resisted too violently and had to be eliminated by ice bite. Most of the deaths and injuries came from the fighting between the 2 biggest tribes. Lu Jie's return gave Luolan great ease. Luolan had personally witnessed how terrifying the army of insects was. It was difficult to come up with the will to resist against such an army. There were always accidental injuries that came out of fights, much less the battles between combatants that Lu Jie was trying to stop. But the number of deaths was almost insignificant compared to the number that had been saved. Thank you, Mr. Veer. Big Brother Lu. Before Luolan and Lin Yuan were properly acquainted, she always addressed him as Mr. Leo. Lu Jie occupied the Virgo throne, but calling him Mr. Virgo was too strange. So despite not being very familiar with him, she addressed him the same way that Lin Yuan did. Lu Jie called over Ice Bite, which had been flying around the absolute cold garden, and said to Luolan, Icebite is much smarter than regular people. I already told it to record each tribe that it takes control of. You can get your assistants to communicate with Icebite if you want to stay up to date on the situation. Even if you're in the Imperial Court, you'll still receive the clearest and newest reports. Before Luolan could make any arrangements, Lu Jie summoned the dimensional light moth and started using it to produce insects to defend the Imperial Court. Lin Yuan had left Eternal Weapon 1 with Luolan. Even if any tribes decided to revolt in these 3 days before Lin Yuan returned, Eternal Weapon 1 could easily handle them. But after seeing what Lin Yuan did to the Great Lush Federation, Lu Jie knew that not even the Black Gold tribes would dare to truly rebel. If special approaches were used, the Black Gold tribes could become part of Luolan's power. Thus, it would be slightly wasteful to use Eternal Weapon 1 to carry out a massacre. If there were truly any issues, Lu Jie could take the opportunity to experiment what extent his power had reached after his series of opportunities. But of course, it would be best if there were no issues. Additionally, there was no way he would be able to hide the fact that Icebite was commandeering an army of insects to take control of the Platinum and Yellow Gold tribes from the 8 major Black Gold tribes. By now, Lin Yuan was standing in front of the Snow Celestial Mountain. Lin Yuan was about to say something to the Snow Celestial Mountain when he heard its cautious and slightly incomprehensible voice say, "Thank you for being willing to help me. If you can help me transform into a fairy and successfully overcome Heaven's trial, I'm willing to do anything." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at the Snow Celestial Mountain's words. Apparently, Begin Lady had explained everything to it clearly. When Begin Lady saw the Snow Celestial Mountains canter toward Lin Yuan, it smiled and said, "I am planning on being with Lin Yuan from now on. Once you overcome Heaven's trial, you will be able to change form. When that happens, you should stay with Lin Yuan too. I am an intermediate fairy, so I'm stronger than you. I also changed my form sooner than you. There are many things that I'll be able to teach you. Once you join Lin Yun, you'll realize just how right this decision is." Begin Lady had spoken fully from the heart, but it did not tell the Snow Celestial Mountain about the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Begin Lady had already been with Lin Yuan for some time. Besides Begin Lady, no other strangers had ever entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. This meant that the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was Lin Yuan's secret. Begin Lady was very happy that Lin Yuan trusted it. Begin Lady would never reveal Lin Yuan's secrets unless he did so himself first. The Snow Celestial Mountain had always been rooted in the ground it was in now. After it gained intelligence, it had drowned in loneliness. All it could do was silently listen to the sounds of the falling snow and whistling wind. Begin Lady's words gave Snow Celestial Mountain a place where it could go and belong. The Snow Celestial Mountain nodded and said, "I'm willing to stay with you. Will we be companions from now on?" Ever since the Snow Celestial Mountain gained intelligence, it often saw groups of animals on its body. Many of them were male and female animals leading smaller animals and trying their best to survive. The Snow Celestial Mountain was very envious of that feeling of having someone to depend on. Because of this, the Snow Celestial Mountain had helped many of the small animals when they were in danger. But it did not help them to flee and survive, but to push up little rocks to halt the animals' movement when they lost their footing and were rolling down the mountain. As a geographical structure, the Snow Celestial Mountain could not break the laws of nature. This was because the Snow Celestial Mountain knew that the animals' fates could be changed by it taking pity on them and helping them out of danger. The animals that were out hunting had to have families waiting for them back home. With Lin Yuan and Begin Lady here, the Snow Celestial Mountain felt as though it had turned into one of those small animals and was about to receive selfless help from its companions. Lin Yuan reached out and patted the rocks on the Snow Celestial Mountain as though he was shaking hands with it. "I am not your only companion. There are many more of us. But you'll only be introduced to them after you change into human form." At this point, Lin Yuan's expression turned stern, and he seriously said to the Snow Celestial Mountain, "I heard from Begin Lady that you can trigger Heaven's trial anytime. I have enough resources, while Begin Lady has sufficient power. Why don't I help you to gather energy now, so you'll finish your transformation in the next 3 days?" Begin Lady had already told the Snow Celestial Mountain this information. In doing so, gave it hope. But Begin Lady did not tell the Snow Celestial Mountain that it would be undergoing the transformation within 3 days. At first, the Snow Celestial Mountain did not believe what Lin Yuan said. But soon, its body started to tremble as it shook off all of the snow that Icebite had not eaten. The Snow Celestial Mountain could tell that it had lost itself with excitement and hurriedly reabsorbed the snow it had shaken off. Even with its pure mind, the Snow Celestial Mountain was sufficiently intelligent to trigger Heaven's trial. The Snow Celestial Mountain knew that there was no need for Lin Yuan and Begin Lady to lie to it. Both of them were within the spatial boundary it had created. If it died during Heaven's trial, Lin Yuan and Begin Lady would end up having to sustain the remaining attacks. However, the Snow Celestial Mountain was well aware of how much energy it lacked. The Snow Celestial Mountain dared not believe that Lin Yuan could make up for the energy it lacked and help it overcome Heaven's trial. At this moment, Lin Yuan took out handfuls of the spirit chi crystals and tossed them into the cracks in the Snow Celestial Mountain, as he said, "Quickly, crush these crystals. The spirit chi within these crystals will be very beneficial for you. It will definitely be just as if not more helpful than the faith power from the tribe members." After taking out many spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan took out more handfuls of Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. When he last spoke with Begin Lady, Lin Yuan learned that once a natural landscape comprehended 2 types, it only needed 1 type of pure elemental energy to switch between them. Although Lin Yuan could prepare Ice-type pure elemental energy, it would be a challenge. It would definitely be easier to obtain Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Thus, Lin Yuan did not bother the ice-sealing frozen carp and only used Earth-type elemental pearls. When it heard what Lin Yuan said, the Snow Celestial Mountain gently moved its body and crushed the Earth-type elemental pearls as well as spirit chi crystals. The pure spirit chi and elemental energy that caused the entire mountain to tremble exploded within the Snow Celestial Mountain's mountain and began to nourish it. At first, the Snow Celestial Mountain was already convinced by what Begin Lady and Lin Yuan said. But now that it was tangibly feeling the benefits, the Snow Celestial Mountain was looking forward and more hopeful of the future than ever. Hearing something from others could never compare to experiencing it personally. The Snow Celestial Mountain was extremely careful, absorbing the pure spirit chi and earth elemental energy. Pure spirit chi and elemental energy were the most basic sources of energy that the Snow Celestial Mountain needed. With these, the Snow Celestial Mountain no longer cared about the offerings from the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes. The Snow Celestial Mountain was afraid of wasting even a smidge of the resources that Lin Yuan had provided. The Snow Celestial Mountain was just as grateful to Lin Yuan as Begin Lady had been. Begin Lady smiled. At the same time, it also became very interested in finding out what abilities the Snow Celestial Mountain's bloodline power had. Every fairy had different abilities. Begin Lady could use its bloodline power to create fays with the sacred wood bloodline and increase their talents. After it became a fairy, it could even forge precious instruments. Begin Lady could sense that there were no life forms on the Snow Celestial Mountain that had been nurtured with the Snow Celestial Mountain's bloodline power. Even after sensing the Snow Celestial Mountain for so long, it had not figured out what effects the Snow Celestial Mountain's bloodline power had. But this was clearly not the time to ask. Begin Lady decided to ask the Snow Celestial Mountain about it after it overcame Heaven's trial. It would also be able to find out what abilities the Snow Celestial Mountain gained after transforming into a fairy. It was likely that Lin Yuan was just as curious as it was. It was true that Lin Yuan was also extremely curious about the Snow Celestial Mountain's abilities, but he had not immediately asked the Snow Celestial Mountain about it. A person would reach completely differently when he knows that he is being helped unconditionally rather than with hidden motives. The Snow Celestial Mountain was going to join him as a companion after it passed Heaven's trial. At that time, it would tell him everything without him needing to ask. As Lin Yuan continued to produce resources, the Snow Celestial Mountain's aura started to grow at a visible rate. Morbius' voice appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. "Partner, you're so lucky. You actually came across another fairy after Begin Lady. Do you remember me telling you that the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation have different environments? Now I finally know why." When he heard what Morbius said, Lin Yuan immediately began to think. When he came to the Startling Lines continent and before the construction of the underground palace, had been going on for long at the border of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Morbius had become suspicious after Lu Jie was done scouting the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation's environments. If the Sun was the boundary line with the Radiance Federation as the coordinates, the Iron Hammer Federation should not belong to the cold region. Even if it was topography was much higher than the Divine Wood Federation, the temperature should not drop below 0. With the Sun as the center coordinates, the Iron Hammer Federation should have a similar climate to Ascending Dragon City. At that time, Lin Yuan and Morbius had discussed this issue in depth but did not manage to come up with any useful possibilities. It was possible that after the Snow Celestial Mountain overcame Heaven's trial and changed into a fairy with a human form, the temperature in the Iron Hammer Federation would rise until it matched that of the Ascending Dragon City. Seeing snow in the Iron Hammer Federation would become a rarity if that happened. Once the temperature in the Iron Hammer Federation rose, most plants could grow and thrive on their own there, just like they did in the Iron Hammer Federation. Moments ago, Lin Yuan had been fully focused on the Snow Celestial Mountain's evolution. If Morbius had not mentioned this, it would not occur to Lin Yuan at all. Moreover, Lin Yuan felt that he was extremely lucky. Whether it came from having such a good-natured sister like Chu Si, a loving master like the Moon Empress, or meeting dependable friends like Lu Jie and Wen Yu, Lin Yuan had been surrounded by luck on his entire journey, and he could not be more contented. Lin Yuan did not verbally say this to Morbius, but both of their minds were linked. As such, Morbius could clearly sense what Lin Yuan was thinking. Morbius seriously told Lin Yuan, "Partner, it's not that you're lucky. Even if anyone else was given the same chances, they might not have done as well as you have. Frankly, it's those who have met you who are lucky. Even without them, and it was just the two of us, you would still be able to grow, just not as quickly. But if Lu Jie didn't have you, the Insect Queen would have died, and he would be living like a walking corpse in some corner of Redbud City. Without you, Wen Yu would have lost the right to be a spirit attendant. Given the characters of the people who had been around her, she would not have gone on to lead a better life. If not for you, the Moon Empress would not have been able to take control of her birth horoscope and become a Class 6 creation master. Don't discount yourself." Morbius was no different from Lin Yuan's heart. It was only ever concerned with him and his benefits. There were many times that Morbius felt that Lin Yuan was too kind. But perhaps it was this character of his that allowed him to form such close ties. Luckily, after a year of non-stop training, Lin Yuan could finally kill without hesitation or mercy. This change in Lin Yuan's mindset made Morbius even happier than when it increased its grade. Ever since it somehow gained a large amount of root power, Morbius had used some of it to try awakening a portion of his memories. Morbius could not shake the feeling that many blurry memories were floating around, but it could not grasp them clearly. After regaining some of these memories, Morbius became even more attached to Lin Yuan. It even started to feel a special type of possessiveness. Morbius could not help but find this strange. Ever since Lin Yuan helped begin Lady to evolve, he had been more heavy-handed in using resources. After a long time passed, the Snow Celestial Mountain that had been focused on accumulating energy finally said, "Lin Yuan, Senior Begin Lady, I have reached the limit of the amount of energy that I can absorb. When should I trigger the Heaven's Trial?" After saying this, the Snow Celestial Mountain fixed its eyes on Lin Yuan. 5 hours ago, after sensing the Snow Celestial Mountain's condition, Begin Lady had said, "There is sufficient energy in the Snow Celestial Mountain's body. I can help it to overcome its Heaven's Trial. There is no need to fill up the energy in its body to the brim." The Snow Celestial Mountain thought the same. Its years of accumulating energy could not even compare to the 3 hours Lin Yuan had provided it with resources. It was clear to see how much Lin Yuan was willing to do for it. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had not stopped providing it with energy and continued to provide more pure spirit chi and elemental energy. The energy in the Snow Celestial Mountain has only reached its limit. It will only be able to increase its potential to the greatest extent after it passes Heaven's Trial. For the sake of helping it become an intermediate fairy as soon as possible, these spirit chi and elemental energy shouldn't be skimped out on. Lin Yuan's words caused the Snow Celestial Mountain which had only just gained the ability to display its elementalized body, felt tears prick its eyes. Its elementalized body was mostly comprised of earth elemental energy, and it was dust that rolled out from its eyes. Thus, neither Lin Yuan nor Begin Lady noticed. Begin Lady suddenly remembered that Lin Yuan had done the same when it was experiencing Heaven's trial. He had also filled its energy to the maximum before it underwent Heaven's trial. When it saw that the snow celestial mountain was done with preparations, Begin Lady said, "You can trigger Heaven's trial anytime. Once you feel that you can't hold on any longer, I will step in to help you." The snow celestial mountain unleashed its aura, and clouds soon gathered above it. Inside a shining golden palace, a man wearing dark gold armor had melancholy draped on his face. Because of his special eyes, he also appeared listless due to his melancholy. Numerous snake pupils were bumping into each other within his eyes. Thoughts were flying through his head. What is wrong with this Class 1 world? Not only was a rare life form like an intermediate fairy born, but I even lost connection to one of my scales there. His pupils contracted, and the numerous snake pupils transformed into a menacing gaze. He had been ready to report a workplace injury, but he did not do so because he had secretly tampered with the Heaven's trial. His heart ached over the reverse scale that had taken over 1,000 years to form. The more he thought about it, the sourer his expression became. At this moment, a man wearing warm blue armor tugged at his hair that resembled tree vines and asked doubtfully, "Jia Ran, what kind of expression is that? I'm sure you aren't suffering as my partner. With me by your side, my abilities can even nourish you. Even the captain is jealous of your position. Can it be that you're envious of me because my power recently improved? We have been partners for so long. There's no need for you to be so envious." The man wearing dark gold armor, addressed as Jia Ran, immediately looked vexed. "You Xian, don't forget that you only managed to increase your power because of the treasure I gave you. Why would I be envious of you after I willingly gave you that treasure? Plus, the stronger you become, the easier of a time I'll have when partnered with you." Jia Ran could not suppress his suspicions and asked Yu Xian tactically, "You Xian, do you think an intermediate fairy can appear in a Class 1 world?" But after he heard what Jia Ran said, Yu Xian still could not help but roll his eyes. "Jia Ran, you have been downtrodden recently. Did something happen that struck you dumb? Are you still hung up on missing out on the chance to enter Honor Absent Pool? It is a rare occurrence for even one intermediate fairy to appear in Class 2 worlds. Intermediate fairies are even rare in Class 3 worlds. How could one appear in a Class 1 world? A Class 1 world is basically a barren desert. Unless it is combined with the dimensional world it is linked to and is promoted to a Class 2 world, nothing rare will be produced there." Jia Ran drooped even more after he heard what Yu Xian said. He hissed in his mind, "I thought so too. If an intermediate fairy hadn't appeared in a Class 1 world, I wouldn't have tried to investigate with a reverse scale. But I even ended up losing my reverse scale. Who is going to explain this to me? If I don't report a workplace injury, I will lose a treasure that took a millennium to be produced." Yu Xian was getting a stronger feeling that something was wrong with the sullen Jia Ran. There was activity in the crystal ball in front of the two of them. The image of a mountain bud appeared. It was covered with white snow. This was usually a normal sight for Jia Ran and Yu Xian. But this time, Yu Xian could not help but cry out. Since when did lower fairies begin appearing in Class 1 worlds? This sight had gone against everything that Yu Xian had just said. Jia Ran did not speak, but the snake pupils in his eyes flew apart swiftly, indicating his changing emotions. Jia Ran could sense that this lower fairy had appeared in the same Class 1 world that the intermediate fairy had. Otherwise, the two auras would not be so similar. Previously, Jia Ran had messed things up and ended up capsizing the boat in a sewer. This time, Jia Ran was going to look at whether something wrong was happening in this Class 1 world. He made his decision. He heard Yu Xian say, "The chances of a lower fairy appearing in a Class 1 world are even lower than a constellation whale appearing in the Honor Absent Pool. I want to see what is different about this Class 1 world. A snowy mountain only has that much potential. From the size of the mountain on the crystal ball, this snowy mountain doesn't have outstanding talent. When UXIN was about to input a response into the crystal ball to activate Heaven's Trial for the snow celestial mountain, Jaren said solemnly, "You have only just leveled up, so your well isn't that deep yet. There was also that incident a few days ago. You should stabilize yourself. Let me do it this time." UXIN crinkled his nose and hurriedly pulled back his hand. His error had resulted in the loss of an intermediate fairy. His entire team had been punished by Honor Residence Palace because of this. As curious as UXIN was about how a lower fairy had been awakened in a barren land, he hastily gave up the chance to Jaren and said, "While you work, I'll go and see the captain. He took the brunt of the responsibility for my mistake. I should make it up to him." Jaren immediately looked cheered up. Without UXIN with him, he would be able to properly investigate this Class 1 world. It would be best if he could find one of his treasures in the process. While Jaren inputted a response into the crystal ball, he said to UXIN, "Go on. Nothing will go wrong with me here." After UXIN left, Jaren's clenched fist finally relaxed. For snake scales burning with dark gold flames appeared in Jaren's hand. Lin Yuan and Begin Lady watched as the clouds in the sky changed continuously. They could clearly tell that the Snow Celestial Mountain's Heaven's Trial was arriving much later than Begin Lady's Heaven's Trial had. But Lin Yuan did not have much experience with helping natural landscapes transform into fairies. Begin Lady's experience could not be used as the standard. But before Lin Yuan could ponder over it more, the clouds in the sky were immediately stained golden and changed into the shape of flames. 16 golden eyes appeared in the sky. The 16 eyes still caused all the hairs to stand up on Lin Yuan's body. He was slightly curious. There were many types of world cleansings when fantasy breed phase evolved to myth breed. So why were all the Heaven's Trials for fairies so similar? The 16 eyes opened simultaneously. There was an inexplicable ocean of powerful energy within the pupils. Before the Snow Celestial Mountain had time to react, the first golden eye had already turned into a beam of light that shot toward the Snow Celestial Mountain. The Snow Celestial Mountain knew that Begin Lady wanted it to experience Heaven's Trial so it could train itself. As such, the Snow Celestial Mountain did not immediately ask for Begin Lady's help. Instead, the shaking mountain threw the snow-covered rocks at the beam of light. The first attack from Heaven's Trial was the weakest. The latter attacks would only become stronger. Thus, the Snow Celestial Mountain did not need to try too hard to fend off the first attack. However, Lin Yuan and Begin Lady's expressions did not relax in the slightest. Rather, they became more stormy. This was because they had realized that the first attack that the Snow Celestial Mountain had handled was stronger than Begin Lady's Heaven's Trial's first attack had been. This was definitely not normal. Could it be because the Snow Celestial Mountain was only a lower fairy and only needed to face 16 attacks from Heaven's Trial? After fending off the first attack from Heaven's Trial, the Snow Celestial Mountain fended off the second, third, fourth, and until the 9th attack in succession. But the 9th attack had resulted in the Snow Celestial Mountain suffering serious injuries. There was now a giant crack left in the mountain. The Snow Celestial Mountain used a significant amount of its root power to heal the cracks. Previously, Begin Lady had managed to use its own power to handle 17 of Heaven's Trial's attacks. But now, the Snow Celestial Mountain was slipping after only the 9th attack. Begin Lady would have to step in for the 10th attack. Otherwise, the 10th attack would either end up killing the Snow Celestial Mountain or cause it to lose most of its root power. As an expert who had set its spirit fire alight, Begin Lady could easily produce astonishing power. The stream of water from just one of Begin Lady's fingers helped the Snow Celestial Mountain survive till the 14th attack. After the 14th attack from Heaven's Trial had passed, Begin Lady said in a low voice, "There is definitely something off about the Snow Celestial Mountain's Heaven's Trial. It is already stronger than the last attack of my Heaven's Trial. I can bet with confidence that no lower fairy would be able to pass this Heaven's Trial. Heaven's Trial is meant to be a test, not to kill." Lin Yuan nodded grimly. Even before Begin Lady said this, he had already sensed that things were definitely wrong. A natural landscape did not possess strong power before it transformed into a fairy. For example, Begin Lady had been close to reaching Eternal before it underwent Heaven's trial. But after Heaven's trial, its power shot past Eternal, took control of its birth horoscope, started walking down Heaven's path, and set its spirit fire alight. The 14th attack of the Snow Celestial Mountains Heaven's trial had put some pressure on Begin Lady. This had far surpassed the degree that natural landscapes were able to handle. Luckily, only 2 attacks were left, and Begin Lady had not yet needed to use its spirit fire. It was likely that regardless of the reason behind the Snow Celestial Mountain's strange Heaven's trial, it would be able to pass with Begin Lady around. When the 15th attack shot down as a beam of light, Begin Lady released its pink and gold spirit fire as a stream of water so as to not create more problems. With Begin Lady's spirit fire, the 15th attack from Heaven's trial did not pose any problems. But after the 15th attack, a terrifying event took place in the sky. This event had also taken place after the final attack of Begin Lady's Heaven's trial. The last eye in the sky had transformed into a giant dark gold snake. The snake was covered with fiery dark gold flames. But this time, the last eye in the sky had transformed into not just one dark gold snake but 4. The 4 dark gold snakes intertwined around each other, and the dark gold flames set alarm bells off in Begin Lady's mind. The atmosphere turned extremely tense. At this moment, Morbius' voice appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. "Partner, it's a good thing we didn't use too much root power recently. I previously used 1/5 of my root power to capture the dark gold snake scale. I only used a small portion of root power to deal with the Truth Association's tower and the Secret of the Dead. But after so many days of recuperation, I have just enough to capture the 4 dark gold scales without falling asleep. But if I do this, we will have to push back the plan of going to the banquet of everything and combining 2 chosen sacred source lifeforms. Partner, it would be a calamity if Begin Lady wasn't here. But with it here, this has become an opportunity for you instead. I can sense that the dark gold scales within the 4 snakes came from the same source as the dark gold snake scale that Green Vine used swallow same source to absorb. Green Vine can absorb these 4 scales again. If the 5 dark gold scales are combined, there is a high chance that Green Vine will receive an unimaginable benefit." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he thought, risk and opportunity really do come hand in hand. Now that opportunity is at hand, who am I to not seize it? Lin Yuan had been able to increase his power so quickly on his Spirit Chi professional journey because he had been willing to take on the risks that came with training. Otherwise, with just Morbius' special abilities, he would still be managing the small store in the Xia region or attending the intermediate Spirit Chi profession school in Redbud City. There was no way he would be standing at the peak of the Radiance Federation's younger generation like he was today. But in spite of his willingness to take on the challenges, there was no way that Lin Yuan could take on the 4 dark golden snakes like he did in the past. Morbius could only capture 1 scale at a time, and it took about 5 seconds to capture each scale. While Morbius was capturing one of the scales, the other 3 flaming dark gold snakes continued attacking. Even if Lin Yuan used up the remainder of his Mermaid Emperor bloodline power to use Frigid and the Cold Season Poisonous Fish to boost the Fish World Sea Trump card, there was no way he would be able to hold the fort down. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Lin Yuan's head. Ever since he obtained Morbius, he had never removed it from his wrist. He even wore the bracelet when he was bathing. But this did not mean Lin Yuan could not remove Morbius from his bracelet. He was perfectly capable of removing Morbius and handing it to Begin Lady. While Begin Lady was taking on the 4 flaming dark gold snakes, Morbius would capture the scales one by one. When Begin Lady unleashed its spirit fire, its body was enveloped in pink and gold spirit fire and started to transform. A fairy could only unleash its strongest power after it had returned half of its body back to its natural state. The dark gold flames could not only cause hurt to flesh and soul but even spirit attributes. Begin Lady could sense that there was a strong energy core in each of the 4 giant dark gold snakes that supported the snakes and spewed out the dark gold flames. Begin Lady could not be sure if this attacking method would work on the 4 giant dark gold snakes. While its spirit attribute was being burned, Begin Lady could not wait until all of the energy cores in the 4 snakes had been drained. When Begin Lady steeled itself and prepared to put its life on the line, It heard the snow celestial mountain stutter. Senior Begin Lady, if these 4 snakes cause you serious harm, you don't have to help me. Apparently, this is the heaven's trial that fairies need to pass in order to evolve. In the end, I'm not fit to be a fairy. Under the heaven's trial's attacks, the snow celestial mountain had fallen deeper and deeper into despair. It knew that the heaven's trial would be extremely difficult and that it might be able to pass, but it never expected every attack after the 11th attack to be strong enough to kill it. Begin Lady did not reply to the snow celestial mountain. Lin Yuan knew what Begin Lady was thinking from the spirit fire that had appeared all over its body. Lin Yuan said to the snow celestial mountain seriously. Lin Yuan turned his gaze onto Begin Lady and asked in a low voice, Begin Lady, will you be able to hold on against the heaven's trial's last attack for 15 seconds? A look of shock spread across Begin Lady's face. 15 seconds? Could Lin Yuan have a way of dealing with the large dark gold snakes in the sky? Begin Lady thought back to how Lin Yuan had helped it to defeat the giant dark gold snake that had appeared after its heaven's trial. He had used a special method to make the giant dark gold snake disappear. Begin Lady remembered that Lin Yuan's wrist had lit up with a crimson bronze light. If Lin Yuan asked Begin Lady to hold on until all of the energy in the 4 giant dark gold snakes' energy cores had been used up, Begin Lady could only say no. But 15 seconds would not be an issue at all. No matter how fearsome the dark gold flames were, Begin Lady would be able to preserve its spirit attribute as long as it was careful and did not allow the flames to touch it. 15 seconds is fine. I am also confident that the last attack won't be able to hurt me during these 15 seconds. Lin Yuan used his left hand to slide Morbius off his wrist. The 15 seconds also came from his communication with Morbius. Lin Yuan austerely handed Morbius to Begin Lady and said, Begin Lady, just keep this in your hand. Begin Lady held Morbius and rode off towards the 4 giant dark gold snakes while enveloped in a roaring pink river. The 4 giant dark gold snakes continued to spew out dark gold flames. Just as Begin Lady's enormous wave was about to clash against the flames, one of the giant dark gold snakes penetrated the wave and slammed into Begin Lady. Begin Lady was about to defend itself when it realized that the giant dark gold snake in its vicinity had disappeared. Meanwhile, the crimson bronze bracelet with strange carvings all over it started to heat up. Luckily, the heated crimson bronze bracelet would not burn it. Begin Lady dared not express too much shock and refocused itself. Begin Lady thought that it would have to fend off the 4 snakes' attacks for 15 seconds. But now it was only 3 instead of 4 giant snakes. This had significantly decreased the pressure on Begin Lady. Now, it did not have to use its maximum power the entire time. While it was fighting off the giant dark gold snakes, the burden on its back dropped continuously as 1 giant dark gold snake disappeared every 5 seconds. The snow celestial mountain's heaven's trial was finally over when the last giant dark gold snake disappeared. After heaven's trial ended, a mystical whirlpool appeared in the sky. This whirlpool was the heaven's present from nature to the natural landscapes that became fairies. Begin Lady had encountered this when it transformed into an intermediate fairy. Lin Yuan had obtained significant benefits from this. If Begin Lady had not left a portion of the spirit fire it was gifted with in Lin Yuan's body, the shrine in his soul would never have transformed into a divine kingdom. After stewing for a moment, heaven's present descended. At this moment, the snow celestial mountain understood what soldiers facing a battle of life or death would find the will to fight for survival meant. Although it was Begin Lady who had stepped in to help it take on the heaven's trial, it was Lin Yuan who used the crimson gold bracelet to resolve the situation at the most key stage. From now on, the snow celestial mountain was going to become Lin Yuan's companion. The snow celestial mountain knew that it did not have much that it could use to repay Lin Yuan. All it could do was share this heaven's present. It could be said that the snow celestial mountain had made the exact same decision as Begin Lady had. When heaven's present descended, the snow celestial mountain first directed a portion of it into Lin Yuan's body. The second heaven's present that Lin Yuan received did not lead to as much of a change as the first heaven's present had. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still noticed that the shrine world had increased to twice the previous size. Although increasing the size of the shrine world would cause the environment comfort level to fall, a larger shrine world was still a benefit. It meant that the Divine Kingdom's territory had grown. Lin Yuan had yet to try using the water from the Fountain of Faith to shower the Divine Kingdom's ground. But he knew that in order to increase the size of the Divine Kingdom's territory, he would require a much larger amount of faith power than he would need to raise the environment comfort level. Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom was currently being managed by the Holy Spirit Truth. Truth had come from 5th page Truth Spirit Attribute and Faith Power. 5th page Truth Spirit Attribute was like the bones and flesh, while the faith power from Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom was what gave the Holy Spirit consciousness. From the start, Truth saw Lin Yuan as the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. Truth's mind had become increasingly more active. As it spent each day improving the Divine Kingdom and raising the environment comfort level, it formed images of Lin Yuan in its mind that it prayed to. The sudden changes to the Divine Kingdom had astonished Truth. The expansion of the Divine Kingdom was significantly beneficial to the lifeforms in the Divine Kingdom. A Holy Spirit's power was related to how prosperous the Divine Kingdom was. Truth prayed to Lin Yuan in amazement. Because of the increase of Truth's power, the environment comfort level of the Divine Kingdom had quickly raised by a few points. But since the Divine Kingdom's size had doubled, it still needed much more time to raise the environment comfort level to a point suitable for the derivation of lifeforms to begin. Lin Yuan had been looking forward to the Divine Kingdom's changes, but was in no rush. After all, the Divine Kingdom was rooted in his soul, and he could work on it any time. The heavens present that descended after heaven's trial was just like the world grace and creation world ley line that descended for myth breed and creation breed phase. When other lifeforms absorbed them, their bodies would have a strong rejection reaction. After receiving the one benefit, the Snow Celestial Mountain's heavens present left Lin Yuan's body and entered the Snow Celestial Mountain's own body. Since Begin Lady had the potential to become an intermediate fairy, it changed into human form immediately after overcoming heaven's trial. But half of the Snow Celestial Mountain was still composed of rocks and snow. But after absorbing heaven's present, it was likely that the Snow Celestial Mountain would be able to truly transform into human form. The light of heaven's present spread out within the Snow Celestial Mountain's body until its entire body was wrapped in white light. After the Snow Celestial Mountain changed into human form, it raised its arms, and its massive original body faded into a phantom silhouette that fused with the Snow Celestial Mountain in human form. As harsh as the environment had been on the Snow Celestial Mountain, there had still been many life forms living on it. Before the Snow Celestial Mountain absorbed heaven's present, it had created hands using its rocks and snow and shifted the life forms onto another 2,000-meter-tall snowy mountain that was nearby. After doing this, the parts of the Snow Celestial Mountain that had not changed into human form slowly fell off. The sharp aura of the Snow Celestial Mountain became increasingly obvious. This was likely related to the Snow Celestial Mountain being both earth and ice type. Lin Yuan had not gotten a good look at the Snow Celestial Mountain in human form yet, but now he could get as good of a look as he wanted. The Snow Celestial Mountain in human form was over 2 meters tall and would be considered tall amongst spirit chi professionals. It was so tall that it was easy for it to give off the feeling of stockiness. However, the Snow Celestial Mountain gave the feeling of handsome elegance and gentleness instead. Its features were harmonious and exquisite. This reminded Lin Yuan of the description of fairies recorded in the Annal of Monster Information. The description of fairies stated that the features of higher fairies were even more stunning. Stunning? When Lin Yuan flipped through the Annal of Monster Information, he saw that there were many precious and mysterious creatures recorded within it. But the only creature described as stunning was the fairy. Begin Lady's appearance was outstanding, and it just barely managed to beat out the Moon Empress. But frankly, Lin Yuan felt that Begin Lady's aura still could not match up to the Moon Empress. This was not because he was biased toward the Moon Empress. Although the Moon Empress was less powerful than Begin Lady, he had become used to the Moon Empress appearance. Thus, he was not overly stupefied by Begin Lady's appearance. Presently, Begin Lady's appearance could not live up to the description of stunning. According to what was written in the Annal of Monster Information, Begin Lady and the Snow Celestial Mountains appearances would change significantly once they evolved into higher fairies. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to see what warranted the description stunning. As seconds passed, the Snow Celestial Mountains aura changed from uncontrollably leaking into the world to slowly gathering within its body. This took half a day. During this time, Lin Yuan and Begin Lady became certain that the Snow Celestial Mountain had awakened its birth horoscope. Lin Yuan and Begin Lady did not bother the Snow Celestial Mountain even after it had gathered all of its aura back into its body. Instead, they gave it sufficient time to stabilize itself. Begin Lady had returned Morbius to Lin Yuan. Begin Lady had witnessed Morbius' strength and what made it special. After Morbius subjugated the 4 scales that could even burn up spirit attributes, Begin Lady became even more curious about Morbius. Begin Lady tried to investigate Morbius with its spirit sight but could not glean anything. All that it saw was that Morbius was a regular crimson bronze bracelet. The only special part was the strange carvings on its surface. After checking, Begin Lady noticed that Morbius did not have a shred of spirit light. It was no different from a regular accessory. Since this crimson bronze bracelet belonged to Lin Yuan, Begin Lady suppressed its curiosity and did not delve deeper into the matter. This was because doing so would be extremely rude and because Begin Lady felt there was no need for it to clearly grasp all of Lin Yuan's secret weapons. Thanks to Lin Yuan, it managed to become an intermediate fairy. Begin Lady did not even fully trust Little Peach, which it had created out of its bloodline, but it did trust Lin Yuan wholeheartedly. This was very strange psychology. It was akin to a hunter having rescued a deer in the forest. The deer would then be willing to expose its back to the hunter and would not worry about being hurt by the hunter. After receiving Morbius from Begin Lady, Lin Yuan put Morbius back on. Before he could ask, Morbius started to explain the current situation to Lin Yuan. Partner, there were no issues with my inspection. These 4 dark gold scales indeed came from the same source as the one that Green Vine had absorbed. They can also be combined. Green Vine is blessed. After hearing what Morbius said, Lin Yuan felt both happy and slightly worried. This was because Morbius' voice was extremely feeble. Lin Yuan asked Morbius with his voice full of concern, "Partner, are you okay?" When Morbius sensed the worry and concern in Lin Yuan's voice, it answered with a hint of kindness, "Partner, don't worry. I am completely fine. It's just that I made some misjudgments about the 4 dark gold snake scales and used up more root power than I expected. But this is fine. I just need some rest, and I'll be able to recover." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. After 2 consecutive opportunities in the past 3 days, his improvement had been more than significant. Lin Yuan noticed that creating opportunities for himself helped him improve much quicker than waiting for opportunities to knock on his door. This was why Zhongzhe, Gulang, and the rest always went out to train. Even the ultimate introvert and lazy, and he did his fair share of training. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the sound of rushing water. He followed the direction of the noise and looked behind him. After the Snow Celestial Mountain fully changed into human form, there was now a giant crater where the Snow Celestial Mountain used to sit. The roots of a large tree that was 100 meters tall would stretch 150 to 200 meters underground. However, what was under the Snow Celestial Mountain was even more terrifying than the roots of a tree. The underground water that was rushing out of the ground was slowly filling up this crater. Suddenly, Lin Yuan entered a mystical state. A willpower rune filled with refreshing nourishment appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan comprehended a willpower rune. Thus, he recovered from the trance very quickly. He gently lifted an eyebrow. He had not felt any harbingers of nature's will in the past 6 months. This was much slower than his previous speed of comprehending willpower runes. Lin Yuan could not help but be discouraged by this. Just as Lin Yuan decided to investigate what kind of mindset and emotional state was best for comprehending willpower runes, the opportunity had descended abruptly. Lin Yuan was delighted and excited by this. His comprehension of another willpower rune indicated that Morbius could increase its grade even quicker than before. At that moment, Begin Lady's voice of amazement appeared in Lin Yuan's ear. "If the environment isn't damaged, This deep stream lake will have the chance to go down the same path as the snow celestial mountain has come some tens of thousands of years. Begin Lady suddenly felt that it was thinking about things too simply. It was not easy for a natural landscape to gain intelligence and transform into a fairy. It had managed to gain intelligence because of the many life-form corpses that littered the bottom of the riverbed. It was likely that the snow celestial mountain's gaining of intelligence had also been brought about by some unknown miracle. Since it was a miracle, the snow celestial mountain had used up all of it in order to benefit itself. There was no way that any of the energy from that precious treasure would be left over for this deep stream lake. When Lin Yuan heard what Begin Lady said, he smiled and said, "I can't guarantee that the lake formed from the underground stream will be able to transform into a fairy, but there's no way that this environment will be damaged." Previously, the people of the Iron Hammer Federation obtained water by evaporating the snow. But after the snow celestial mountain leaves, the Iron Hammer Federation's climate will become warmer, and the snow will start to melt. Its climate will slowly resemble that of the Divine Wood Federation. After losing this water collection method, it will be difficult for the tribe members to obtain drinking water. Humans always destroyed their surroundings in both his previous life and this one. But humans also always safeguarded their sources of drinking water. Lin Yuan recalled how troubled Luolan had been over food and cold. Soon, the opposite trouble will plague her. There were only a few large rivers in the Iron Hammer Federation. The currents of those rivers were extremely strong and home to many strong aquatic fays. From now and for a long time, the people of the Iron Hammer Federation would have to create rivers and build embankments to provide a sustainable water system in the Federation. This would be a huge undertaking, and it would be difficult to benefit all the tribes in the Federation. After all, many of the tribes depended on mining in the mountains and thus lived in far-flung regions. In order to deliver water to them, just relying on labor and mechanical forces would not be sufficient. Luolan had been introduced to peace in the Astronomical Parliament. Although they had not interacted much, the members of the Astronomical Parliament all had a certain level of understanding of each other through the thoughts letter paper. Thus, Luolan's mind easily drifted to nurturing rainmasters in the Iron Hammer Federation that would be able to solve the issue of water scarcity. All this time, the tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation had been in a messy conflict. But once the rivers had been created and the embankments built, most of them would join forces. This was the result that Lin Yuan was hoping for. If the tribes only acted as individual agents, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to organize and control the entire Iron Hammer Federation through Luolan. Begin Lady smiled at what Lin Yuan said. The biggest kindness that could come from humans would be to not pollute this lake. Whether the lake could awaken its intelligence and transform into a fairy thousands of years later would depend on its fate. With this thought, Begin Lady decided it would help the lake. It reached out its hand and released a pink and gold stream completely absent of its spirit attribute. This would allow its root power to nourish the lake. When Lin Yuan saw what Begin Lady was doing, he crushed 2 handfuls of spirit chi crystals as well as tens of water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. He was also willing to help the deep stream and dunk the pure water element energy and pure spirit chi deep into the lake. Without any life forms present to share in some of the energy, some spirit could definitely be born out of the help that Lin Yuan and Begin Lady gave. But this was far from enough spirit to enable it to transform into a fairy. Nonetheless, the beginnings of the lake's road to transforming into a fairy had been laid down. Even if not for the deep stream, the spirit chi crystals and water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that Lin Yuan provided would also improve the quality of the entire lake and benefit all the members of the Freezing Hammer tribe. While Lin Yuan and Begin Lady were doing this, the snow celestial mountain had opened its eyes. It walked over to them and bowed deeply. This 2-meter-tall man bent over to 90 degrees. "Thank you for both your help." It only straightened its back after a pause. Highly intelligent life forms like fairies would name themselves immediately after transforming. The name Celestial Sight, which the snow celestial mountain had given itself, had its own deeper meaning. Lin Yuan was about to raise his hand to pat Celestial Sight's shoulder when he realized that with his 1.8-meter height, he was a dwarf in front of Celestial Sight. With this Lin Yuan's hand froze in midair. Celestial Sight hurriedly bent down so that Lin Yuan would be able to reach its shoulder. But instead of placing his hand on Celestial Sight's shoulder, he gripped Celestial Sight's hand. Begin Lady was curious about the reason behind Celestial Sight's name and thus looked at it questioningly. When Celestial Sight noticed Begin Lady's gaze, it guessed what Begin Lady was thinking and explained. Senior Begin Lady, I have already awakened my birth horoscope and started walking down heaven's path. These beginnings are all because of you. My original name is the Snow Celestial Mountain, so I think this name suits me well. Begin Lady nodded and went on to ask, Celestial Sight, your intelligence must have been awakened by something, right? Celestial Sight replied honestly, there is an enormous cave where my base is. It is full of a translucent orange fluid. I absorbed the fluid when I gained my intelligence until only a few drops were left. I knew that the fluid would be extremely beneficial to me. My intelligence skyrocketed after I was done absorbing the fluid. But all the fluid did was increase my intelligence. It had no effect on my power. Otherwise, I would have accumulated more than just a quarter of root power after all these years of effort. Although Begin Lady had already set its spirit fire alight, all of the knowledge it possessed came from Su Jian and Bai Dong. Thus, it did not know what the orange translucent fluid that Celestial Sight had been referring to was. But after hearing Celestial Sight's description, Lin Yuan's mind immediately flew to the image of a treasure. If his guess was right, Celestial Sight had absorbed the Wisdom Stone Milk, rank 29th on the list of treasures. It was a similar item to the Earth Center Fine Milk that Lin Yuan had consumed. However, the Wisdom Stone Milk had different abilities from the Earth Center Fine Milk. What shocked Lin Yuan was what Celestial Sight said about there being a large amount of the Wisdom Stone Milk in the cave. A natural landscape needed an unimaginable amount of energy in order to awaken its intelligence. There had not only been enough Wisdom Stone Milk in the cave to awaken Celestial Sight's intelligence, but also for a few drops to be left over. This meant that there had to be something in the cave that was even more precious than the Wisdom Stone Milk, the Wisdom Heart Gem. The Wisdom Heart Gem had the same ranking as the Wisdom Stone Milk, but its effects were much stronger. Regular Phase could not use the Wisdom Stone Milk because it could unlock explosive intelligence and was very difficult to control. But there were no issues when it came to natural landscapes such as Celestial Sight. The Wisdom Heart Gem that was produced alongside the Wisdom Stone Milk contained much gentler energy. Although Spirit Chi professionals would be at risk if they used them, Phase would be able to make use of the effects properly. Genius had told Lin Yuan that besides paying the price of spiritual energy, it had to increase its intelligence in order to use connected tales to connect to higher powers and listen in to inspiration. It was only when its intelligence reached a certain level that it would be able to communicate with higher powers and understand what they were saying. Lin Yuan was unsure if the Wisdom Heart Gem still existed, but its shell had powerful aura-blocking abilities. Celestial Sight might not have noticed the Wisdom Heart Gem's existence. Furthermore, the Wisdom Heart Gem was almost 100 times more concentrated than the Wisdom Stone Milk concentration. If Celestial Sight had truly digested the Wisdom Heart Gem, its intelligence would not have been so low. With this thought, Lin Yuan immediately asked, Celestial Sight, can you still locate the cave? Celestial Sight nodded. It had been rooted here for such a long time. It was well aware of every structure and geographical formation on itself and in the ground below it. The shell of that cave was very tough. The cave would not suffer much damage even if Celestial Sight pulled out its roots. Celestial Sight did not know why Lin Yuan was suddenly asking about the position of the cave, but since he had asked, Celestial Sight was not going to keep it a secret. If you're interested in that cave, I can take you to it now, Lin Yuan said seriously. Sorry to trouble you. According to your description, there should be another treasure in the cave that you haven't discovered. Lin Yuan did not hide this from Celestial Sight. Even if there was the Wisdom Heart Gem in the cave, Celestial Sight no longer needed it. After becoming a fairy, Celestial Sight now had sufficient intelligence, and there was no need to raise its intelligence even further. Lin Yuan's honest behavior filled Celestial Sight with delight. If Lin Yuan wanted to keep it a secret, he could have led Begin Lady to search for it after it left. Lin Yuan had already been of great help to it. Now that it had transformed into a fairy, there was no need for Celestial Sight to evolve itself using any external items. Celestial Sight was a fairy with both earth and ice type. Thus, it could change geographical structures easily. Celestial Sight pulled Lin Yuan's hand and opened a large hole in the ground before he even had the chance to react. A tunnel leading to the cave appeared below the three of them. Ever since Lin Yuan could create wings out of the day and night spirit silver, he became very familiar with the feeling of weightlessness. The three of them fell rapidly but only reached the cave after 3 minutes. This meant that the cave was almost 5,000 meters underground. Spirit Chi professionals always complained that it was difficult to search for natural treasures, especially those listed on the list of precious treasures. There was almost no chance of encountering them. This was not surprising. After all, a regular person would never think of digging 5,000 to 6,000 meters underground to look for resources. There was absolutely no light at that depth, and they could not even see their fingers. It would be very difficult to search for anything with their eyes. But Lin Yuan was not worried about that. With Purple Love's blessing, Lin Yuan could see clearly even in a pitch-dark environment. In fact, he would be able to see more clearly than if he were in a brightly lit environment. When Lin Yuan arrived at the cave, he did not start searching blindly. Instead, he used true data. No matter how impressive the Wisdom Heart Gem's shell's blocking abilities were, it could not hide from true data. After doing a simple sweep of the cave, Lin Yuan walked over to a large and hard stone before he let out the source sand so it could begin grinding down the part where the rock and wall were joined. The Wisdom Heart Gem was hidden in that unassuming rock. Lin Yuan did not immediately start stripping away the exterior of the rock. After consuming a large amount of radium, it would not be difficult for the source sand to strip away the rock to reveal the Wisdom Heart Gem. Genius did not forget to stock up on its own spiritual energy while it was commandeering the army of 100 Questions beasts. Now that Genius was Diamond X/Fantasy V, it needed to consume 100 rainbow-colored fish coats per day. It would not be too late to use the Wisdom Heart Gem when Genius decided to give up its tails to ask the heavens about the way to become a Class 5 creation master. After storing the Wisdom Heart Gem inside the spatial ring, Lin Yuan said, "Celestial Sight, let's go." Although Celestial Sight had already awakened its birth horoscope, it still could not see anything special about the large rock. Celestial Sight was not a curious being, so it did not ask many questions. The three of them went back through the tunnel to the surface. Next, Lin Yuan, Begin Lady, and Celestial Sight left for the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court. The spatial boundary Celestial Sight had created to experience its heaven's trial undisturbed disappeared after it evolved into a fairy. Luolan and the rest had to be aware of these changes. Before coming to the Iron Hammer Federation, Lin Yuan never expected that the secret lifeform on Snow Celestial Mountain would be the Snow Celestial Mountain itself. Lin Yuan finally understood what plans can never accommodate changes meant. Many of Lin Yuan's arrangements for the Iron Hammer Federation had changed. Luckily, it only took 2 days for Celestial Sight to transform into a fairy. Lin Yuan could spend another day discussing the Iron Hammer Federation's development with Luolan. The members of the Freezing Hammer tribe saw it as a miracle that the disastrous avalanche from 2 days ago had been stopped. Now, the Snow Celestial Mountain's disappearance was another stupefying occurrence. The Snow Celestial Mountain's disappearance meant that all of the faith the Iron Hammer Federation had dedicated to it had disappeared. Now, the statue of Lin Yuan that stood in front of the statue of Luolan had become the only object of faith in the Iron Hammer Federation. At that moment, Lin Yuan could not be happier. Both the companion he had gained in Celestial Sight and the Wisdom Heart Gem that would be extremely beneficial to Genius could not be encountered during regular training. It was said that when someone was happy, there had to be someone someplace else that was sad. While Lin Yuan was beaming, Jia Ran, who sat in front of the crystal ball, was in a daze. He stared at the calm crystal ball in bewilderment and only snapped out of this state after Yu Xian's voice rang out in his ear. "Jia Ran, what's wrong? Why are you in such a state?" Yu Xian was in an exceedingly good mood. He had done all he could to make it up to the captain. The punishment from the captain had not been overly severe and had lifted a substantial amount of reproach off of Yu Xian's heart. But before Yu Xian could be relaxed for too long, Jia Ran's expression caused Yu Xian to frown again. Yu Xian and Jia Ran were old friends who had worked together as partners for more than 3,000 years. During this time, they had tried looking for other teammates because their ways of working were different. But eventually, they still found working with each other the most comfortable. This was why Jia Ran had been willing to give Yu Sun such a precious spiritual ingredient. While Yu Xian was increasing his power, when he reached a certain level, he could easily swap out the spiritual ingredient he was using for something more useful. Jia Ran was famed for his rationality and was described as cunning during battle. Yu Xian had never seen such an expression on Jia Ran's face. At that moment, Jia Ran looked as though he had lost all his protection and source of dependence. Yu Xian had only been gone for a few minutes, and all Jia Ran had been doing was carrying out the job. Nothing should have happened. Although Jia Ran had snapped out of his state after hearing Yu Xian's voice, he was in no mood to chat with Yu Xian. Jia Ran's own voice reverberated in his head. It's over. It's over. It's all over. Jia Ran had produced a total of 5 life treasures. They were the 5 dark gold snake scales that Lin Yuan had stolen. Without any of his life treasures, Jia Ran's combat power would be greatly discounted. If he continued to partner with Yu Xian in his current state, he would be shortchanging him. There were no shortcuts to forming life treasures. Special precious spiritual ingredients could be used to speed up the formation of the first life treasure. But such methods were only useful a few times. Over time, the effects would dwindle. In order to form these 5 life treasures, Jia Ran had spent a large portion of his finances on precious spiritual ingredients. But even after that, it still took him 3,200 years to form the 5 life treasures. Without the help of precious spiritual ingredients, the formation process would be extremely slow. Essentially, it would take him a full 5,000 years in order to make up for his recent losses. When Yu Xian saw how depressed Jia Ran was, he got a stronger feeling that something was wrong. He frowned and asked Jia Ran sincerely, "We have been partners for thousands of years. There isn't anything you should be hiding from me." "Jia Ran, I might be able to help you." Jia Ran was silent for a moment before he suppressed his emotions, lifted his head, and said, "Yu Xian, you can't help me with this. No one can help me with this. I will request the captain to remove our partnership and assign me to a team that doesn't do combat." Jia Ran's voice was trembling slightly, but was full of unmistakable bitterness. Yu Xian's eyes widened. "Jia Ran, you've gone insane. This isn't like you at all. Isn't it your dream to enter the honor-absent palace?" Yu Xian knew better than anyone else how hard Jia Ran worked. Besides Jia Ran, not many people were willing to spend so many resources to purchase spirit attribute items to speed up the formation of life treasures. Jia Ran was always extremely rational and responsible. Yu Xian did not believe that Jia Ran's mindset had changed during his absence. He was certain that Jia Ran had fallen into deep trouble that he could not resolve. Yu Xian placed his hand on Jia Ran's shoulder and pulled Jia Ran's head toward him. "Speak. What happened? If I can't solve the issue, we can go and plead with the captain. He is connected to someone from the honor-absent palace. If you're in trouble, the captain will definitely go and seek help from that person on your behalf. You know how well the captain treats us." Jia Ran understood Yu Xian just as well as Yu Xian understood Jia Ran. Jia Ran knew that if he did not give Yu Xian an answer he found acceptable, Yu Xian would never let the matter go. Jia Ran knew that he had not only lost all of his life treasures but also committed a grave crime. But he did need someone who he could vent to. After their thousands of years of history together, Jia Ran knew that Yu Xian would never reveal this matter. Jia Ran organized his thoughts and forced himself to calm down before he said in a hoarse voice, "Yu Xian, do you remember me asking you whether an intermediate fairy can appear in a Class 1 world? I encountered exactly that once. In order to investigate the reason, I decided to hide one of my life treasures in a heaven's trial." Jia Ran could hear worry and admonishment in Yu Xian's tone. If Yu Xian had said that before anything had happened, Jaren might not have been so reckless as to use all of his remaining 4 life treasures at once to search for just one. But now, there was no point in saying any of this. Normally, I can't use my life treasure to investigate a world during a fairy's heaven's trial. But if the fairy dies during its heaven's trial, I will be able to do so. But the intermediate fairy from that Class 1 world fended off its heaven's trial that was emboldened by my life treasure, and I ended up losing connection with my life treasure after that heaven's trial. The Class 1 world where the lower fairy was just born is the same Class 1 world where I lost my life treasure. This time, I hid 4 of my life treasures inside the heaven's trial that the natural landscape had to face. Jarant's words caused Uxian to frown. He never expected his longtime partner to do something so audacious. More importantly, Jaran was clearly trying to say that the 4 life treasures had also ended up lost in that Class 1 world. What Jaran said next confirmed Uxian's guess. Uxian looked at Jaran with a conflicted gaze for some time before he sighed. He finally knew why Jaran had said what he said. No one could help Jaran with this matter. The only thing that Uxian could do was keep the secret for Jaran. If this matter got out, it would just be a simple matter of Jaran dragging him in, but their entire team might be dispatched to the most chaotic districts. If the fairy institution found out that one of the teams under the honor-absent palace had tried to kill an intermediate and a lower fairy just to try to find out the secret of a Class 1 world, it would definitely take great umbrage and react violently. If the fairy institution turned its back on the honor-absent palace, it might even affect its position in the East universe. There were already more than 100 higher fairies in the fairy institution. Recently, the number of sacred fairies in the fairy institution had increased from 7 to 8. As a result, the fairy institution's influence had expanded significantly. Moreover, unlike the honor-absent palace, the fairy institution was not rooted in just one universe. Due to their special nature, the fairy institution held authority in all 4 major universes. There was no way they could ask the captain to beg for help from his connection in the honor-absent palace. If the captain learned about this matter, he would become so furious that even his tail would pop out. After carefully considering the pros and cons, Uxian said to Jaran, "I hope you won't go mad with boredom in a team that doesn't do combat. Let me know if you ever need help with anything or any spiritual ingredients. Don't hesitate to speak up. I hope you'll be able to return to the team in another few thousand years." Uxian had given Jaran his sincere best wishes. Uxian was never the type to pretend to be courteous. He was always straightforward about how he felt. With Uxian's temperament, he often offended his new friends. But once they got to know him over time, they would see that his character was very lovable. Jaran knew what kind of person Uxian was. He was also grateful to Uxian for not blaming him after finding out the truth and for still being willing to continue being friends. But Jaran also knew that, despite a few thousand years being insignificant to beings on his and Uxian's level, root power was also needed to form life treasures. During this time, there was no way he could increase his power. This was why so many experts were willing to spend resources to shorten the time needed to produce life treasures. He would only return to his current state after another 5,000 years. But 5,000 years later, Uxian and the other members of the team would have already left him in the dust. Although the captain would still be willing to accept him back into the team, Jaran would not want to become a burden on his team. Jaran shook hands and walked despondently out of this large room. As he watched Jaran leave, the calm Uxian felt his eyes brim with tears. He knew that with this mistake, Jaran would never be able to achieve his dream of entering the honor-absent palace. This might be their final goodbye to each other. Once any life form lost the life treasures they had painstakingly formed, they could even be chased out of their homes. This was a possibility for losing just one. But now Jaran had lost 5. One of Jaran's life treasures was not strong on its own. But the effects would be startling when the 5 were used in conjunction. Now, all of Jaran's 5 life treasures had been lost in a Class 1 world. Uxian prayed that no changes would happen to this Class 1 world as a result of this. Otherwise, they would definitely investigate the source of the 5 life treasures. With the true silver hall around, all lies became transparent. Each of the 4 scholars from the True Silver Hall was capable of divination. They could use this divination to access the past or even the future. With this thought, Yu Xian was gripped by anxiety. Luo Lan had always been the steady type, but she had not been able to relax for even a single moment for the past few days. This was partly because she was worried about Lin Yuan. After all, despite knowing how powerful he was and that there were people around him protecting him, the Snow Celestial Mountain was a celestial being. Although Luo Lan had redirected the faith of the entire Iron Hammer Federation, she still felt some fear of the celestial being. Additionally, Luo Lan was also looking forward to Lin Yuan's return, so he could help her smooth out all the kinks in the Iron Hammer Federation. The past 2 days' events caused the previously conflicted Luo Lan to become determined. As she thought about the heads of the Black Gold tribes that had followed her on the journey back from the border of the Divine Wood Federation and how they were all plotting against her now, Luo Lan could not help but sigh. When she asked the Black Gold tribes for help, she received almost simultaneous rejections from all of them. This situation signaled to Luo Lan that the Black Gold tribes were exchanging secret correspondence. The Black Gold tribes wanted to keep her under their thumb to expand their influence across the Iron Hammer Federation. The Iron Hammer Federation's long-time issue of food scarcity had been solved. In such an environment, almost every Black Gold tribe had decided to charge ahead with their development. It was evident that the structure of the Iron Hammer Federation was going to change. With the changing times, anyone with the ability to back up their thirst for power would yearn to become the ruler. This also went for the Platinum tribes, much less the Black Gold tribes, who were even better positioned. However, the Black Gold tribes had forgotten that Lin Yuan was the one who had kicked off the changing times, while Luo Lan was just the medium that was seeing the process through. The Black Gold tribes were not the ones who decided if this medium would continue to exist. The decision depended solely on Lin Yuan's attitude. The Black Gold tribes that did not understand this would end up suffering painful consequences. Luo Lan's thoughts had not only changed because of the Black Gold tribe's insidious intentions, but also because she found out about what was going on in the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation from Su Iran. Yi Huailong held absolute power in the Divine Wood Federation, and Yi Huailu had become a Class 5 creation master. Although Yi Huailu had joined Lin Yuan, there was no way he would not help his family or federation. Lin Yuan had placed Jin Qianxuan on the throne through force. But with Lin Yuan's help, Jin Qianxuan had obtained the loyalties of all the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families, thereby gaining absolute power in the Federation. Lin Yuan had taken away the autonomy of the Great Lush Federation's trading merchant groups but had given the Great Lush Federation a chance to do cross-ocean trading. The 30 adult island whales would significantly raise the Great Lush Federation's overall power. The startling Lines continent was made up of the Iron Hammer Federation, Divine Wood Federation, and Great Lush Federation. Luo Lan had no choice but to see Jin Qianxuan and Yi Huailong as her potential competitors. Given the current circumstances, Luo Lan felt that both sides were pressuring her. If this continued, she would not be able to face Lin Yuan. Luo Lan thought, if Lin Yuan can help Jin Qianxuan gain absolute power in the Great Lush Federation, he can help me too. Under my management, there's no way the Iron Hammer Federation's development will lose out to the Great Lush Federation. The Great Lush Federation was advantageous in terms of its geographical location and could carry out ocean trading. However, the Iron Hammer Federation also had mining resources that even the Great Lush Federation and Divine Wood Federation combined could not match. Luo Lan decided to hedge these mining resources and enable the Iron Hammer Federation to thrive as soon as possible. They could slow down later on. While Luo Lan was lost in her ambitions and mapping out the Iron Hammer Federation's future, the usually quiet Lu Jie spoke up. The lonely night hurricane moths that were flying outside the imperial court have spotted Lin Yuan. He's back. Lu Jie paused before he looked into Luo Lan's eyes and said thoughtfully, I had the army of insects patrol around the Freezing Hammer tribe for the past 2 days and managed to catch almost 100 spies who were acting suspiciously. After being questioned, I discovered that most came from the 8 major Black Gold tribes. A small portion are nomads who were trying to sneak into the Freezing Hammer tribe. Lu Jie's words caused Luo Lan to narrow her eyes. This was the first time that Lu Jie saw such an overpowering, lethal aura from Luo Lan. Lu Jie was a native of the Radiance 100 and had been a member of the Radiance 100 sequence even before he met Lin Yuan. After he met Lin Yuan, he became the disciple of the chief of the Spirit Guards, Night Leaning Moon. After receiving an education in the Radiance Federation, Lu Jie had a fair amount of knowledge about the Startling Lines Continent's 3 federations. After the recent training on the Startling Lines continent, Lu Jie noticed that the low-rank Spirit Chi professionals in the 3 federations lived pathetic lives. If Spirit Chi professionals lived such lives, the regular people did not even need to be mentioned. Lu Jie hoped that these circumstances could change. After taking control of it, Lin Yuan did not immediately destroy and rampage the Startling Lines continent. Instead, he helped the 3 federations develop in their own ways. Lu Jie hoped that he could see a calm Startling Lines continent in the future. In order to achieve this goal, Luo Lan needed to steal her heart when it was necessary. Otherwise, the underground movement in the federations would hamper the speed of the developments. Although Lin Yuan could help Luo Lan this time, he could not help her every time. It was likely that Luo Lan's recent change in mentality was related to the guidance she had received from Su Iren these past 2 days. Ever since Lu Jie joined the Astronomical Parliament, he saw the Astronomical Parliament as a long-term investment. Lin Yuan selflessly provided for the other members of the Astronomical Parliament. It went without saying that the other members of the Astronomical Parliament also needed to repay him. Lu Jie had not been able to set his mind at ease when it came to Luo Lan. It would be much better to promote one of the Black Gold tribes rather than have the soft-hearted Luo Lan control the Iron Hammer Federation. But this change in Luo Lan led Lu Jie to dismiss this idea. On the way back, Lin Yuan thought about how he should communicate with Luo Lan. It could be said that out of the 3 federations on the Startling Lines continent, the Iron Hammer Federation had the most issues. The structure and environment of the entire Iron Hammer Federation were changing. This would definitely be difficult for many tribes to accept. Since it would be troublesome to talk about each matter individually, Lin Yuan summoned Genius the instant he stepped into the Imperial Court's hall. Genius meowed and affectionately nudged Lin Yuan's neck with its face. Its long tails wrapped around Lin Yuan, so it looked like 8 shining ribbons were behind him. Genius had been continuously strengthening itself, and even its bloodline had transformed multiple times. However, no matter how much it changed, it would never stop cuddling and being affectionate with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already used his spiritual energy to inform Genius about the discovery of the Wisdom Heart Gem. Genius had been stocking up on energy all this time. Now that it had the Wisdom Heart Gem, Genius decided to push itself and gain the chance to become a Class 5 Creation Master before it reached Myth Breed. Although the chances were very slim, if it succeeded, it would also be able to transform when it evolved to Myth Breed. At that time, it would definitely be able to cross the level of Beginner Class 5 Creation Master. At the very least, it would be able to become stronger than Di Wanmi and Yi Huailu. After Lin Yuan met up with Luo Lan, he did not wait for her to ask and instructed Genius to use Connected Tails to connect him to Luo Lan. As Genius Contractor, Lin Yuan could transfer all the information he wanted Luo Lan to know to her. After Luo Lan received the information from Lin Yuan's mind, her jaw dropped, and she stood rooted to the ground. Lin Yuan knew how difficult it would be to digest such information. Thus, regardless of her expression, he would not be surprised. The changes to the Iron Hammer Federation were too startling. If there was ever a day that someone told Lin Yuan that the Radiance Federation had been reduced to a land of lava, he would be able to empathize with how Luo Lan was feeling now. Luo Lan had also seen her fair share of major events and knew that the Iron Hammer Federation was about to transform. Thus, she forcefully calmed herself down and only allowed her eyes to remain as wide as saucers to indicate that she had not yet digested the astonishing news. Lin Yuan silently waited for Luo Lan to recover from her shock before he went on to say, "Luo Lan, Iren must have told you about the situation in the Great Lush Federation. With your previous mindset and character, I decided to allow you to try and walk down your own path. But now, reality has proved that your path isn't feasible. I intend to use the same method on you as I did on Jin Qianxuan and take full control of the Iron Hammer Federation. What do you think of this?" Luo Lan nodded seriously. "Young master, I will do everything as you say." Luo Lan had already made a decision. Thus, she did not feel burdened by what Lin Yuan said at all. Although the Iron Hammer Federation's climate was going to change to become like that of the Divine Wood Federation, where there would be no winter season, it would still take some time for the cold temperature to recede. But the snow and ice covering the Iron Hammer Federation were already visibly melting. With Luo Lan's discerning gaze, she immediately realized that a canal was about to be constructed. The canal's construction would touch the lives of all the citizens in the Iron Hammer Federation. Luo Lan needed to seize the opportunity and call all the tribes to help with the canal's construction. There were many rivers in the Iron Hammer Federation. Although the currents of the main rivers were very strong, making them very dangerous, the resources in the rivers could be gathered once the snow melted. All of the tribes would be willing to take the risk for the sake of the massive potential rewards. While Luo Lan's mind was flying at top speed, Su Yiren said in a gentle voice, "Lin Yuan has agreed to let me stay and accompany you for some time. With all these massive changes, you'll have a much easier time with my help. Why don't I help to train your 6 female attendants? Once they've been trained, they can help you deliver your imperial commands and handle tasks that don't require you to be personally present. This will save a lot of your time." A thought suddenly struck Su Yiren, and she said to Luo Lan honestly, "With the Black Gold tribe's support, the female attendants must be somewhat arrogant. They can't be truly humble in front of you. But once you've taken control of the Black Gold and Platinum tribes, the 6 female attendants will be fully tamed by you because they would know that their true dependent source of support would not come from their families but from you. In order for their families to rise in importance and gain more resources, they would do their best to gain favor with you regardless of whether they are being sincere or for the sake of their families." The environment in the 7 states of darkness was not much better than that of the Iron Hammer Federation. Su Yiren, who had been born with a golden spoon, knew better than Luo Lan how to play with people's hearts. This was why Su Yiren had become certain that Sha Sha and I Xing and the other attendants were all scheming. Luo Lan looked at Su Yiren gratefully. If Lin Yuan were not here and Luo Lan was too embarrassed to show her emotions in front of him, she would have wrapped Su Yiren in a big hug. With Su Yiren's help, it would be much easier for Luo Lan to carry out tasks, and Lin Yuan would not need to be overly worried about the Iron Hammer Federation's changes. But there were still things that Luo Lan needed to do for herself. "Luo Lan, you don't have to be too worried about altering the lakes. I have sent for Wang Keiji and Yi Huailu through the Thoughts letter paper, so they can discuss the project with you and Su Yiren. Di Wanmi will be here too. The best way to alter the rivers will be to use the strength of specialized phase. All you need to do is organize the tribe members after the discussions have concluded." In the past, Lin Yuan was used to doing everything himself. But now there was clearly no need for him to do so. As his enterprise grew, there were more areas that Lin Yuan needed to worry about and put effort into. Rather than wasting his mental effort on trivial matters, it would be better to tap into the capabilities of his faction. The 3 Class 5 Creation Masters were more than sufficient to come up with a plan to address this issue. There were no points of doubt about this matter to start with. Yi Huailu had only recently become a Class 5 Creation Master and was new at many tasks. Thus, Lin Yuan also hoped this project would build the relationship between Yi Huailu and Wang Keiji and enable Yi Huailu to grow rapidly. Lin Yuan could help Yi Huailu to cleanse his body of impurities and heal his injuries but could not be of any help to Yi Huailu when it came to developing himself as a Class 5 Creation Master. Lin Yuan's simple words had the effect of a gigantic tsunami in the hearts of Su Yiren and Luo Lan, who had their fair share of experiences. What? There were going to be 3 people to discuss the altering of the Iron Hammer Federation's rivers with them. Since when did they gain the right to have a conversation with 3 Class 5 Creation Masters? There had never been any Class 5 Creation Masters in the Iron Hammer Federation and only one in the 7 States of Darkness. Lin Yuan had casually assigned 3 Class 5 Creation Masters to fix one of the Iron Hammer Federation's biggest issues. He already had enough foundational power to match the top 3 federations of the main world. Luo Lan knew that with the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters, she could sit back and delegate manpower. After talking about the issue of altering the Iron Hammer Federation's rivers, Lin Yuan said to Luo Lan seriously, 4 months later, I will start providing you with 1,500 plant type phase with the Sacred Wood Bloodline monthly until you possess a total of 12,000 plant type phase with the Sacred Wood Bloodline. You can use them as you see fit to bolster the Iron Hammer Federation's power and reputation. For the past 3 days, she had been thinking about how she should properly use those plant type phase with the Sacred Wood Bloodline. Luolan was very careful with her planning for the plant type phase with the Sacred Wood Bloodline that came from Lin Yuan. But she never expected that the quantity would amount to 12,000. 12,000 of them was an unbelievable concept. It was unlikely that the Divine Wood Federation possessed more than 12,000 plant type phase with the Sacred Wood Bloodline in the past. If they did, the bandit groups from the Iron Hammer Federation would have stolen most of them. Shock and happiness caused Luolan to tremble uncontrollably. With such a large number of plant type phase with the Sacred Wood Bloodline, she could easily nurture a group of dedicated subordinates. She would need 10 years or more to use up all of them. The Iron Hammer Federation would then produce a group of young experts who had contracted plant type phase with the Sacred Wood Bloodline. Lin Yuan's promise of resources would give the Iron Hammer Federation a chance to rise and prosper in the main world. Luolan placed her left hand on her shoulder and knelt to Lin Yuan. Touching one's shoulder was the most respectful action a girl from the tribes could perform. Luolan had only ever performed this for her father. But Luolan felt that this was the only action she could perform to express her thoughts. After saying what needed to be said, Lin Yuan intended to retreat to the back seat and leave all the tasks in the Iron Hammer Federation to Luolan and Su Iran. With Eternal Weapon won by Luolan's side, the Imperial meeting would be settled even without Lin Yuan's interference. Lin Yuan was already done investigating the secret of Snow Celestial Mountain. Now that it had become his friend, there was no longer any need for him to remain in the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan had not had the chance to ask Celestial Sight what its special ability was. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was very beneficial for fairies, and Begin Lady was proof. Lin Yuan also intended to take Celestial Sight to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. On the way back, Celestial Sight had sworn its loyalty to Lin Yuan after just 3 statements from Begin Lady. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised that Begin Lady would make this request to Celestial Sight. But after training for so long, Lin Yuan had no objection to creating a bond with other lifeforms. Lin Yuan did not know that Begin Lady had consumed by Dong and Su Jian's souls. With those human thoughts in its soul, Begin Lady could think from a human standpoint in any matter. Since Celestial Sight had not evolved into an intermediate fairy and set its spirit fire alight, it did not need to hibernate in order to stabilize itself. All it needed was to stay with Lin Yuan. This was essentially giving Begin Lady time off so it could focus on hibernating and stabilizing itself. After all, Begin Lady could be awoken from its hibernation. It could be awakened if he really ended up encountering a problem that Celestial Sight could not solve. Lin Yuan, who had been ready to lead Lu Jie to bid goodbye to Su Iran and Luolan, suddenly thought of something and said to Luolan and Su Iran in a low voice, "Tale has been in Thick Soil City. With help from the 1 billion tribe members, the construction of Thick Soil City has been completed. The land imps are just tying up some of the loose ends. Thick Soil City can easily fit more than 500 million residents, each of whom can have their own house. These 500 million people will just be the start. The population of Thick Soil City can go up to 1.5 billion. While he spoke, Lin Yuan internally gasped in amazement. If a city like Thick Soil City existed in his previous life, it would be able to contain almost 1/4 of the global population. But this capacity size would only be able to contain 1/10 of the population in the Startling Lines continent at best. Furthermore, the Startling Lines continent was just an average-sized continent in the main world. When comparing the two settings, this world was much too enormous. But in this much too enormous world, another even larger space was waiting for him to explore. This thought set off Lin Yuan's zealousness. He felt a similar passion, hope, and excitement when he first went to the royal capital and yearned to go off to explore the other federations. I intend on positioning Thick Soil City as the core of the Startling Lines continent and the hub where the 3 federations will gather and cross paths. Among the 500 million spots for residents, I am leaving 200 million spots for the Iron Hammer Federation, while the Divinewood Federation and Great Lush Federation will receive 150 million spots each. Once you've got the Iron Hammer Federation fully under control, you can decide who are the citizens who will get to fill up the 200 million spots. You are more familiar with Ta Lei than Yi Huailong and Jin Qianxuan. You can let Ta Lei know if there are any issues. Luo Lan was stunned when she heard what Lin Yuan said, but she quickly realized the intention behind his arrangement. Lin Yuan wanted to break down the walls separating the three federations of the Startling Lines continent and breed unity between them. Could it be that he wanted to create the fourth major federation in this world? With Wang Keiji, Yi Huailu, and Di Wanmi's help, the Startling Lines continent indeed had enough Class 5 creation masters to make them worthy of such a future. But if this was truly Lin Yuan's plan, it meant that Thick Soil City was going to become the royal capital of that enormous federation and that she would no longer share equal status with Yi Huailong and Jin Qianxuan. Instead, the three of them would become rivals. But Lin Yuan clearly favored her in this competition. Otherwise, he would not have allocated 200 million spots for her. This was because she was a member of the Astronomical Parliament, thus making her closer to Lin Yuan than Yi Huailong and Jin Qianxuan were. She might not feel this way if Lin Yuan had not told her this information in advance. But since he had, she was going to seize this opportunity properly no matter what. Luo Lan immediately started drawing out plans in her mind. She knew that she was going to be swamped for the next year. When Lin Yuan saw Luo Lan's expression, he knew she understood his intention. Thus, he smiled silently and returned to the underground palace with Lu Jie in tow. If Lin Yuan wanted to head to the marsh world, he needed to have a foothold in the main world. This was because, in the underground palace, he would immediately become aware once anything happened in the Startling Lines continent. Secondly, the space tunnel conveniently linked the underground palace to the Radiance Federation. But more importantly, Lin Yuan intended to spend the next few months observing Silver Corona. As a carcinoma fae that transformed into a fairy, Silver Corona was no different from Lu Jie's Ice Bite and Fat Dimension. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had just spent some time and effort opening more dimensional rifts that would help speed up the growth of Silver Corona's power. Lin Yuan decided to let Silver Corona be anchored in the Startling Lines continent. Silver Corona's sea of flowers could cover the entire Startling Lines continent's territory if possible. The sea burial lotus flower had been a carcinoma fae without any rational or logical thinking. But now that Silver Corona had gained intelligence, it could eat only the alien beasts that emerged from the dimensional rifts and use the Sea of Flowers to protect all the life forms on the Startling Lines continent. The Sea of Flowers would be like a decoration that had suddenly grown out and did not come with any combat abilities. The Startling Lines continent was like a piece of driftwood in the sea. If Silver Corona's Sea of Flowers could truly cover the entire Startling Lines continent, the Sea of Flowers would extend to the four corners of the Federation and become like kelp that adjusted the direction in which the Startling Lines continent floated. Silver Corona's original body was an aquatic plant-type carcinoma fae. It was more suited to living in the sea than on land. This was just an idea that Lin Yuan had. Silver Corona's power needed sufficient time to reach a certain level before such a situation could even become possible. Luo Lan and Su Yiren were very sad to see Lin Yuan leave. He had left in such a rush that he did not even stay for the banquet. But both of them quickly set aside their sadness and threw themselves into their work. Both women were workaholics by nature. They intended to overhaul the structure of the Iron Hammer Federation, and Su Yiren also wanted to help Luo Lan steal some of the limelight and influence from Thick Soil City. Su Yiren was very busy. Luo Lan made a silent pledge that after things settled on this end, she would help this good friend of hers snatch the Dark Continent back from Tower Cannon and bring glory back to the 7 states of darkness. Luo Lan knew that she would need to be able to tap into all of the resources on the Startling Lines continent if she wanted to be of help to Su Yiren. To do this, she could not just wait around for Lin Yuan to reach out helping hands. She needed to fight with her own will. Although Lin Yuan was biased toward her, he was also a fair and just person. If she fell behind Jin Qianxuan and Yi Huailong, he would swap her out with someone more capable. A full month had passed since Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had left the underground palace. Lin Yuan first went to clean Brahma City before rushing to the Freezing Hammer tribe. He had spent almost 10 days traveling. Once he was back at the underground palace, he noticed that the hard-working Hu Quan had led the team of spirit craftsmen in finishing off the final touches of the underground palace. Currently, Hu Quan was delegating the spirit craftsmen to set up the garden under the light of the Sunlight King lotuses. The underground palace spanned 4,000 square meters, and the space had been carefully divided. When the width of the walls was included, the structure took up more than 30,000 square meters. The surfaces of these 30,000 square meters were covered with hand-carved depictions by the spirit craftsmen. Even before the work was done, it made for a breathtaking sight. Now, the underground palace could only be described as dazzling. Hu Quan was fully focused on the spirit craftsman side of things. After learning that Sun Ningxiang and Condensed Fairy Orchard had joined Sky City, Hu Quan asked Lin Yuan to contact Sun Ningxiang twice. It was not that Hu Quan wanted to become closer to Sun Ningxiang, but that he wanted to obtain some rare plants from Condensed Fairy Orchard that could be used to beautify the environment. Flowers like the gem bell orchid changed colors under sunlight. The flower cores were similar to gems and seemed to be full of fire. There was a special charm when the gem bell orchid climbed up the jade-textured pillars with carvings all over them. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Hu Quan's eye for beauty had improved significantly since joining Sky City. During this time, he had the opportunity to come into contact with many rare spiritual ingredients that he had never had the chance to interact with before. A spirit craftsman like him needed to gain more experience in order to broaden his horizons and expand his design perception. After Lu Jie saw this, he could not help but recognize that Hu Quan's abilities had broken through past Class 5 spirit craftsmen. Now, the underground palace could stand toe-to-toe with Night Leaning Moon's Midnight Palace. But it went without saying that the underground palace was a far cry from being as mechanically integrated as the Midnight Palace. When Hu Quan spotted Lin Yuan, a smile spread across his face as he walked over to greet them. At first, Lin Yuan thought that with Hu Quan's character, he would first praise his achievements and express how satisfied he was. But instead, the first thing that Hu Quan did was sigh before he lamented. Lin Yuan, I wish that I had broken through earlier. At my current level, I see that my previous designs were all trash. But the structure has already been built, and I cannot change them. Once they're changed, all of the previous base structures will have to be removed. So, I had no choice but to continue building on top of the original foundation. Because of this, I can't help but have a few regrets about this piece. Lin Yuan, you mentioned to me previously that you want to build a true Sky City. How much longer before I'll get to show off what I'm really capable of? Lin Yuan could not help but blink a few times when he heard what Hu Quan said. This was partially because Lin Yuan knew Hu Quan's principles and never-ending passion as a spirit craftsman. It was truly Sky City's privilege to have such a responsible and dedicated spirit craftsman. But on the other hand, Lin Yuan was also wondering how Hu Quan managed to work so hard. Was he not afraid of his body failing to keep up with all that hard work? He was already raring to dive into another giant project after he had just completed a 6-month-long project. While Hu Quan was willing to add value to Sky City, Lin Yuan could not bear to use Hu Quan like a machine. Uncle Hu, it will take at least a month before we begin building the true Sky City. You should use this time to rest more. Hu Quan hurriedly waved his hands and said, Lin Yuan, you don't know what makes me happy. After I was done drawing up the design for the underground palace, I realized that my spirit craftsman skills have improved significantly. I am obsessed with and going crazy over this improvement. Since another month is needed before the construction of the true Sky City can begin, why don't you take me with you to the Marsh world? I wonder if those brats have improved after half a year there. As their teacher, I should be properly guiding them. I can also take the time to draw out a plan for the territory in the Marsh Zone or at least come up with a blueprint. This way, even without me there, my disciples won't end up building something completely devoid of beauty. At that point, Hu Quan paused as though he was going through his memories before he said, Among my disciples who went to the Marsh world, the one in charge is called Lu something. Has he been doing a good job? Lin Yuan knew that Hu Quan had been laser-focused on the construction of the underground palace for a very long time and had set everything else aside. But it had to be said that Lu Tong's presence in Hu Quan's mind was tiny. Frankly, Lu Tong and Hu Quan were cut from the same cloth when it came to their work ethic. Those two were equally voracious about work. There were even days when Lu Tong worked longer hours than Hu Quan did, although this was also due to the fact that he had contracted the vitality sloth. Normally, a large project was undertaken by a few leading spirit craftsmen who would delegate most of the tasks to the construction team. There were very few cases where the spirit craftsmen involved themselves in the building process. Thus, having 400 to 500 Class 2 and above spirit craftsmen working in the marsh world was considered a luxury. If Sky City was not sponsoring all of these spirit craftsmen and they were hired from the Spirit Craftsmen Association instead, it would cost over 500,000 radiance dollars per month, and that was if so many could even be hired. How could Lin Yuan not be satisfied with a territory built by such a team of spirit craftsmen? Lin Yuan had always known that Lu Tong was hardworking and diligent. He had not become stained by arrogance or complacency at all after obtaining a bronze/legend Fei. Even Wen Yu, who rarely had a compliment for anyone, had spoken well of him to Lin Yuan more than once. The only reason Hu Quan was unable to remember Lu Tong's name was that Lu Tong's presence in Hu Quan's mind was much too weak. Lin Yuan did not mind helping Lu Tong increase his occupancy in Hu Quan's mind. I am very happy with Lu Tong. He can handle all tasks in the marsh world on his own. But while Lu Tong and the rest have the strength, they don't have the strong spirit craftsman capabilities that you have. If you're willing to draw out a plan for the territory in the marsh world, Lu Tong and the rest will definitely be able to follow it to improve the territory even further. Lin Yuan did not forget to feed Hu Quan's ego while he was praising Lu Tong. Hu Quan looked surprised when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He had not expected someone as unimportant as Lu Tong to catch so much of Lin Yuan's attention. For Lin Yuan to praise Lu Tong to such a degree, it had to mean that Lu Tong had some potential. Hu Quan started the engine of his brain and started to think. In order to become a high-class spirit craftsman, Hu Quan's memory had to be very good. However, he had not spent too much time thinking about Lu Tong. Now that he was focusing his mind on Lu Tong, many scraps of memory related to Lu Tong surfaced in Hu Quan's mind. His mind was led to a man who was not considered tall and was almost 35 years old, on the cusp of middle age. Lu Tong was not the kind to stand out in a crowd. Even if he did something worth remembering, he could still be easily forgotten. It could be said that his external qualities left a lot to be desired. But Lu Tong had indeed managed to distinguish himself to Hu Quan, to the point that he had been willing to observe and use him more than he did the others before he left for the marsh world. Hu Quan rarely acknowledged another spirit craftsman. The reason for acknowledging Lu Tong was not that Lu Tong had tried his best to gain Hu Quan's favor, but because he indeed possessed impressive spirit craftsman capabilities. Although Lu Tong's talent did not put him in the top 10 amongst the members of the Heavenly Craft Pavilion, there was no question that he was part of the top 50. But the real reason for Hu Quan's approval of Lu Tong was how hard he improved his spirit craftsman skills. It was inevitable that some would take their foot off the gas pedal slightly after receiving a task. This was because collaborative work did not show the differing amounts of contributions by those involved. Furthermore, Hu Quan had never kept a close eye on this, leading the spirit craftsman to believe that he did not care. But the truth was not that Hu Quan did not care. He felt that having sufficient spiritual ingredients was a blessing when it came to spirit craftsman tasks. After all, spirit craftsmen rarely had the opportunity to possess sufficient spiritual ingredients to sharpen their own skills. With such benefits in front of them, those who did not seize the opportunity were morons. Reality had proved that there were many morons. Hu Quan did not notice that the spirit craftsmen were hardworking, but he could not ignore consistent work. Since Lin Yuan had also praised Lu Tong, Hu Quan decided to provide Lu Tong with special guidance and officially begin nurturing him as a legitimate disciple. Hu Quan barked out a few laughs. My present designs are much better than they were a few months ago. I don't think I'll improve again anytime soon. Lin Yuan, don't worry. I will definitely draw up a proper base design for your territory in the marsh world. Lin Yuan, I remember you saying that the ground in the marsh world is very soft and loose. Even if you try to suck out the moisture in the marsh world, the situation doesn't improve by much. It will be difficult to build anything overly large on the base unless you mix in a large amount of sand and metal fragments into the ground. Rather than creating a territory on such ground, why don't you nurture a few island whales and build your territory on them? This way, you'll have the freedom to move your territory instead of it being fixed in one spot. Lin Yuan shook his head gently at what Hu Quan said. He had already thought about this matter earlier on. Although the moisture level in the marsh world was more than 60%, it was still different from the sea environment of the main world. The water in the marsh world appeared clear, but once there was any movement of life in the water, the silt would be disrupted, and the water would turn black. The island whales could breathe through their skin and blowhole. While the island whales were swimming, the mud would seep into their blowholes and skin. This might be fine for a short while, but the island whale's health would definitely be affected in the long run. But it could not be denied that Lin Yuan was very interested in mobile territory. But finding a dimensional life form that could replace the island whales and carry the territory would be far from easy. Klein Hub's entrance had a size limitation. The entrance's size had not increased even after Morbius raised its grade. Lin Yuan could move the floating island whale to the marsh world through Klein Hub before it evolved to myth breed and truly grew into its real size, but once it reached more than 40,000 meters, it would be impossible to do so. The bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards had been able to pass through the entrance because they could change into human form. But since Universe was meant to carry Sky City, it could not change into human form. Once it did, nothing would hold up Sky City, and it would plummet from the sky. Unless he managed to find a Class 6-dimensional rift that linked the main world to the marsh world, Universe would end up stuck in the marsh world forever. If he had to choose between the main world and the marsh world, Lin Yuan was leaning toward having Universe stay in the main world. But he did feel regret over not being able to create a mobile territory in the marsh world. Lin Yuan chatted with Hu Quan for a while, and after intense pleading from Hu Quan, Lin Yuan agreed to send him to the marsh world in advance. Hu Quan wanted to go and take a look at the marsh world's environment in advance so he could come up with a list of resources that were lacking and send people to gather them. The marsh world's materials had been prepared long ago. For this reason, the listening heron chamber of commerce's store of resources had shrunk by February 3rd. Hu Quan didn't really need the list and did not feel that anything was missing. He was just finding an excuse for Lin Yuan to allow him to enter the marsh world as soon as possible. Lin Yuan was worried that Hu Quan would overexhaust himself and have insufficient rest, but he could not force Hu Quan after such insistent pleading. Hu Quan had contracted the vitality sloth. With its effects, Hu Quan could work day and night without sleep and still have more energy than someone who had not contracted the vitality sloth. There would not be any health issues in the near future. But if Hu Quan wanted to push himself this hard for the long term, Lin Yuan would force him to rest. After sending Hu Quan to the marsh world, Lin Yuan returned to the underground palace and prepared to take a shower. He had traveled along the dusty roads to the freezing Hammer tribe. Although Lin Yuan had cleansed his body of impurities, his body was now unsullied. He was still uncomfortable after a prolonged period of not bathing. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw Lu Jie walking into his room with a serious expression and holding a small brocade box. Instantly, Lin Yuan was able to guess what was inside that brocade box that Lu Jie was holding. After Lu Jie walked over to Lin Yuan, he silently handed over the brocade box. He rarely put on such a tough stance in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, I have possessed the Sky Awakening crystal for some time. With its help, Halberd Corner, Ice Bite, and Fat Dimension have all successfully evolved into fairies. I need to pause for a while to digest this increase in power. You told me to use it first, but I'm done with it now. You don't have any more reason to turn me down. I know that both the floating island whale and the acid corrosion queen need the Sky Awakening crystal to comprehend willpower runes. Lin Yuan looked into Lu Jie's sincere eyes. Unlike last time, he did not turn down Lu Jie's kind gesture. He smiled and opened the brocade box as he said, Big Brother Lu, I will use the Sky Awakening crystal for a month. The acid corrosion queen bee is in great condition. With help from the Sky Awakening crystal, it will likely be able to comprehend a willpower rune. I will return the Sky Awakening crystal to you in a month. After a month's break, I'm sure you will have picked out more insect species carcinoma phase to combine with the firefly demon fetuses. After Lin Yuan accepted the Sky Awakening crystal, Lu Jie smiled and left the room to return to his own room, where he could begin stabilizing his current power. Next, he would lead the army of insects to help Silver Corona increase the class of its current batch of dimensional rifts and speed up the growth of the Sea of Bone Lotus flowers. Ever since the Insect Queen became good friends with Silver Corona, the latter often invited Elegance to the Sea of Bone Lotus flowers to play. Ever since Elegance gained its third pair of wings, it was no longer jittery around Silver Corona. Lu Jie really liked Elegance being on good terms with Lin Yuan's phase. After Lin Yuan accepted the Sky Awakening crystal, he immediately hung it up in the Spirit Lock spatial zone where all of the phase that needed it could benefit from its effects. Although many of the phase had yet to reach Diamond X/Legend, the Sky Awakening crystal could still raise their ability to comprehend willpower runes from nature. This was the reason the Sky Awakening crystal was on the list of precious treasures. Lin Yuan took a thorough shower after setting up the Sky Awakening crystal. Begin Lady and Celestial Sight had been looking around the underground palace that Hu Quan had decorated. As fairies, they were naturally drawn to beautiful things. Additionally, with Su Jian and Bai Dong's experience, they had never had the chance to lay their eyes on such exquisite adornments. As such, Begin Lady was floored. Celestial Sight felt more curious. It had only just entered the human world and was no different from a blank canvas. After eating the delicious human food that Lin Yuan had given it on the journey back, Celestial Sight became even more interested and excited about this world. Begin Lady had been in the same situation as Celestial Sight in the past. Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath were also the same when they had just transformed into human form. But this state would slowly recede with time. Lin Yuan had already decided to bring Celestial Sight into the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and it had already sworn its loyalty to him. Thus, there was no reason for him to hide anything from it. Begin Lady had already spent considerable time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The Spirit Lock spatial zone was an unimaginably attractive temptation to it. It did not take long for Celestial Sight's expression to prove Begin Lady's prediction. Celestial Sight was stunned from the moment it entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. But soon, it started to gobble up all the pure spirit chi it could access. As Celestial Sight absorbed the pure spirit chi, its root power subconsciously materialized and rose around it. At that moment, the source sand transformed into a pool of quicksand that swirled next to Celestial Sight. Lin Yuan could tell that the source sand sensed Celestial Sight's root power being tempered and was very happy. It was as though the source sand itself was increasing its power. He thought, it looks like the source sand can benefit significantly by staying by Celestial Sight's side. Lin Yuan was about to speak with Celestial Sight about this when he saw Celestial Sight recover from its state of shock and gently pick up the source sand. It then said with slight surprise, "This is such pure mutated earth elemental energy. As a fairy, my original body is a type of the most elite elemental energy. This mutated earth elemental energy stands to benefit significantly if it remains by my side. It might even gain a hint of ice type." After what Celestial Sight said, there was no longer any need for Lin Yuan to bring it up. But Lin Yuan had caught one point. Celestial Sight saying that fairies were made of the most elite elemental energy. The source sand had indeed mutated from an earth element life form. Did this mean that the fate of elemental source-type lifeforms was eventually to become fairies? Lin Yuan was not sure if Begin Lady or Celestial Sight had the answer to this question. But since the matter concerned his fae, he still asked them, "Is it possible for the source sand to eventually transform into a fairy?" He thought that they would hesitate, but instead, both of them nodded confidently. Mutated elements might be different from regular elements, but they are still elements. It's definitely possible for them to become fairies. However, transforming into a fairy will be much more challenging for a single element. After hearing Begin Lady and Celestial Sight's resolute answers, Lin Yuan felt that he had just learned a secret that had never been revealed in the main world. If elemental source-type lifeforms could eventually become fairies, that meant that they had much more potential than regular source-type lifeforms. Elemental source-type lifeforms were formed from the corpses of favored believers and believers from the marsh world. During the Banquet of Everything, Lin Yuan intended to investigate further to see which dimensional lifeforms transformed into elemental source-type lifeforms after death. This would allow him to gain useful insight. Begin Lady thought that Celestial Sight would take the initiative to tell Lin Yuan what abilities its bloodline had. Yet it had not uttered a word about it throughout the entire journey. Begin Lady suddenly realized that Celestial Sight had been a far cry from what it currently was when it first encountered Lin Yuan. It was possible that it had learned what abilities its bloodline had, but did not realize how important a fairy's bloodline abilities were. Celestial Sight, my bloodline can infect phase and increase their potential. Is there anything special about your bloodline? When Celestial Sight heard what Begin Lady said, it stopped for a moment to think before it said thoughtfully, my bloodline power can't affect lifeforms or benefit their bloodlines, but it does have special effects. While it spoke, Celestial Sight looked at the unused day and night spirit silver planks on Lin Yuan's work table. It reached out its hand and used its control of earth elements to produce an attractive force that pulled the day and night spirit silver into its hand. Next, it put on a show of its bloodline's manipulation of metal spiritual ingredients for Lin Yuan and Begin Lady. Begin Lady's bloodline was fresh and clear and seemed to be able to nourish all the life forms in the world. Any life form that had been nourished would instinctively think of it as its mother. This was why Begin Lady was called the Jia Begin River. On the other hand, Celestial Sight's bloodline was thick and tough. It encapsulated sharpness and iciness. After such an obviously special bloodline power was injected into the day and night spirit silver, the surface of the day and night spirit silver was covered with a radiant metal sheen. Lin Yuan instinctively used true data and discovered that the day and night spirit silver had changed fundamentally after being nourished by Celestial Sight's bloodline. Celestial Sight's bloodline power seemed to have gifted the day and night spirit silver with life while raising its original metal attributes. The day and night spirit silver was still a gold metal spiritual ingredient, but after its metal attribute was raised, its effects increased by at least 5 times and boosted it to platinum grade. It seemed that Celestial Sight's bloodline power could improve metal spiritual ingredients. Celestial Sight handed the day and night spirit silver that it had strengthened with its bloodline power to Lin Yuan and said, "This is my first time using my bloodline power to strengthen metals. I haven't really looked into its full functions. But the higher the grade of the metal spiritual ingredient, the less I will be able to boost it." Celestial Sight sounded slightly sad when it said that. Celestial Sight felt that its bloodline power was very weak compared to Begin Lady's bloodline power of raising the potential of lifeforms. But Begin Lady was an intermediate fairy. Thus, Celestial Sight felt that it did not have the right to compare itself to Begin Lady in the first place. However, Celestial Sight did not know that Lin Yuan and Begin Lady were stunned upon learning about its bloodline power. Begin Lady had consumed Su Jian and Bai Dong's souls. Thus, it deeply understood the world of spirit qi professionals. It immediately saw the wide range of possibilities for Celestial Sight's bloodline power. Its own bloodline power could only bless spirit qi professionals by increasing their power. But Celestial Sight could not only increase the power of spirit qi professionals, but could also bless the lives of the spirit qi professionals. Many metal spiritual ingredients were considered inferior because their metal attributes were not sought after. But once their metal attributes were improved, they could be used in more ways. Currently, the cheapest metal spiritual ingredient commonly used by creation masters was the spirit settling silver. The containers made from spirit settling silver could fuse and stabilize spiritual ingredients. If the spirit settling silver's metal attributes were improved by at least 5 times, it would be the equivalent of raising a low-class creation master's class by half a class. Although the effects would not be as obvious on class 4 and above creation masters, there would still be benefits. It would help them speed up their rate of spirit fluid concoction. Time was money for high-class creation masters. If a large batch of spirit settling silver from the Radiance Federation had its metal attributes improved, the creation master resources of the Radiance Federation would be improved by at least 1/5. Creation master resources were the foundation of a federation. This meant that Celestial Sight's bloodline power to improve a metal spiritual ingredient's metal attribute would be able to transform a top federation. Celestial Sight's bloodline power could not only evolve one type of metal spiritual ingredient. Lin Yuan forcefully suppressed his excitement and asked Celestial Sight, "How many metal spiritual ingredients can you improve each day with your bloodline power without harming yourself?" Lin Yuan had come from two worlds. His previous world had been technologically advanced. As such, he knew more about what improving metal attributes could do for the world. Whether or not there were more fairies in the main world, all of them would have different bloodline powers. It could be said that Celestial Sight's bloodline power of improving the metal attributes of metal spiritual ingredients was now a specialty that only Lin Yuan possessed. Celestial Sight looked around the spirit lock spatial zone that was chock full of spirit chi and said reservedly, "In the outside world, I will be able to improve around 8 cubic meters of a similar metal without hurting myself. But in this place, with such an astonishing concentration of spirit chi, I will be able to improve 30 cubic meters with no issues. But I can't say for absolute certainty, as I've only been here for less than a day. As such, this is just the safest estimate." Lin Yuan balled his fists in excitement. 30 cubic meters was just the safest estimate. It would surely increase if the metal in question was the spirit-settling silver. Furthermore, the measurement was in size and not weight. 1 cubic meter of spirit-settling silver could be made into 5,000 containers after it was stretched and manipulated. The spirit-settling silver was very hard and flexible. Using it to make containers was just a very short extension of what it was capable of. With the amount of metal spiritual ingredients Celestial Sight could produce in one day, at least 200,000 spirit-settling silver containers could be produced. This was enough to meet the needs of a large federation. After all, the containers could be used repeatedly. They only had to be changed after they had been used to contain high-grade spirit fluids for fear that the medicinal properties would clash. There were a limited number of creation masters, even in a large federation like the Radiance Federation. Because of Di Wanmi and Whale Ocean Commerce's plan, the Radiance Federation's stock of creation masters had reduced significantly. For Beast's territory, a rising top faction with the creation master role had even been eliminated. It could be said that the Radiance Federation's arsenal of creation master resources was even weaker than that of the Freedom and Azure Federations. Lin Yuan intended to give the spirit-settling silver, which had its metal attributes improved by Celestial Sight, to the Moon Empress so she could distribute them to the other creation masters of the Radiance Federation. Di Wanmi had killed over 30,000 low-class creation masters and 40 high-class creation masters in her bid to become a Class 5 creation master. Eventually, Night-Leaning Moon killed her. The only person who had benefited from that tragedy was Lin Yuan, gaining a Class 5 creation master puppet through Red Thorn's ability. However, even the influx of spirit-settling silver would not be enough to compensate for the Radiance Federation's losses. After all, no matter how precious the materials used to make the containers were, they could not be compared with creation masters themselves. But the containers could act as a warm bed that nourished and energized the creation master's overall strength. Lin Yuan had more than his fair share of the spirit-settling silver. Heavy Mountain had just cleared out a large spirit-settling silver mine. Lin Yuan handed a diamond Fey storage box full of spirit-settling silver to Celestial Sight. "Celestial Sight, you will help me by using your bloodline power to improve these metal spiritual ingredients to the extent that your body isn't affected. The place you're in is called the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. You can absorb as much of the pure spirit chi in here as you need to nourish yourself. I will be able to provide you with sufficient Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to help you increase your power." Celestial Sight was not opposed to using its bloodline power to help Lin Yuan improve his spiritual ingredients. After all, it did not cause it any harm to do so. Even if it did cause it harm, Celestial Sight was still willing to use its bloodline power to help Lin Yuan as a means of repaying him. But the fact of the matter was that helping Lin Yuan in this way would not do it any harm. Instead, it would even receive more benefits from him. Celestial Sight had learned what Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls were from the conversations between Begin Lady and Lin Yuan. Treasures like this that contained pure earth elemental energy would help it to accumulate energy quickly and withstand the heavens trials cleansing. The spirit lock spatial zone was a place of blessing that would benefit it. If it could be nourished with the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, Celestial Sight felt that it would soon be able to evolve into an intermediate fairy. Celestial Sight solemnly received the diamond Fey storage box from Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, I will do my best every day to use my bloodline power to nurture the metal spiritual ingredients. Senior Begin Lady needs to hibernate, but I don't. I will only need to spend 6 hours in the spirit lock spatial zone each day absorbing spirit chi. I can stay with you for the remaining 18 hours, during which I'll absorb spirit chi and protect you." Celestial Sight excitedly added, "By staying with you, I'll be able to learn more about human society." Lin Yuan nodded. It would be enough to have a lower fairy like Celestial Sight, which had awakened its birth horoscope, by his side. Begin Lady had been the one protecting and helping him deal with issues. It was time for it to properly hibernate and borrow the special effects of the element well and mouths of spirit springs to secure its current level. Lin Yuan intended to have Celestial Sight focus on accumulating for a month before he handed 10,000 cubic meters of the spirit-settling silver that had been strengthened by Celestial Sight to the Moon Empress. The delivery of 10,000 cubic meters of spirit-settling silver would make the trip worth it for Lin Yuan. Having recently become a Class 6 creation master, the Moon Empress was busy creating a secure Federation treasure for the Mirror City in the Abyssal World. It was said that this secure Federation treasure could ensure the survival of all the low-rank spirit chi professionals in the Abyssal World, so they would not end up dying from dehydration and heat stroke after training for a few hours. Lin Yuan could not help with this task. He also did not want to disturb the Moon Empress just because he had returned to the Radiance Federation. After settling Celestial Sight and Begin Lady, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie went to the Marsh World. Before he entered the Marsh World, Lin Yuan told Celestial Sight that after it was done with its 6 hours of absorbing spirit chi each day, it could pass through Klein Hub into the Marsh World to meet up with him. After entering the Marsh World, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie saw that Hu Quan had gathered up the 300 spirit craftsmen and was reprimanding them fiercely. Lu Tong was standing next to Hu Quan with Hu Quan's blueprint in his hands. This was enough to see that Hu Quan was giving Lu Tong special guidance. "It's good that you can handle hardship, but you aren't detailed enough. How much attention and diligence are paid to a building is a separate matter from being able to handle hardship. Even if you work for 24 hours each day and your work doesn't meet the standards or lacks beauty, it will all be useless." I just asked Lu Tong to give me a summary. Every building was built by Class 2 and 3 spirit craftsmen. The Class 3 spirit craftsmen were the leaders, while the Class 2 spirit craftsmen assisted them. With such a group, each building should meet the standards of Class 3 spirit craftsmen. Yet, the result is only 70% of that standard. I'm sure you know who were the ones in charge of that lacking 30%. Go and redo all of it. During the reconstruction, the cost of the materials and losses incurred will come out of your pay and welfare. It has been a long time since I last taught all of you a lesson. This time, I need you to know that always endeavoring to do better is the basic principle that all spirit craftsmen should follow. Hu Quan was always very strict when it came to the spirit craftsmen. But as a result of what he said, many of the spirit craftsmen would end up losing their income for a long time. After all, the materials used in the construction were all of superior quality. A reconstruction would damage a significant portion of the materials. But none of the spirit craftsmen dared to look the slightest bit upset with Hu Quan, nor did any of them feel unhappy with him in the first place. These spirit craftsmen who had rushed to finish the job and had not met the expected standard hung their heads in shame. Lin Yuan looked at Hu Quan's stern expression and thought, Hu Quan did end up finding many issues that are difficult for when you to spot as someone who isn't part of this field. Hu Quan spoke very harshly to these spirit craftsmen, but the punishments were insignificant to Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, he did not speak up on behalf of these spirit craftsmen who had failed to meet the standard. This indicated that he agreed with Hu Quan. He could not help but give Hu Quan a mental thumbs up. Lin Yuan was always gentle and generous with his subordinates. But this did not mean that he had not learned how to be a proper superior after all his growth. If Lin Yuan spoke on their behalf now, it would result in the spirit craftsmen who had erred becoming grateful to him. But it would also put those who had tried their best on the spot. They might even end up giving up on trying their best and thinking that all they needed to do was be able to handle hardship. This would spell trouble for their career as spirit craftsmen. But while it was true that the spirit craftsmen had made mistakes, they also had to be recognized for the effort they had put in. Since Lin Yuan had encountered Hu Quan teaching the spirit craftsman a lesson, he took 2 steps forward to Hu Quan and said to the spirit craftsman, "Uncle who expects so much from you because it will benefit your future significantly. I have noticed your effort and will be giving Lu Tong a batch of bronze/epic phase. All of you left your families to come into the marsh world. You can contract the bronze/epic phase yourselves or leave them to your descendants. Both are good options. The spirit craftsmen who are part of the reconstruction will be able to claim their share from Lu Tong once the reconstruction is done and is confirmed to meet the standards." 5 months had passed since Lin Yuan had last given out welfare to the spirit craftsmen. This round of welfare was completely the same as the previous one. The spirit craftsmen could never have imagined they'd gain 2 bronze/epic phase in the span of 6 months and even be able to leave them to their descendants. If Hu Quan was not there, the spirit craftsman would have started excitingly hopping around. Hu Quan turned to look at Lin Yuan, and a look of admiration and a smile of gladness appeared on his face. When Hu Quan first entered the return from faraway mansion, Lin Yuan still had not grown by much. Thus, Hu Quan saw Lin Yuan very differently from how Master Hongshin and the rest did. Although Hu Quan had sworn his loyalty to Sky City, a part of him still saw Lin Yuan as a junior. What Lin Yuan just said not only appeased the crowd but also supported the lesson that Hu Quan was trying to teach. But Lin Yuan's subversive method was much more effective compared to Hu Quan's fierceness. The spirit craftsmen who were part of the reconstruction would only be able to receive the bronze/epic phase 1 or 2 weeks later than the other spirit craftsmen did. This would definitely teach them a lesson. When Hu Quan looked at Lin Yuan, Lu Tong did the same. Lu Tong's gaze was full of gratitude. Hu Quan had always been the straightforward type. When he arrived in the marsh world, he immediately sought out Lu Tong and told him about Lin Yuan's praise of him. At that moment, Lu Tong knew why Hu Quan, who was always aloof toward him, had abruptly changed his attitude and was even willing to accept him as a disciple. Now that he was the official disciple of a Class 5 spirit craftsman, his own spirit craftsman level would soon be able to exceed that of other spirit craftsmen. Hu Quan's special treatment of Lu Tong cemented his status. The few spirit craftsmen who were always indignant of him were finally tamed. Lin Yuan was the biggest benefactor he had encountered on his journey from a nameless spirit craftsman to who he was today. Now that the scoldings were done, Hu Quan kept Lu Tong with him while he waved to the other spirit craftsmen to gesture to them to get to work. Hu Quan led Lu Tong as they started discussing the territory's plans and design with Lin Yuan. Hu Quan had revised the plan numerous times due to the ground condition in the marsh world. He eventually decided to add some unconventionally intelligent elements to secure the structure. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed the ground starting to quake in the distance. He was familiar with such quakes and knew that they had to come from Rising Lizard running toward him. Lin Yuan looked suspicious. He had told Rising Lizard, Wendy, and White Pavilion that he would often come to the marsh world. Why did Rising Lizard not rush over when it sensed his appearance but was only running over now? Rising Lizard could not speak to him. This situation had to mean that Rising Lizard needed to see him about a matter. Hu Quan was frightened by the trembling ground. But when he saw Lin Yuan's nonchalance, Hu Quan kept a lid on his fright. If the disciple he had just accepted sensed his fear, all of his pride and authority would vanish. Lu Tong had seen Rising Lizard running more than once. He was already used to these quakes. Slowly, Lin Yuan could see the terrifying image of Rising Lizard running at full speed with Wendy and White Pavilion on its back. After he obtained a large number of drugged snake eagle hearts, Wendy's power swiftly increased. If Rising Lizard and Wendy started fighting, it might not be able to beat Wendy. After all, regular apostles would not be able to handle Wendy's petrification ability and terrible venom. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's gaze landed on Rising Lizard's head, where he saw a turtle in its mouth. Lin Yuan could not help but be curious about why there was a turtle in Rising Lizard's mouth. Rising Lizard had become accustomed to eating the Medusa giant lizards, and its palate was now very selective. Rising Lizard was even starting to lose interest in the marsh crocodiles, much less the turtle species' dimensional lifeforms that tasted far worse. Since Rising Lizard did not have the turtle species' dimensional lifeform in its mouth to eat it, it was likely that Rising Lizard was coming to see him because of the turtle species' dimensional lifeform. Lin Yuan instinctively used true data to check on the turtle species' dimensional lifeform out of curiosity. What he saw immediately caused his excitement to flare up. At that moment, Lin Yuan was just as excited as when he found out about Celestial Sight's bloodline ability. He turned and said to Hu Quan, "Uncle Hu, I think you should change our design for the base. We won't need to build the territory on the ground. Rising Lizard, Wendy, and White Pavilion have brought me a large surprise." Hu Quan did not have true data, nor was he a Class 5 creation master. He could not see the truth just from Rising Lizard holding the turtle species' dimensional lifeform in its mouth. But Hu Quan knew that since Lin Yuan had said that, it had to be right. Since there was no need to build a base on the marsh world's loose ground, there was no longer any need to discuss the current design. As a spirit craftsman, Hu Quan was very enthusiastic when it came to drawing up designs. Lin Yuan's eyes had been fixed on the turtle species' dimensional lifeform in Rising Lizard's mouth. Although the turtle species' dimensional lifeform was only Class 1, it definitely had the talent to become an apostle. Lin Yuan was even willing to provide resources to nurture it into a dictator. Alien beast name: Landlifting marsh turtle, life form state, dimensional life form, alien beast class, Class 1, natural skill. Mutated shell: every time the effects of a special earth element are absorbed, the shell will take control of the effects and absorb them to expand the size of the shell. This will make the body stronger. Lin Yuan had been developing in the marsh world for more than 6 months. During this time, he had gained a deep understanding of the life forms in the marsh world. After Lin Yuan sent the spirit craftsman into the marsh world to begin building the territory, he had asked Hu Quan to gather a few Fey observers who could draw up a record of the discovered marsh dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan had arranged for Feng Shuang, a Class 4 creation master, to lead the team of Fey observers. The records of the life forms in the marsh world had already filled up 8 thick books. This was the precious knowledge that Lin Yuan had collected in his explorations of the marsh world. If the books were given to any faction trying to explore the marsh world, they would help them avoid many potholes. There were a total of 2 turtle species dimensional life forms in the records. One was the marsh soil scary turtle, while the other was the rock plank pavilion turtle. The marsh soil scary turtle searched for marsh soil continuously and stored tea in its stomach. This was so they could digest the marsh soil to increase their power. The marsh soil was also used to attract females. The marsh soil scary turtle did not have a yearly breeding period like other turtle species dimensional lifeforms did. When the marsh soil scary turtles went into breeding frenzies, they were always in the midst of combat. This unique way of attracting mates meant that the marsh soil scary turtles that could not produce high-grade marsh soil would not be able to pass on their bloodlines. If the marsh soil scary turtle could not find high-grade marsh soil to attract females within 5 years, it might even become a struggle to obtain low-grade marsh soil that was used to maintain its survival. From the appearance of the land-lifting marsh turtle in Rising Lizard's mouth, Lin Yuan could be sure that the rock plank pavilion turtle was the victim. Lin Yuan had a deeper impression of the rock plank pavilion turtle than the marsh soil scary turtle. The rock plank pavilion turtle absorbed earth elemental energy while it was growing. The earth elemental energy would be compressed and applied to its shell. There appeared to be a pavilion on the rock plank pavilion turtle's back. In actuality, it was a rock pile that had stacked up over time. The rock plank pavilion turtle did not have any combat abilities, and its only means of defense was its shell. It consumed nutritious marsh soil that contained organic matter from decayed lifeforms. It truly had no bone to pick with anything in the world. The rock plank pavilion turtle was a large turtle species dimensional lifeform but could retreat its head, for limbs, and tail into its shell just like smaller turtle species dimensional lifeforms could. This saved the rock plank pavilion turtle from extinction in the marsh world. With this thought, Lin Yuan cursed to himself. It was difficult to tell if the rock plank pavilion turtle had been willing to participate in the copulation that resulted in the birth of the land-lifting marsh turtle. If the rock plank pavilion turtle retreated its head, tail, and limbs into its shell, there was no way the marsh soil scary turtle could have forced it. Since the rock plank pavilion turtle could absorb earth elemental energy to create rocks, Lin Yuan had considered nurturing one so he could stand on one while it was in the water. Because of the special abilities of Klein Hub, Lin Yuan could not move its position easily. This was why he had thought long and hard before deciding where the base would be built. Even the places in the marsh world where mud gathered were actually just floating on the seemingly endless marsh. If something could prop up the territory from underneath, Klein Hub would be unaffected, and the territory would also become mobile. For this, Lin Yuan had intentionally nurtured 10 of the rock plank pavilion turtles. But while he was nurturing them, Lin Yuan realized that they only grew to 20 meters wide at most. There was no way they would be able to hold up the entire territory. As such, Lin Yuan gave up on that idea. But now, the appearance of the land-lifting marsh turtle allowed Lin Yuan to see new possibilities. With the land-lifting marsh turtle's mutated shell skill, every special earth elemental effect it absorbed would expand its shell and strengthen it. Lin Yuan might be troubled to find sufficient earth elements with special effects before entering the marsh world. But now that he was in the marsh world, each type of strange low-grade marsh soil contained a different earth elemental effect. Lin Yuan had already collected more than thousands of types of low-grade marsh soil without even asking the Medusa snake demons to search for them. Lin Yuan only had a few tens of the Medusa snake demons under him. Only half of them went out at a time to gather marsh soil and dimensional lifeforms that would be useful for the territory's development. Furthermore, it was almost time for the Banquet of Everything, where Lin Yuan could trade the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches to any apostle in attendance for the marsh soil, which were considered common goods. Lin Yuan felt that with the craving that apostles had for source-type power, there should be none who would turn him down. As such, it would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to enable the land-lifting marsh turtle to grow larger. As for the earth elemental energy that the land-lifting marsh turtle would need after obtaining the earth elemental effects, Lin Yuan had more than enough of it. With just this natural skill, the land-lifting marsh turtle had already met Lin Yuan's expectations. Once it became an apostle, it would gain another natural skill that might even boost its current one or bring Lin Yuan a new surprise. Rising Lizard had reached Lin Yuan at that point. The marsh ground sphagna covered the entirety of Lin Yuan's territory and controlled the water content of the ground. Because of this, even a large creature like Rising Lizard running on the ground would not cause it to sink into the mud. When Rising Lizard came up to Lin Yuan, it lowered its head and spat out the 4-meter-wide land-lifting marsh turtle in front of Lin Yuan. At that moment, the land-lifting marsh turtle's head, tail, and 4 limbs had all retracted into its shell. Out of terror, the land-lifting marsh turtle still dared not extend any of its retracted body parts when it was placed on the ground. Its fright was completely understandable, given that it was a recently born dimensional life form that had been picked up and carried around in the mouth of the enormous Rising Lizard. After Rising Lizard stopped, Wendy settled into Lin Yuan's arms, while White Pavilion wrapped its large tail around Lin Yuan's leg. With admiration, Wendy looked at Lin Yuan and said demurely, "Dad, haven't you been wanting a turtle that can grow into a large fellow? I think this fellow has a lot of potential and will be easy to sustain." White Pavilion, Rising Lizard, and I discovered it together. We didn't make any decisions on our own. This fellow's bloodline is very special. If you don't want it, one of the 3 of us will turn it into a favored believer. While it spoke, Wendy looked at Rising Lizard. Because of its natural skill, the carnivorous plants it accepted as its favored believers would all benefit. On the other hand, White Pavilion was more suited to accepting the marsh crocodiles as its favored believers. Only Rising Lizard did not have a specific type of dimensional life form it could benefit from. Besides contracting the Medusa snake demons, Rising Lizard could also form a contract with the land-lifting marsh turtle. Normally, apostles competed with each other. Although Lin Yuan had turned Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion into apostles, there was no competition between them at all. Instead, their relationship was more of a partnership. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head when he heard what Wendy said. Rather than the land-lifting marsh turtle becoming one of the apostle's favored believers, Lin Yuan would prefer to nurture it into another apostle. A dimensional life form could improve much more by becoming an apostle than the favored believer of an apostle. Furthermore, the land-lifting marsh turtle was only a Class 1 dimensional life form. It would only cost Lin Yuan 100 units of source-type power to nurture it into an apostle. Although the description of the land-lifting marsh turtle in true data met Lin Yuan's expectations, it still needed to be practically tested. Lin Yuan gently pointed at the land-lifting marsh turtle, and an intense amber light lit up on the tip of his finger. In the midst of its obliviously comfortable state, its body started to grow, and cracks rippled all over its shell. Before the cracked shell pieces fell off, the new shell grew out and shattered the original pieces. This process was repeated almost 100 times in the span of half an hour. During this time, the land-lifting marsh turtle grew from its original 4 meters to almost 70 meters. The thickness of its shell moved from 20 to 30 centimeters to almost 2 meters. This was much thicker than the shells of other turtle species phase of the same size. Besides the thickness of the shell, Lin Yuan was more excited about the fact that the land-lifting marsh turtle's 4 limbs had grown to the size of enormous tree trunks. It would take about 6 people stretching out their arms to wrap fully around one of its legs. The bottom of its legs did not have the usual feet that turtles had, but fleshy webbed pads that contained bones that were even thicker than those of a human's body. The pads spanned over 10 square meters. Its wide webbed feet and short tail would allow it to move very quickly in water. Lin Yuan's biggest hope for the land-lifting marsh turtle was that its shell and body would become sufficiently strong. The land-lifting marsh turtle had perfectly accomplished this. A shield-shaped totem appeared below its jaw. There was a cross emblazoned on it. After this totem appeared, Lin Yuan knew that the land-lifting marsh turtle had fully transformed into an apostle. Wendy gasped in Lin Yuan's arms. Wendy and Rising Lizard were already used to Lin Yuan transforming other dimensional lifeforms into apostles because they had both personally witnessed him doing so. White Pavilion, the last apostle that Lin Yuan had transformed, was the only one who was curious about what happened. But curiosity was all it felt. It did not find it hard to believe at all. Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion all saw Lin Yuan as a dictator. Wendy had gasped because it was shocked by the land-lifting marsh turtle's size. From its size, it was so obvious that it had grown from a Class 1 dimensional lifeform to an apostle. After hearing Wendy gasp, Lin Yuan nodded in disbelief. The land-lifting marsh turtle had also grown beyond his expectations. Lin Yuan excitedly checked on the land-lifting marsh turtle again. Alien beast name: land-lifting marsh turtle, life form state: Apostle, alien beast class, Class 1, power of faith, extremely weak, apostle totem, cross shield totem, natural skill, mutated shell. Every time the effects of a special earth element are absorbed, the shell will take control of the effects and absorb them to expand the size of the shell. This will make the body stronger. Each time it receives offerings from believers, it can choose to expand its body or strengthen itself. Expansion division. Once the body expands to a certain extent, it can choose to differentiate one or multiple external bodies. The body can only grow as a result of the main body strengthening. Cannot be improved on its own. The differentiated bodies will possess equal strength and defensive abilities as the main body. Faith ability. Believer change. A portion of the energy in the totem is injected into a believer to change its life attitude from dimensional life form to favored believer. After seeing how the land-lifting marsh turtle's natural skill mutated shell changed and its new natural skill, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He knew that the land-lifting marsh turtle, which he had come to possess by chance, was going to help him establish his strategic plans for the marsh world. From now on, Lin Yuan was not going to be restricted by geography in the marsh world and could fly as freely as a bird. Lin Yuan did not need to be afraid that the development of the territory would stagnate after the resources around the territory were used up. Any terrestrial territory's development was restricted by the resources in its surroundings. The 36 major cities in the Radiance Federation all took advantage of the resources around them as well as their surroundings. This was why the disappearance of the lava zone resulted in the entire bronze furnace city's development and finances taking a hit. If the lava zone's energy core did not need to be absorbed in order to revive Jade Sundial, which resulted in the disappearance of the lava zone, Lin Yuan would not have invested so many resources into Bronze Furnace City to help its development get back on track. Ever since he picked this spot in the marsh world to set up his territory, Lin Yuan had been careful about the resources he gathered from the territory. This was so he could ensure sustainability. Because of this, Lin Yuan accumulated resources very slowly. But now that the land-lifting marsh turtle had appeared, Lin Yuan would no longer need to worry about sustainability and could rapidly gather resources from the marsh world. As the land-lifting marsh turtle moved around, it could gather resources from all over the marsh world to strengthen itself. The Freedom Federation's mirror cities in the marsh world could not accomplish this. Lin Yuan was already very satisfied with the land-lifting marsh turtle before it became an apostle. Now that it had become an apostle, its original natural skill, mutated shell, had changed. It could now also evolve itself using the offerings from its believers and decide whether it wanted to expand its shell or strengthen its body to enable itself to carry even greater weight. This would allow Lin Yuan to adjust the land-lifting marsh turtle's development direction. He would not have to be worried about the territory being too heavy for the land-lifting marsh turtle to carry or too large for earth elemental effects from the marsh soil to be unable to reach the entire territory. After the land-lifting marsh turtle became an apostle, the improvement in mutated shell essentially strengthened its fundamental ability. As for its new natural skill, expansion division, it allowed the land-lifting marsh turtle to change from a singular body to a team it could control. This team would operate under one will and be controlled to do the same actions. This would allow Lin Yuan to keep the gardens and territories with special effects separate but still by the land-lifting marsh turtle side. He would not have to worry about organization. Lin Yuan lifted his hand and touched the land-lifting marsh turtle's exposed, thick skin. At that moment, the land-lifting marsh turtle opened its eyes and met Lin Yuan's gaze. The land-lifting marsh turtle had become a large stone, but it was small compared to Rising Lizard. The trauma of being in Rising Lizard's mouth had not disappeared just because its life rank had been raised. The land-lifting marsh turtle admired Lin Yuan while ducking behind him in fear, so he was sandwiched between it and the Rising Lizard. Lin Yuan smiled at this. The land-lifting marsh turtle was afraid of Rising Lizard now, but once it grew and gained intelligence, it would eventually come to thank Rising Lizard, Wendy, and White Pavilion. The land-lifting marsh turtle had to thank them for discovering and giving it this opportunity. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan lacking the spare energy to invest in the marsh world, there was no way he could have crossed paths with the land-lifting marsh turtle. It was clearly recently born and had struggled after being separated from its parents. With the hardness of the land-lifting marsh turtle's shell as a Class 1-dimensional lifeform, it would not be able to fend off Class 4 and above marsh crocodiles even if it retreated into its shell. Lin Yuan gently told the land-lifting marsh turtle, "You have transformed into an apostle. You will definitely become a standout figure in the marsh world. I shall call you Lift Marsh. I hope you will eventually be able to lift up the entire marsh world on your back one day." Lift Marsh did not seem to fully understand what Lin Yuan said, but it seemed to get the gist. The admiration it felt for Lin Yuan led Lift Marsh to cherish the name that Lin Yuan had given it. Lift Marsh shook its shell and let out two grunts that resembled those of a bull. This whistle-link roar meant that Lift Marsh could rapidly circulate its bloodline at any time. When its bloodline was rapidly circulated, the pressure in its bloodstream could even break iron boards that were half a finger thick. Lin Yuan had showered affection on Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion, so they did not find anything strange about what he said. But what Lin Yuan said to Lift Marsh caused the Medusa snake demons working nearby to turn green with envy. Half an hour ago, Lift Marsh had less value than dirt, but now it had joined the upper echelons. Lin Yuan's ability to turn a regular dimensional lifeform into an apostle deepened the respect and fear that the Medusa snake demons felt for him. Wendy was just as powerful as Rising Lizard but still had the heart of a child. It had only been born slightly longer than a year ago. Wendy was actually the snake change Medusa. It changed back into its snake form and slithered onto Lift Marsh's expansive back before it changed back into human form. After sitting on Lift Marsh's back for a while, Wendy said happily, "Although there are many horns on Lift Marsh's back, it is very smooth and comfortable to sit on. From now on, I can sit on Lift Marsh's back and won't have to sit on Rising Lizard anymore." White Pavilion swished its tail. Rising Lizard sadly swung its heads as its countenance seemed to deflate. Rising Lizard was a ferocious beast that relied on close combat, and every part of its body was a powerful weapon. The skin was no exception. One would only feel slightly prickly when their skin was touched along the grain. But if they touched against the grain, one would feel like they were being sliced by sharp razors that could easily cleave off more flesh over 5 centimeters thick. Because of this, Wendy and White Pavilion always had to be exceptionally cautious when they rode on Rising Lizard's body. But no matter how careful they were, they had been accidentally cut more than once. After Lift Marsh became familiar with Rising Lizard, White Pavilion, and Wendy, Lin Yuan took out a ball of low-grade marsh soil. The moment Lin Yuan took out the green and shiny ball of marsh soil, Lift Marsh's gaze was immediately attracted to it. From then on, it was difficult for Lift Marsh to tear its gaze away. Luckily, Lin Yuan was holding the marsh soil. Otherwise, Lift Marsh would not have been able to resist lunging forward to grab it. Lift Marsh had just absorbed 100 units of pure source-type power and evolved into an apostle. It had used up a lot of nutrients and energy during the evolution and was currently in a drained state. When Lin Yuan saw Lift Marsh's look of yearning, he immediately tossed the marsh soil over. Lift Marsh agilely caught it with its head before swallowing it. Next, Lin Yuan did not skimp out on the Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. It benefited both phase and dimensional life forms that needed Earth elemental energy to absorb pure Earth elemental energy. Lift Marsh swallowed 2 of the Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls as though they were jelly beans, and its body soon started to expand as its shell began to molt. Since the shell was only molting once this time, the entire process was completed in just 3 minutes. Lift Marsh had clearly grown by 2 meters. Lin Yuan continued to feed Lift Marsh more low-grade marsh soil. He noticed that each time it ate 1 ball of low-grade marsh soil and 2 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, its body would grow by 2 meters in diameter. This meant that if Lin Yuan fed Lift Marsh all the low-grade marsh soil he had, it would grow into a giant beast that had a diameter of almost 20 kilometers. This was almost as large as an island whale. There were so many types of low-grade marsh soil in the marsh world that the number could be said to be infinite. The different bacteria in different environments produced marsh soil with different effects. These innumerable types of low-grade marsh soil were already enough to turn Lift Marsh into a giant creature that had a diameter of 10 kilometers. Lift Marsh would grow even larger when it went on to eat more mid-grade and high-grade marsh soil. With this thought, Lin Yuan fed Lift Marsh a ball of mid-grade marsh soil and a ball of high-grade marsh soil. The mid-grade marsh soil caused Lift Marsh's shell to molt 5 times and its diameter to grow by 10 meters. The high-grade marsh soil caused Lift Marsh's shell to molt 30 times and its diameter to grow by 60 meters. The expansion of Lift Marsh exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. He pursed his lips. He had indeed named Lift Marsh accurately. Once Lift Marsh reached a diameter of 30 kilometers, it would be able to lift up Lin Yuan's territory in the marsh world. Once its diameter reached 100 kilometers, it would be able to meet Lin Yuan's needs for a long time. From then on, Lin Yuan could use Lift Marsh's expansion division to produce more bodies. Once the bodies reached a certain size, they would be able to hold up the gardens and other additional areas. This thought filled Lin Yuan with motivation. He decided to feed all of the marsh soil besides that in the ground to Lift Marsh to expand it to the greatest extent. Since Lin Yuan had not been focused on the marsh world, he had not decided on a direction for the marsh world's development. But now, he had made a decision for the direction of the marsh world's short-term development. This direction of development was to obtain as many types of marsh soil as possible. Once the banquet of everything ended, Lin Yuan's trades with the apostles from Marsh East Circle would make it easy to increase Lift Marsh's diameter to more than 10 kilometers. Now that he had ascertained Lift Marsh's abilities, he smiled and said to the shocked Hu Quan next to him, "Uncle Hu, try to continue drawing up a design for the territory based on the state of the current ground. However, the territory will eventually be shifted onto Lift Marsh's back, so there needs to be iron boards built into the structure. Plant the gold-wrapping vines that can bind the iron boards together. They will extend their vines deep into the ground and hold the iron structures together to form a secure base. Hu Quan only regained his senses a moment later. He sighed and said, "Lin Yuan, I'm always refreshing my knowledge by being with you. I will redo the design for the territory based on your suggestions and submit a completed plan to you in 5 days." Hu Quan did not know about the gold-wrapping vine and its effects. It did not exist in the Radiance Federation and was only native to the Great Lush Federation. Hu Quan did not ask Lin Yuan where he could obtain so many iron boards to cover the enormous territory. But since Lin Yuan had brought up this plan, he would definitely prepare the necessary resources and spiritual ingredients. This was how much Hu Quan trusted Lin Yuan and his affirmation of Lin Yuan's abilities. When Hu Quan led Lu Tong away to begin brainstorming over the designs, Wen Yu rushed over. Lin Yuan had informed Wen Yu before he passed through Klein Hub to enter the marsh world. Lin Yuan did not have much time to spend in his territory. The journey to the Marsh East Circle to attend the Banquet of Everything was long, and he needed to leave now. Before the Banquet of Everything started, many apostles arrived in advance to begin selling their resources. Lin Yuan did not want to waste this chance. As such, he decided to seek out White Speak as soon as possible so they could rush to the Marsh East Circle together. Lu Jie and Wen Yu were humans, not dimensional lifeforms, and they were also incapable of disguising themselves. Thus, Lin Yuan did not intend to take them with him to the Marsh East Circle. When Lin Yuan fully unleashed his dictator disguise, he could fool even a large group of apostles. However, he did not know if he could pull the wool over the eyes of dictators. Wen Yu and Lin Yuan had been communicating through the Thoughts letter paper. As such, she did not have much that she needed to report to him. Lin Yuan had instructed Wen Yu to take note of the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches. A week ago, the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches that had been watered with grade 4 spirit fluids had ripened, and Sun Ningxiang had sent professionals to harvest them. All of the harvested storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches were in the diamond phase storage box that Wen Yu was holding. Wen Yu handed the diamond phase storage box to Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "Young master, I have harvested all of the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches. However, the quality isn't too good." Wen Yu paused before she spoke again. The 50 storing ability White Peach trees only produced 600 kilograms of the storing ability White Peaches. The 100 deposit ability Lychee Branch trees only produced 1.8 tons of the deposit ability Lychee Branches. While she spoke, Wen Yu's expression became more suspicious. She was a Class 3 creation master. Before she met Lin Yuan, she had been an attendant at the Radiant Moon Palace. When she joined Lin Yuan, she started out as his assistant in creation master matters. Thus, she had a clear understanding of phase. Moreover, her knowledge was not lacking in comparison to a Class 4 creation master. She also had a general idea of the effects of grade 4 spirit fluids. Normally, 50 of the storing ability White Peach trees should produce 750 kilograms of fruits. After being watered with grade 4 spirit fluids, they should produce more than 1.5 tons of fruits. The production rate of the deposit ability Lychee Branch was even more astonishing. Yet, 100 of the deposit ability Lychee Branch trees had only produced 1.8 tons of fruits. It was more than half less than Wen Yu's estimation of 4 tons of fruits. Wen Yu was not the only doubtful one. Sun Ningxiang was very confused as well. Wen Yu had reported the situation to Lin Yuan before the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch trees had produced fruits. She only relaxed after Lin Yuan said that this situation was normal. Lin Yuan coughed when he heard what Wen Yu said. The storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches would soon steal the spotlight of the Banquet of Everything and allow Lin Yuan to buy up all the resources in the Marsh East Circle. Shadow was the first high-class dimensional life form that Lin Yuan interacted with, but it had not reached Apostle then. Thus, Lin Yuan could not use Shadow to judge how attractive source-type power was to apostles. Then he met White Speak. From White Speak's reactions to source-type power, Lin Yuan knew that apostles craved for source-type power more than regular dimensional lifeforms did. White Speak was not considered a weak apostle. There was no way that a below-average apostle could crave source-type power more strongly than an upper apostle did. This was because the stronger the apostle, the stronger its desire to break through. If Lin Yuan did not have many storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches, which could increase source-type power, it might not cause much of a stir among the apostles. But Lin Yuan had a combined almost 2.5 tons of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. He definitely had massive stock that might even enable dictators to break through. With Celestial Sight and Begin Lady around, Lin Yuan did not feel any pressure about his journey to the Marsh East Circle and Banquet of Everything. However, he did not intend to let Celestial Sight and Begin Lady show themselves unless it was absolutely necessary. As a fake dictator, Lin Yuan needed to have a true apostle by his side in order not to raise suspicion. Nonetheless, White Speak's presence was enough to help Lin Yuan evade many roadblocks. When the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings will stop for some time. If there are any issues, I will inform all of you through the Thoughts letter paper. The Astronomical Parliament's members could carry on as per usual with the Thoughts letter papers in their possessions. But Lin Yuan was going to take a long trip and could not take you back to the main world through Klein Hub. In the Marsh world, sacred source lifeforms could not link up with the stars and use the power of the stars to pull Bei-Su and the rest into the secret space among the constellations. Luckily, Lin Yuan had set up a very solid foundation for the Astronomical Parliament's members. Even if he had to be absent for a month or two, there would be no issues cropping up that they could not handle. Young master, don't worry and leave things here to me. With Big Brother Lu here, things will become much easier for me. Besides Ningxiang, there isn't really anyone else I can trust. During the next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, the Astronomical Parliament stars will have increased, and it will be able to pull another 2 people into the parliamentary meetings. Lin Yuan pondered momentarily before saying, only 3 of the 12 golden thrones have been filled. The next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting will only be held a month later. Send an announcement to them through the Thoughts letter paper later. The members of the Astronomical Parliament with the biggest improvements will eventually be able to fill up the spots on the golden thrones. Wen Yu was slightly stunned before she immediately understood what Lin Yuan was getting at. The members of the Astronomical Parliament were getting along too well. They were almost getting too comfortable. This situation would be very helpful for the development of the Astronomical Parliament's members. No matter how united a faction was, the members were still competitors. Lin Yuan wanted to rile up the competitive spirit among the members of the Astronomical Parliament. Lin Yuan's judging standards were also very fair. It was based on which member of the Astronomical Parliament improved the most. This method of competing would cause the members who came from outstanding backgrounds to lose their advantages. After all, with their backgrounds, their starting points were naturally ahead of others. No matter how much they improved or achieved, the benefits of their background would be subtracted. Without this mode of competition, Lin would definitely end up sitting on the 4th golden throne. With this method, all of them stood an equal chance of vying for a seat on the golden throne. The members would have to change and improve on their own during Lin Yuan's absence. This would determine who ended up occupying the golden thrones. When you could imagine how excited all of the members of the Astronomical Parliament would be after they received the news through the Thoughts letter paper. Ever since Lu Jie took the Virgo throne, Lin, Su Iran, Bei-Su, and even Bupa started thirsting for the remaining 9 golden thrones. Wen Yu was certain that during Lin Yuan's absence, the members of the Astronomical Parliament would definitely make large waves. But the Astronomical Parliament had been silently developing for almost 8 months. It was time for this secret organization to shake up the main world. By the time Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were done speaking, White Speak had organized the items and brought them over to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was currently east of the East Vast Large Lake, a relatively small part of the Marsh East Circle. Lin Yuan's attendance at the Banquet of Everything was definitely considered a long journey. White Speak had been to the Marsh East Circle before, but it had only recently evolved into an apostle back then and had not caught any eyes. It had had no right to enter the residence of the Marsh East Palace. But as things changed over time, looking back, Whitespeak's mindset had changed significantly. Whitespeak's power had increased, especially when Lin Yuan used faith power to boost it. Whitespeak knew that as long as Lin Yuan was willing to bless it with faith power, it could surpass all those with the level of apostle. Secondly, Whitespeak had changed its perception of its identity. Previously, it had been a wandering apostle and did not have a strong faction that supported it. But now it had the support of Lin Yuan, a dictator. It had even received Lin Yuan's Dictator's Prize. Apostles that had received their Dictator's Prize had a higher status than other apostles. The change in its identity caused Whitespeak to even lose respect for those ancient fossils in Marsh East Circle. They had reached the peak of apostle but were unable to break through. Thus, they did not deserve to be discussed alongside Lin Yuan. Lord Dictator, I will use my source sacred body later. You can ride on my back as we rush there. Our time is a bit tight. This is the only way to ensure that you'll be able to make it to participate in the advanced trading that takes place before the banquet of everything. Whitespeak hung its head low. It felt that it had been inappropriate. How did it dare to ask Lin Yuan to ride on its back? Would Lin Yuan think that it had been rude? But it was true that this was the only way to help Lin Yuan achieve his goal. Whitespeak believed that someone like Lin Yuan did not need to participate in the advanced trading held by those old apostles in the Palace of Everything. But it did not take long for Whitespeak to come up with a reasonable explanation for itself. It guessed that Lin Yuan had only recently transformed into a dictator from the Turning Wheel realm. He must have changed a portion of his memory when his life rank was transformed. This was why he was curious about the items that were being traded and wanted to join in. If Lin Yuan knew what Whitespeak was thinking, he would immediately think that Whitespeak could fill the gaps on its own. There was heavy responsibility that came with managing a household. As the leader of Sky City, Lin Yuan was in charge of all of its costs. The territory in the Marsh world needed to be built, and the same went for the territory that was to be built atop universe. Apart from these, Lin Yuan's most pressing matter at the moment was to nurture Lift Marsh. He had a great need for sacred source life forms, source-type items, and marsh soil of various grades. There was no way that something as inferior as marsh soil would appear at the banquet of everything. But it had to be available in piles at the advanced trading event. Lin Yuan wanted to obtain more of the resources needed to evolve Lift Marsh at this trading event. Thank you for your hard work, Whitespeak. While Lin Yuan spoke, he generously lifted his hand and transferred 1,000 units of source-type power into Whitespeak's body. The 1,000 units of source-type power flowed throughout Whitespeak's body, filling it with a sense of bliss. Whitespeak knew that this was a casual reward from Lin Yuan. It felt way too good to be by the side of such a generous dictator. It thought back to how difficult of a life it had led in the past, and this intensified its gratitude and respect for Lin Yuan. Whitespeak immediately activated its source sacred body. In this state, it was almost 3 meters tall. Lin Yuan could ride on Whitespeak without ease. Once he climbed aboard Whitespeak, he waved at Lu Jie, and when he said, "Whitespeak, let's go." You can absorb the source-type power along the journey. If you finish absorbing the source-type power during the journey, I will provide you with more. Lin Yuan's words caused Whitespeak to stomp happily on the ground. Whitespeak felt that it was difficult to obtain pure source-type energy, but it did not mean much to Lin Yuan. With the sacred sword-wielding queen, Lin Yuan could produce hundreds of units each day. Only one source-type crystal was needed to produce 1 unit of pure source-type power. At first, his use of source-type power was rather heavy. He had used all of it to improve the quality of laws. But after it became easy for him to obtain source-type crystals, he started to accumulate source-type power. Presently, he had accumulated more than 200,000 units of source-type power. He would not feel the sting even if he gave Whitespeak 10,000 units of it, much less 1,000 units. After all, Whitespeak was one of the apostles under him, making it part of his power. A shining palace made of dark blue gems was deep in the sea. The walls were smattered with textures that seemed to reflect frigid hardness. The layers of reflected light resulted in the palace emanating a sense of boundlessness. If the feng shui masters from Lin Yuan's previous life came to this place, they would immediately notice that it was a place where darkness gathered and was extremely malevolent. No matter how long a person lived there, they would eventually be crushed by the overwhelming evil. But this was just how the place was seen in the eyes of outsiders. But this place was sacred to the apostles from the Polar Sea Large Lake. That was because there was an apostle by the name of Return to Ruins who lived there. Many apostles in their source sacred body state kneeling outside the palace. One of them had already been kneeling for 20 full years, but had not had the opportunity to meet with Dictator Return to Ruins once. Since it had not even had the chance to meet Dictator Return to Ruins, it went without saying that it had not received the Dictator's prize either. Suddenly, the doors of the Radiant Palace swung open, and two apostles wearing dark blue clothes walked out holding a book. After sharing a look, they picked 4 apostles from those who were kneeling. The chosen apostles could not contain their expressions of excitement, while those who had not been picked immediately started glaring at the 4 apostles with envy. They knew that these chosen apostles were about to be blessed with Dictator Return to Ruins teachings. Once they left, they would boast to every other apostle they came across about how they had once received Dictator Return to Ruins guidance. At that time, even the apostles, who were more powerful than them, would have to pay them some level of respect. Furthermore, besides respect, they could also increase their power with the guidance they received from Dictator Return to Ruins. This evolution method was much more effective than aimlessly searching around on their own. After a few hours passed, the 4 lucky chosen apostles walked out of the palace with ecstatic expressions. The apostles kneeling outside changed their attitudes toward the 4 apostles. The Polar Sea Large Lake was expansive and chock full of resources. The apostles within the Polar Sea Large Lake were split into 2 groups. The first group was made up of those who had been taught by Dictator Return to Ruins. The other group was made up of those who did not have the right to meet with Dictator Return to Ruins. The apostles Dictator Return to Ruins had taught occupied the upper echelons of the Polar Sea Large Lake, only seconded by the apostles who had received Dictator Return to Ruins' Dictator's prizes. This separation of lifeforms in the Polar Sea Large Lake caused the apostles to take on the habit of paying their respects to Dictator Return to Ruins. This culture had persisted for a long time. It was difficult to track apostles who were thousands to tens of thousands of years old. This was why newly evolved apostles all rushed to kneel outside of Dictator Return to Ruins Palace. Habits would slowly turn into common practices that slowly changed into laws. Without Dictator Return to Ruins guidance and protection, there was no way they would be able to make a name for themselves in the Polar Sea Large Lake. Even if they decided not to stay in the Polar Sea Large Lake and went into other lakes to develop, they could still accomplish many things by taking advantage of Dictator Return to Ruins' name. Within the castle made of dark blue gems, a man with inky black hair that hung down to his neck was looking down at his fingers. His aura was elegant, but his eyes were full of gleaming sharpness. This was enough to know that he was not as refined as his countenance made him seem. Flecks of navy blue in the strands of his hair intertwined with the dark blue light dancing on his fingertips. The dark blue light on his fingers rose and formed various shapes in the air. The constantly changing shapes indicated that the man was not at peace. The light green moon has already risen and fallen 6,000 times. How long it has been. Ever since becoming a dictator, this is the closest that my faith power has come to reaching the Turning Wheel realm. I heard that Dictator Everything has already stepped into the Turning Wheel realm. I should take a look during the Banquet of Everything. While he was mumbling, he shook his hair as though he had come to a decision. His gaze sharpened in an instant. He chuckled bitterly and continued murmuring, "Oh, everything! You've hidden yourself ever since you stepped into the Turning Wheel realm. I'm so curious to know where you've hidden. This Banquet of Everything should have been cancelled, but you're still holding it as per usual. This means that the Banquet of Everything will help you enter the Turning Wheel realm. If that's the case, you should be making an appearance at the Banquet of Everything, or at least stick your head out from wherever you've been hiding. I didn't dare to touch you before you stepped into the Turning Wheel realm, but now that you have, you won't be able to return to your prime before at least a few centuries have passed. So you can't blame me for having an eye on you." There were 2 handsome androgynous figures next to this man. Both of them had respect written all over their faces. Dictator Return to Ruins power had reached another level in the past few years. During this process, Dictator Return to Ruins had not only gained benefits for himself but had also selected a few outstanding apostles and kept them by his side to increase the overall power of the Return to Ruins palace. Return to Ruins was strict with its subordinates, but he knew when to be kind. The entire Polar Sea large lake was permeated with Dictator Return to Ruins wills. But none of this was what Dictator Return to Ruins wanted. What he wanted was to enter the Turning Will realm. Pinnacle apostles looked forward to transforming into dictators as much as dictators yearned to enter the Turning Will realm. Although they would have to start over once they entered the Turning Will realm, any life form that wanted to perfect itself would want to break past its limits. Dictator Return to Ruins not only yearned to raise his life rank, but the strong subordinates he had nurtured were also the reason that he did not need to be afraid of starting over once he entered the Turning Will realm. Dictator Everything had been managing the Palace of Everything for tens of thousands of years. He was considered a veteran dictator. It was the strength of the Palace of Everything that made Dictator Everything release the news that it had entered the Turning Will realm. But no matter how strong the Palace of Everything was, there was no second dictator. Thus, if Return to Ruins was bent on conquering the Palace of Everything, there was no way they could fight back. The apostles that Return to Ruins had been nurturing for thousands of years were all pinnacle apostles. Nonetheless, there was still no second dictator in the Polar Sea large lake. This showed how venerated and rare dictators were in the dimensional worlds. This was also why the Polar Sea large lake had been so calm for thousands of years. In order for an apostle to transform into a dictator, the most basic condition was to ensure that their faith was not tied to anyone else. The master and servant bond in the marsh world was made of faith power. Thus, dictators could only stand at the top and not be subservient to anyone. Once an apostle successfully evolved into a dictator, it had to become domineering, even if their previous demeanor as an apostle had been respectful and amiable. This was the fate of dictators. Return to Ruins had also changed his attitude when he became a dictator. However, it was smart enough to choose to flee. Otherwise, he would already be dead by now, and others would have collected and toyed with his source totem. Return to Ruins had experience being hunted. He had also killed other dictators before he arrived at the Polar Sea large lake. The source totem left behind after an apostle died was useless to dictators, but the source totem left after a dictator died could be turned into weapons by other dictators. Even with the advantage and having used all of his capabilities, Return to Ruins still suffered heavy injuries when he killed a dictator. This was why Return to Ruins Palace had chosen to retreat to the Polar Sea large lake to recuperate and build the Return to Ruins Palace. The chances were very slim for one dictator to be able to kill another dictator. In the marsh world, dictators were no different from kings. If a fight truly broke out, it would be difficult for one party to keep another from fleeing if they wanted to. Thus, despite Dictator Everything being a veteran dictator, Return to Ruins did not believe that Dictator Everything possessed any source totems left over from dead dictators. The source totems that Return to Ruins possessed were very suitable for it. This was why he had the courage to cause trouble for Dictator Everything in a bid to break through. Ring Silver and Ring Gold released the news that from tomorrow onward, I will no longer be allowing any apostles to enter the palace. I will head to Marsh East Circle to attend the banquet of everything. Dictators did whatever they wanted, and there was no need to make things clear to those apostles. Return to Ruins gave such an instruction because he wanted the news to get out that he was attending the banquet of everything. The news of a dictator attending another dictator's banquet would become the talking point of all the life forms in the marsh world. It was likely that many apostles who had not intended to attend the banquet of everything would change their minds in the hopes of attaining an opportunity. Even some apostles from the Polar Sea large lake would head to Marsh East Circle to participate in the banquet of everything to stay close to Return to Ruins. However, Return to Ruins did not intend for the news to reach these people. The only one he wanted to hear about the news was Dictator Everything. The dictators in the marsh world usually never cross paths. But once any one of them made a move, the others would have to react. If Dictator Everything did not hesitate to show itself after learning that Return to Ruins was heading to the banquet of everything, Dictator Everything could openly ask for help. He could even negotiate an exchange to pay Dictator Everything for the aid. But if Dictator Everything continued to hide, it would send a valuable signal. If a dictator was confident of being able to take on another dictator, they would not give up their pride. Once Dictator Everything showed a hint of weakness, Dictator Returned to Ruins would do whatever it took to hunt Dictator Everything down. He would then use his secret weapons and the source totem left behind by that veteran dictator he had killed to take down Dictator Everything. Even if he did not manage to find a way to enter the Turning Wheel realm through Dictator Everything, the source totem left behind by Dictator Everything who had entered the Turning Wheel realm would ensure that his efforts did not go to waste. Dictator Returned to Ruins preferred to walk in the light rather than the shadows. One could hide in the shadows but not in the light. When they heard what their dictator said, the two apostles called Ring Silver and Ring Gold blinked their multicolored eyes and said respectfully, "Lord Dictator, we will send out the message. Who are you planning on taking with you to the Marsh East Circle?" After asking the question, Ring Silver and Ring Gold looked rather anxious. It was as though they were afraid that Dictator Returned to Ruins would name someone besides them. Dictator Returned to Ruins looked up at the dark green blurry images on the ceiling before saying decidedly, "All 80 teams and troops under the Return to Ruins Palace will follow me in secret. As for the apostles who have been kneeling outside, there isn't a need to try and stop those who want to follow." The hopefulness and anxiousness in Ring Silver and Ring Gold's eyes immediately changed into excited enthusiasm. They finally had the chance to be used by Dictator Returned to Ruins. Their dictator was about to begin a magnificent battle. Many years had passed since the last magnificent battle between the factions of dictators. Each battle ended in great tragedy and was accompanied by rivers of blood and corpses. But after the battle, the winning side would take over the fruits of victory and thus become much stronger than they used to be. All of the life forms in the Marsh world were born into struggle and fighting. They were only able to lead peaceful lives once they became apostles. Every dimensional life form had an intense yearning for combat. With how much Ring Silver and Ring Gold worshipped Dictator Returned to Ruins, there was no way they would even entertain the thought of Dictator Returned to Ruins losing. Dictator Returned to Ruins' order to send out the announcement was using them to begin preparing for the battle. Ring Silver and Ring Gold were very competent. They quickly got a handle on their emotions and announced exactly what Dictator Returned to Ruins had said. After Ring Silver and Ring Gold left, Dictator Returned to Ruins extracted the blurry, dark green image from the ceiling. Once the green image left the ceiling, it immediately turned into 9 colored lights. Even Dictator Returned to Ruins could not see the blurry green figure's real appearance past the 9 colored lights. But Dictator Returned to Ruins was well aware of how deadly the item hidden within the 9-colored ball of light was. In the past, he had almost died at its hands. But after his victory, he turned the green figure into his weapon. Dictator Returned to Ruins slowly adjusted his simple but still presentable clothing. This movement resembled that of a gentleman. After adjusting his clothes, Dictator Returned to Ruins' palace strode out of the palace he had not left for the past 6,000 years. The instant that he stepped out of the palace, Dictator Returned to Ruins' palace looked up at the sky. In an instant, blue flames appeared that seemed to lock up the entire world. The pressurizing and terrifying blue flames seemed to destroy anything they touched and reduce them to nothing. Dictator Everything's reputation might not have spread throughout the entire Marsh world, but life forms of a certain level in Marsh East Circle had all heard of her. The Palace of Everything only hosted the Banquet of Everything once every century. It had long become the main event of the Marsh East Circle. The Banquet of Everything was held in a different location each time, and there were currently an untold number of apostles who were rushing to this year's location. But no one knew that the elites of the Palace of Everything, which had always been considered powerful beings shrouded in mystery, were currently in a state of bewilderment. This was because 80 years ago, Dictator Everything disappeared, and there had been no trace of her since. The Banquet of Everything was being held as per schedule this year because the Palace of Everything's elites wanted to keep up appearances. They did not want the others to start to panic and make decisions on their own. 3 girls with light purple hair were sitting in front of a large vine table with many rainbow masses. They distractedly played with these rainbow masses. A moment later, the girl, who was clearly younger, could not help but say, "First sister, second sister." Lordess Everything was clearly fine at first after stepping into the turning wheel realm, but she suddenly disappeared, and not even we can catch any wind of her news. "Do you think something has happened to Lordess Everything?" The girl was clearly not done speaking, but a sharp hiss cut her off. "Third sister, don't say such inauspicious things. What could happen to Lordess Everything?" Lordess Everything clearly prepared well before she entered the turning wheel realm. "It's likely that Lordess Everything feels unsafe staying in the Palace of Everything. Something must have happened in the Palace of Everything that we don't know about." After being rebuked, the young girl pouted sadly. The girl who had not spoken narrowed her eyes but soon relaxed and said, "First sister, third sister has secretly cried under her blankets untold times ever since Lordess Everything disappeared. She's just worried about Lordess Everything. When Lordess Everything was still around, third sister was her favorite." The oldest girl did not say anything else, while the youngest girl looked gratefully at her second sister. The second oldest girl smiled gently. At that moment, the two other girls heard the oldest girl say sternly, "Second-born and third-born, go with me to the Marsh East Circle to socialize with the people coming to the Marsh East Palace. Under no circumstances can the news of Lordess Everything's disappearance get out. Otherwise, chaos will definitely follow. Ever since Lordess Everything entered the turning wheel realm, many things have happened to the Palace of Everything. I'm sure there are things you can understand without me having to say them." Third-born hurriedly nodded. The three of them did not have the capability or means to search for Lordess Everything. If Lordess Everything truly hid after sensing something was wrong, they would go against Lordess Everything's plans if they sought her out. As such, the only thing they could do was focus on making the Banquet of Everything a success and make sure that they did not cause the Palace of Everything's reputation to take a hit during Lordess Everything's absence. Second-born gently played with the hairs hanging over her forehead. Her eyes were slightly narrowed as though she was thinking about something. Although she was going two things at once, she still agreed to what Firstborn said and left to head to the Marsh East Palace. There had never been any dictators in the Marsh East Circle. Thus, the Marsh East Palace had no right to put on airs in front of the Palace of Everything. Instead of saying that Second-born and Third-born were heading to the Marsh East Palace to communicate with the veteran apostles, it was more accurate to say that they were going to give out orders. None of the veteran apostles in the Marsh East Palace would dare to go against an order from the Palace of Everything. Thus, Third-born did not see this task as overly difficult. Most of her thoughts still had to do with Dictator Everything's disappearance. After Second-born and Third-born left, First-born looked in the direction they had walked off in and remained lost in her thoughts for some time. Eventually, she lowered her gaze and murmured, "I have looked through the entire Palace of Everything. I can't be the one threatening Lordess Everything. I have absolute loyalty and faith in Lordess Everything. The only two I haven't checked are Second-born and Third-born. I really hope it isn't one of those two. Or perhaps both of you are involved." While she spoke, a sharp glint flashed across her eyes. Whether it was Second-born and Third-born or Lin Yuan and Whitespeak, both groups encountered numerous apostles on the way to the Marsh East Palace. Usually, it was rare to see so many apostles so close to Marsh East Palace. The East vast large lake was expansive, but this was only from the perspective of dimensional lifeforms. To apostles, it did not take much time to traverse the entire East vast large lake. It was just like how Whitespeak had called out Dark Scorpion so easily. All the apostles in the East vast large lake had heard of each other. Whitespeak had also made a big name for itself in the East vast large lake. There were many apostles who knew Whitespeak who immediately tried to hide or greet it after they crossed paths. When these apostles saw a young man sitting astride Whitespeak, they could not help but look surprised. Lin Yuan did not have a hint of the dimensional lifeform aura. When Lin Yuan did not activate his faith power, the other apostles could not sense the presence of faith power from him. Some apostles knew that Whitespeak had an offspring to whom it had passed its bloodline. But it was clear that the person on Whitespeak's back did not share its bloodline. But after making their greetings, the apostles did not ask any further questions. The best way to survive in the marsh world was to ask as few questions as possible. The apostle in human form on Whitespeak's back might be something that was going to be traded at the banquet of everything. Whitespeak did not know what these other apostles were thinking. But if Whitespeak knew that they saw Lin Yuan as something it was going to sell, it would immediately try to kill them. Those apostles were insulting the object of its faith and worship. After the other apostles left, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Whitespeak, you are pretty well known in the East vast large lake." Whitespeak did not feel proud when it heard what Lin Yuan said. It also did not try to show off in front of him. In a relaxed and sincere voice, it said, "Lord Dictator, this is the East vast large lake. There are at least tens of districts like the East vast large lake in the Marsh East Circle. The East vast large lake is considered to be of average power. Once we're out of the Marsh East Circle, there won't be any more of these events. If anyone tries to target us along the way or has any evil intentions, please bless me with power." Lin Yuan nodded gently. When Whitespeak saw this, it looked happily expectant. Whitespeak really liked it when Lin Yuan boosted it with faith power. Whenever he did so, Whitespeak could take control of a higher level of power. The feeling of such incredible power allowed Whitespeak to see the direction in which it needed to improve. As they encountered more and more apostles, Lin Yuan no longer needed to inject pure source-type power into Whitespeak. Lin Yuan did not intend to hide his dictator identity, but he also did not want to be the center of so much attention. If any apostles really developed evil intentions toward them, Lin Yuan would not mind showing what he was capable of. Whitespeak had been flying at full speed. While it flew, the enormous image of a white crocodile more than 3,000 meters long trailed behind it and swallowed the clouds. Whitespeak released its aura in such a way to recover its energy naturally. This attracted the attention of many apostles. Since it had already flown out of the East vast large lake, it was not acquainted with the apostles it encountered now. There were a few apostles who believed that they were stronger than Whitespeak and had thoughts of targeting it. If not for the aura behind it and its outlandish way of rushing, none of the apostles would act on such thoughts. All of them were at least slightly in a rush. But this was a special time. It seemed inappropriate to rush so conspicuously when the banquet of everything was almost upon them. Whitespeak had released its aura and made it clear that its faith power had not reached pinnacle apostle. An apostle of such level had no right to be acting so inappropriately. Soon trouble arrived. While Whitespeak was flying, many black and brown spike-covered roots emerged from the lake not far ahead. Many of the spikes were hooked at the end and would rip apart whatever they sunk into. There were a large number of life forms living in the marshes. The black and brown roots appeared too abruptly. When they emerged, they ended up catching several of the marsh crocodiles. After more roots appeared, the marsh crocodiles were ripped to shreds and fell back into the roiling black marsh below without even kicking up the slightest of water sprays. The black and brown roots were clearly emanating faith power that was even more concentrated than the one that Whitespeak was releasing. This indicated that the owner of the black and brown spiked roots was more powerful than Whitespeak. When the apostles who had unsavory designs saw that someone had taken the initiative to attack Whitespeak, they all looked smug. "Serves you right for being so arrogant. Even high-level apostles like us have to make sure we walk carefully within the lines." Now that Sucking Spike has appeared, this marsh crocodile that was lucky enough to become an apostle will soon be sucked dry and be reduced to nothing more than Sucking Spike's meal. Sucking Spike was a relatively famous apostle in Marsh East Circle, but its reputation was stained with unsavoriness. When Sucking Spike's faith power reached average, it started attacking other apostles. At least 50 apostles had already died at its hands. Sucking Spike was going to be selling a considerable number of source totems during the trading event. Source totems were only produced after apostles with faith power of a certain level died. Thus, the source of the source totems in Sucking Spike's possession did not have to be explicitly stated. But soon, the apostles watching from the sidelines noticed that something was wrong. Why was this apostle so calm in the face of such a strong enemy's attack? It even looked hopeful. What was going on? Could this apostle with average faith power be an idiot? A figure that was not considered tall but was very burly appeared in front of the black and brown roots. This figure was clad in a strange brown chain link armor. The chain links were extremely peculiar. They appeared to come from different high-class dimensional lifeforms. The figure had a malicious and playful expression. It looked at White Speak and Lin Yuan as though they were two fluffy bread with creamy fillings. Hee hee. After all my years in the Marsh East Circle, I rarely see such an impudent brat like you. Do you know where my armor came from? With a violent and amused expression, this apostle did not wait for White Speak and Lin Yuan to respond before it continued. This armor is called the 100 Apostle Armor. It's my work of art. Each chain link comes from a different apostle. It will be completed after another 6 pieces are added. You should feel very privileged to become part of the 100 Apostle Armor. White Speak had never left the East Vast Large Lake. Thus, it had never heard of Sucking Spike and its horrible reputation. Sucking Spike's words caused fury to erupt within White Speak. It would not be this angry if Sucking Spike's words were directed at it. Sucking Spike was much stronger than it was and had every right to see it as lowly prey. But in front of Lin Yuan, Sucking Spike was worth less than a speck of dirt. Sucking Spike's words were enormously disrespectful to Lin Yuan. Just as White Speak was about to bite back with a response and launch a counterattack, Lin Yuan's clear voice said, "Impudent? I think you're the one who's being rude." Lin Yuan's words caused Sucking Spike's ferocious expression to falter. Just as it was about to teach a lesson to this life form that did not even have a hint of the aura of power, it sensed an unbelievably concentrated stream of faith power materialize in front of it. This faith power was so concentrated that Sucking Spike could not trace its source. Sucking Spike could not imagine how many life forms were contributing to it to make it so pure and boundless. Once Sucking Spike investigated it more thoroughly, its expression became even more bemused. This was because the source of this unimaginably thick faith power was the young man who previously did not even have a hint of the aura of power. When the faith power entered White Speak's body, it quickly gained the power of Pinnacle Apostle. White Speak did not hold back after gaining this power and immediately shot down towards Sucking Spike. The fact that Sucking Spike could carve out a reputation for itself and kill almost 100 apostles meant that it possessed power beyond that of others. But after being boosted by Lin Yuan, White Speak's power had already barely surpassed that of the apostle level. As such, there was now a large gap between it and Sucking Spike. After mercilessly killing Sucking Spike, White Speak collected everything from Sucking Spike's body that had value. When White Speak made its move, 4 pairs of large black wings appeared behind Lin Yuan. White Speak held the resources it had collected from Sucking Spike and knelt respectfully in front of Lin Yuan as it said with reverence, "Lord Dictator, sorry to startle you. Everything had happened in the span of an instant." The twists and turns frightened those watching, and their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. At first, their disbelief was due to the sudden increase in White Speak's power. It had even become powerful enough to kill Sucking Spike with its bloody reputation. Lin Yuan's astonishing methods that radiated concentrated faith power went beyond the apostles' comprehension. Before any of the apostles had time to make any guesses, what White Speak said revealed Lin Yuan's identity. Dictator. The young man with 4 pairs of black wings was a dictator. Even the most suspicious apostles stopped questioning White Speak's authenticity. Dictators had a known status and significance in the Marsh world. No apostles dared to joke around with this title. The faith power that Lin Yuan released had a concentration that none of the other apostles thought was possible. Only dictators could explain such methods. As for Lin Yuan's form being different from what apostles were familiar with, this abnormality was soon forgotten. The 4 pairs of wings behind Lin Yuan were made of the day and night spirit silver. Lin Yuan had a deeper meaning for revealing the 4 pairs of wings. Firstly, he wanted to see how deep of an understanding apostles had of dictators. The day and night spirit silver did not exist in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan was revealing himself with something that did not exist in the Marsh world. If he attracted suspicion from the other apostles, he would have to hide his true identity more carefully, especially when he participated in the banquet of everything. Secondly, Lin Yuan wanted to know if the apostles in the marsh world could recognize the day and night spirit silver or metals. It was not just day and night spirit silver that did not exist in the marsh world, but other metals did not exist either. If an apostle recognized the day and night spirit silver, it would mean that it had interacted with humans before. Currently, the only place where there was a confirmed opening of a Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift was in the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple and a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Thus, he always thought of the Radiance Federation's best interests. This meant that he was enemies with the Freedom Federation. This relationship applied not just in the main world but the marsh world as well. Thus, Lin Yuan really wanted to find where the Freedom Federation was located in the marsh world. From the information that the Goddess of Mercy had provided, the Freedom Federation had changed the direction of their development from the main world to the marsh world. This development direction and plan were uncannily similar to that of the Radiance Federation. Since the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift had opened in the Freedom Federation earlier than when the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift opened in the Radiance Federation, the Freedom Federation had been able to invest much more resources. If Lin Yuan threw a wrench into the Freedom Federation's development in the marsh world, he would definitely be able to cause the Freedom Federation some level of pain. But after his test, Lin Yuan saw that none of the apostles were suspicious about his 4 pairs of black wings. Apparently, these apostles had never interacted with humans before. There was no way that the Freedom Federation could hide its development in the marsh world. Thus, Lin Yuan could deduce that the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift that linked to the Freedom Federation was not in this area. Moreover, the apostles did not have an accurate understanding of dictators. This meant that Lin Yuan could continue doing what he was doing to keep up his facade of being a dictator. Lin Yuan was very interested in what the dead apostle that had tried to stop them had left. However, what caught his attention was not the 100 apostle armor that Sucking Spike had prided itself on but the marsh soil and source totems that Sucking Spike had collected. Source totems were the treasures that apostles traded with each other. It was a good that could be considered hard currency. This showed how entrenched bloodshed was in the lives of the life forms in the marsh world. But this also made it easier for Lin Yuan to collect source totems from other apostles because any apostles could carry such precious tradable items. If source totems were considered a hard currency, marsh soil was common goods traded between apostles. Lin Yuan had discovered a large amount of the marsh soil amongst the items that Sucking Spike had left behind. There were only 4 to 5 units of low-grade marsh soil, but more than 4,000 units of mid-grade marsh soil. It seemed that the more powerful the apostle, the more it preferred to collect marsh soil of a higher grade that it would use for trading. Sucking Spike had almost 500 units of high-grade marsh soil. Sucking Spike had possessed more than 10 times the amount of high-grade marsh soil that Lin Yuan had accumulated. Finding high-grade marsh soil was difficult, especially in a set territory. Besides trading, Sucking Spike had to have traveled far and wide to collect and kill others in order to obtain so much high-grade marsh soil. Sucking Spike had even managed to obtain 4 balls of top-grade marsh soil. The amount of resources that Sucking Spike had provided Lin Yuan with were enough to increase Lift Marsh's diameter by 40,000 meters. With the marsh soil that Lin Yuan had on hand, it was enough to raise up the entire territory where Klein Hub existed. Lin Yuan had already reached the goal of his trip before he had even reached the Palace of Everything. Lin Yuan had never fed top-grade marsh soil to Lift Marsh. However, Lin Yuan did not intend to feed top-grade marsh soil to Lift Marsh. Although Lift Marsh could gain some earth elemental attributes after absorbing the top-grade marsh soil, the effects would not compare to that of the top-grade marsh soil itself. Top-grade marsh soil was a true treasure and could not be wasted or casually used. The best way to use an item was to make sure it was used to its greatest value. Lin Yuan intended to use the top-grade marsh soil as part of the fertilizer on Universe's back. This would make it easier for Lin Yuan to nurture various plant-type Fays on Universe's back. No matter how fragile and expensive the plant-type Fay, it would have no issues growing on Universe's back with the top-grade marsh soil, as well as the water elemental energy that would be present. Besides the marsh soil, there were also 26 balls of rainbow light. This meant that Lin Yuan now had 26 more sacred source life forms to distribute amongst the members of Sky City, and Sky City's issue of sacred source lifeform scarcity had been solved. This made Lin Yuan very happy. With a wave of his hand, he stored the items in the spatial ring. At the same time, he removed Dark Blue's boosting ability. It was actually not a good decision to cause Whitespeak's power to drop back down at such a time. Some of the apostles who were watching Lin Yuan were weaker than Whitespeak. If they tried to attack Whitespeak and Lin Yuan, he would not have time to inject faith power into Whitespeak's body and then wait for Whitespeak to react. But Lin Yuan had his reason for doing so. Firstly, Celestial Sight had already turned into a beautiful button and sat right next to the Source Sans Amber button on Lin Yuan's clothes. If there was any danger, Celestial Sight would react immediately. Then Whitespeak would not need to protect Lin Yuan. Secondly, Lin Yuan had already confirmed that the apostles in the Marsh world were not fully familiar with dictators. He wanted to test to see how the apostles would react when they were in the presence of a dictator. Although Lin Yuan had established his own territory in the Marsh world that he had been developing for the past few months, he was only just starting to focus on the Marsh world. Hence, he still did not have a clear idea of the ways and laws of the Marsh world. The information he could obtain from Whitespeak was limited as it had been a wandering apostle. There were many things that he needed to check for himself. Before Whitespeak climbed to its feet, numerous apostles fell to their knees tremblingly in front of Lin Yuan. A thread of faith power extended slightly from each of them toward him. Lin Yuan had learned from speaking with Whitespeak that apostles would offer up their own faith power to dictators when they wanted to become recognized by a dictator or join a certain dictator's camp. Faith power was precious energy to apostles. When they offered up faith power to dictators, they hoped that the dictators would accept it and return the favor with gifts. The gifts from dictators always consisted of pure source-type power. Apostles could not obtain such pure source-type power on their own. The apostles kneeling in front of Lin Yuan were all nervous. They had no idea how he was going to react. Lin Yuan had already seen how Whitespeak and Shadow reacted toward dictators. Both of them were no different from obedient puppies, genuinely respectful and faithful. They were like humans who were gazing at God. When humans saw God, they would not question anything. All they would do was enter a natural state of worship. The actions of these dictators further confirmed the positions that dictators held in the Marsh world. It was said that with more knowledge, one would be more aware of how to act. Whitespeak had never even left the East Vast Large Lake and was considered insignificant among all the apostles. Without Lin Yuan, there was no way that Whitespeak could attend the banquet of everything. It did not have the power to enter the Marsh East Circle. All of the apostles there had more experience and power than Whitespeak. Lin Yuan was in great need of faith power because he needed to use a large amount of faith power in order to develop the divine kingdom in the shrine in his soul. It would take 20% of the faith power that Lin Yuan currently possessed in order to change the environment comfort level of the divine kingdom. He would need much more faith power in order to fully develop his divine kingdom. Luckily, once a life form became faithful to him and became his apostle, it would start to continuously provide him with faith power. If these apostles were able to provide him with a large amount of faith power, it would definitely be substantially beneficial for the development of his divine kingdom. With this thought, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to accept the glowing threads of faith power. Next, he tried to use his own faith power to guide the faith power from the apostles into his body. Since these apostles were being sincere, Lin Yuan did not meet with any obstacles and had an easy time accepting their faith power into his body. The apostles' faith power was similar in purity and only differed in quantity. The apostles' faith power easily fused with Lin Yuan's body and was directed to the divine kingdom. The faith power flowed like water into the fountain of faith on the altar. As a result, the jets of water spraying out from the fountain became stronger and taller. Lin Yuan did not hold back in the face of such a valuable opportunity and drained all the faith power that he could from these apostles. Once dimensional life forms became apostles, their lifespans became extremely long. The fruits of their long-time accumulation allowed Lin Yuan to gain plenty. Just from the faith power of the 6 apostles in front of him, the amount of faith power in the fountain of faith doubled. This allowed Lin Yuan to discover a new, more efficient way to collect faith power. Since he had gained, he needed to give a gift in return. The apostles had been willing to offer him faith power without fear of their totems being sucked dry and suffering any negative effects. Lin Yuan needed to provide them with an equally valuable gift. Otherwise, no other apostles in the world would be willing to provide him with faith power in the future. Without apostles offering him faith power, there was no way a fake dictator like him could rapidly develop his divine kingdom. However, he was not sure how large the reward should be. This was because he did not know how much faith power was worth in terms of source-type power in the eyes of apostles. Lin Yuan looked at Whitespeak. He hoped that Whitespeak could understand his intentions through this look. Whitespeak immediately understood what he meant. Whitespeak did not know that Lin Yuan's look was a questioning one. It assumed that Lin Yuan was unwilling to continue speaking with these inferior apostles and wanted it to be his mouthpiece. Thus, Whitespeak said haughtily, "It is your honor to be able to provide my dictator with faith power. You should be grateful if my dictator is willing to provide you with even 10 units of pure source-type power." Although Whitespeak had misunderstood what Lin Yuan meant, it still gave him the answer he sought. Lin Yuan looked at Whitespeak with admiration as surprise surfaced within him. Although Lin Yuan knew that pure source-type power could transform a dimensional lifeform into an apostle and had made several apostles of his own, he had not expected pure source-type power to be so precious in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan was aware of how much faith power he had taken from the apostles. Yet, that sea of faith power was only worth 10 units of source-type power. Lin Yuan looked at the 6 apostles kneeling in front of him. After hearing what Whitespeak said, the 6 apostles looked hopeful. None of them exhibited any negative emotions. This meant that Whitespeak's offer was agreeable to them. It was true. The gifts that dictators gave apostles were similar to the tips that wealthy patrons left servers at restaurants. The more tips they gave, the better of an impression they would leave. If they left a small tip, they would come off as stingy. Since Whitespeak was aware of this, it had promised slightly more. The apostles would be happy if Lin Yuan gave them 8 units of source-type power. At this time, Lin Yuan saw one of the apostles kneeling at the back, looking up at him warily. When it noticed his gaze, it immediately dropped its head in fright. It asked softly and timidly, "Lord Dictator, my name is Twin Feathers. I am very grateful that you're willing to accept my lowly faith power. I hope I can have the chance to follow you in the future." The female apostle named Twin Feathers spoke steadily, but its body was trembling slightly. An apostle making such a request could definitely be described as an overstep. The reason for Twin Feathers making this request was Whitespeak. Twin Feathers felt that it was stronger than Whitespeak. It was an apostle who evolved from the Medusa snake demon. Thus, it definitely had more talent than an apostle evolved from the marsh crocodile. If there was even such an apostle by this dictator's side, there was nothing for it to fear. All the apostles kneeling shared Twin Feathers' thoughts, but none dared to voice them. Twin Feathers had essentially helped to ask on behalf of itself and the others. The other apostles straightened their postures after hearing what Twin Feathers asked. Once the dictator accepted Twin Feathers, there was a high chance that they would be accepted too. After all, the dictator had accepted Twin Feathers' offering of faith power and theirs. Lin Yuan surveyed Twin Feathers. To the other apostles, Lin Yuan's gaze was one of amusement. But in actuality, it was one of excitement. Lin Yuan did not have many powerful subordinates in the marsh world. Once he had these apostles following him, he would not only be able to collect faith power from them from now on, but they would also help to protect his territory and aid in the development of the territory. Lin Yuan would definitely be accepting these apostles into his camp. He would have wanted to do so even if Twin Feathers had not requested so. But in order to keep up pretenses that he was a dictator, he had to be casual when he accepted their loyalties, as though he was performing an insignificant task. Lin Yuan now had a deeper understanding of dictators. It was so easy for a fake dictator like him to accept apostles, much less real dictators. Thus, every authentic dictator had to have a large army of apostles. It was inevitable that Lin Yuan would cross paths with dictators while developing in the marsh world. This experience informed him of how astonishing was the power that dictators possessed. Twin Feathers had been waiting for Lin Yuan to respond and had even forgotten to breathe during that time. When Lin Yuan still had not replied, Even after a few moments passed, Twin Feather's heart sank. At that moment, Lin Yuan nonchalantly reached out and pointed at Twin Feathers. 6 beams of amber light shot into the bodies of Twin Feathers and the other apostles. Source-type power was not valuable to Lin Yuan, but he did not give too much to the apostles. Since Whitespeak had said that 10 units of pure source-type power would be enough, this was how much Lin Yuan provided to each of the apostles. As for Twin Feathers, who had been the first to express its wish to join him, Lin Yuan gifted it with another 10 units of source-type power. This demonstrated his generosity and was also a signal to the other apostles that if they offered him faith power and joined him, there would be benefits in store for them. Lin Yuan's casual provision of rewards caused the other apostles who were watching to become so jealous that they almost dashed over to him and offered their faith power just like the first 6 apostles had done. He had just provided 70 whole units of pure source-type power. It was rumored that other dictators only gifted their apostles with 1 unit of source-type power at a time. They would never give this much. Since the watching apostles had never felt how pure the source-type power that came from other dictators was, they had no basis of comparison for the source-type power that Lin Yuan had given Twin Feathers and the rest. But as the direct recipients, Twin Feathers and the other apostles were in a state of inexplicable comfort. After repeated experiments, Lin Yuan noticed that pure source-type power was just like pure spirit chi to phase. Pure source-type power did not help to evolve apostles but helped them to improve their bodies and bloodlines. This increased the potential of the apostles. Pure source-type power could even heal hidden injuries that the apostles could not address on their own. The petrification gland on the back of Twin Feather's head had been attacked and injured in the past. The Medusa snake demon's petrification ability was linked to its petrification gland, and it was an ability that was unique to the Medusa snake demon species. The hidden injury to its petrification gland had greatly reduced Twin Feather's strength. Twin Feathers could now clearly sense that its petrification gland was being recovered. After using up 5 units of source-type power, its petrification gland had not only recovered but was even slightly better than it had been before. Twin Feathers was aware that it had received 10 more units of source-type power than the other apostles did. This discovery thrilled Twin Feathers. This not only showed Lin Yuan's attitude toward his followers, but also exemplified that this attitude of his was praiseworthy. Rather than being excited over the gift and higher benefits, Twin Feathers was more confused and shocked. It was not loyal to any dictator but had a good friend in the group of the Medusa snake demons that it moved around with that had caught the attention of a dictator after it became an apostle. Its friend's petrification gland had also been injured, but not as seriously as its own. Yet, its petrification gland had not recovered after its dictator gifted it source-type power. Although this did not prevent it from using the ability, there were still limitations to the effects. Could it be that this dictator possessed source-type power that was purer than that of other dictators? It was rumored that there was a level above the dictator level, the Turning Will Realm dictator. It was said that Turning Will Realm dictators could unleash their source sacred bodies to the greatest extent. The source sacred bodies would present as a completely different form than their original dimensional lifeform form. Was this dictator in front of them an example of a sacred source body being unleashed to its greatest extent? This dictator now had 4 pairs of black wings flapping behind him, but there had been nothing on his back when he first appeared riding on the back of that apostle. With this thought, Twin Feathers, which was usually calm and had been given the nickname Cold-Faced Snake Concubine, almost let out an excited shriek. Not only did I become loyal to a dictator, but this dictator might have even entered the Turning Will realm. I am so lucky. The other 5 apostles who received the source-type power were not weaker than Twin Feathers. The apostles who could make a name for themselves in the Marsh East Circle and were able to attend the banquet of everything had to have sufficient experience and an accumulation of resources. Thus, these apostles all had the same guess as Twin Feathers. After the apostles kneeling on the ground were done absorbing the source-type power, they stood up and bowed to Lin Yuan before dutifully moving behind him. With this group of apostles setting the example, the other apostles in the area who had not yet offered their faith power to any dictators all gathered to kneel in front of Lin Yuan in hopes of receiving gifts from him as well. Compared to the faith power they were offering, the pure source-type power that only dictators could offer was much more valuable. It had not taken long for the apostles to absorb the source-type power that Lin Yuan had given them, but it took some time for Lin Yuan to drain the faith power they offered. It had taken almost 9 hours to draw faith power from Twin Feathers and the other 5 apostles. Lin Yuan was in a rush to head to Marsh East Palace and could not stand there accepting the loyalty of all these apostles. Lin Yuan did not know how quickly he could absorb the faith power from other apostles. If he pushed his spiritual energy and soul power to the limit, he could only absorb the faith power from 8 apostles at most. Nonetheless, he could not turn away these apostles who wanted to follow him. He felt that he needed to give them some bait. Once the apostles took a bite of the depositability lychee branches and felt their effects, they would definitely be willing to do free advertising for him. Lin Yuan had not expected to obtain a group of apostle followers before he arrived at the banquet of everything. But the situation gave him a feeling that dictators would be in attendance at the banquet of everything. The apostles who had not become loyal to any dictators yet would choose among the dictators who were in attendance. The best way to convince the apostles to choose him was to be domineering and outlandish. Although Lin Yuan was not such a person by nature, he had no problem acting like one. He waved at Twin Feathers, whose gaze was full of curiosity and respectful fear but dared not look at him directly. Next, he took out a wooden chest with beautiful flowers carved all over it. Hu Quan had made these wooden chests in his spare time. The wooden chest was made of spring Phoebe Jinan, which had strong preservation abilities. Thus, Lin Yuan used these wooden chests as freshness cabinets. Twin Feathers hurriedly received the beautiful wooden chest Lin Yuan held out toward it but dared not open the box. Instead, it silently waited for Lin Yuan's next instruction. It was careful and thought lowly of itself. White Speak, who had been with Lin Yuan for some time, was very satisfied with Twin Feathers' attitude. Lin Yuan looked at the 12 apostles who were kneeling at him and said, "I cannot accept your faith power now, but you can follow me for now and let me see how much potential you have before I make any more decisions." After Lin Yuan said that he had no intention of accepting these apostles' faith power, all of the apostles' expressions deflated. But what he said next immediately caused them to brighten up again. The venerated dictator in front of them told them to follow him for now. This meant that they still had a chance to join him as long as they performed well. Before the apostles could respond, Lin Yuan went on to say, "Twin Feathers, hand out a small source fruit to each of the apostles." Twin Feathers curiously opened the wooden box to take a look at what the small source fruits were. It had never heard of such a thing before. The 12 kneeling apostles had not expected Lin Yuan to be willing to give them gifts despite not having accepted their loyalty. This meant that this dictator had a very good personality. They were also glad that they had not gotten ahead of themselves. Otherwise, they might have said something that offended this dictator. After opening the wooden chest, Twin Feathers saw a chain of red fruits within. Each fruit was even larger than one of its eyes. The surface of the fruits was scaly. Only a few plant-type phase in the marsh world could bear fruits, and none of the regular dimensional lifeforms had the right to eat them. But once they reached Apostle, obtaining such fruits would not be difficult. However, Twin Feathers had never encountered such fruits as what it saw in the wooden box. Twin Feathers did not think that Lin Yuan would give these fruits to the other apostles just because they had special flavors. Such a gift was slightly pointless. However, Lin Yuan had to be doing so because the fruits had special effects. Twin Feathers walked to the front of the group of kneeling apostles and plucked a red fruit from the box. The moment its finger touched the fruit, it sensed the pure source-type power within. However, the amount of source-type power within the fruits was very little. 10 fruits contained the equivalent of 1 unit of source-type power. Nonetheless, it was still a huge reward to these apostles. The apostles who Lin Yuan had not picked had also received a fruit that would still significantly aid their improvement in the future. When Twin Feathers was done handing out all the depositability lychee branches to the apostles, these apostles realized how generous he was. The generosity of this dictator toward inferior beings like them showed how powerful and wealthy he was. None of the apostles would be unwilling to be loyal to a generous, powerful, and wealthy dictator like this. More importantly, this dictator appeared to be very gentle, which meant that there was less risk associated with being around him. The most important law in the marsh world was survival. The second law was that staying by the side of those in high positions came with risks. There were many dimensional life forms that had been accepted by apostles as favored believers who ended up killed because they had committed errors. There were also many cases of apostles being killed by dictators. Hence, the safest option and best way to ensure their lifespans were prolonged were to become loyal to a gentle dictator. I'm heading to the Marsh East Palace to participate in the banquet of everything. You don't need to follow me. You can stay here to absorb the source-type power within the small source fruits. You can come and join me at the Marsh East Palace when I need you. Lin Yuan did not need too many apostles to be by his side in order to attract attention at the banquet of everything. Moreover, if they stayed with him, they would not have the opportunity to spread the word about the small source fruits and help him to attract a large sum through advertising. Lin Yuan did not forget about his goal of going to the Marsh East Circle. With his status as a dictator, he could have apostles following him at any time. After he gifted them the depositability lychee branches that contained source-type power, he could not drive them away even if he wanted to. But if he missed the banquet of everything, obtaining such an enormous amount of resources would be difficult. Lin Yuan was well aware of what was important and what was not. After Twin Feathers was done distributing the small source fruits, it saw that the wooden chest was still half full. Could not help but gulp. No matter how brave Twin Feathers was, it would never dare to touch something that Lin Yuan had not given it. In the marsh world, names were given by the masses after one made a name for oneself. Many apostles prided themselves on the names that they had carved out. White Speak had never left the east vast large lake. As such, it had not had the chance to carve a name for itself. Twin Feathers had been called Cold-Faced Snake Concubine, which was considered a name. Dictators often called each other by these names. It was enough for the followers of dictators to know them by these names. In a way, knowing a dictator's name meant sharing in its glory. White Speak had never interacted with dictators in the past, so it was unaware of this. But there was no question that Twin Feathers knew much more about the rules and customs than White Speak did. Twin Feathers' words caused Lin Yuan to be slightly shocked. Name? He had never given himself any names or titles. But since Twin Feathers had asked, it meant that a name was an icon of one's status. If he did not give one, it would be difficult to come up with a reason for the abnormality. Thus, Lin Yuan had no choice but to come up with a name on the spot. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan said, 10,000 Source. He had chosen this name because 10,000 Source Hall had fronted whale ocean commerce. The goal of 10,000 Source Hall had been to collect source-type items, which was exactly what Lin Yuan was trying to do now in the marsh world. However, Lin Yuan had a preference for sacred source lifeforms over source-type lifeforms. This was how he came up with the name 10,000 Source. Lin Yuan had no idea that this name shocked the surrounding apostles to the point that their chins almost hit the ground. No apostles or dictators would dare to include the word source in their name in the marsh world. Including that word was seen as scorning other life forms of the same life rank. This would undoubtedly result in backlash from the other life forms. As such, there were rarely any apostles who had such a word in their name. It was said that Marsh East Circle was considered on the smaller side of the 6 major circles. There were only a total of 6 dictators from Marsh Abyss, which was the center of the 6 major circles, who had the word source in their names. Could it be that this dictator was one of the 6? But it would be too strange if that were the case. Why would a big shot from Marsh Abyss come to Marsh East Circle to participate in a trading event held by a veteran dictator? Dictator Everything had a reputation for being reckoned with in Marsh East Circle, but the Palace of Everything did not have much hold in Marsh Abyss. Lin Yuan had no idea that a name he had come up with off the top of his head would result in so much confusion and speculation. He also had no clue that this name might cause him trouble in the future. After giving his name, Lin Yuan said to Twin Feathers and the other 5 apostles, "The 6 of you don't have to follow me either. From now on, begin collecting marsh soil for me. After the banquet of everything ends, I will distribute the remaining small source fruits in the box according to how much marsh soil each of you collects." If Lin Yuan wanted to make himself seem mysterious and untouchable, he should not be giving the apostles such an easy task. But when practicality was compared with benefits, maintaining a high and mighty image was clearly not as important as benefits. It was enough for these apostles to see him as a dictator. It was always power and resources that propped a person up. Lin Yuan had witnessed how eager the apostles had been to receive the deposit ability lychee branches. The 6 apostles would do their best to collect as much marsh soil as possible before the banquet of everything ended to obtain more small source fruits. The 6 apostles were going to be fighting intensely for some over the distribution of the small source fruits. Lin Yuan was not opposed to competition among the apostles under him. In fact, he hoped that they would work as hard as possible. An environment of friendly competition allowed everyone involved to progress. Frankly, Twin Feathers and the other 5 apostles had been confused when they first heard the task. Marsh soil was the most common good in the marsh world, and collecting them from the natural environment was easy. They could not believe that a task from a dictator involved collecting something like marsh soil. It seemed degrading, but after Lin Yuan mentioned the reward, all of them immediately changed their minds. The value of one small source fruit could not be compared with even an infinite number of marsh soil. It was likely that this dictator 10,000 source aimed to test all of their abilities, thereby deciding which one he would rely more on in the future. This was the only reason to explain why such a being of as high status as a dictator would ask them to collect marsh soil. There were at least 40 small source fruits left in the box. This meant that each of them could obtain at least 7 of them. If they performed well, they might even be able to obtain more than 10, which made up to 1 unit of source-type power. Twin Feathers and the rest had all felt how beneficial the pure source-type power was. Thus, all of them felt a fiery competitiveness erupt within them. Previously, Twin Feathers had been the one to speak to Lin Yuan first. From their interaction, Zhen Venom observed that Lin Yuan was not opposed to his subordinates speaking up. In order to leave an impression on him, Zhen Venom spoke up before Twin Feathers could get a word out. "Lord Dictator, don't worry. Even without the small source fruits, I will definitely do my best to collect as much marsh soil for you." Twin Feathers glared at Zhen Venom and began to see it as its biggest competitor. At the same time, it sneered to itself about how shameless Zhen Venom was. Twin Feathers was certain that Zhen Venom was not immune to the temptation of the small source fruits. Saying such a thing was such an obvious attempt at currying favor with Lin Yuan. It was not just the other 4 apostles who had dedicated their loyalties to Lin Yuan, who shared Twin Feathers' thoughts. The other 26 apostles had also received the small source fruits and absorbed the source-type power within. Lin Yuan already sensed the air of competition rising from the 6 apostles next to him. He did not mind adding a little more fuel to the flames. "I'll remember you, Zhen Venom." After saying that, Lin Yuan flapped his wings and flew up to land on White Speak's back before they rushed off in the direction of Marsh East Palace. When Lin Yuan left, there were 32 apostles still kneeling respectfully on the ground. They only rose to their feet a full 30 seconds after Lin Yuan left. Zhen Venom's words immediately resulted in a significant uproar. Twin Feathers thought, "I can't believe Zhen Venom beat me to the punch. I was just about to say something like that too." Twin Feathers could tell that many of the 26 apostles who were not its direct competitors looked persuaded by what Zhen Venom said. Twin Feathers did not intend to be gracious to Zhen Venom. Since they were competitors, everything was within regulation as long as it did not attack Zhen Venom directly. Just as a few of the apostles were about to agree with what Zhen Venom said, Twin Feathers took a step forward and said with a smile, "It so happens that I think the same way. I was the one who distributed the small source fruits. Did you digest them well? Dictator 10,000 source favors me exceptionally. I am sure I will be able to bring you more benefits in the future than Zhen Venom will." Twin Feathers' words caused the apostles' hearts to swing over from Zhen Venom to its side. Although all of them were newly acquainted with Dictator 10,000 source, it was true that Twin Feathers was the one who had interacted the most with Dictator 10,000 source. Thus, it made sense for Dictator 10,000 source to have the deepest impression of Twin Feathers. Although Lin Yuan had said before he left that he would remember Zhen Venom, a female apostle had to be more memorable to a male dictator than a male apostle would. At first, Zhen Venom had intended to compete fairly with Twin Feathers. I can make Lord Dictator just as happy as you can. But I was the one who came up with this idea, yet you're trying to steal my chances at victory. Venom had evolved from the drugged snake eagle. The drugged snake eagle poisoned many of its own kind before it poisoned others. Many of the drugged snake eagles died from their own poison. Thus, the drugged snake eagles were used to being poisoned by those around them, and Venom was no exception. Venom huffed angrily and said, "Twin feathers, it is never wise to burn bridges. Since you want to compete with me in such a way, I shall swear here and now that if you 26 apostles give me all of the marsh soil that you have on hand, I will only keep 6 of the small source fruits for myself and distribute the rest equally to the rest of you. I don't think any of the other 5 apostles present will be as generous as me." Venom's words caused the other 26 apostles to swing back to its side. Twin Feathers was silent for a moment after hearing what Venom said. There were slightly more than 40 small source fruits, meaning each of them could obtain 7 at least. Venom had purposely stated a smaller than equal amount to turn the tide. Only someone with the blackest of hearts could think of such a plan to harm others, even at the expense of their own advantage. If it could not come in first, it could come in second, at least. It was likely that second place would still allow it to gain at least 6 small source fruits. There was no need for it to be as mad as Venom. Unless it could promise to give more small source fruits, there was no way that the other apostles would come to its side. After understanding this, Twin Feathers immediately flew off. The most important thing it needed to do now was to collect marsh soil. It did not intend on staying here and wasting time. If Lin Yuan could see what was happening, the sight would definitely bring a smile to his face. He had expected the apostles to react in such a way. If Lin Yuan did not want to use this chance to test the abilities of these 6 apostles, he could have gathered all of the marsh soil that was present before he left. Lin Yuan was not only going to reward the winners of this competition with small source fruits but also intended to select an assistant for Whitespeak. It would help Whitespeak in managing all the apostles who became loyal to him. During the journey, Whitespeak did not stop speaking with Lin Yuan and also found out about his plan. But there was something that Whitespeak did not understand. "Lord Dictator, there are clearly a total of 32 apostles who want to become loyal to you. Why did you only pick the first 6? Why not give a chance to the other apostles who came later?" Lin Yuan sighed to himself. Whitespeak was strong and brave but lacked intelligence. There were many things that it needed to learn in the future. Regardless of who won, Whitespeak would need to learn from it for some time. Whitespeak was not dim. As long as it had enough time, it would definitely be able to improve at breakneck speed. Lin Yuan was confident in Whitespeak when it came to this. "Whitespeak, those 6 apostles were the first to decide to follow me. This means that they have better judgment than the other 26 apostles. The ability to make judgments at key moments is much more important than other abilities." After hearing what Lin Yuan said, Whitespeak carefully pondered over his words and logged them in its heart. It seemed as though it was having a breezy time by Lin Yuan's side, but it was a constant bundle of nerves easily affected by anything and everything that happened. When Lin Yuan's faith power did not boost it, it was one of the weakest of the 32 apostles. If Lin Yuan could use his faith power to boost it, he could just as well do the same to the other apostles. If it could not prove its value, it would eventually be left in the dust by these stronger apostles and tossed aside by Lin Yuan. The only thing that calmed it down was the thought that it had spent enough time by Lin Yuan's side and played an important role. As time passed, Whitespeak came to learn that Lin Yuan prioritized relationships. Furthermore, Whitespeak had another thing going for it, which was that Lin Yuan had already provided it with more than 5,000 units of pure source-type power. These 5,000 units of pure source-type power had already changed its roots. There was no question that it would be able to become a dictator. This was an advantage that the other apostles did not have. Whitespeak did not believe that Lin Yuan would choose another apostle into who he would inject so much source-type power. If Lin Yuan intended to nurture others, he would not have invested so much into nurturing it. Whitespeak had long been certain that Lin Yuan was a turning will realm dictator. Whitespeak had learned from Prayer Glow that the root power of dictators was also source power. This meant that Lin Yuan was essentially nursing it with his own life power. With this thought, White Speak calmed down fully and made a silent decision. Since Lin Yuan had placed so much hope in it, there was no way that it was going to let him down. Even if the other dictators temporarily held it down, it would eventually turn the tables. The Polar Sea Large Lake was within the Marsh West Circle. The 6 Marsh Circles were close by and almost equidistant to Marsh Abyss. The Marsh East Circle and Marsh West Circle took up a large portion of the Marsh world. Dictator Return to Ruins was only a small step away from becoming a Turning Will Realm dictator. Due to his special totem, the other dictators who were as close to becoming Turning Will Realm dictators dared not make an enemy of Dictator Return to Ruins. It was more than capable of killing them. Any dictator that had killed other dictators would immediately shoot to fame. It was easy for dictators to injure enemies, but killing was another matter. Dictator Return to Ruins had always maintained a low profile, and all the factions were guessing that it was because he had already entered the Turning Will realm and would move the Return to Ruins palace to Marsh Abyss once he rose up again. But none of them had expected Dictator Everything Return to Ruins to declare that he was going to the Marsh East Circle to participate in the banquet of everything held by the Palace of Everything. Marsh East Circle was considered one of the weakest regions among the 6 major circles. The Marsh East Palace did not even have a dictator. But 1,300 years ago, Marsh East Circle had been the strongest of all the 6 major circles, and there had been 3 dictators in Marsh East Palace. The 3 dictators often bullied the dictators from the other Marsh circles. They were so arrogant that all of them had the word source in their names. If the 3 dictators were not on such good terms and would even protect each other during battles, they would have been surrounded and taken down by other dictators. However, Turning Will Realm dictators had to enter a period of weakness after their evolution. This was an obstacle that dictators needed to cross no matter what in order to continue growing. The 3 dictators from Marsh East Palace had fallen out while they were fighting to enter the Turning Will realm first. Ever since then, the 3 of them stopped trusting each other. Eventually, all 3 dictators chose to hide away on their own to enter the Turning Will realm. There were many dictators who were waiting to get their revenge on them. The 6 Marsh circles were all linked to Marsh Abyss and had intricate ties with each other. The 3 dictators had been so lawless in the other Marsh circles that they even ended up offending a dictator from Marsh Abyss who had been the first to enter the Turning Will realm. As a result, the 3 dictators were killed, leaving the Marsh East Circle to fall to ruin for 1,300 years since. This was the reason fights among dictators had decreased since then. Dictators now preferred to form friendly ties rather than fight with each other over resources. This was so they would have rocks to lean on for support when they entered the Turning Will realm. The other 5 Marsh circles were all aware of this fight. However, almost no one in Marsh East Circle knew about it because those from the other 5 Marsh circles had eliminated everyone who had been present during the incident. After the incident, very few dictators visited the Marsh East Circle again. The news of Dictator Return to Ruins heading to Marsh East Circle to attend the banquet of everything had caught the attention of many. There was a mysterious legend in the Marsh East Circle which said a treasure was hidden there. It was why 3 dictators of similar power had been produced at once. The other dictators did not believe that Dictator Return to Ruins was heading to the banquet of everything for his original purpose. He had to have discovered something in Marsh East Circle to lead him to make such a big move. As a result, many dictators turned their attention to Marsh East Circle and decided to use the banquet of everything as well to go and take a look. The 5 Marsh circles were promptly stirred up into a huge wave of commotion. Lin Yuan, who was rushing to the banquet of everything to gather resources, was completely oblivious to this. Since Marsh Abyss was the core of the Marsh world, it was extremely expansive. The apostles and dictators from the 6 major Marsh circles all assumed that everything was calm in Marsh Abyss. This was because news from Marsh Abyss rarely got out. But it was only when these apostles and dictators from the 6 major Marsh circles arrived at Marsh Abyss that they realized that fights were abound in the Marsh world. The only ones who survived in Marsh Abyss were those who were powerful enough to remain standing and those who piggybacked on these life forms. Apart from these cases, accidents could happen at any moment in Marsh Abyss. A figure dripping with black fluids was sitting within a palace that was next to the palace of everything. The black fluids moved, writhed, and screeched as though they were the souls of the damned. Occasionally, Flecks of crimson light peeked through the fluids and turned into dark red worms that climbed up the body of this figure. A flirtatious peal of laughter drifted out from the figure cloaked in black fluids. Hee hee. Here I was trying to find an excuse to attend the banquet of everything to see if my sister can be harvested now that she has entered the turning wheel realm. Lord Eternal Source doesn't permit veteran dictators from laying a hand on dictators who have only just freshly entered the turning wheel realm. Many sinners have been killed for this. Those sinners' source tattoos are still hanging in Eternal Source Palace. I'm really afraid too. But as long as I stay under the radar and in a sterile place like Marsh East Circle, Lord Eternal Source shouldn't be keeping that close of a watch. It's almost time for Return to Ruins to enter the turning wheel realm too. Return to Ruins won't be acting so outlandish if he's trying to enter the turning wheel realm. It seems like he has encountered some troubles while trying to break through. With Return to Ruins' brains and personality, he must be trying to solve his issues by setting his eye on everything, who has only just entered the turning wheel realm. I have been keeping my eye out for Return to Ruins for a very long time. I should be able to collect a double harvest this time. I am part of Lordess Evil Source's camp. As long as I share some of the offerings with Lordess Evil Source, I'm sure she will be willing to protect me even if word gets out. The female figure disappeared from the black and red hall. This disappearance went unnoticed by all, even the 8 apostles standing outside the hall. Lin Yuan accepted far more than 20 followers while he was on White Speak's back and dashing through the marsh world. Besides these followers, more than 100 apostles had received the deposit ability lychee branches from him. This allowed him to accumulate many more times the amount of power than he had in the past 6 months of his Marsh World territory's development. His identity as a dictator gave him an additional level of protection and authority in the Marsh World. This allowed Lin Yuan to realize that if he ever discovered the Freedom Federation's territory in the Marsh World, he could even use his identity as a dictator to decimate the Freedom Federation's territory without doing any of the work himself. Although White Speak had come to understand many things, it felt increasing pressure with every follower that Lin Yuan gained. The pressure caused White Speak to feel an explainable inferiority. Lin Yuan picked up on White Speak's feelings easily. He did not want White Speak to continue being weighed down by that pressure. Instead, he injected another 500 units of pure source-type power into White Speak's body, while he said, "White Speak, you have already been with me for some time. I intend to have you lead the apostles who are following me." White Speak relaxed when it heard this. It was very touched when it sensed the 500 units flowing into its body. With Lin Yuan's promise, it would occupy a high position in the future. It did not have to be threatened by these apostles and could even manage them as its subordinates. But as touched as it was, White Speak did not respond to Lin Yuan immediately. Instead, it pondered for a moment before saying solemnly, "Lord Dictator, I don't think I'm capable of taking up this task. Lin Yuan cut off White Speak before it finished speaking. Lin Yuan was very happy to hear White Speak say this at such a time. It showed that it was a rational and responsible life form. He was not wrong for selecting and relying on it. White Speak, it's true that you aren't strong enough now, but you are smart enough and can learn anything quickly. This is your advantage. You'll eventually be up to the job as long as you can use this advantage. I look forward to seeing the day when you grow to that point. Before that happens, I'll arrange for 2 capable assistants for you. They will not only be your assistants, but you'll also be able to learn from them for a long time." Lin Yuan spoke casually, but White Speak heard words that were full of hope of affection. Since Lin Yuan had already said this, there was no way that White Speak would continue turning him down. White Speak took a deep breath before saying seriously, "Lord Lin Yuan, don't worry. I will definitely try to meet your goal as soon as possible and do a good job of managing them." White Speak had changed the way that it addressed Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was well aware of what this change signified. It signified that they were now closer than they had been, that there was companionship between them besides just respect and worship. This was the relationship that Lin Yuan hoped to have with White Speak. When Lin Yuan arrived at Marsh East Palace, the name Dictator 10,000 Source and the mystical effects of the small source fruits had spread throughout the entire Marsh East Circle and even slightly beyond. At that moment, All the veteran apostles in Marsh East Palace were gazing at two purple-haired girls courteously and warmly. The two purple-haired girls were pretty with lithe bodies. They were pleasant and elegant and gave off an air of opulent eliteness. This aura was always associated with second-born and third-born, who were part of Dictator Everything's camp. Second-born and third-born were wearing clothes made of precious materials that the 100 Apostles' armor that Sucking Spike had created could not compare with them. But it was also due to second-born and third-born species. The rosemary purple martin was one of the rare animal-type dimensional life forms in the marsh world. There were very few of them, and they were at least hundreds of times rarer than the Medusa snake demon. The snake-change Medusa represented the average population size of a regular species. Second-born and third-born were definitely not part of a regular species. In fact, they were the rosemary jade martins, which were a rare breed of rosemary purple martin. Otherwise, they would never have caught the eye of Dictator Everything and nurtured them as her representatives. Third-born had been worried about Dictator Everything all this time. But at the same time, she continued to remind herself that the banquet of everything was sure to go smoothly and would not stain the reputation of the Palace of Everything during Dictator Everything's absence. Because of these thoughts, Third-born appeared stubborn and tough in front of the veteran apostles so that none of them had the chance to negotiate. Second-born regarded all of this coldly from the side. But at the same time, her brow was slightly raised as though it was thinking about something. If third-born could see second-born now, she would immediately realize that second-born was trying to plot something. Second-born appeared composed but had far more thoughts than others. There were times where even third-born could not guess what was going through second-born's head. The veteran apostles in Marsh East Palace were currently looking at each other. A moment later, East Glow, who managed affairs in Marsh East Palace, said, "It is Marsh East Palace's honor to be able to hold the banquet of everything. However, displaying trading items in the space between the main hall to the sacrificial lane is prohibited. That is the line we can't cross. I'm sure the main palaces of the other marsh circles have the same rule." East Glow was filled with anxiousness when it said this. The main palaces of other marsh circles had dictators present to support them, thus enabling them to have the authority to speak. However, there were only apostles and no dictators in Marsh East Palace. Apostles were no different from insects in the eyes of dictators. Marsh East Palace did not have any standing to negotiate. But since it had assumed this position, East Glow had no choice but to consider the pride of the entire Marsh East Circle. This was why it had said what it said. After hearing what East Glow said, Third-born narrowed her charming eyes before her hand landed on the table in front of her and spoke as though she had been preparing for some time. The central palaces of other marsh circles might have the right to say no. But does the Marsh East Palace have this right? Third-born's words immediately tensed the atmosphere within the hall. Star Splendor, known as the most beautiful apostle in Marsh East Circle, was currently trying to lower its presence to appear as feeble as possible. Its beautiful face lost all of its usual confidence and high spirits. Second-born turned to East Glow and said solemnly, "The Palace of Everything is willing to leave the Marsh East Palace with its pride. But the Marsh East Palace might do the same for us. Otherwise, we won't be able to help it if Lordess Everything becomes angered. In the past, the Palace of Everything held the banquets of everything with the palaces from the other marsh circles. We will hold it on our own and make all the decisions this time. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Second-born's words caused the tense atmosphere to shift. As a result, East Glow and the rest were no longer as resistant. Now that access to the area between the main hall and the sacrificial lane had been granted, the pride of the Marsh East Palace had been preserved. It did not matter to Marsh East Palace whether the Palace of Everything held the banquet of everything on their own. In fact, this arrangement would save Marsh East Palace from providing helpers. Although this would cause Marsh East Palace to lose some authority, the Palace of Everything had already compromised. It was only right that they took a step back too. "Fine. We will do as the Palace of Everything says. You will be solely in charge of the banquet of everything." Second-born's lips curved up slightly as though happy after achieving her goal. Next to second-born, third-born was bewildered. It would have been fine if first-born had been the one to say that, but it was strange that the words had come out from second-born's mouth instead. Second-born had only ever been focused on increasing her own power. How could she be bothered to involve herself with such matters? Furthermore, why did she want sole control of the banquet of everything all at once? The support from the Marsh East Palace had always been of great help to the banquet of everything. The banquet of everything was just one of the many banquets held in the Marsh world. A large amount of manpower was needed to carry out security, auctioning, and trades. If there were any issues, it was not just the banquet of everything that would be affected. The palace of everything's reputation would be blemished as well. Firstborn could indeed find enough manpower to carry out all the tasks associated with the banquet of everything. However, with every extra person, there was added protection against risk. There was no need to take the managing rights from the Marsh East Palace. Furthermore, Dictator Everything was always gentle and unbothered by such trivial matters. Dictator Everything would not be bothered in the slightest, even if the Palace of Everything requested to have full control but was turned down by the Marsh East Palace. Secondborn had spoken of Dictator Everything. Since when did Secondborn start to bring up Dictator Everything's name in order to accomplish tasks? Bringing up Dictator Everything's name to lend power to her words and put pressure on others was very disrespectful to Dictator Everything. Thirdborn decided to have a good talk with Secondborn once the banquet of everything was over. If Firstborn found out about this, Secondborn would surely be punished. A thought immediately struck Eastglow, and it hurriedly spoke. The Marsh East Palace is showing our sincerity by handing over sole control of the banquet of everything to you. But if any accidents happen and any bloodshed occurs, the Marsh East Palace will step in immediately to take back control. Eastglow looked resolute and serious when it spoke. It had been unwilling to open up the space between the main hall and the sacrificial lane because it wanted to preserve the pride of the entire Marsh East Circle. For this reason, it would even be willing to go up against the Palace of Everything. The reason behind these words was the same. It was unlikely that the banquet of everything's attendees would find out that the decision-making power had been transferred solely to the Palace of Everything. But once there was bloodshed at the banquet of everything, the Palace of Everything would handle the matter without consulting the Marsh East Palace. This would cause the Marsh East Palace to immediately become the laughingstock of the entire Marsh East Circle. The Marsh East Circle was already considered weak among the 6 major Marsh Circles. That said, the apostles from the other Marsh Circles might still attend the banquet of everything because of the banquet of everything's reputation. Once the Marsh East Palace failed to maintain its pride, the news would definitely travel throughout the 6 major Marsh Circles. This was the last thing that Eastglow wanted to see as the Marsh East Palace's overseer. Eastglow had been very worried when it added this condition because it did not want to have any further conflict with the Palace of Everything. Compared to the strong-headed and almost domineering girl, this girl who looked amicable but was frowning slightly was clearly not easy to deal with. After Secondborn heard what Eastglow said, she looked at Eastglow for a moment, causing all the hair to stand up on Eastglow's skin. Secondborn's lips curved slightly in a mysterious smile. Of course, as the owner, you can step in any time if there is any bloodshed. I only hope that you'll be brave enough to do so. Secondborn spoke neither too slowly nor quickly. If one did not read too much into her words, they would give a sense of gentleness. But when the veteran apostles from Marsh East Palace heard this, they immediately picked up on the mocking and derision buried in each word. When Eastglow and the other apostles still had not replied even after a few moments had passed, Secondborn stood up and said, "Thirdborn, let's go and help with the setting up. If we wait for First Sister for every issue, there won't be enough time." Thirdborn stood up and looked at Secondborn with a stunned gaze before she followed Secondborn to the area where the banquet of everything was going to be held. Secondborn noticed Thirdborn's gaze and returned it with a sharp look. Secondborn's expression did not flinch as she asked, "Thirdborn, why are you looking at me this way? It's almost like this is the first time we're meeting." Thirdborn stretched contentedly. "Second sister, you aren't acting like usual. I thought I would have to handle the interaction with Marsh East Palace and set up on my own. But you're here to help, so I can quickly skive off." After hearing Thirdborn's reply, Secondborn's sharp gaze softened. "Thirdborn, since you want to skive off, you can leave all of the setting up to me. You can handle the organization of the guest name list. It's time for you to increase your power. Second-born pondered over what third-born said before a confused expression spread across her face. Since when was the peak of apostle the end of the line? She was in charge of organizing the labor for the banquet of everything. As long as she inserted some of its own people, she would have eyes looking out throughout the entire banquet of everything. This way, she would know the instant that that person appeared. While she was thinking, second-born looked at her hands. From the moment that she started walking down that path and made that decision, she had decided to go for broke. Even if she had to break ties with her two sisters or if they ended up standing in her way, second-born would not hesitate to spill their blood over her hands. All of the roiling darkness was hidden under the facade of peaceful prosperity. In just 45 hours, second-born drew up the proposal for the labor organization of the banquet of everything. Normally, even if the Marsh East Palace had given full control of the banquet of everything to the Palace of Everything, this proposal should still be handed to East Glow, who oversaw the Marsh East Palace. This was the most basic courtesy. However, second-born did not intend to do so. Second-born and third-born had come to have a discussion and only brought a small team with them. Most of the Palace of Everything's army was with first-born. Yet, second-born's plan included most of the troops. Second-born thought, "First sister, you are indeed smart. You must have detected something. I hope you can turn a blind eye. Otherwise, you can't blame me for ignoring all our years of sisterhood." As second-born looked at the name list with a million thoughts flying through her head, she suddenly heard third-born's hurried steps by the door. As lively as third-born was, she was always serious when she carried out her tasks. She would never be in such a panic unless something big had happened. Second-born straightened her body and readied herself to hear what third-born had to say. Soon, the door of the room was pushed open. After third-born stepped in, but before she even closed the door, she said loudly, "Second sister, I heard that a dictator has appeared in Marsh East Circle who is rushing to the banquet of everything. Will things change with a dictator attending the banquet of everything?" Third-born assumed that second-born would become just as panicked as she was when she heard the news. Yet, second-born appeared composed and collected, as though she was completely unaffected by the news. Second-born had already guessed that a dictator would be coming to attend the banquet of everything. In the past year's banquets of everything, there had been the occasional attendance by dictators. If she was still an apostle now, she would definitely be in hysterics over dictator everything's disappearance. Apostles did not have the right to speak to dictators. However, she had already crossed that boundary. Since she was a dictator as well, second-born did not think that the dictators who came to attend the banquet of everything would take the risk of starting a fight with her. Dictator everything had hidden herself away because second-born had become a dictator. Second-born did not care how many dictators came as long as her goal was unaffected. At that moment, third-born continued to speak frantically. "Second sister, that dictator is called 10,000 Source." Second-born's heart skipped a beat, and her blood pressure shot up. She could hear her heart pounding in her head as she thought, "What? 10,000 Source? Its name has the word source in it." Second-born had been completely composed a moment ago, but after hearing the name 10,000 Source, second-born completely lost her cool. For a dictator to be alive after including the word source in its name, it meant that this dictator had to be stronger than others and might have even passed the feeble period after entering the Turning Wheel realm. Regular dictators would not be able to stand up to such a dictator. This dictator was highly likely to ruin her plan or even rob her of her rewards. Would this dictator come to kill her and turn her into a collectible source totem? Second-born had not had an easy time reaching where she currently was. She did not want all of her effort to culminate in her becoming a toy of others. As such, second-born decided to hide during the duration of the banquet of everything. She would not act even if dictator everything turned up. With that thought, second-born tore the name list and said, "Third sister, with a dictator with the word source in its name attending the banquet of everything. There is sure to be trouble. I don't have much experience organizing labor, so I think it's best to leave this task to first sister. Let's bring it up once first sister arrives, so she can make a decision." I will take this time to go into seclusion to increase my power. At that moment, Third-born felt as though she finally understood Second-born. She had been confused through Second-born's entire interaction with the apostles from the Marsh East Palace. Although Third-born was not skilled at hiding her emotions, she was not simple-minded either. After being an apostle for thousands of years, even the purest jade would eventually become stained. Third-born never turned her scheming mind onto her sisters because they were the closest lifeforms to her. But ever since the first time she sensed that something was off with Second-born, Third-born had been looking for abnormalities. Third-born had clearly heard Second-born refer to Dictator 10,000 Source as he. In the Marsh world, due to differences in life ranks, the way that lifeforms of different life ranks addressed each other was also different. Using gender pronouns did not only refer to gender. Only lifeforms of the same life rank could use them with each other. It was strange for Second-born to address a dictator in such a way, regardless of whether the dictator had the word source in its name. Third-born forcefully suppressed her feelings of perplexity. Second sister, this is a serious matter. The attendance of this dictator could likely attract attendance by more dictators. I'll go and let first sister know now. You stay here and hold down the fort. But now, Second-born's mind was fully focused on the dictator called 10,000 Source. Hence, she did not detect that Third-born's attitude toward her had changed. Second-born casually replied, "Go and inform first sister. Nothing will go wrong with me here. You can take all the subordinates and be careful on the way." Third-born was shocked when she heard what Second-born said, as she could tell that Second-born was showing concern for her. But eventually, Third-born still decided to disregard this sentimental moment and tell First-born about Second-born's peculiarness. Affection could never beat out faith in the Marsh world. This was the law that had ruled over the world for billions of years, and the entire system of this world was built around this law. In actuality, Second-born wanted Third-born to go to First-born. Second-born had long been prepared for First-born to suspect her. After Third-born passed on the message that Second-born was leaving the final decision of the labor organization to First-born, the latter should set a significant portion of her suspicions to rest. However, Second-born did not expect that Third-born would pick up her careless address of a dictator. Third-born and Second-born both lived in the Marsh East Circle but were not considered big shots in the Marsh East Circle. The real big shots were the apostles who had presided over Marsh East Palace for a long time. The veteran apostles from Marsh East Palace had split opinions about the dictator who was coming. Some of them hoped that given the Marsh East Circle's current lack of dictators, this dictator of unknown origin would choose to stay in Marsh East Palace. Otherwise, the Marsh East Circle would only deteriorate even more with the continued absence of a dictator. The other group of apostles did not agree with this idea. Although there were no dictators in Marsh East Circle now, it enabled these veteran dictators to gain extremely strong speaking authority. If a real dictator took over Marsh East Palace, their positions would change from decision-makers to followers or even servants. These apostles had long lost their edge after being corrupted by greed over time. Now, they were like elderly lions who only wanted to spend their days taking advantage of their positions. While the veteran apostles were arguing vehemently, Star Splendor said in almost a giggly voice, "I don't think we should be talking about whether this dictator should be allowed to take over Marsh East Palace, but how we can dissuade this dictator if it does decide to do so." Star Splendor's words caused the fighting to halt, and the entire scene fell silent. Who could dissuade a dictator with the word source in its name if it wanted to take over Marsh East Palace? This feat was so impossible that it was almost laughable. Star Splendor's words made this clear to the apostles who had been fighting. They suddenly felt as though they were as helpless as ants trying to fight an elephant. This topic was brought up by East Glow. Since East Glow was the current decision-maker of the Marsh East Palace, the pressure and responsibility on its shoulders were almost suffocating. During the interaction with the Palace of Everything, everyone retracted their necks and darted around the topic. However, East Glow had no choice but to stick its neck out and interact with the Palace of Everything. As time passed, East Glow came to understand the importance of power. At first, East Glow was not the type to chase power. But now it had started chasing power as its top priority. Even its admiration for star splendor came after its yearning for power had been quelled. In order to quickly increase one's power, especially during this period of stagnation, the best way was to select and become loyal to an apostle. East Glow thought that its suggestion would provide a way out for its companions. Yet, after it made this suggestion, it received a lot of pushback. Only a minority of apostles agreed with it. It was no wonder that the Marsh East Circle was going downhill. With these apostles who did not want to progress and were happy to continue basking in their power, the Marsh East Circle had no future in sight. East Glow suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion, and it no longer wanted to continue fighting with its colleagues. East Glow said, "If we can't come to an agreement, I will request to become this dictator's follower. I will follow if this dictator chooses to leave the Marsh East Circle." East Glow's expression turned serious as it looked at Star Splendor and said, "Star Splendor, there is no apostle in the Marsh East Circle who can best you in looks. Your looks are a part of your capabilities. But such a capability is nothing more than an adornment. Can't become your rock to rely on. I have been courting you for more than 800 years, partly because of your looks and aura, but also because of the talent I see in you. With your talent, you are the most likely among us to break through to become a dictator. So I hope you will have a good think about whether you want to continue staying here to enjoy the rest of the fading prosperity, or go back to basics to carve out a new path." After it was done speaking, East Glow did not wait for Star Splendor's reaction but left the meeting hall immediately. It left the interior of the palace to go and take a look at the carnivorous plants being nurtured outside. Each of these carnivorous plants produced fruits of different types. They were tasted, and East Glow often plucked one or two to taste after a meeting. East Glow's gaze fell on the carnivorous plants again. But instead of plucking the fruits, East Glow thought, the small source fruits given by Dictator 10,000 Source contain pure source-type power. My talent is limited. I will only be able to take a step further if I use pure source-type power to change my talent. East Glow was unsure if it would be able to become Dictator 10,000 Source's follower. But even if Dictator 10,000 Source did not acknowledge it, it hoped that it could do all it could to trade for a few small source berries. Before East Glow entered Marsh East Palace, it had traveled through the other 5 major marsh circles, as well as Marsh Abyss. However, it had never heard of any fruit that could increase source-type power. East Glow was not strong, but this did not prevent it from gaining more knowledge. Not even in Marsh Abyss had East Glow heard of any fruit that could increase source-type power after being consumed. The news of Dictator 10,000 Source's small source fruits would definitely spread rapidly throughout the 6 major marsh circles until word finally got to Marsh Abyss. Lin Yuan knew that after nurturing the depositability lychee branches and calling them small source fruit when he distributed them, word about them would soon spread far and wide. But he did not expect that the pure source-type power in the marsh world came solely from dictators and that it was also extremely precious to dictators. There had never been any fruits in the marsh world that provided pure source-type power after they were eaten. The small source fruits crushed the system of the marsh world and even challenged the authority of all the dictators. Unlike in the human world, there were no special messaging methods in the marsh world. Thus, news of Lin Yuan's name being Dictator 10,000 Source and the small source berries traveled very slowly. Until now, word had not gotten past the Marsh East Circle. But there was still some time before the Banquet of Everything began, and the Banquet of Everything lasted for a full 2 weeks. That period of time was long enough for the news of Dictator 10,000 Source and the small source fruits to reach Marsh Abyss. Could be said that Lin Yuan's actions had started a storm in the marsh world after its extended period of peace. Regardless of whether it was the name that Lin Yuan had come up with, the depositability lychee branches known as small source fruits, or the storing ability white peaches, which were about to be known as the big source fruit, all of them would kick up astonishing waves that drew powerful apostles to the Marsh East Palace. The powerful dictators would find it worth it to make the trip, whether it was to cause trouble for Lin Yuan or to obtain the small source fruits by trading with him. Lin Yuan was not intentionally hiding his identity. There was no need to pretend to be an apostle to carry out trading. If he appeared too weak while possessing a treasure like the small source fruits, he would come up against some trouble while he was trading. Thus, when he arrived at the entrance of Marsh East Palace and faced the guard apostles, he decided to announce his fake identity. Lin Yuan turned and shot a look at White Speak. There was no need for Lin Yuan to speak directly to these apostles outside of Marsh East Palace. White Speak said loudly and arrogantly, "Who is currently in charge of Marsh East Palace? Dictator 10,000 Source is here. Why are there no greeters or ushers?" The apostles looked displeased when they heard the first half of what White Speak said. An apostle with just higher average faith power dared to speak so haughtily at the entrance of Marsh East Palace? It dared to ask for the current overseer of the Marsh East Palace? Although there were no dictators in the Marsh East Palace, all of the veteran apostles who were present had reached the peak of apostle. Before the guards could form their frowns fully, the latter part of what White Speak said caused the guards' eyes to widen until they were as large as saucers. News of Dictator 10,000 Source and the small source fruits had already reached Marsh East Palace. The apostles guarding the entrance had also heard of them. Marsh East Palace needed to put on their warmest and humblest attitudes when facing any dictator, much less one with the word source in its name. As the head of Marsh East Palace, East Glow still made the final calls in Marsh East Palace despite having butted heads with the other veteran apostles. After all, it was the strongest apostle. East Glow had been thinking of how it could become acquainted with Dictator 10,000 Source. East Glow did not know when Dictator 10,000 Source would turn up or what it would look like. It was unquestionably disrespectful to seek a dictator out. East Glow had considered all the possibilities and arranged for one of his close subordinates to stand guard by the entrance of Marsh East Palace. This was so it would immediately be alerted once Dictator returned to ruins arrived at Marsh East Palace. There were many veteran apostles in Marsh East Palace with similar power levels. It was not easy to manage them. Almost all of the apostles in Marsh East Palace had dictators to whom they were loyal. Thus, there were many different camps formed among these apostles, and they often clashed against each other when they worked together. When the subordinate that East Glow positioned by the entrance came to its senses, it hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Dictator 10,000 Source. The current decision-maker in Marsh East Palace is Lord East Glow. I will go and inform Lord East Glow now. Before that, please come with me to the main area of Marsh East Palace, where you'll be able to rest." Once this apostle was done speaking, the other apostles guarding the entrance had also recovered from their shock, and the gears were quickly turning in their head. They looked at Lin Yuan with respect, curiosity, and slight wariness. Life forms of the same life rank in the Marsh world could become loyal to each other. Faith power was unidirectional and binding. Once one party formed a contract with another through faith power, the contract could not be dissolved by one party. Thus, although there was a dictator in front of them, the apostles could not ask to follow Lin Yuan. They had to continue being loyal to the dictators they had committed to. There were many veteran apostles in the Marsh East Palace who did not want Lin Yuan to take over. Thus, several of the apostles standing guard did not put on friendly attitudes toward him but only maintained the most basic respect. At the same time, they intended to quickly send word to their dictators once East Glow's subordinate had led Lin Yuan to the rest area. White Speak was very happy with what East Glow's subordinate said and nodded with a smile as it said, "Then let's go. Tell that East Glow to come and see my dictator." White Speak's words were haughty and rude. Yet, East Glow's subordinate found no issues with what White Speak said and saw it as acceptable. Lin Yuan knew just how big the gaps between life forms of different life ranks were. Thus, he not only did not rebuke White Speak for being so arrogant but was even glad that White Speak was aware of this relationship between life forms of different life ranks. If Lin Yuan was courteous to everyone, his facade as a dictator might fail and lead to suspicion. When East Glow's apostle led Lin Yuan to the main hall, all of the guards vanished from the entrance of Marsh East Palace as they had all left to report to their own dictators. Lin Yuan strolled relaxedly through Marsh East Palace. Many flowering carnivorous plants were planted within Marsh East Palace, each beautiful exterior hiding a greedy stomach. With the sheer number of flowers, not even 10,000 marsh crocodiles would be enough to feed all of the carnivorous plants. Carnivorous plants had much bigger appetites than animal-type dimensional life forms. The carnivorous plants were all planted in marsh soil, and there were at least 300,000 of each grade of marsh soil. It was impossible for Marsh East Palace to use all of the marsh soil they had in these plants. Lin Yuan could be certain that Marsh East Palace was overflowing with marsh soil. After realizing this, Lin Yuan no longer needed to worry about whether Lift Marsh would be able to hold up his ever-expanding territory after it had absorbed sufficient marsh soil. Instead, he had to think about how he should use the additional islands that grew out from Lift Marsh's main body to their greatest advantage. East Glow's subordinate was currently leading the way, and it dared not utter a word to Lin Yuan for fear of saying something that rubbed him the wrong way. Such a thing could end up affecting its master. East Glow wanted to follow Lin Yuan, and East Glow's subordinate was definitely aware of this. It hoped that it would be able to turn this wish into reality. Could not change the fact that it was East Glow's follower. But if East Glow became Dictator 10,000 Source's follower, by transference, it would also be following Dictator 10,000 Source. It was not always a good decision to follow a dictator, but it was definitely the best choice if one wanted to transform and become stronger. East Glow's subordinate knew why the veteran apostles were unwilling to follow Dictator 10,000 Source and were against Dictator 10,000 Source taking over Marsh East Palace. Nonetheless, East Glow's subordinate scorned such behavior. Once a life form stopped yearning to improve and transform, its soul would begin to rot. As it continued to live, it would be nothing more than a walking corpse controlled by desires. As other life forms continued to grow stronger, those who remained in the same spot would only end up destroyed. At that moment, East Glow's subordinate suddenly realized that the purple-haired apostle from the Palace of Everything named Second-Born was walking toward them. Second-Born's gaze had passed over it and landed on Dictator 10,000 Source. It was a very disrespectful gaze, but East Glow's subordinate chose not to speak. Its master wanted to curry favor with Lin Yuan to follow him. Nonetheless, it had no right to offend someone from the Palace of Everything because the Palace of Everything had a dictator. White Speak was just about to comment on Second-Born's rude gaze when it was stopped by Lin Yuan's raised hand. This was because Lin Yuan noticed that he could not see this girl's data using true data. This situation meant that this girl's power had already reached eternal. Lin Yuan found out from his conversations with White Speak that the limit of apostles was about the equivalent to Pinnacle Immortal. When Lin Yuan used his faith power to boost White Speak to eternal, it exceeded the level of apostles. This purple-haired girl's background could not be seen in true data, meaning her power had exceeded the level of apostles, and she was a true dictator. This is the first time that Lin Yuan was looking at a living and breathing dictator. He appeared calm but was actually gripped with nervousness. Lin Yuan wanted to test to see if this real dictator could see through him as a fake dictator. If this girl could see the truth, it meant that he would only be able to pull the wool over the eyes of apostles and not dictators from now on. But if he managed to keep the lie going, he could truly do whatever he wanted and blend into the marsh world. No matter how strong his identity as a human, it would never compare to what he could achieve as a dictator. This was why Lin Yuan told White Speak not to speak. White Speak would definitely speak without any thought to respect because it wanted to protect him. Lin Yuan was not afraid of this purple-haired girl, but he also did not want to clash with her. He was not acquainted with East Glow, but from how East Glow's subordinate acted, it was clear that this girl was not East Glow. Since East Glow was Marsh East Palace's decision-maker, it was the strongest presence in Marsh East Palace. There was a high chance that this girl came from the Palace of Everything. Once conflict arose between Lin Yuan and the purple-haired girl, the Banquet of Everything would not be able to continue progressing normally regardless of whether they defeated or killed each other. This would ruin Lin Yuan's plan. However, Lin Yuan was curious. Was Dictator Everything not a veteran dictator? Why did this girl only seem to be around Sovereign 12/Immortal I? This level of power meant that the girl had only recently become a dictator. There was no way that she was Dictator Everything. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Second-Born did not hesitate to expose her aura of a dictator to sense Lin Yuan's power. But eventually she came up empty. She did not have the slightest idea of how strong he was. Or, he might be a sham who did not have a shred of power. But this situation was impossible. Second-Born could not sense Dictator Everything's aura either, as Dictator Everything had set up that blockage against her. This dictator, with the appearance of a young man, had the aura of clouds shrouded in fog. Both of them had different auras but had the same effect. This dictator called 10,000 Source had to have entered the Turning Wheel realm or perhaps even reached a higher level. Second Born had only just promoted its life rank. Since reaching Dictator, she had not tried to sense the aura of a Turning Wheel realm dictator. But was she really unable to pick up even a trace? Could it be that this dictator's power had truly surpassed the Turning Wheel realm and reached the Samsara realm? It was said that once one entered the Samsara realm, one was no longer afflicted by death. One would also be able to awaken a power beyond faith power and source power. Before Dictator Everything entered the Turning Wheel realm, she had expressed more than once that she wanted to enter the Turning Wheel realm. With this thought, Second Born inhaled sharply. This smiling young man in front of her could very well be a dictator who had entered the Samsara realm. Dictators who had entered the Samsara realm were all considered eminent beings in Marsh Abyss. Second Born had felt slightly indignant when she first heard the name 10,000 Source. She thought that another arrogant fellow had appeared in the Marsh East realm. But after estimating Lin Yuan's power, Second Born no longer thought that way. After entering the Samsara realm, one had the right to add Source to one's name. Second Born wanted to meet with Lin Yuan so she could assess him. After her check, Second Born was well and truly shocked by Lin Yuan. No matter how many plans she had, she no longer dared to put them into action. Second Born bowed to Lin Yuan just like she used to do for dictators when she had been an apostle before hurrying back to where she resided. Second Born's actions took East Glow's subordinate slightly aback. Second Born followed Dictator Everything and was Dictator Everything's close subordinate. She was even closer to Dictator Everything than it was to East Glow. An apostle who had become loyal to a dictator did not need to bow to another dictator as it would weaken the authority of its own dictator. It was likely that Second Born did so because she had heard of Dictator 10,000 Source's name and wanted to assess if Dictator 10,000 Source was stronger than Dictator Everything. With this thought, East Glow's subordinate became excited. Only a powerful dictator like this was worth following. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in the direction that Second Born had left. He had never met a dictator from the Turning Wheel realm, but he guessed that a Turning Wheel realm dictator was similar to experts who had awakened their birth horoscopes and were walking down heaven's path. Lin Yuan needed to find a way to get to know a veteran dictator and ask about whether there were levels above Turning Wheel realm. If that purple-haired girl had not only recently become a dictator and did not know much, Lin Yuan would not have minded inviting her to have a drink with him. Along the way here, Lin Yuan had sensed multiple auras trying to check on him. None of them had been obvious or managed to reach him. But White Speak could not help but huff angrily when it sensed them and released its own thick aura. All of the auras were stronger than White Speak's own, but they became wary and fearful once they sensed White Speak's aura. They hurriedly dodged before they stopped their investigative efforts. After being led to the main palace to the seat where East Glow usually sat, Lin Yuan sat down unceremoniously. East Glow's subordinate served up a platter of fruits and various wines before it rushed off to report to East Glow. East Glow was now the last person in the entire Marsh East Palace who knew of 10,000 Source's arrival, but it did not feel unhappy in the slightest. It even generously provided its subordinate with a large pile of rewards. It did not matter who heard first. What was important was leaving the best impression on Dictator 10,000 Source. There were many veteran apostles in the Marsh East Palace who did not want Dictator 10,000 Source to take over Marsh East Palace. Thus, East Glow did not have many obstacles to take down. Even if there were obstacles in its way, it would be able to bulldoze through them as the decision-maker in Marsh East Palace. East Glow hurriedly rushed toward the main palace. When it arrived at the main hall's entrance, East Glow saw 4 attendants who were usually with Star Splendor standing there. This meant that Star Splendor, who did not support Dictator 10,000 Source's takeover of Marsh East Palace, had gone to see Dictator 10,000 Source first. This discovery caused East Glow to furrow its brow. East Glow had been courting Star Splendor and was enraptured by Star Splendor's looks. Once one's looks reached a peak, one would be able to captivate others even if they were lacking in other areas. East Glow did not feel this way before it met Star Splendor. If not because of East Glow, there was no way that Star Splendor would have been able to enter Marsh East Palace, given its powers 800 years ago. After being given resources from Marsh East Palace, Star Splendor was now an apostle with below strong faith power. In spite of Star Splendor's current strength, East Glow continued to supply it with resources. The issue of inviting Dictator 10,000 Source into Marsh East Palace was the first time that East Glow and Star Splendor were on opposite sides. This allowed East Glow to understand that with Star Splendor's personality and plans, there was no way that it could continue to remain by its side for long. But why had Star Splendor come to meet with Dictator 10,000 Source? It had brought Star Splendor into the Marsh East Palace because it had been enthralled by Star Splendor, and because Star Splendor had spent a significant amount of effort currying favor and even seducing it. Star Splendor was not strong but was skilled at using its looks as weapons. Thus, after some rumination, East Glow understood why Star Splendor had beaten everyone else to the punch and rushed there to meet Dictator 10,000 Source. It could be that Star Splendor was never against Dictator 10,000 Source entering Marsh East Palace but hoped to create conflict so the other veteran apostles would not come to meet with Dictator 10,000 Source. This way, it would have a higher chance of being accepted to join Dictator 10,000 Source's camp. This fit with Star Splendor's style. Dictators were not the final destination of power that dimensional lifeforms could attain. They were also doing all they could to find ways to increase their power, just like apostles did. How could such an expert fall to a pretty face? It would not have wanted to give up everything for Star Splendor's sake if it had not entered a period of ease and comfort. East Glow shot a look at a few of the subordinates behind it, and they immediately locked the entrance to the main hall. East Glow was still the overseer of Marsh East Palace. The veteran apostles would not dare to protest even if they came to the main hall to greet Dictator 10,000 Source but found themselves stopped. East Glow still possessed such authority. East Glow was in no rush to enter the main hall but intended to allow Star Splendor to stay a little longer in the main hall. This was so Star Splendor could find out how big of a mistake it was making by seducing a dictator. It also gave East Glow a chance to test Dictator 10,000 Source's personality and find out whether it would be worth it to become loyal to Dictator 10,000 Source. As an apostle, it could not opt out once it had become loyal to a dictator. It would be better to continue on its own rather than commit to a dictator who could not even hold out against temptation. Star Splendor's heart sank, and its expression slowly turned awkward. Star Splendor had always used its beauty to obtain resources. But in the face of this dictator with the appearance of a young man, the looks it had always been proud of had become useless. Lin Yuan was holding the storing ability White Peach that contained source-type power. Its juices were sweet and refreshing, much tastier than a peach. Lin Yuan chomped down on the storing ability White Peach as he examined the kneeling Star Splendor. At first, Lin Yuan had not thought much about Star Splendor coming to see him. He just assumed Marsh East Palace had sent an apostle to come and greet him. He did not care if this apostle was East Glow. A faction without a dictator and only made up of veteran apostles could never be united. But slowly, Lin Yuan realized that Star Splendor was not talking about what mattered, and he realized that Star Splendor had to be scheming something. Lin Yuan was slightly frustrated, but continued to smile. He did not expect to be seduced in a place like the Marsh world where dangers were abound and all lifeforms abided by the law of the jungle. He would not have taken out the storing ability White Peach to eat if he knew. The storing ability White Peaches were about the size of 2 fists, and one was at least 500 grams. Lin Yuan originally wanted to use the storing ability White Peach to attract the attention of the veteran apostles from Marsh East Palace so that he had something he could use to leverage a trade. But Star Splendor's mind was not on the right track and was not focused on the storing ability White Peach at all. After eating 1.5 of the storing ability White Peaches, Lin Yuan could not go on. If Star Splendor did not leave soon, his stomach would explode from eating all of the storing ability White Peaches. Lin Yuan discourteously tossed the remaining half of the storing ability White Peach onto the table. The marsh world was warm and humid. Thus, the environment was filled with various types of bacteria. All of the bacteria could quickly decompose living creatures. This was why the bodies of anything that died in the marsh world decomposed completely within half a day. The remaining half of the storing ability White Peach would be covered with bacteria and rot within half an hour. There was no way that Lin Yuan could digest the storing ability White Peaches in his body during that time. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to give up on the remaining half of the storing ability White Peach. Star Splendor had caused Lin Yuan to overeat to the point of nausea, and he still had not been able to accomplish his goal. Thus, he became increasingly upset with Star Splendor. When Star Splendor entered, Lin Yuan had indeed felt that it had exceptional looks. However, its looks could not compare to Su Iran's. After spending time with Su Iran, Lin Yuan was no longer overly affected by beauty. In terms of aura, the Moon Empress, Night-Leaning Moon, Purple Love, and the Goddess of Mercy all had their own style with varying degrees of suaveness and elegance. Lin Yuan often interacted with such people and had long developed a high standard and defense against beauty. In terms of power, Star Splendor was many levels weaker than the Moon Empress, Night-Leaning Moon, the Goddess of Mercy, and Purple Love. There was less than no competition. Thus, Lin Yuan was only momentarily stunned by Star Splendor's looks and did not react in any other way. Star Splendor noticed this. Thus, everything it did next was on the fly. Lin Yuan did not want to waste time with Star Splendor and said, "Beauty is never reliable. White Speak, take her away." White Speak made a noise of acknowledgement before it fixed its cold gaze on Star Splendor and pointed toward the door. If not for Lin Yuan's instruction, White Speak would have been too lazy to even lead the way for Star Splendor. Before he met Lin Yuan, White Speak would have been taken in by Star Splendor's looks. Star Splendor had come in first in the Marsh East Circle's annual beauty pageant. It was indisputably the most beautiful being in Marsh East Circle. There were many apostles who yearned for nothing more than to be close to beauties. However, White Speak had seen Lin Yuan in his dictator's body form. At that time, it had been floored by Lin Yuan's dictator's body. Star Splendor could not compare to that feeling. If White Speak did not know that Lin Yuan was a dictator and the Marsh East Circle's pageant was below him, White Speak would have told him about it. If Lin Yuan competed in his dictator's body form, he would definitely sweep up all the votes even if Star Splendor had bribed all of the voters. Star Splendor was miserably led out of the main hall by White Speak. Lin Yuan's last words reverberated in Star Splendor's head as it left. The dictator seated on the main seat in the form of a young man had said it so casually, but it had sliced through Star Splendor's pride. Over the years, Star Splendor often made use of its looks in Marsh East Palace to obtain benefits. It had even used the leverage to kill off female apostles who it saw as threats. But now, she could compete neither in terms of power nor looks. Despite being humiliated, all it could do was endure. It was even silently grateful that Dictator 10,000 Source had not punished it for its seduction attempt. After leading Star Splendor to the entrance of the main palace, White Speak immediately spotted another apostle nearby. White Speak nodded at East Glow and coldly told Star Splendor, "Remember what my Lord Dictator said. Beauty is never reliable. My dictator doesn't blame you, but that doesn't mean you didn't do anything wrong. Don't ever appear in front of him again, or else you'll have to face the consequences yourself." White Speak walked into the main hall, and East Glow hurriedly followed behind it. Star Splendor expected to see East Glow at the entrance of the main hall, but it had not anticipated that White Speak would say such a thing before East Glow. Star Splendor's eyes searched East Glow's face to assess how it felt about it. Star Splendor thought that it would be able to see worry or pity on East Glow's face. Yet, East Glow did not even meet its gaze and maintained an expression of apathy. Thus, Star Splendor shifted all of the unhappiness, resentment, and deep-set terror that it had accumulated against Lin Yuan onto East Glow. However, had no idea that its place in East Glow's heart had fallen far from its original position. East Glow had made many guesses. After hearing what White Speak said, East Glow immediately understood why Star Splendor had come to see Dictator 10,000 Source first. In spite of all the guesses, East Glow did not feel good now that its guess had been confirmed. But East Glow rationally knew that it was time to let go of Star Splendor. Rather than pursuing Star Splendor without any conclusion in sight, White Speak telling Star Splendor not to appear in front of Dictator 10,000 Source anymore ended any lingering reluctance that existed. If it wanted to join Dictator 10,000 Source from now on, it had to stop associating with Star Splendor. After understanding this, East Glow felt much more relaxed. As someone who prioritized beauty, The most difficult part was making the move to sever all ties. When East Glow followed White Speak in, Lin Yuan, who was already filled with storing ability White Peaches to the point of bursting, took out another storing ability White Peach. In the eyes of others, Lin Yuan was an inscrutable dictator, but in actuality he was just a lychee branch and peach seller. He needed to use the storing ability White Peach to attract the attention of East Glow, Marsh East Palace's decision-maker. East Glow's gaze fell on Lin Yuan. When it saw Lin Yuan, East Glow let out a gasp of wonderment. Someone who truly prioritized beauty did not distinguish between gender. Lin Yuan's looks were already outstanding. After multiple cleansings and consuming the Earth Center fine milk, Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress already had equal standing when it came to looks and aura. Even if Lin Yuan did not use his dictator's body, his appearance and aura were still more excellent than that of Star Splendor. An apostle looking directly at a dictator was considered an overstep. East Glow forcefully tore its eyes away from Lin Yuan, but immediately after shifting its gaze down, East Glow's eyes landed on the storing ability White Peach that Lin Yuan was holding as well as the half-eaten storing ability White Peach on the table. The storing ability White Peach contained much more source-type power than the deposit ability Lychee branch. Thus, East Glow did not need to touch the storing ability White Peach itself to feel just how pure the source-type power within was. It would be fine if Lin Yuan was only holding one of the storing ability White Peaches. News had already spread about Dictator 10,000 Source being in possession of the small source fruits that contained pure source-type power. This peach was clearly not the rumored red small source fruit. However, East Glow thought about it and realized it was conceivable that Dictator 10,000 Source might possess other similar fruits to the small source fruits. But what was the half-eaten fruit thrown onto the table? A layer of bacteria was already covering the fruit that was in the middle of decomposing the fruit. After being decomposed by the bacteria, the pure source-type power within the fruit would be absorbed by the bacteria. The dictator in front of him was indifferent to this. Such behavior was too wasteful. Not even dictators should be wasting such pure source-type power. Just as East Glow's brain shut down, a clear voice said in its ear, "What? Are you interested in the big source fruit I ate partially?" East Glow immediately reacted as 10,000 Source was speaking to it. It nodded sincerely and did not intend to hide anything from the dictator it wanted to follow. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with East Glow's honesty. He could only negotiate prices with it when it showed that it was sincere. To these apostles, the storing ability White Peaches, known as small source fruits, and the deposit ability Lychee branches, known as big source fruits, were treasures they could never obtain on their own. However, these fruits they saw as treasures were easily obtained by Lin Yuan from his territory. As long as Lin Yuan was willing to provide the army of 100 Questions Beasts with Creation Master resources, he would be able to obtain one batch every 3 months. Thus, Lin Yuan was very indifferent to the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee branches. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not intend to allow the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee branches to leave his control. Even after trading, he wanted to control the sold deposit ability Lychee branches and storing ability White Peaches. The best way would be to accept the apostles who had obtained the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee branches. This would be a win-win situation for Lin Yuan. It would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to achieve this with his status as a dictator. Lin Yuan looked at East Glow and said with pretentious allurement, "Neither the small or big fruits are precious to me. I can have as many of them as I want. However, I don't like helping apostles who are not under my camp, not even if the apostle offers an astronomical price." Lin Yuan's words were music to East Glow's ears. It had been thinking about what it should say to Dictator 10,000 Source to be accepted into his camp. But now that Dictator 10,000 Source had spoken, it could use the segue to make its stance clear and declare its loyalty. With this thought, East Glow bowed seriously to Lin Yuan and said, "Dictator 10,000 Source, I might be the decision-maker in Marsh East Palace, but rather than this position, I would rather serve you. Are you willing to give me the chance to do so?" Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. Lin Yuan did not expect an apostle with such authority would be willing to become loyal to him so easily. Although Lin Yuan had decided that he would accept East Glow, He needed to maintain the demeanor of a dictator. As an act, Lin Yuan was momentarily silent. But this action caused East Glow's heart to rise into its throat. More time passed, and Lin Yuan still had not replied. All he did was toss the big source fruit to East Glow. East Glow touched the big source fruit and was so excited that it almost jumped up from the ground. But it did not allow the excitement to get to its head and humbly extended a tendril of its faith power toward Lin Yuan. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was experiencing this situation. He knew that East Glow wanted him to extract the faith power. There was no way that Lin Yuan would hold himself back from such an opportunity. Lin Yuan released his pillar of glowing faith power and started wildly extracting East Glow's faith power. Lin Yuan was in great need of faith power. Although absorbing a large amount of faith power would affect East Glow, Lin Yuan still absorbed as much of it as he could. Lin Yuan had a way of making up for this. Source-type power was much more important to apostles than faith power was. Lin Yuan would compensate East Glow after he was done extracting its faith power. East Glow was the first veteran apostle in Marsh East Palace who became loyal to him. It was also the strongest expert in Marsh East Palace. The better treatment that East Glow received from Lin Yuan, the better impression that Lin Yuan would make as news of him spread. Lin Yuan knew that there had to be some apostles in Marsh East Palace who did not welcome him. Rather than becoming the follower of a dictator, it was much better to continue enjoying their authority in Marsh East Palace. Lin Yuan would not absorb the faith power of the apostles, who did not welcome him and rejected him. But it would be best if these apostles left him alone. Otherwise, he would not mind collecting more source totems, which were also uncontracted sacred source lifeforms, to strengthen himself in the Marsh world. East Glow possessed much more faith power than Twin Feathers, Jin Venom, and the other apostles who had become loyal to him. East Glow had to be the most powerful apostle in the entire Marsh East Circle to become Marsh East Palace's overseer. Lin Yuan was no longer clueless about the exchange rate between faith power and source-type power. According to the rate, if the faith power Twin Feathers provided had been worth 10 units of source-type power, it meant that the faith power that East Glow provided was worth 40 units of source-type power. East Glow sensed that all of the faith power in its source totem had been drained. This feeling of being completely stripped and drained was foreign to it. But it also filled East Glow with hope. Given how generous Dictator 10,000 Source was, it would definitely make up for all the source power that it had given. East Glow was stuck at Pinnacle Apostle and could not advance further. It could not progress even if it accepted more believers and collected more faith power. This was a matter of its talent having reached its limit. Its talent needed to transform for it to be able to inch toward Dictator. This was East Glow's goal of becoming Lin Yuan's follower. Nonetheless, it was still very serious about being Lin Yuan's follower. After East Glow said that it wanted to follow Lin Yuan, the latter immediately tossed it the big source fruit. The big source fruit contained about half a unit of source-type power. This generous gift proved once again to East Glow how wealthy Dictator 10,000 Source was. East Glow was more powerful than Twin Feathers. Hence, it knew that the most common good being traded among dictators in Marsh Abyss was source-type power. The level of goods that source-type power could trade for was beyond the knowledge of apostles. Lin Yuan had spent almost a day extracting the faith power from East Glow's source totem. After earning faith power from this method, Lin Yuan realized that enabling the Divine Kingdom to develop quickly would not be impossible. After Lin Yuan was done absorbing East Glow's faith power, it looked weak and feeble. Lin Yuan raised his finger and walked up to East Glow, gently pressing his finger on its forehead. Soon, East Glow felt pure source-type power flowing into its body. The source-type power was like keys unlocking all the locks in East Glow's body, even nurturing its roots. East Glow felt extremely excited when it sensed this. It knew that it would be able to make a charge toward Dictator once it filled up its source totem with faith power again. Although it had reached Pinnacle Apostle and was the most powerful being in the Marsh East Circle, East Glow still felt that it had been a long way from Dictator. But after following Lin Yuan, the road to Dictator had opened up in front of it. East Glow knelt and started to kowtow to Lin Yuan. Its attitude toward Lin Yuan had not changed just because its life rank had increased. After kowtowing a few times, East Glow realized with a shock that it had previously received pure source-type power. It had encountered it by chance and traded for it with a large amount of resources. East Glow had always seen that event as a life-changing opportunity. But that unit of source-type power was many levels from being as pure as the source-type power that came from Lin Yuan. This discovery caused East Glow to further elevate Lin Yuan's position in its heart. A dictator who was able to give such pure source-type power to his followers had to have crossed the Turning Wheel realm at the very least. A dictator like this had to have his own territory in Marsh Abyss. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had the word source in his name. There was a high possibility that Lin Yuan was a big shot from Marsh Abyss, who East Glow had never heard of. The more East Glow thought about it, the more it felt that it had hit the jackpot. Most importantly, this dictator it had chosen to become loyal to had exceptionally good looks. As someone who prioritized beauty, East Glow felt blessed to be able to serve such a dictator. Lin Yuan injected 50 whole units of source-type power into East Glow's body. Lin Yuan wanted to come off as generous but could not go overboard. From East Glow's perspective, every 10 additional units of source-type power was a huge reward. Big changes occurred in Marsh East Palace during the day that Lin Yuan extracted East Glow's faith power. Firstly, the apostles who did not welcome Lin Yuan became filled with suspicion. This was the first time East Glow met this dictator, yet they were spending so much together. There could only be two possibilities for such a situation. The first possibility was that East Glow had angered Dictator 10,000 Source and ended up killed. The other possibility was that Dictator 10,000 Source had accepted East Glow as his follower. Regardless of which possibility was the truth, they caused the veteran apostles in Marsh East Palace to be shaken to the core. After Thirdborn returned to the Palace of Everything and reported what had happened to Firstborn, the latter immediately led a team from the Palace of Everything to Marsh East Palace. At first, Firstborn had been focused on the mole. But now that it was confirmed that a dictator was attending the Banquet of Everything, significant changes would definitely occur to the Banquet of Everything. Without Dictator Everything in the Palace of Everything, the Palace of Everything had become a dried-up well and could not afford to handle any strong waves, much less a dictator with the word source in his name. This dictator even possessed the small source fruits which contained pure source-type power. A figure like this would undoubtedly attract more dictators to the Marsh East Palace to attend the Banquet of Everything. A Banquet of Everything that previously was only going to have apostles in attendance was about to become the battleground for dictators. Just like how the Palace of Everything had forcefully taken the rights to manage the Banquet of Everything from the Marsh East Palace, the dictators who arrived would definitely end up making up the rules as they pleased. After hearing Thirdborn's description of Dictator 10,000 Source, there was a high chance that even Dictator Everything was not on his level. This thought filled Firstborn with a deep sense of helplessness. Nonetheless, the Banquet of Everything had to go on as usual. Thus, Firstborn zeroed all of her thoughts on the setting up and organization of the Banquet of Everything. She also started to become wary and guarded against Secondborn. Her helplessness and anxiousness would become the best shields. When Thirdborn mentioned that Secondborn had addressed Dictator 10,000 Source with a gender pronoun, Firstborn became certain that there was something off about Secondborn. Given Secondborn's careful character, she would never make such a simple error, even in a state of panic. Dimensional lifeforms often kicked up a significant fuss when they evolved into apostles but always evolved into dictators silently. It was not impossible that Secondborn had silently broken through to dictator. However, there was something that Firstborn did not understand. If Secondborn had truly become a Dictator Everything, shouldn't Lordess Everything be more relaxed? Why did she view Secondborn as a threat? Firstborn had some uncertainties. Was it that Lordess Everything had become distrusting of Secondborn? Or had Secondborn truly schemed against Lordess Everything? From Secondborn's previous treatment of Lordess Everything, Firstborn always felt that Secondborn's loyalty and admiration had been genuine. The pressure and messy thoughts gave Firstborn a headache. Because of Lin Yuan's arrival, violent undercurrents had formed under the seemingly calm Banquet of Everything. There were only going to be even more ferocious storms in the Banquet of Everything's future.